Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 179 to Chapter 237. Bookmark, click, recommend, please. At the gate connecting the inner and outer castles stood two slaves, one male and one female. The male looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, while the female looked to be less than 20 years old. Both of them looked ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. When the two saw Xiao Hai come out, they quickly knelt down and saluted to Xiao Hai. Greetings to the young master. Xiao Hai nodded, waved his hand and said, "Stand up and talk." After the two thanked him, they stood up, but they were still bowing, trembling with fear. Although these slaves knew that Xiao Hai was very amiable, they had been educated to be enslaved, so when they saw Xiao Hai, they didn't dare to be rude. To be able to stand and reply to Xiao Hai was already very good. If it was a newly bought slave, then because of Xiao Hai's words, they wouldn't dare to stand. Looking at the two of them, Xiao Hai also didn't be polite, he just said, "Do you want to get married?" The two people bowed even lower. The male slave trembled and said, "Yes, young master, we want to get married, we ask young master to help us." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "What are your names?" The male slave immediately said, "Young master, I'm called Qi, she's called Shi." Xiao Hai nodded, looked at the two and said, "Good, very good, you took the initiative to ask me to get married, this is very good, today I will help you. Grandpa Green, prepare some things, we will give them a good wedding today." Green also smiled and nodded. Marine smiled and said, "This is a happy occasion, young master, I will go and prepare, so that the slaves can have a good rest." The two slaves knelt down together, and the male slave said in a panic, "Young master, this lowly one can't afford it. Our lives are cheap. To be able to be granted a marriage by young master is already a great blessing. How could we dare to ask young master to help us arrange it?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, you are the first slaves bought by Grandpa Green to get married, we can also take this opportunity to have a good liveliness, it's not all for you." The two stood up. Green and the others had already gone to prepare, leaving only Meg to accompany Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai didn't lack anything. With Xiao Hai's monthly income, it wasn't a problem to feed these more than 100 people. Xiao Hai didn't help much, instead he led Meg back to the castle's living room and sat down. He had already given Green and the others the things they needed, now he only needed to watch them prepare. The two went to the living room and sat down. Meg prepared a pot of tea for Xiao Hai and put it on the table. Xiao Hai smiled and said to Meg, "Sit down, we can talk about Qi and Shi's wedding." Meg sat down, looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, why do you want to give them a big wedding? Do you want to let the other slaves see it?" Xiao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "Now that our Buddha clan has so few people, these slaves will certainly be able to spread their branches and leaves in the future. They have already been branded with the Buddha clan's brand, it's impossible to erase it. Now that our conditions are much better than before, for them to take the initiative to propose marriage is also a good thing for us. I'm afraid that the other slaves will also slowly propose marriage, this is also a way to increase our population. Moreover, the more land I improve in the future, the more land we can improve, the more land we can farm. I'm preparing to distribute the land to the slaves, we'll just collect some rent, this way they'll be able to farm more energetically." Meg stared, looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Young master means to let Qi and Shi restore their status as commoners today, and also to reward them with a piece of land? So that they can rent it?" On the continent, those who rent land were generally commoners, so when Xiao Hai said to give the land to the slaves and only collect rent, Meg understood Xiao Hai's meaning. Xiao nodded. "Yes, this is a good start. In the future, if the Buddha clan wants to develop and grow, the current situation is definitely not good. So I want to slowly restore the status of the slaves to civilians. Let them have their own fields and have their own income, so that they can have their own future." Xiao nodded. "Yes, this is a good start." Meg grew up on the Ark continent. In her opinion, Xiao Hai's approach was throwing money out. It must be known that slaves were also the property of the master, but if Xiao Hai restored their commoner status, they would no longer be the property of the Buddha clan. Wasn't this throwing money out, but Xiao Hai's words had some truth. Now that the Buddha clan was in need of people, it was necessary to arouse the enthusiasm of these slaves to give them better jobs. Restoring their commoner status, and also rewarding them with a piece of land, for the slaves, this was undoubtedly a paradise, they would naturally work hard. Now that Zhao Hai was working hard, and with the space, the Buddha clan was under his control. So Meg didn't oppose Zhao Hai's words, she just nodded. Zhao turned to look at the sky outside and sighed. Although our development is very good right now, all of this is like floating clouds. If we let others know our identity, then everything we have right now will be lost in an instant. I only hope that one day, we can stand under the sun and tell everyone in the world that we are people of the Buddha clan. Only then will we be considered to have truly succeeded. Zhao sighed and said, "That's right. You're right." Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, her eyes couldn't help but become moist. She said, "Rest assured, young master, such a day will come." Zhao Hai sighed, then slowly closed his eyes and sat on a chair to rest. Meg's heart was very uncomfortable. She knew that Zhao Hai's body wasn't very good. If it weren't for the space, then it would be hard to say what Zhao Hai's condition would be. But ever since Zhao Hai woke up, he had been dragging his body along, busying himself with the Buddha clan's future. This made Meg's heart ache. Zhao Hai was also very tired. Although he didn't exercise much, his body wasn't very good. Adding on the fact that he had to deal with a lot of things, although his body wasn't tired, his mind was. So he leaned on the sofa and fell asleep before long. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai heard someone calling him. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that it was Meg. Meg was calling him softly. Zhao Hai sat up. Because he had been leaning on the sofa for too long, his neck was a bit sore. He stood up and said, "What's wrong? Are you ready?" Meg nodded and said, "The table has been set up in the outer castle. The food has also been served. Today, Grandpa specially prepared some ale. It seems like he really wants to have a good time." Zhao Hai nodded. He thought for a moment, then turned to Meg and said, "Right, I remember some time ago, we prepared a lot of colored paper. Do you still have any?" Meg didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, but she still nodded and said, "Ah, those colored papers were specially bought. They are to be used when we talk to the slaves." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Come with me to the study first." "Right, prepare a piece of red-colored paper." Although Meg didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, she still complied and followed Zhao Hai to the study. When they arrived at the study, Zhao Hai had Meg cut the red paper into a rectangle. He personally wrote the word "she" on the paper. Then he wrote their names and the date of their marriage. This was the world's first simple marriage certificate. Meg kept looking at it. In the beginning, she didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. But when she saw what Zhao Hai wrote, she understood and felt very novel. This marriage certificate was very simple. It was just a piece of red paper with words written on it. Zhao Hai just made it on a whim. He didn't expect that this thing would become a family heirloom. Later on, things like marriage certificates slowly spread throughout the continent. After writing the marriage certificate, Zhao Hai and Meg went downstairs and arrived at the square of the outer castle. The square was now very lively. Tables had been set up. They were all square tables. Each table had 8 dishes on it and could seat 8 people. Next to each table was a barrel of ale. This ale was a relatively cheap wine in the continent. It was generally drunk by commoners. Some time ago, Green specially bought some for the slaves to drink. Now it finally came in handy. At this time, the slaves were already sitting at the table. Green and the others were also waiting for Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai arrive, the slaves immediately saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, dismissing their salute. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Today is Xianxia and she's big day. I'll take this opportunity to have everyone join in the fun." The slaves were also happy for Xianxia and she. Xianxia and she were even more excited and shy. Their faces were red. Zhao Hai waved to the two and said, "Xianxia, she, you two come here." Xianxia and she quickly went to Zhao Hai. Zhao looked at the two and smiled. "You are very good. You are our Buddha clan's first couple in the Black Soil territory. I want to reward you. From today onwards, you are no longer slaves. You are now commoners of the Buddha clan's Black Soil territory. I will have Grandma Merlin measure out 10 mu of land for you outside the castle. In the future, these 10 mu of land will be yours. You will have to give us 40% of your annual income, and the rest will all be yours." In addition, I will also prepare a house for you in the castle. Everything inside will be ready, so you will have your own home in the future. Zhao Hai's words could be said to be earth-shattering. The slaves were shocked. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually give Xia and Xi land. As long as they paid the rent, this was very important to the slaves. Xia and Xi felt as if they were in a dream. After a while, the two reacted. They quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. Clicks, favorites, recommendations, none of them could be missing. Otherwise, don't even think about drinking a toast. Although the things that Zhao Hai rewarded today were very violent, for the slaves, they were only shocked for a moment before returning to normal. After all, this kind of violent thing wasn't something that Zhao Hai had done just once or twice. Zhao Hai helped the two people up, then took out the marriage certificate that he wrote himself and handed it to the two people. Today is your big day. As the first couple in our black soil territory, I personally wrote this marriage certificate for you. Although this certificate isn't recognized elsewhere, it is recognized here in the black soil territory. As long as you take this certificate, you are a legal husband and wife. Consider it my gift to you. This was the first time that this thing appeared on the continent. Even Green hadn't heard of it, let alone the slaves. She didn't know what was going on as they took the piece of paper. During this period of time, although they had learned to read, they didn't recognize many words. There were some words on the paper that they didn't recognize. Both of them looked at the paper in a daze. Zhao Hai smiled and looked up to the crowd. Our black soil territory is different from other places. Although this piece of paper is inconspicuous, it can prove that you are a legal husband and wife. If the wife is bullied by the husband, she can come to me and sue him. I will be the judge for her. If the husband dares to abandon the wife for no reason, the wife can also take this piece of paper to me and sue him. I will punish him for his crime. Conversely, the wife is the same. She are the first couple in my black soil territory. I didn't have time to prepare, so. This piece of paper is their marriage certificate. Next, let's invite our black soil territory's head steward Green to witness Qi and Xi's marriage. This kind of wedding was similar to the ones that Zhao Hai had participated in on Earth. It was very different from the weddings on the continent. On the continent, slaves didn't have weddings. Generally, when two slaves wanted to be together, they would report to the steward and the steward would agree. Then they could be together. Some slave owners or stewards would also want to have sex. A commoner's wedding would be livelier. First, a matchmaker would introduce them, then the man and woman would look at each other. Finally, the man would send a betrothal gift and the woman would send a dowry. Finally, the wedding would be held. On the day of the wedding, friends and relatives would come to congratulate them. However, the betrothal gift and dowry weren't too specific. On the Ark continent, the status of women was very high. Therefore, on the day of the wedding, the couple would come together and drink. Of course, the weddings of nobles and royalty would be more grand. There would also be more rules. However, Zhao Hai's wedding had never happened before. It was the first time that Green had seen this kind of thing. However, he was also a person who had seen big occasions. He took the marriage certificate from Qia's hand and loudly said, "Today, two commoners of the Oxu Empire, Xia and Xia, congenial to each other, have married each other and become husband and wife." This special citation, Oxu Empire's black soil overlord, Zhao Hai Buddha. Although there weren't many words on this piece of paper, the meaning expressed was very clear. On the Ark continent, there was no such thing as marriage laws. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't write anything that was in accordance with the law. He only wrote that they were congenial to each other and had married each other. The most important thing was that this piece of paper also had the word commoner written on it. In a sense, this piece of paper could be regarded as a proof of identity for these slaves, proving that they were now commoners. After Green finished reading, he handed the marriage certificate to Xia and Xia. Xia excitedly took the piece of paper, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Then he carefully handed it to Xia. Xia also carefully took it, neatly folded it, and carefully put it in her arms. Zhao Hai looked at the two's actions and didn't say anything. He just smiled and said, "Well, now the ceremony is complete. Xia, the two of you are officially husband and wife. Come and toast me." Of course, don't forget to toast Grandpa Green, the witness of the marriage. Xianxia excitedly complied. Merlin smiled and picked up the wine glass. Xianxia took the wine glass and knelt down together, raising the wine glass in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was surprised. He quickly helped them up and said, "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Xianxia didn't get up. Instead, they knelt there and cried, "Young master, you are good to us. We will remember it in our hearts. Although young master has restored our commoner status, in our hearts, we will always be young master slaves. Young master, please drink these 2 glasses of wine." Zhao Hai glanced at the two and was a little excited. He stood up and said, "Good, good. I will drink these 2 glasses of wine. This is a wedding wine." Hee, people say that wedding wine doesn't make people drunk. Today, I will drink 2 more glasses. After he finished speaking, he picked up a glass of wine and drank it. Blockhead and the others also cheered on the side. It was very lively. Zhao Hai put down the wine glass and looked at the two. "In the future, you two must love each other. If you have any difficulties, tell me." The two responded. Meg helped them pour wine again. This time, she toasted Green. Green also said a few auspicious words. The two then toasted Merlin. At this time, it was really lively. The slaves had eaten with Zhao a few times before, so when it came to eating, they were very open. Plus, there were a lot of meat dishes today, so they took the opportunity to eat a little more. The banquet they held this time was different from other places. This time, they cooked a lot of dishes. They didn't have to eat more, so these slaves ate very happily. Although these slaves haven't been restored to their status as commoners, they were still very satisfied with their current lives. Their current business was very good. They could eat their fill every day, and they weren't tired at all. From time to time, they could even eat meat. Today, they were even able to drink wine. This was something that they wouldn't have dared to think about before. However, now that they saw Qi and he getting married, they were restored to their commoner status. Moreover, they could also be allocated land. These people were moved. Among them, there were many slaves who saw eye to eye. They also thought about whether or not they should hurry up and get married. This day was really lively. However, Zhao Hai didn't eat much and didn't drink much. He followed Green and the others back to the space. Their eagle virtuous phantasms were being attacked. After the few people sat down in the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Today is a good start. I'm afraid there will be more marriages in the future. Grandpa Green, I think you should go to Casa City in a few days and order a batch of marriage certificates. Later on, we can send them to them. Green smiled and said, "Good, young master's idea is really good. But I don't need to go to Casa City. I think that after a few days, when Miss Laura sends an eagle to deliver a letter, we can tell Miss Laura about our request. As long as we don't write which territory it is from or who sent it, it will be fine." Young master, what do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, let's do it like that." This time, although we've distributed the land, we still need to make it clear to Qi and the others that what they want to plant is up to us. After they collect the land, we'll sell it to them. Whatever they want to buy, we'll help them buy it. Now that we have these conditions, we can only do this. Green smiled and said, "This is already very good. These slaves now have their own homes, which is already very good. It's good that young master has distributed the land to them. This way, they'll work harder. But later on, if young master reverts them back to their commoner status, what will happen to the extra land?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is actually very simple. They need farming tools, seeds, and scaled wildebeests. These things they don't have, we can rent them these things. If they want to use these things, then they'll help us plant some land. If they have these things themselves, then we'll pay them to help us plant the land. Of course, the price won't be too high, but for them, this in itself is extra money. Naturally, they'll agree." Green nodded and said, "This is also good. It seems that we need to buy more slaves. But here in Casa City, we won't be able to buy any good slaves. It's best to go to the imperial capital. Outside the imperial capital, there's the continent's largest slave trading market. There, we'll certainly be able to buy suitable slaves. Zhao Hai frowned and said, is this okay? With our current status, if we go to the imperial capital, won't we be recognized? Green nodded and said, this is a problem. Here in Casa City, no one knows us. But in the imperial capital, there are a lot of people who know us. How about this, we'll go somewhere else to buy slaves. Young master, I heard that the beastmen have a lot of slaves to buy. Do you think we can go to the beastman prairie and take a look? At this time, Marine said, I think this is a good idea. Let's go to the beastman prairie and take a look. Not only will there be a large number of slaves, but we can also establish a relationship with the beastmen. The beastmen produce all kinds of magic beasts, and they're lacking in food. Later on, if we develop the Black Waste, we'll have a lot of food in our hands. But here in the continent, in general, food is controlled by large trading companies. It's very difficult for us to get involved. I think it's best to sell food to the beastmen. Zhao Hai stared blankly and said, the beastmen lack food, shouldn't we be the only ones who know? The other large trading companies also know, right? Why don't they sell food to the beastmen? Marine smiled and said, it's not that they don't sell, it's just that it's very expensive. The Empire has stipulated that if you want to buy strategic supplies like food, the Empire will have to pay a heavy tax. Even if the great nobles wanted to smuggle, they wouldn't dare to go too far. Therefore, the beastmen's food has always been very expensive. But we have the space, so this tax can be waived. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood that this was one of the Oxu Empire's methods to restrict the beastmen. This was equivalent to sucking the blood of the beastmen, making them unable to grow stronger. This way, the Empire's northern region would naturally be safe. Bookmark, click, recommend, not a single one can be missing. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to do this himself. He turned to Green and Mirren and said, Grandpa Green, Grandma Mirren, even if we really want to cooperate with the beastmen in the grain business, I think it would be better for Laura to come forward. If we come forward, sooner or later we will be exposed. To be honest, we are not as proficient as Laura when it comes to business. Green and Mirren looked at each other and saw a trace of a smile in each other's eyes. Mirren said, I agree with the young master. It would be better for Miss Laura to come forward. But young master, I'm afraid we will have to give up a portion of our profits to Miss Laura. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Green and Mirren's meaningful glance. He just said, this is something we can't do. We don't have any connections right now, but Laura does. She has been developing in the Purcell Duchy for many years. I'm afraid no one would believe that she doesn't have any business in the Beastman Empire. The young master thinks that Miss Laura is beautiful and wants to marry her as his wife. Mirren stared at Zhao Hai. When she heard Zhao Hai mention Laura, Mirren's heart felt uncomfortable. When Zhao Hai heard Mirren, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He turned to look at Mirren and found that she was looking at him angrily. A word suddenly appeared in Zhao Hai's mind, jealousy. Mirren was now like a girl in love who found out that her boyfriend was talking about how beautiful and capable another woman was. Zhao Hai stared at Mirren, making Mirren feel embarrassed. Her small face turned red and she lowered her head. Green and Mirren looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Both of them were old and experienced people. How could they not see Meg's thoughts? Both of them were happy to see this happen. If it was before, they would naturally not agree. But now that Zhao Hai had become so capable, they naturally hoped that Zhao Hai would accept Meg. In this world, there was no such thing as monogamy. It was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even if it was a woman, if she was powerful, no one would say anything if she kept a few male companions. Everything was based on strength. And the current situation of the Buddha clan was already very good. As long as Zhao Hai's space reached level 30 and the water of nothingness was removed from his body, then everything would be solved. Zhao Hai would then be able to get married and have children. In Green's opinion, when the time comes, not only would Zhao Hai need to get married and have children, but he would also need to marry more wives and have more children. This was the proper way to propagate the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai looked at Mirren's bashful appearance and his heart warmed. However, he immediately turned his head. He had too many things to do right now, so it wasn't the time to talk about love. Zhao Hai turned his head to Green and Mirren and said, once we've solved the matter of the carrion swamp, we'll immediately go to the beastman's territory. Right now, we're still lacking people. Green nodded and turned his head to look at the screen. The screen was still the same. The seven-colored fog was constantly churning, as if it wasn't the Ark continent, but rather another time and space. At this time, Zhao Hai zoomed in on the map in the corner of the screen. Then, he compared it to the map that Buffy had drawn. He found that so far, they hadn't encountered any terrain similar to the one on the map. This made him feel relieved. However, they were even more alarmed. At first, they had followed the map that Buffy had drawn. However, they didn't know how the Eagles had deviated from their original route. They thought that even if they had deviated from their original route, they wouldn't have deviated too much. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. They had already been out for half a day, but they still hadn't seen any terrain similar to the one on the map. This showed that they had deviated far from their original route. If they continued to fly along their original route, they didn't know how long it would take for them to reach Flower City. Zhao Hai smiled wryly and said, I really didn't think that the carrion swamp would be so big that we would deviate so far. Green frowned as his complexion turned ugly. It seems that the carrion swamp really has a great magician left behind from ancient times. I've heard that the ancient magic array is very mysterious. There are even some that can make people go around in circles. It seems to be called a maze array. In my opinion, the carrion swamp certainly has that kind of maze array. Last time, Buffy was really lucky. He actually managed to touch watching. It seems like that place is the center of the maze array and it needs to be protected. It seems that the maze array is the center of the maze array. Mary nodded and said, although I don't know much about magic arrays, I still know a few things. There are a lot of magic arrays that are used in the continent right now. They are all adapted from ancient magic arrays. They certainly aren't as mysterious as the ancient magic arrays. Now, it seems that the carrion swamp was an important place in ancient times. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a magic array. Zhao Hai nodded and then said, now, we must go to Flower City. I'm getting more and more curious about that place. As long as we can get a firm foothold in Flower City, then we'll have the most solid fortress. No one will be able to move against us. Green and the others nodded. However, they also knew that this time's matter wouldn't be so easy. The carrion swamp had been peaceful for so many years. If they really conquered it that easily, then it would be abnormal. By the time Laura and Mir returned to Casa City, the sky was already dark. As soon as they returned home, Laura immediately sent someone to find Quinn John while Mir went to settle down the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms. Before long, Quinn John arrived at the study. Laura was frowning as she sat in the study. Quinn John looked at Laura and couldn't help but be surprised. Laura, what's wrong? Did something happen to Mr. Side? Hearing Quinn John's words, Laura recovered. She shook her head and said, no, nothing happened to Mr. Side. I'm just worried about Elodia and the others. When Quinn John heard what Laura said, he knew what she was worried about. He had been with the Marquis Del clan for a longer time than Laura, so he had a better understanding of the clan's young masters than Laura. He was very clear about what kind of person Carlo was. This time, they had sent Elodia. If they didn't get results, then they certainly wouldn't give up. However, if this matter really angered Zhao Hai, then the consequences would be hard to say. Zhao Hai wasn't a good person. Quinn John already knew this. If Carlo really went too far, then this time, he was afraid that they would suffer a big loss. If Carlo really suffered a loss in Zhao Hai's hands, not to mention the thoughts of the other young masters, Quinn John was afraid that the master of the clan wouldn't agree. What kind of person was the master? He was unyielding and overbearing. If anyone dared to offend him, then he would certainly repay them 100-fold. If Zhao Hai really offended Carlo, then it would be a slap to the Marquis Del clan's face. Quinn John was afraid that the master would certainly make a move. If the master made a move, not to mention whether or not he could eliminate Zhao Hai, even Laura would be affected. When the time came, she was afraid that their days would be difficult. Laura saw that Quinn John didn't speak, so she knew that he had also thought of the problem she was worried about. So she continued, Mr. has already told me that as long as Elodia and the others don't go too far, then Mr. won't care about them. But if they go too far, then Mr. won't be polite. You know Mr.'s strength. If they really fight, I'm afraid that fifth uncle will suffer. When the time comes, then things will become big. Quinjon nodded and said, I'm also worried about this. But you also know the temperament of those young masters. If they want something, how could they let it go? I'm afraid this matter will be more troublesome than the previous one. Laura frowned and said, yes, the people in the clan are really too much. They just can't stand to see people living well. We've already arrived here, so we're no longer a threat to them. But they still won't forgive us. It's annoying to death. Quinjon smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. If the people of the Marquis del clan were to be described in a few words, then they would be greedy, arrogant, black-hearted, and ruthless. For such a family to be able to raise a child like Karen already made him feel very surprised. If Laura hadn't been under his education, it would be hard to say what she would have become. At this time, Near came in from the outside. When Laura saw Near come in, she quickly said to Quinjon, Grandpa Quinjon, I have something to tell you. Today, I went to Mr.'s place. Mr. gave me 5 virtuous phantasms. These virtuous phantasms were hatched from the virtuous phantasms I gave him before. But they're different from the virtuous phantasms we saw laying eggs. Do you want to take a look? Quinjon said, okay, let's take a look. According to Quinjon's description of virtuous phantasms lived together with their masters. They relied on their masters to absorb their master's battle chi or magic power to survive. When they weren't fighting, they could become invisible. So Quinjon thought that Laura was carrying those virtuous phantasms with her. Laura smiled and said, those virtuous phantasms aren't here. I just asked Near to arrange a room to raise those virtuous phantasms. Near, have you fed those virtuous phantasms? Near nodded and said, I've fed them, young lady. Those virtuous phantasms can really eat. Usually, the meat that the wind falcons eat was eaten by those 5 virtuous phantasms. It seems that if we want to raise them, it really won't be a small expense. Quinjon was stunned. When he heard Near, he quickly said, wait, Near, you said that you directly fed those virtuous phantasms meat? They ate it? Laura chuckled and said, Grandpa Quinjon, this is the characteristic of Mr.'s virtuous phantasms. They don't need to absorb people's magic power or battle chi. As long as they're fed like normal magic beasts, they'll be fine. Let's go take a look. Then she stood up and followed Near outside. Quinjon quickly followed behind. Bookmark, click, recommend, everyone's help, thank you very much. The 3 of them arrived at the room where the virtuous phantasms were kept. When they opened the door, Quinjon was stunned. He had seen virtuous phantasms before, but he had never seen such powerful and handsome ones. Quinjon couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the eagles. After a while, he turned to Laura and said, young lady, are these the eagle virtuous phantasms you spoke of? The eagle virtuous phantasms we bought? Laura smiled and said, yes, these are the eagle virtuous phantasms that Mr. spoke of. But I haven't made these eagles' armor, so I don't know what they look like. Quinjon carefully looked at the eagles, then turned to Laura and said, young lady, let's go back. I have something to say. Laura nodded, and the 3 of them returned to the study. After sitting down in the study, Laura looked at Quinjon's calm face and said, Grandpa Quinjon, what's the matter? Quinjon calmly nodded and said, I want to talk about Mr. Zhao Hai's matter. Young lady, have you thought about it? Ever since I mentioned it to Mr. Zhao Hai, Mr. has given us many things that look very ordinary, but are not ordinary at all. Laura stared blankly for a moment, then carefully looked, and then her face changed. All of them. Quinjon nodded and said, yes, all of them. Whether it was the fire fish, corn, bamboo rice, fruit oil, blue-eyed rabbits, or today's virtuous phantasms, all of them were ordinary things. But in Mr.'s hands, they became extraordinary in the blink of an eye. Mr. also said that he had an ancient magic tool in his hands, but we were wrong about one thing. We thought that there could only be one ancient magic tool, but no one thought that he might have 2, 3, or even more. Laura stared blankly. She really didn't think of this. Ancient magic tools were things that could only be encountered, not sought. After they knew that Zhao Hai had one, they always thought that Zhao Hai only had one ancient magic tool. They never thought that Zhao Hai would have two or three. Quinjon looked at Laura and said, even if Mr. doesn't have that many ancient magic tools, I think he certainly has an ancient alchemy book or alchemy book. It is precisely because of the existence of these things that Mr. can turn ordinary things into extraordinary things. Laura nodded and looked at Quinjon. Quinjon said, and Laura believed it. This was the only reason that made sense. Quinjon continued, if Mr. can make ordinary things extraordinary, then he can also make extraordinary things ordinary. If he can make potions that can make plants grow faster, then he can also make potions that can make plants die faster. In addition to his own strength, the strength of his followers, and the strength of his undead creatures, besides the fact that we haven't seen a rank 9 expert, I fear that Mr.'s fighting strength wouldn't be worse than a great noble. We cannot afford to offend such a person. Laura nodded and said, I didn't want to offend Mr. If it was for the Marquis del Clan, then I wouldn't offend Mr. What did the Marquis del Clan do for us, and how much did Mr. help us? Why should we help a heartless clan to plot against our benefactor? Grandpa Quinjon, I understand what you mean. You want me to control Elodia and the others so that they won't have the opportunity to find Mr., right? Quinjon nodded, yes, young lady, for us to have what we have today, it is all thanks to Mr.'s blessing. This time, Elodia's arrival, regardless of whether the matter is successful or not, it wouldn't be good for Mr. It is impossible for us to help them, so we can only help Mr. With the addition of Grand Duke Evan, the strength in our hands isn't bad enough to challenge the Marquis del Clan. Don't forget, Mr. also helped the Purcell clan a great deal. Grand Duke Evan isn't an ungrateful person, so if we tell him about this situation, he will certainly help us. Then we will go and tell Mr. about this matter, so that through this matter, we can gather the strength of our three sides, nobody would dare to move against us. Young lady, what do you think? Laura stood up from her seat and slowly paced back and forth. She understood Quinjon's meaning. Quinjon wanted her to make a choice now. If she helped Zhao Hai, then it would be tantamount to having a complete falling out with the Marquis del Clan. She would become an enemy of the Marquis del Clan, but she would also be able to obtain a staunch ally like Zhao Hai. She would also be able to befriend Grand Duke Evan. Most importantly, they would be able to break away from the Marquis del Clan, and she wouldn't have to worry about the Marquis del Clan using her for marriage. But this matter wasn't only related to her, it was also related to her father. If they were to have a direct conflict with the Marquis del Clan, then her father would be in the most difficult position. Quinjon looked at Laura's appearance and knew what she was thinking. He sighed and said, young lady, are you feeling embarrassed about your father's matter? Laura sighed and said, yes. No matter what, my father is still the second young master of the Marquis del Clan. If we were to have a falling out with the Marquis del Clan, then my father would be in a dilemma. Just as Laura's voice fell, a cold voice was heard. No need. I won't be in a dilemma. If it weren't for you, I would have left the Marquis del Clan long ago. Laura and Quinjon looked at the door and saw Karen. Laura quickly said, Father, how come you're here? Karen smiled as he walked into the room. He turned his head to look at Laura and smiled. My silly daughter, why didn't you tell your father something? Father said that if you really have something you can't solve, then father can help. Laura looked at Karen and found that today's Karen was a bit different. His body seemed to have an imposing aura, a very threatening aura. Karen looked at Laura's appearance and walked to the sofa to sit down. He turned to Laura and said, sit down. Today, I have something to say to you. Laura was puzzled as she sat down and looked at Karen. Karen looked at Laura and smiled bitterly. Laura, you know that your grandmother died when I was young. I was raised by the first madam. Laura nodded. This wasn't strange. In the Marquis del Clan, everyone knew about this matter. Karen's birth mother was the second madam of the Marquis del Clan. She died when Karen was young, so he was raised by the first madam. The first madam's son was the first young master of the Marquis del Clan, San Juan. Karen looked at Laura and said, the Marquis del Clan said that your grandmother died of illness. But the real situation is that your grandmother was killed by your grandfather and the first madam. Laura looked at Karen with a shocked expression. She really didn't think that Karen would say such a thing. Karen looked at Laura and said, "Your grandmother's family was a large merchant family. Of course, it was for the sake of a marriage alliance that they married into the Marquis del clan. Your grandmother's family only had one heir. When she married into the Marquis del clan, she was very favored and later gave birth to me. But when I was 5 years old, your grandfather lost a lot of money because of a business mistake. Most importantly, he offended several large clans, and those large clans suppressed the Marquis del clan together. At that time, the Marquis del clan was in a life and death situation. The only one who could help the Marquis del clan was your grandmother's family. Your grandmother's family could only help the Marquis del clan." Laura and the others listened quietly and didn't make a sound. Karen seemed to be immersed in his own memories as he slowly said, "At that time, your grandmother had already told your grandfather that her family would do their best to help the Marquis del clan. But your grandfather wanted more. He wanted all of your grandmother's property. So he sent people to kill your grandmother's parents, and then killed your grandmother. The property that should have been inherited by your grandmother became your grandfather's and the Marquis del clan's." At this point, Karen was already gnashing his teeth. His eyes were spitting fire as he said, "No one knows, but in fact, I remember when I was 5 years old. At that time, your grandmother would tell me about the Marquis del clan's situation every day. Your grandmother was like you, famous for being good at business. She was a famous beauty on the continent, so although she wasn't in charge, she was still very clear about the Marquis del clan's business. She told me that the Marquis del clan was in trouble. She told me that she wanted to help your grandfather, but in the end, I saw your grandfather and his wife give your grandmother a cup of poisoned wine." Laura and the others were shocked. They didn't think that it would be like this. Even Quinn John didn't know about this. Quinn John was Laura's mother's servant. He had been with the Marquis del clan for at most 20 years. But this matter happened when Karen was young, so how could he know? Karen continued, "They didn't know. Everything they did was seen by my eyes. I didn't make a sound at that time, desperately holding back my tears. I firmly remembered that scene." At this point, Karen stopped and closed his eyes, as if he was recalling an unforgettable scene. After a while, he continued, "Later, I was handed over to the First Lady to be raised by your grandfather. I knew that the First Lady was involved in killing your grandmother, but I pretended that I didn't know. Every day, I lived with my enemy. Later, I inadvertently heard the First Lady say that she wanted me to look at the account books. If I was interested in doing business, she would find a way to get rid of me and clear the way for your uncle. From then on, I didn't look at the account books. I didn't even study magic seriously. I only studied magic every day." Karen paused, then he turned his head to look at Laura and said, "That's how I was able to grow up safely. However, everyone in the continent knew that I was just a waste who didn't learn anything. I thought that I would be like this for the rest of my life, but I didn't think that the heavens would pity me and send your mother to me. I was such a waste, but she still loved me wholeheartedly. My life had a bright future. At that time, if it wasn't for you, I really wanted to die. But I knew that if I died, then you would be finished. You would definitely become a tool for them. Don't even talk about doing business, I'm afraid that you would have already been married off. That's why I asked the clan to come to the Purcell Duchy to develop, in order to leave that family. Laura, don't worry about me. I don't have any feelings for that family. Rest assured and boldly do what you want. If you can defeat the Marquis del clan, then consider it as revenge for your grandmother." Bookmark, click, recommend, not a single one can be missing. Everyone, please help. Laura wanted to say something, but Karen waved his hand and interrupted her. "Your father, I, have been cautious all my life. I was afraid that your grandfather and the First Madam would harm me. Therefore, I couldn't write or fight. In this life, I couldn't have any great prospects, let alone avenge your grandmother. But my daughter, you are different. You have shown extraordinary talent in business, and with Uncle Quinn John's guidance, you already have the ability. Now, you have a firm foothold in the Purcell Duchy, but don't forget that before we met Mr. Zhao Hai, we didn't have the qualifications to challenge the Marquis del clan. The Purcell Duchy also wouldn't defend the Marquis del clan for us." Karen's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said to Laura, "But now the situation is different. Mr. Zhao Hai has grain in his hands, so he can control the price of grain in the Purcell Duchy. In addition, he is a great benefactor to the Purcell clan, and he is also a powerful magician. For all of this, the Purcell clan will certainly try to win him over. Do you think that the reason the Purcell clan is giving us face now is because you helped them? I don't deny the existence of this reason, but more importantly, it is because of our relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai. Great aristocrats don't talk about kindness, they only look at benefits. Quinn John and Laura stared blankly at Karen. They really didn't think that Karen, who usually only focused on magic array research, would be able to analyze things so well. Moreover, what he said was quite reasonable. Although the Marquis Del clan is strong, in the end, they are just a business family. They can only start from the business side. In other aspects, they are still very weak. Don't forget that the Marquis Del clan isn't the only business family on the continent. Over the years, the Marquis Del clan has offended a lot of people in order to expand their business. If they suffer too much losses, those people they have offended won't let go of this opportunity. If the Purcell clan is a fat piece of meat, then isn't the Marquis Del clan an even bigger piece of meat? Quinn John and Laura really didn't think of this point. They always thought that the Marquis Del clan was a huge monster, and that it wasn't easy to provoke them. However, they forgot that the bigger the monster, the stronger their opponents were. If they made a mistake, they might die more miserably than those small fish and shrimps. Karen looked at the two and said, "There is one more thing I want to tell you. These days, although I have been studying mages, I know a lot of mages, pharmacists, and alchemists. Although these people aren't very eye-catching, they still have masters and fellow apprentices. If they really move, their power won't be small. If there is something you really need my help with, just tell me. I don't understand business matters, and I don't want to know. You can do whatever you want." Karen stood up and touched Laura's head. "Don't worry about anything. Even if the Marquis Del clan is strong, they can't control my daughter. Now that we have left that nest of troubles, what are you afraid of? Rest assured, Father will support you." Then he turned and walked out. As he walked, he said, "There seems to be something wrong with that magic array. I have to go back and take a look." Then he disappeared from the study. Laura's eyes were moist as she looked at Karen's back. It wasn't until Karen had completely disappeared into the darkness that Laura wiped her face and turned to Quinn John. "Grandpa Quinn John, arrange for me to meet with Elodia tomorrow. I will give him a final warning. If he still doesn't want to give me face, then don't blame me for being impolite." Quinn John nodded, and with a look of relief, he said, "I always thought that the second young master didn't understand these things, but I didn't expect that the young master's heart was clear about it. No wonder the master let us go to the Purcell Duchy. I thought that the master had completely lost hope in the young master, but I didn't expect that the young master had actually asked for it. The young master's move is very powerful. In the Purcell Duchy, the Marquis Del clan's influence is the weakest. As long as we can make a name for ourselves here, the Marquis Del clan wouldn't be able to do anything to us. The Marquis Del clan's influence will be very strong." Laura smiled. "Father isn't stupid, but he usually doesn't put his mind to this aspect. Look at the magic array he studied. I feel dizzy just looking at it, They were really happy with Karen's change today. They didn't want Karen to help them, but rather because of Karen's attitude. Sometimes, attitude was more important than anything else." Quinn John smiled faintly. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for Elodia to meet with you. You can beat him. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, then don't be polite with him. Tidy him up. Then you can go to Grand Duke Evan's place. After you talk with Grand Duke Evan, you can personally go to Mister's place and explain this matter clearly to him." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange it. Grandpa Quinn John, have those people seen it yet? Don't let them cause any trouble in our mansion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for our face." Quinn John's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Rest assured, in our mansion, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Someone will come to report soon." As soon as his voice fell, a servant appeared outside the door. He said to Laura and Quinn John, "Young lady, Chief Steward, this little one has something to report." Quinn John nodded. "Come in." The servant bowed as he walked in and stood in front of Quinn John. Quinjon said, speak. That servant said, just now, Manager Elodia called 3 people into his room. Although those 3 people were dressed as attendants, from their words and actions, it can be seen that they aren't ordinary people. Among the people who came this time, they are the ones who are being watched. Quinjon nodded. Is there anything else? The servant shook his head. Quinjon waved his hand, and the servant withdrew. Laura turned to Quinjon and said, have you investigated the identities of those 3 people? Quinjon shook his head. Not yet. Those 3 people were unfamiliar faces. Moreover, it seems that they came from Death Warriors. That's why their battle chi fluctuations weren't obvious. It seems like they were young Master Carlo's new subordinates. Laura nodded and said, first, keep an eye on them. From now on, none of the people Elodia brought can leave the mansion. Grandpa Quinjon, have someone check who they were in contact with today. As long as it's someone who was in contact with them, make sure to check carefully. Laura nodded. Quinjon nodded and stood up to arrange it. Laura walked to the door of the study and looked up at the darkening sky. She muttered, since there's no problem with father, we'll have some fun. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Laura went to work in the study. Before long, Quinjon led Elodia to the study. As soon as the 2 entered, Elodia immediately saluted Laura. His etiquette was thorough, and there was nothing unusual about it. Laura nodded, her eyes still not leaving the documents on the table. She said to Elodia, Steward Elodia, I called you here today to tell you that the Purcell Duchy has just passed through a food crisis. There are still a lot of people on guard, and the streets aren't peaceful. I hope that Steward Elodia won't let the people who came with you run around. The Purcell Duchy isn't like other places. It's close to the Beastmen Prairie, and the folk customs are intrepid. If there really is an accident, I won't be able to explain it to Fifth Uncle. You may leave now. Elodia respectfully complied and retreated. Quinjon stayed behind. Seeing Elodia leave, he said to Laura, young lady, it seems that your warning didn't work. Elodia's appearance just now was obviously perfunctory. He simply didn't take it to heart. Naturally, it was impossible for him to follow Laura's words. Laura coldly snorted and said, they thought we were the same as before, relying on the Marquis Del clan to survive. Grandpa Quinjon, pass down my words, don't let them leave the mansion. If anyone dares to force their way in, break their legs. Prepare a carriage for me, I'm going to the Grand Duke's mansion. Quinjon complied and went to prepare a carriage for Laura. Of course, he couldn't leave the house right now. He had to be in charge of it. He knew that Elodia wasn't easy to get along with. Laura had just left her house when one of Elodia's men went out. This man was the one Elodia had seen the previous night. He had just walked to the front of the mansion when he was stopped by a servant. The servant smiled at him and said, Big brother, where do you want to go? The man was surprised. He looked at the servant and said, this is the first time I've come to Casa City. I want to go out and have a good stroll. Is there something you need, little brother? The servant looked at him and smiled. There's nothing. It's just that the young lady ordered that no one is allowed to leave the mansion today. Otherwise, we'll break their legs. This little one will tell Big Brother, so that Big Brother won't know. It won't be good if Big Brother is punished. He looked at the man with a smile, but his eyes were cold. The people in Laura's mansion had been trained by her over the years, and they were very loyal to her. Although her present situation was big, compared to those great nobles, it was still considered a small household. Moreover, she was the only one in charge of the household, so naturally there wouldn't be any struggles for power. In the hearts of these servants, there was only one master, so naturally, they would respect Laura. When the man heard what the servant said, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he angrily said, Preposterous. We aren't your people. Why do you care about us? You dare to restrict our feet? I want to go out today. I want to see how your chief will punish me. Then he lifted his foot and rushed out. Click. Save. Recommend. Everyone is giving their best. The eyes of the servant standing in front of the door flashed with a cold light. His hand moved, and a short stick appeared in his hand. The stick went straight for the man's foot. The man had obviously been prepared for the servant's move. His figure moved, and at the same time, he shot 4 darts at the servant. The short stick in the servant's hand shook, and the darts fell to the ground. He then moved forward, and the short stick in his hand went straight for the man's chest. The short stick was jet black, without a bit of light. But when it was waved, it gave people a very heavy feeling. At a glance, one could see that it was a metal stick forged with a special method. The man was obviously not easy to deal with. His figure turned, and a rapier appeared in his hand. As Quinn John had said, this man was Carlo's death warrior, and the rapier was his weapon. The man had just taken out his rapier to block the servant's short stick when 2 arrows flew out of nowhere, going straight for the man's feet. The angle and timing of these 2 arrows were quite good. Just as he was blocking the servant's short stick and had no way to move, they suddenly appeared and sealed his retreat. The man saw that he could not avoid the arrows, but suddenly a chain knife flew out from the door, and knocked down the 2 arrows. The servant took the opportunity to jump out of the way, and blocked the door with his cudgel. His eyes, however, were looking inside the door. 2 people slowly walked out of the door. One was Elodia, and the other was one of the 3 people Elodia had summoned last night. The chain of the chain knife was in his hand. Elodia looked at the servant with a gloomy face, and coldly said, "You have big guts. Who gave you the guts to dare move against my people?" The servant wasn't afraid of him. Looking at Elodia's appearance, he coldly snorted and said, "The young miss has ordered that no one is allowed to leave the mansion today. Those who disobey will have their legs broken." Elodia looked at the servant, his complexion turning colder as he said, "Don't forget, this is the Marquis del Clan's mansion. You are also a servant of the Marquis del Clan. Offending the 5th young master will benefit you." The servant sneered and said, "I don't know about the Marquis del Clan. I only know that in the Purcell Duchy, there is only Faith Mansion. In Faith Mansion, there are only 2 masters. One is Lord Karen, and the other is Miss Laura. Other people don't have the right to be masters." Elodia's eyes flashed. He said in a deep voice, "Good, you dare to say this. This mansion belongs to the Marquis del Clan. Don't tell me you dare to rebel? Who said this mansion belongs to the Marquis del Clan?" A somewhat old voice was heard. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was Kuan. This time, Elodia didn't salute Quinn John. Instead, he said, "Could it be that the master of this place isn't surnamed Marquis?" "Surnamed Marquis, this is the property of the Marquis del Clan." Kuan coldly snorted and said, "What does a servant know? Let me tell you, in Faith Mansion, there is no Marquis del Clan. Here, there are only 2 people. One is the 2nd young master, and the other is Miss Laura. Miss Laura's command is the law here. Whoever dares to disobey will be executed on the spot. Let me put my words to the ground, you can try to take 1 step out of the mansion." After Kuan finished speaking, his eyes calmly looked at Elodia. Elodia looked into Kuan's eyes and was stunned. Kuan's eyes were very calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. Elodia understood that if he dared to step out of the mansion, he would certainly die here today. Among the people who came, although there was no lack of experts, if they were to confront Kuan, they would obviously suffer. Kuan was a rank 8 expert, and among the people who came, there was no rank 8 expert. Elodia coldly looked at Kuan and said, "Good. Since Steward Kuan has said so, I have nothing to say. However, I will tell the truth about this matter to the 5th young master." Kuan faintly smiled and said, "There is no one who won't let you tell, but you'd better not leave the mansion. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Also, someone come and break the legs of the one who broke in today. No one will dare to behave atrociously in Faith Mansion." Faith Mansion was the name of the mansion that Laura and the others were currently living in. In the Ark continent, aristocratic mansions generally didn't use their own surnames in their names. Names like Qin Mansion, Zhao Mansion, and so on generally didn't appear. Aristocrats generally used their titles as their names, such as the Purcell clan's Grand Duke's Mansion, the Marquis Mansion, and so on. Even some merchants who weren't aristocrats wouldn't use their own names as their mansion's names. Generally, they would use some more elegant names, such as Cool Breeze Residence, Mountain Forest Courtyard, and so on. Very few people would write their surnames on a plaque and hang them out. However, on the clothes worn by the servants of each mansion, there would be the master's surname or the master's family emblem. This was enough to indicate their identity. The reason why Laura's mansion in the Purcell Duchy was called Faith Mansion was because she hoped that the servants in the mansion and the people in the store would work hard to remember that merchants were based on integrity. When Alodia heard Kuan, he couldn't help but become angry. He looked at Kuan with cold eyes and said, "I want to see who dares to move." His voice had just fallen when he heard two crisp sounds behind him. Creak, creak, and then the pitiful screams of his subordinates could be heard. Alodia looked behind him and saw that his subordinate had already fallen to the ground. The bones of his two legs were protruding out. It was obvious that they had been broken. Alodia looked at his subordinate and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Kuan. You have big courage." Kuan coldly snorted and said, "Don't forget that this is the Purcell Duchy. The master here is neither you nor the fifth young master. Here, you'd better be honest. If something like today happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Then he turned and walked away, not even looking at Alodia. Alodia was so angry that his teeth creaked. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Now that he was under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. After taking a few deep breaths, Alodia calmed down. He turned to his subordinate and said, "Take him. Let's go." Then he flicked his sleeves and walked towards the mansion. He really didn't dare to leave the mansion. If he tried to force his way in, Kuan certainly wouldn't let him off. Laura still didn't know what had happened in Faith Mansion. She had just arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion. Laura's current status in the Grand Duke's mansion was very popular. Everyone in the Purcell clan knew that when the Purcell clan was in trouble, Laura had stepped forward and helped the Purcell clan. Moreover, her relationship with the clan head was very good. It could be said that the reason the clan head was able to regain power wasn't unrelated to Laura. The phrase "high officials have no secrets" was used to describe the Grand Duke's mansion. There weren't any complete secrets here, so the servants knew the key points of the mansion. When they saw Laura's carriage arrive, one of them immediately went to report while the other politely invited Laura and the others to enter through the second door. Soon, Laura was invited to the Grand Duke's study. Grand Duke Evan's study wasn't so simple. Although it was called a study, it was actually his office. When the Grand Elder was in power, Grand Duke Evan's study was empty. But now it was different. Every day, there were many people coming in and out. His study was very large, nearly 100 square meters. There was a bluestone pillar in the middle, and the floor was made of white marble. It looked very neat and tidy. There were several bookshelves full of books in the study. There was a fireplace on one side of the study. There were 8 doors and 6 windows in the study, which made the study very bright. In the innermost part of the study, there was a large desk. This desk was red and shiny. It was obviously an antique. There were 3 chairs in front of the desk and 1 chair behind it. On the wall behind the desk, there was a portrait of a person. This person was dressed in armor and had a large sword in his hand. On his head was a horned helmet. The portrait was very big, bigger than a real person. Although it was only a portrait, it made people feel that the person in the portrait had a world-shaking aura. This person was the first Grand Duke of the Purcell clan, Narain Purcell. Every time Laura came to the study, she would take a look at the portrait. The portrait was really good. It completely captured the aura of a person. Not far from the door of the study, there was a combination of sofas and a tea table. There were a lot of sofas in this group that could seat up to a dozen people. It was obvious that this was the place where the Grand Duke's subordinates waited for their arrival. Evan was standing on the sofa waiting for Laura. When he saw that Laura had arrived, he immediately smiled and waved his hand. "Little Laura, come and sit." Grand Duke Evan's age was about the same as Karen's. Moreover, he had a straightforward temperament. Therefore, ever since he became familiar with Laura, he had been calling her Little Laura. It was very intimate. Laura smiled and said, "Grand Duke, I've come to disturb you again today." Evan's face stiffened. "Call me Uncle Evan. How many times do I have to remind you? Next time you call me Uncle Evan, I won't let you enter the door." Laura didn't insist, she just smiled and said, "Uncle Evan, I'm just being polite. I won't call you Uncle Evan in the future." Then she went to the sofa and sat down. A servant brought her some tea. After the two sat down, Evan dismissed the servant. Then he looked at Laura and said, "What did you come here for? Is it because of that person who came here a while ago?" "You can rest assured, I already warned him." Laura smiled bitterly and said, "If your warning was useful, then I wouldn't have to worry about it." Evan stared, then he stared and said, "What? They really dared to move against you? Do they not want to live anymore?" Laura smiled bitterly and said, "They don't dare to move against me, but their idea is to move against Mr. If they succeed, then my Taoyuan products would be gone. But if they don't succeed, then they would continue to harass Mr. If Mr. has a conflict with them, then it would be tantamount to having a conflict with the Marquis del clan. This is what worries me the most." Although Evan had a straightforward temperament, he wasn't stupid. He had fought with Kaiser for a long time and finally used Laura to seize power in one fell swoop. How could such a person be stupid? Therefore, when he heard Laura's words, he understood what Laura meant. "Please collect it, I beg of everyone." Evan frowned and said, "Mr.'s matter, we must manage it." This time it was thanks to Mr., otherwise the Purcell clan would have suffered a great loss. "We must not let them succeed." Laura sighed and said, "The problem lies here. My uncles, it's not that I want to talk about them behind their backs, but they are all wolves. This time, they sent people with no intention of letting Mr. go. If Mr. agrees, then everything will be fine, but if he doesn't, then they will definitely pester Mr. 2 days ago, I went to see Mr., and he said that it was impossible for him to agree. I asked Mr. to give me some face, and if they don't go too far, then Mr. won't care about it. But they won't restrain themselves, and if Mr. doesn't agree, then they will continue to pester Mr. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the Marquis del clan and Mr. will have a great war." Evan also understood that Laura was probing him. She wanted to see his attitude towards Zhao Hai. In fact, there was no need for Laura to test him, Evan already had his own plans. Evan was a person who remembered kindness, and he valued kindness very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped the Buddha clan. Although because of this matter, he lost his power, he didn't regret it. It was also because of this matter that he saw the Purcell clan clearly. Therefore, he hid his violent temper and endured until today, when he finally held power. This time, he was able to take power thanks to Laura and Zhao Hai, so he was very grateful to them. He had long wanted to see Zhao Hai. Regarding Zhao Hai's various mystical aspects, he also knew that Zhao Hai's fighting strength wasn't weak. He also needed Zhao Hai's fighting strength. However, Zhao Hai had never seen outsiders. Even if the Purcell clan went to see him, he wouldn't see them. He only saw Laura, which was why Evan valued Laura so much. As Quinn John said, Evan valued Laura not only because of kindness, but also because Laura could contact Zhao Hai. Evan was very clear that if the Marquis del clan succeeded this time, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to live in Stony Mountain. He wouldn't have the opportunity to connect with Zhao Hai. This wasn't the main point was that Zhao Hai might become his enemy in the future. Therefore, he couldn't let the Marquis del clan succeed. In order to let Zhao Hai stay, even if he had to offend the Marquis del clan, he was willing. If Zhao Hai stayed, then the Purcell duchy wouldn't have to worry about food. If he could get along well with Zhao Hai, then in the future, if the Purcell clan had any problems, then Zhao Hai would help. His strength wasn't weak, and if he was willing to help the Purcell clan, then the Purcell clan's strength would greatly increase. This would be very good for the Purcell clan. To be honest, Evan didn't have a good impression of those large merchant clans. This time, if it weren't for those large merchant clans behind the scenes, then it wouldn't have developed to this point. Although he was the one who benefited in the end, he wasn't grateful to those people. This was because Evan was still a member of the Purcell clan, and those large merchant clans had schemed against the Purcell clan this time. The Marquis del clan's reputation in the continent wasn't good. Besides Laura, the other members of the Marquis del clan were known as the Vampire clan. Vampires were a kind of dark creatures. They lived by sucking the blood of humans and magical beasts. They could transform into bats. This kind of creature was the most annoying. People used this kind of creature to describe the Marquis del family, so they knew what kind of reputation their family had. For the sake of a family of vampires, would he chase away his benefactor, who had great strength and background, just for a family of vampires? That idiot would do such a thing. Obviously, Evan and Kuan had the same idea. They both thought that Zhao Hai had a very deep background. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take out so much food. Although in the Oxu Empire, they hadn't heard of people like Zhao Hai. However, it was hard to guarantee that there weren't such people in other countries. If Zhao Hai was really a great noble of another country, then he would come to the Purcell Duchy to develop, then they couldn't afford to offend him. The continent was divided into countries, but no matter which country the nobles were in, they would always receive the respect they deserved. Even in times of war, if a noble was defeated and captured, they could still let their family redeem them. They wouldn't suffer any harm, which showed how great the influence of nobles was. Under such circumstances, how could Evan offend a noble with an unknown identity? Evan couldn't deny that Zhao Hai was a great noble of another country. This was tantamount to establishing a connection with the nobles of other countries. Even if the Purcell Duchy had some misfortune in the Oxu Empire in the future, they could still go to other countries to seek protection. The nobles of the Ark continent had such a characteristic. If you were a noble of the Oxu Empire and committed a crime in the Oxu Empire, then you could go to other countries to seek protection. However, you would need at least 5 nobles with the title of Earl or above to act as a guarantor. Evan's idea of establishing connections with nobles of other countries came after seeing the situation of the Buddha clan. It must be said that the Buddha clan was very prosperous in the past, but because they had only been nobles for a short time, their strength wasn't strong enough, and they also didn't have any connections with foreign nobles. Therefore, even if they were punished by the Oxu Empire, they could only stay in the Oxu Empire and couldn't go abroad to seek protection. There was no country that would offend the Oxu Empire for a new noble like the Buddha clan. They didn't have any connections abroad, so they couldn't find a guarantor. It was precisely because of the Buddha clan's situation that Evan felt a sense of crisis. This was why he wanted to establish a relationship with foreign nobles. With such an idea, Evan naturally couldn't let anything happen to Zhao Hai. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Mr. certainly can't have an accident." "What do you mean?" Laura coldly snorted and said, "Yesterday, I spoke to Father. Father's meaning is very clear. Everything we have in the Purcell Duchy is our own hard work. Now, we can no longer be regarded as people of the Marquis del clan. Mr. Zhao Hai has saved my life, so how could I not help Mr.?" Evan nodded and said, "That's good. The Marquis del clan isn't easy to deal with. For this matter, the 3 of us need to unite. I can't say anything to Mr., so you have to go. You can tell Mr. that Mr.'s matter is our Purcell clan's matter. Mr. can rest assured." Laura let out a long breath and smiled. "Uncle Evan, I'm relieved. I will certainly pass on your words to Mr. In fact, Mr. isn't afraid of the Marquis del clan. As long as the Marquis del clan doesn't send a rank 9 expert, then they wouldn't be able to touch Mr.'s wealth. However, I'm afraid that the Marquis del clan will be pushed too far. If they are pushed too far, then they wouldn't be able to do anything." Evan calmly nodded and said, "This matter is really troublesome. In the past, our Purcell clan had 2 god consecrators. But now, Wind St. Buffy has gone to the Carrion Swamp. It's been a long time, but he hasn't returned. I'm afraid that his situation bodes ill rather than well. As a result, our clan has lost a portion of its strength. This matter is really difficult to handle, but I ask Mr. to rest assured. If the Marquis del clan really dares to send a rank 9 expert, then even if I have to give up my authority, I will still ask the god consecrators to act." Laura nodded, then she sighed and said, "This is just the worst-case scenario. I just wanted to inform Uncle Evan first so that he can prepare for it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed. Evan nodded and looked at Laura, "You also need to prepare yourself. This time, even if the Marquis del clan doesn't dare to deal with Mr. Zhao Hai, they will certainly make a move on you. Mr.'s target is small, so they wouldn't dare to make a move on our Purcell clan. However, you have too many shops, and your stalls are a bit too big. They might come to deal with you." Laura nodded and said, "My manpower is indeed a bit tight. But when I went to Mr.'s place, Mr. told me that if I have any problems, Mr. can send people to help. However, the people that Mr. sends are all undead. I'm a bit scared, so I didn't let them go. This time, I have to be thick-skinned and ask for help. Evan smiled and said, undead creatures aren't bad, sometimes they are more useful than humans. I really envy Mr. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't have the talent to learn magic, I would have wanted to become a dark mage. Right, Laura, you have been in contact with Mr. a lot. Tell me, what kind of person is Mr.? When Laura heard Evan, she couldn't help but smile and said, Mr. is a good person, but he is also a very traditional dark mage. He wears a dark mage's robe and has more undead than people. He doesn't like to meet people, but his heart is very good. Moreover, I feel that Mr.'s age isn't very old. I'm afraid that he isn't as old as Uncle Evan. Evan listened to Laura and couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Laura and said, is what you said true? Mr.'s age doesn't seem as old as mine? Laura nodded and said, although I haven't seen Mr.'s appearance, but listening to Mr.'s voice, he shouldn't be that old. Evan nodded, but his heart was secretly startled. At the same time, he was more determined to stand by Xiao Hai's side. He had been outside before, so he was very clear about the strength of dark mages. In the outside world, a rank 6 dark mage was considered a great expert. Famous mercenary groups would fight over them, and even some small nobles would fight over them. This was because the lethality of a dark mage was really great. And a young rank 8 dark mage was even more incredible. This meant that he had a great chance to become a rank 9 expert, the peak existence of the continent. There wouldn't be any harm in making friends with such a person. Yesterday, I had something to do, so I went out for a bit. I'm sorry, everyone. There was a reason why Laura said this to Evan. She was afraid that Evan wouldn't agree to the cooperation, but she also revealed Xiao Hai's age. This way, Evan would understand Xiao Hai's importance. If a rank 9 expert was willing to help him before he reached rank 9, then once he reaches rank 9, the benefits would be too great. Any great clan wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Although Laura and Evan didn't see Xiao Hai personally make a move, Garan and the others had dealt with Xiao Hai. It wasn't only Laura who knew, but Evan also knew. When Garan and the others disappeared, Evan had a general understanding of Xiao Hai's strength. Laura knew more than Evan, so she was now trying her best to promote the alliance between Evan and Xiao Hai. Only when the three of them were truly united, then they wouldn't need to fear anyone. In terms of government, the Purcell clan was there to support them. In terms of business, Laura was there to support them. Xiao Hai was the one who stood behind them. He could provide them with the most powerful assistance. The three of them together would be a strong alliance. Evan looked at Laura and suddenly smiled. Little Laura, you are such a crafty girl. But I still want to thank you. If you didn't tell me, then I wouldn't have known about Mr.'s strength. But even if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have let anything happen to Mr. You should go see Mr. as soon as possible and tell Xingquang about our agreement. The Marquis Del clan's strength is formidable, so we must settle this matter as soon as possible. This way, we can truly contend with the Marquis Del clan. Laura stood up and said, that's good. I'll go see Mr. in a moment. Uncle, please prepare here. If I go see Mr. and something happens at home, I'll have to ask Uncle to help. Evan also stood up. He laughed and said, don't worry, nothing will happen. You can go. Laura nodded, then she turned around and left. As soon as Laura came out of the Grand Duke's mansion, a servant who had been waiting outside immediately went to Laura's carriage and told her what had happened in Faith Mansion. Laura sat in the carriage and quietly listened. When the servant finished speaking, Laura nodded and said, very good. Grandpa Quinn John handled it very well. You can go back and tell Grandpa Quinn John that I will be going to Stony Mountain. The servant complied and then left. Laura nodded. Laura turned to Cyril, who was next to the carriage, and said, Cyril, go see Mr. at Stony Mountain. Cyril complied and immediately had the coachman to drive the carriage directly out of Casa City and go straight to Stony Mountain. Laura wasn't worried now. Elodia and the others were at Faith Mansion. With Quinn John overseeing things, she didn't need to worry about anything. Even if something really happened, Evan was there, and those people would leave Casa City. This morning, Laura had near released the eagle virtuous phantasms that Xiao Hai had given her. As long as the wind falcons left the mansion, they would all be shot down. It could be said that even if Elodia and the others wanted to get in touch with the outside world, there was no way to do so. Laura also believed that Quinn John had already begun to investigate the people who had come in contact with Elodia and the others yesterday. Quinn John wouldn't let these people go. Now, they were going to detain Elodia and the others here. Once they were ready, they would deal with Elodia and the others. Laura wasn't worried about the situation here in Casa City. This time, Carlo was too confident. He thought that as long as he sent a steward, Laura wouldn't dare to not cooperate. He simply didn't think that Laura, who had been operating in Casa City for so many years, now had a lot of strength. She simply didn't need to be afraid of him. This time, Carlo had miscalculated. This was also a reasonable matter. These years, the Marquis del clan's life had been smooth sailing. Coupled with their formidable strength, no one dared to oppose them. This made them unconsciously produce a sense of superiority, thinking that no one would go against their will. But they didn't expect that this time, they would run into thorns. Near looked at Laura's appearance and said, "Young lady, you don't need to be so anxious. I think it would be better to use the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms to send a letter to Mr. I don't think Mr. would oppose it." Laura looked at Near and smiled. "Silly girl, how can sending a letter be the same as personally seeing him? This matter is very important. We still have to personally see Mr. Zhao Hai." Near smiled and said, "I just think that we are being too polite." "Didn't Mr. say that we don't need to be polite with him?" Laura smiled and said, "Silly girl, being polite with Mr. is something that should be done. Moreover, people are more intimate with each other. We should always walk around with Mr. here, so that we can be more intimate." Near looked at Laura's appearance and smiled. "Young lady still wants to be closer to Mr. I think it would be better to be closer to Mr. Laura laughed and scolded her. At this time, Laura suddenly heard a scream from outside, followed by Searle's flustered and exasperated voice. "Protect the young lady. Quickly leave." At this time, they heard the sound of wind breaking through the air. Laura was a knight, so when she heard this sound, she knew that it was the sound of arrows. It was the sound of arrows being used in a large-scale attack. Laura wasn't worried about the arrows. Her carriage had been modified with the best materials, so the arrows simply couldn't penetrate it. What worried Laura was that the number of arrows seemed to be a lot. It seemed that the number of people attacking them wasn't small. Laura didn't move. She looked at the pale-faced Near and smiled. "Don't worry, it's all right." Then she turned her head and shouted, "Searle, how many people are there?" Searle said, "I don't know. They are still shooting arrows in the woods, and they haven't come out yet. Young lady, I think we should hurry up. As long as we reach Mr., we will be safe." Laura said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It seems that Fifth Uncle didn't just send Elodia's group." "Good, Fifth Uncle, you really did it." Laura knew that Carlo was a gloomy person. This time, she was afraid that he had come up with a strategy of building a plank road in the open while secretly crossing the Chen Sung Road in the open. The open one was Elodia, while the hidden one was unknown. However, it couldn't be an ordinary person. Otherwise, Carlo wouldn't feel at ease to let him handle things for him. Near said, "Young lady, what do we do now? Will there be any problems at home?" Laura shook her head and said, "There won't be any problems at home. Even if Fifth Uncle's courage is big, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Casa City. That would be like slapping the Purcell clan's face. He would have to be prepared to fight the Purcell clan to the death. Fifth Uncle doesn't have such courage, and even Grandpa doesn't have such courage. This time, someone must have seen what happened in the mansion this morning, so they deliberately came out to teach us a lesson." Near nodded and said, "So, we won't be in danger?" Laura shook her head and said, "That's hard to say. They also know that right now, everything in Casa City is under my command. As long as I'm removed, Father won't be in charge. Even if Grandpa Quinn John wants to manage things, he won't have the right to do so. They will naturally be free to do whatever they want. Well, no matter what, I want to see if they can really keep me here." At this time, several screams were heard. Laura heard Searle, who was guarding the carriage, exclaim, "What's wrong?" Searle said, "Young lady, it seems that someone is helping us. Those screams just now came from the woods. It seems that someone is fighting with the people who attacked us." Laura said, protect the carriage. Don't move. Perhaps the enemy is leading you there. No matter who is helping us, just protect the carriage. Searle complied. More and more screams came from the forest. Not long after, a whistle was heard from the forest. Then, a large group of people rushed out from the forest. These people who rushed out of the woods were dressed as mercenaries. These people were holding weapons as they rushed towards the carriage. However, Searle noticed that behind these people, there were some people wearing black warriors' clothes chasing after them. These people's weapons were mainly swords. At first glance, one could see that they were death warriors. Although Searle didn't know where these death warriors came from to help them, it was still a good thing. He left more than 20 men to protect the carriage, not daring to leave even half a step. Seeing that the mercenaries were getting closer and closer, Searle and the others unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. But at this moment, a deep eagle cry was heard from the sky. Before Searle could understand what was going on, he felt the sky turn dark. Then, a large group of eagles appeared in the sky and swooped down. Searle was about to be on guard when he realized that the eagles weren't coming for them, but for the mercenaries. This was the first time that Searle saw the fighting strength of these eagles. They were too strong. As the eagles swooped down, Searle saw with his own eyes that an eagle's 2 claws grabbed a mercenary's head. The man screamed as the eagle grabbed him and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The other eagles did the same. Some of them were just one eagle, while others were a few eagles working together. They grabbed a person and flew high into the sky, but didn't let him go. Instead, they flew towards the direction of Stony Mountain. After a while, he couldn't see anyone dressed as mercenaries. As for the death warriors, they didn't approach the carriage. Instead, they bowed to Searle from a distance and then retreated back into the woods. Searle was in a daze when he heard a voice behind him. It's Mister's people. Let's go to Stony Mountain. Searle turned his head and saw that it was Laura. He didn't know when Laura had stood behind him. Searle quickly complied and then went to protect the carriage as they walked towards Stony Mountain. When Laura heard the eagle cry, she had already come out of the carriage. As soon as she heard the eagle cry, Laura knew that Zhao Hai had sent people. However, she didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually send so many eagles. Bookmark, click, recommend, don't miss a single one. Everyone, please help me. Laura's heart was constantly churning. She was very clear about what those eagles were. They were virtuous phantasms. Zhao Hai didn't have any virtuous phantasms in the beginning, but after she gave him 5 virtuous phantasms, Zhao Hai had them. To be honest, the fact that Zhao Hai was able to hatch those virtuous phantasms in such a short time and even cause them to mutate was beyond Laura's expectations. She didn't think that those virtuous phantasms could reproduce in large quantities. However, those eagles were exactly the same as the eagle virtuous phantasms that Zhao Hai gave her. She didn't believe that they weren't virtuous phantasms. If this was really the case, then Zhao Hai's ability would have to be re-evaluated. Virtuous phantasms and magic beasts were different. As long as magic beasts were in estrus, they would mate and give birth. Virtuous phantasms, on the other hand, wouldn't give birth on their own. They would only give birth under the command of their master. Moreover, the first birth would have a great impact on the strength of the virtuous phantasms. It was precisely because of this that the number of virtuous phantasms on the continent was very small. Breeding a large number of virtuous phantasms not only required a large amount of energy from the master to support the reproduction of the virtuous phantasms, but it would also affect the offspring of the virtuous phantasms. If the virtuous phantasms bred too frequently, their strength would degenerate. As for the 5 virtuous phantasms that she gave to Zhao Hai, in just a few days, Zhao Hai was able to hatch them and reproduce them in large quantities. Moreover, those virtuous phantasms not only didn't degenerate, but instead became even stronger. This really surprised her. A potion that could accelerate the growth of plants and a method to breed a large number of virtuous phantasms. If these 2 things were taken out, people on the continent would fight over them. Thinking of this, Laura couldn't help but think of the fire fishes in Zhao Hai's courtyard. Before, she had always thought that Zhao Hai had gotten the fire fishes from somewhere else. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. It was possible that Zhao Hai had used the fire fishes in Bluestone Villa to breed them. Laura couldn't help but feel excited. She now understood why Xiao Hai wanted magic beasts. Moreover, he wanted all kinds of magic beasts. If her guess was true, then Xiao Hai could really breed a large number of magic beasts, then everything would be explained. Xiao Hai wanted magic beasts for breeding purposes. Not only could reproduction magic bring in a large amount of gold coins, but it could also increase one's fighting strength. If that was the case, as long as Xiao Hai was given time, Xiao Hai's strength would continue to increase. It was hard to say what level he would reach in the end. Then Laura thought of the blue-eyed rabbits. Now, how could Xiao Hai produce so many blue-eyed rabbits? This would explain it. Laura let out a long breath, but her heart was turned upside down. There was no way for her to calm down. Xiao Hai's ability was really too attractive. If others were to know that he had such an ability, she feared that they would definitely come to snatch it. Not to mention anything else, the Taoyuan products were already attracting people's attention, not to mention these two heaven-defying abilities. Thinking of this, Laura couldn't help but shiver. Nier looked at her and thought that she was cold. She quickly asked, "Young lady, are you cold?" Laura shook her head and said, "I'm not cold." "Cyril, pass down my orders. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If I hear any news about what happened today, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Cyril nodded and said, "All right." Cyril complied and passed down the order. Laura didn't say such words to Nier. Nier was with her every day, so even if she wanted to say it, she had nowhere to go. Not long after, the carriage arrived at Stony Mountain. Green was still waiting for Laura at the foot of the mountain. Laura didn't ask Green about the matter of saving her. She thought that it would be better to ask Xiao Hai about it. After the carriage arrived at the manor, Laura followed Nier to the living room. Xiao Hai was waiting for them inside. After greeting each other, Laura said to Xiao Hai, "Thank you, mister, for your help today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been in danger." Xiao Hai chuckled and waved his hand. "Young lady is too polite. Even if I didn't act today, young lady would have been fine. Those people wouldn't have been able to stop young lady." Laura smiled faintly. "That's hard to say. In any case, I still have to thank Mr. Today, I came here to tell Mr. about a matter. The Purcell clan's patriarch, Grand Duke Evan, has said that he is willing to form an alliance with us to deal with the Marquis del clan." Xiao Hai froze for a moment and then frowned. Of course, his face was blocked so Laura couldn't see it. Laura only saw Xiao Hai and didn't show any excitement. After a while, Xiao Hai said, "Is the matter very serious?" Laura smiled bitterly and told Xiao Hai about her worries. She also told Xiao Hai about the matter she discussed with Evan. Xiao Hai frowned and quietly listened. He didn't think that the matter would be so serious that even Evan would be involved. After Laura finished speaking, she saw that Xiao Hai still didn't move. She smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. I'm not exaggerating, but I understand the people of the Marquis del clan. For their own benefits, they don't care about feelings. Mr. should have already guessed that the people who attacked me today were sent by my fifth uncle." Xiao Hai knew about this point. The people who attacked Laura had already been captured by the Eagles and brought to Bluestone Villa. However, these people had already been killed by the Eagles. Xiao Hai didn't waste time and turned them into undead. After interrogating them, the final result was that these people were all Carlo's subordinates. This time, a total of 120 people had come, led by Carlo's warrior Leo. Elodia was the front line, while Leo was the back line. One was in the light and the other was in the dark. They had come specifically for Xiao Hai. The front line wanted to get through Evan's joints, so that Evan wouldn't meddle in Xiao Hai's affairs. Then they would contact Xiao Hai and use benefits to make him stop cooperating with Laura and instead work with Carlo. As for the back line, if the front line didn't achieve the desired result, then the people in the back line would come forward. Regarding Carlo's approach, Xiao Hai had already expected it. However, he was still very angry. He and Carlo didn't know each other at all, and for the sake of benefits, Carlo actually wanted his life. How could Xiao Hai cooperate with such a person? After listening to Laura's words, Xiao Hai understood that this time, he was once again involved in trouble. Moreover, it was a big trouble. What annoyed him the most was that this trouble was caused by him. He didn't want to ally with Evan and didn't want to owe him a favor. However, this time, he had to face the Marquis del clan. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with them alone. The Marquis del clan's businesses were spread across half of the continent. Such a force was too formidable. Even if it was Laura and Evan, it could only be said that if the three of them joined forces, then they wouldn't need to fear the Marquis del clan. If he wanted to face them alone, then it would be no different than courting death. Thinking of this, Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, I ask you to tell Grand Duke Evan that we have formed an alliance. In the future, our three clans will be allies." Laura couldn't help but relax. She was afraid that Xianxia wouldn't agree. She knew that Xianxia was somewhat arrogant. If Xianxia didn't agree, then things would be troublesome. Xianxia looked at Laura's appearance and smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to have anything to do with the Purcell clan, but now that things have developed to this point, even if I don't want to, I can't help it. Miss Laura, I'll have to trouble you this time." Laura smiled and said, "That's nothing. Right now, we're bound together for good or ill. Mister, can Laura ask you a question?" Then she looked at Xianxia, her eyes flashing with light. When Xianxia saw her appearance, he couldn't help but stare, but he still said, "Miss, please ask." Laura looked at Xianxia and said, "The eagles that Mr. sent to me today, were they bred using the 5 virtuous phantasms?" This question seemed simple, but it wasn't easy to answer. When Xianxia heard Laura's question, he stared blankly. Looking at Laura's expression, he knew that Laura was suspicious. He had long thought that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. He took a deep breath and turned to Laura. "Miss Laura, I'm afraid this isn't the only thing you want to ask, right? If there's anything else, please say it all." Laura's heart skipped a beat, but when she heard Xianxia's words, it didn't seem like he was angry. In the end, she clenched her teeth and nodded. "Mister, I do have a lot of things I want to ask you. I don't know if it's convenient." Then she turned to look at Green, who was standing to the side, not saying a word. Xianxia understood what she meant. He smiled and said, "Miss, please speak. There are no outsiders here." Laura nodded. She looked at Xianxia and said, "I want to know if Mister has a medicine that can accelerate the growth of plants. Do you have a method to breed virtuous phantasms and spirit beasts without degeneration? Lastly, I want to know Mister's true identity." Laura had already decided that she wanted to lay her cards on the table with Xianxia. After this cooperation, she and Xianxia would be grasshoppers on the same rope. Therefore, she needed to know these things. Xianxia looked at Laura and didn't speak. Green suddenly said, "If Miss Laura really wants to know about this matter, it won't be difficult. As long as Miss Laura agrees to one of our conditions, we can tell you about this matter." Xianxia stared blankly for a moment. Laura's eyes narrowed as she said, "Please, Mister." Green said, "Marry the young master." Laura stared blankly. Xianxia turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green." Green didn't agree. Instead, he looked at Laura and said, "As long as Miss Laura marries the young master's identity and all his secrets will be revealed to you. If Miss Laura doesn't agree, then I'm sorry, but we will immediately withdraw from the Purcell Duchy. No one will be able to find us, and we won't be able to tell you the young master's identity. Bookmark, click, recommend, everyone, please help." Laura didn't think that Green would actually make such a request. She froze for a moment, then her face turned red. This condition was too sudden, too unexpected. Although the Ark continent wasn't like ancient China, where women didn't pay attention to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, there were a lot of rules. In the Ark continent, men and women could be said to be equal. In large clans, not only did men have the right to inherit, even women had the right to inherit. Marriage was also relatively free. Just like Ryan Purcell, if he didn't like Xianxia, he could bring it up to his family. Then his family would find a way to break off the engagement. This was normal. But now, when marriage was suddenly mentioned, it was too sudden for a girl. For a moment, besides being shy, Laura forgot everything else. Green looked at Laura's appearance and smiled. "Miss Laura, please rest assured. Our family's young master is less than 20 years old, the same age as Miss Laura. Moreover, he is also a noble, so he definitely wouldn't disgrace Miss Laura." Xianxia forced a smile. Grandpa Green, don't say it. Miss Laura, please don't mind it. If my identity is revealed, then it will bring you a lot of trouble. When the time comes, I'm afraid that even if we form an alliance with the Purcell clan, we still won't be able to protect me. I asked Miss Laura to stop asking. Laura was stunned. She really didn't think that Zhao Hai would say such a thing. Was his identity really that troublesome? Suddenly, Laura thought of Zhao Hai's name for Green. In the past, when Laura came, Zhao Hai would call Green Brother Lin. This was a very common name on the continent, nothing special, so Laura didn't care. But just now, Zhao Hai was anxious and called Green by his name. Although the name Green wasn't special, when she thought of Zhao Hai's identity and Green's strength, Laura suddenly thought of a clan. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mr. surnamed Buddha? Is this the spiritual wind warrior Mr. Green?" "That's not right. Didn't Mr. drink the water of nothingness? How can you use magic?" Zhao Hai and Green were also surprised. They didn't think that Laura would be so smart, guessing their identity just by calling them names. Zhao and Green looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Green took off the helmet that covered his entire face and threw it aside. He looked at Laura and smiled. "Miss Laura is worthy of being called a proud daughter of heaven. You're really smart. You actually guessed our identity from the young master's words. You're really amazing." Laura smiled and said, "You're really smart." Zhao Hai also took off the hat on his magic robe and smiled bitterly. "I didn't think that in the end, I would be the one to reveal a flaw. Miss Laura, let me reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Hai Buddha, formerly known as Adam Buddha, but now I've changed my name. This is my chief steward, Green Buddha. This is my maid, Grandpa Green's granddaughter, Meg Buddha. The last time you came, the one who cooked for you was Meg's grandmother, Meg Buddha." As he spoke, Zhao Hai stood up and introduced Laura. Green and the others also saluted Laura. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and stared blankly. She really didn't think that she'd actually guessed right. The people living here were actually people from the Buddha clan. Who would have thought that the Buddha clan, who had been driven to the Black Waste, would suddenly appear here and live so freely? Laura looked at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was still wearing his magic robe, his hat had been taken off. This made Zhao Hai lose his sense of mystery. On the contrary, Laura felt that the current Zhao Hai was even more attractive. A sense of mystery could attract women, but women wouldn't like a man who was too mysterious because they didn't have a sense of security. Laura was attracted to Zhao Hai's mysteriousness, but the reason why Laura had feelings for Zhao Hai before was because of Zhao Hai's character. What kind of character Zhao Hai was, Laura had come to understand after several contacts. But because Zhao Hai was too mysterious, Laura didn't dare to have a deeper contact with him. Now that she could finally see Zhao Hai's appearance, she could see that Zhao Hai's stature wasn't very tall. If he stood next to Laura, he would obviously be shorter than her. His face was very white, and he looked thin and weak. In addition, he had the character of a bookworm in her previous life, which made him look gentle and gentle. But Laura could feel an optimistic and persevering temperament from Zhao Hai's body. This was what Laura appreciated the most about Zhao Hai. After Laura got up and saluted Zhao Hai, they all sat down. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. "Miss Laura, do you now know why I don't want to have any contact with the Purcell clan? Moreover, if my identity were to be known by outsiders, not only would I be unable to protect myself, even Miss Laura would be implicated. Therefore, I can only hide here." Laura sternly replied, "Mr. worries too much. Laura's life was saved by Mr., so why would I be afraid of being implicated? If it weren't for Mr., Laura wouldn't be where she is today." "Mr., please don't say such things." Zhao Hai shook his head. "Miss, you might be wondering why I can still use black magic after drinking the water of nothingness. In fact, although I drank the water of nothingness, I gained another ability. I am now a divergent warlock." Divergent warlocks were a group of people with the least number of combat professions on the continent. They were also the most mysterious group of people. No one knew how divergent warlocks were born, and no one knew how they cultivated. There was no way to learn divergent warlocks. It didn't depend on one's bloodline or aptitude. There was no way to practice it, and there was no complete system. Even a slave could become a divergent warlock. The abilities of divergent warlocks were very strange. Some of them couldn't be used in battle, while some of them were very strong. If black magicians were the people on the continent that people didn't want to provoke, then divergent warlocks were people that even black magicians didn't want to provoke. At first, Zhao Hai didn't know that divergent warlocks existed on the continent. But later on, he learned that divergent warlocks were like the X-Men movies he saw on Earth. They were people with special abilities, mutants. On Earth, mutants and special abilities were only things that existed in legends. But on the Ark continent, mutants were real. Moreover, they were the same as other combat professions. They had their own identity and status. They were different from black magicians. Aristocrats generally didn't like to invite black magicians, but divergent warlocks were very popular. Strictly speaking, Zhao Hai's spatial ability was also a type of divergent warlock. But this divergent warlock was a bit strange. Zhao Hai didn't know where the spatial ability came from, but he was sure that it was related to the farm game he played. His understanding of spatial abilities was much more than other divergent warlocks. This was the biggest difference between him and other divergent warlocks. When Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, she relaxed. The divergent warlock profession wasn't restricted by any drugs. In the past, there were people who drank the water of nothingness and had a divergent warlock. Laura hadn't seen a divergent warlock. There were too few of them, so she curiously looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Is Mr.'s divergent warlock like black magic?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My divergent warlock is a bit strange. I can't explain it clearly in a short time, so I won't go into detail. But Miss Laura doesn't need to call me Mr. Just call me Zhao Hai." Laura smiled and said, "I'll call you Mr. In any case, I'm already used to it." "Right, Mister, if you have ancient magic tools, why didn't you use them when your family was in trouble? Also, didn't Mr. Green use one when you went to the Purcell clan? Do you still have ancient magic tools?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have any ancient magic tools. If I did, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. It's just a part of my divergent warlock." Laura sucked in a breath of cold air. Although she hadn't seen a divergent warlock, she knew that there were many kinds of divergent warlocks. Some divergent warlocks had great potential. At their strongest, they could even have the strength of a rank 9 expert. Some divergent warlocks didn't have much use. For example, someone who could use their skin to read. Other than being able to read with their eyes closed, they didn't have any other use. They didn't have any fighting strength. Not to mention how many kinds of abilities Zhao Hai's divergent warlock had, just this one ability was enough to make people envious. It was equivalent to an ancient magic tool. However, Laura still wanted to confirm it, so she uncertainly asked Zhao Hai, "Mister, do you mean that this ability of yours is like an ancient magic tool that can transmit people to Stony Mountain?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not that easy. This ability has a lot of restrictions. First of all, the person has to be someone I absolutely trust. Then, they have to bring a medium with them so that I can send them away. If it were that easy, then wouldn't I be holed up here?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai say this, she nodded. Then her face turned red. She had just heard Zhao Hai say that Zhao Hai absolutely trusted someone. Only someone close to Zhao Hai could be trusted. She couldn't help but think of Green's words. Green was a shrewd old man. When he saw Laura's expression, he knew what she was thinking. He couldn't help but smile as he said to Laura, "Miss Laura, our identities are too sensitive. I hope you can keep this a secret for the young master." When Laura heard Green's words and saw his expression, her face turned even redder. However, Laura wasn't an ordinary girl, so she quickly calmed down and said, "Mr. Green, don't worry. I know what to do." Green smiled and said, "Miss Laura is too polite. Don't call me Mr. Green. Just call me Green. Like the young master, you can also call me Grandpa Green." Laura's face turned even redder, but she still whispered, "Then Laura won't be polite. Later on, I'll call you Grandpa Green." However, her voice was very low. Bookmark, click, recommend, everyone support me. Green seemed very happy, he laughed and said, "Good, very good. Later on, you can call me Grandpa Green, ha 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 ha." Zhao Hai patted his head, he was completely speechless. He wasn't a fool, he certainly knew why Green was so happy. Laura was willing to call him Grandpa Green, it meant that she had some feelings for him. This was what made Green happy. If Xiao Hai could see it, then the others naturally could as well. Laura's face became redder, while Near snickered at the side. Meg, who was supposed to be angry, was now surprisingly not angry. Meg's life was very simple. She was a member of the Buddha clan, and everything she did was for the Buddha clan. Although she liked Xiao Hai, she also understood that it was impossible for Xiao Hai to only marry her. Not to mention Green and the others, even she herself wouldn't agree. The Buddha clan now needed heirs, a lot of heirs. Only in this way could they ensure the continuation of the Buddha clan. Therefore, Xiao Hai was destined to have many wives in the future. After all, the Buddha clan was now the public enemy of the Oxu Empire. If people were to know that she had a relationship with the Buddha clan, then Laura wouldn't have a good ending. Meg had a good impression of the Buddha clan. Meg didn't think that Laura's relationship with the Buddha clan would be good. In addition, this time, because of Xiao Hai, Laura had officially turned against the Marquis Del clan. This made Meg's good impression of Laura greatly increased. Through these few contacts, Meg also found that Laura was a very good person. She was very kind to people, and having such a young lady was good. Xiao Hai was now speechless. He couldn't understand when his charm had become so big that it could make his idol have a good impression of him. This really wasn't in his plan. Xiao Hai was an otaku, and the thing he hated the most was change. He didn't like things that were not in his control. Laura's matter was obviously not in his control. This made Xiao Hai really didn't know how to deal with it. At this time, Meg Lin also came in. As soon as she came in, she saw Green and Xiao Hai's original appearance. She couldn't help but change her expression. Green, young master, what's going on? Xiao Hai introduced Meg Lin to Laura. Miss Laura, this is Grandma Meg Lin. Laura immediately stood up and gave Meg Lin a salute. Greetings, Grandma Meg Lin. Grandma Meg Lin doesn't need to worry. I won't betray the Buddha clan. Meg Lin looked at the calm Xiao Hai and the smiling Green. She exchanged glances with Green and immediately understood Green's meaning. Her eyes shined as she looked at Laura. Good, good. Miss Laura is too polite. Right, today I made your favorite fire fish. Let's go and eat. She didn't care about Xiao Hai and pulled Laura to the dining room. Laura's face turned red. She really couldn't stand Meg Lin's affectionate eyes, but she had no other choice. Xiao Hai stood up and followed the smiling Green to the dining room. After sitting down in the dining room, Meg Lin brought out the dishes, including Laura's favorite fire fish. Moreover, there were 4 of them. During the meal, it wasn't only Marine who kept persuading Laura, but also Meg. Laura could feel the change in Meg's attitude towards her, but she really couldn't understand why. According to her thoughts, Meg should hate her more, but now it seemed like she didn't hate her at all. Meg didn't seem to have any hostility towards her. Meg didn't seem to hate her at all. Xiao Hai was speechless as he finished eating the meal. When the group returned to the living room, Laura said, Mister, this time I came here to ask for Mister's help. Although I won't have any problems in Casa City, as long as I leave the city, I will be in danger. I'm not afraid of Mister laughing at me, but the strength in my hands isn't enough to guarantee my safety. Therefore, I would like to ask Mister for some people to bring back. Is that possible? After this meal, Xiao Hai had thought it through. In any case, he still needed to see Laura's future development. If he said that he didn't have any thoughts about Laura, then it would be unrealistic. Now that he had the qualifications to chase after his former idol, if he didn't chase after her, then he would be sorry for himself. After letting go of the knot in his heart, Xiao Hai became more free and easy. He smiled and said, Call me Xiao Hai or Brother Hai. I think I'm older than you. Of course, people won't be a problem, but you also know that those people are undead. They won't bring you any trouble, right? Laura shook her head and said, There won't be any problems. I already talked to Grand Duke Evan, and he also agreed to let me bring some undead back. Xiao Hai nodded, then he turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, what do you think about Drunk and the others bringing 200 people? Miss Laura, is 200 people enough? Laura nodded and said, It's enough, it's enough. Brother Hai, just call me Laura. You don't need to call me Miss Laura. When she called Brother Hai, Laura's face turned red, but she quickly returned to normal. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Green. Green knew what Zhao Hai meant, so he nodded and said, "Alright, I think it'll be good to have Drunk and the others bring some people. They haven't walked around the continent for a long time, so most people wouldn't be able to recognize them. If we let Zhao Hai and the others go, then they might be recognized." Zhao Hai nodded, then he called Drunk and the others over. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the courtyard of Bluestone Villa. After Drunk and the others came back from the Carrion Swamp, Zhao Hai arranged for them to stay in Iron Mountain Fort. This time, they would be sent from the transmission point of Iron Mountain Fort to the transmission point of Bluestone Villa. Zhao Hai didn't need to go to the space to do this, as long as he gave the order, the space would do it. Seeing Drunk appear in the courtyard, Zhao turned to Laura and said, "This Drunk is the man from the immortal mercenary group that attacked you the first time, but he was subdued by me and turned from a skeleton into a zombie. Now, his fighting strength is equivalent to that of a 7th level mage, so he should be able to help you. The 200 people who came with him are the mercenaries that followed Garan to deal with me. Most of them are warriors, but they have the strength of a 7th level mage. They are also zombies, so when they attack, they can release corpse poison attacks, so they should be able to help you. This time, I have already turned Carlo's men into undead creatures, but I was afraid that they would cause you trouble, so I didn't let them go with you." Laura didn't think that Zhao Hai had subdued the immortal mercenary group. She thought that Zhao Hai had let the immortal mercenary group run away. Now that she heard what Zhao Hai said, she couldn't help but be curious. Are they really from the immortal mercenary group? Are they outside? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, there are 208 of them outside. But those mercenaries originally followed Garan to attack me. Now that they have become undead, it's easy to recognize them. I think it's better to turn them into skeletons so that no one can recognize them." This was one of the abilities of the undead that Zhao Hai recently discovered. When the space turned all the skeletons into zombies, Zhao Hai was still having a headache. This was because the transformation of the undead might arouse suspicion. However, only Alien didn't change. Zhao Hai thought that the space was smart enough to know that Alien was his mount, so it didn't change. Later on, he discovered that Alien could also turn into zombies, but Alien seemed to be very smart. It didn't turn into a zombie, but instead kept its skeleton form. After several experiments, Zhao Hai understood that the undead had been modified by the space, so they could transform into zombies and skeletons. When Laura and the others came out of the house, Cyril and the others were standing foolishly in the courtyard. There was no other way. The courtyard suddenly flashed with white light, and then a group of mercenaries appeared in the courtyard. Before they could react, the mercenaries, except for the ones wearing magic robes, had all turned into skeletons in an instant. Cyril and the others understood that the mercenaries weren't living people, but undead. Laura didn't see this situation. When she came out, she only saw 8 magicians leading 200 skeleton mercenaries. Laura curiously looked at the 8 magicians, but in the end, she couldn't see anything. Drunk and the others wore black magic robes that covered their faces, so Laura couldn't see anything. However, Laura still turned to Cyril and the others and said, "Everything that you see here is not to be divulged. Do you understand?" Han Er and the others hurriedly complied. These people had always followed Laura and were carefully selected by her. They were the people she trusted the most and were willing to die for her at any time. That was why she had brought them to Bluestone Villa. Zhao Hai was now wearing his magic robe's hat, so when he heard Laura, he didn't say anything. Laura looked at them for a while and found that she couldn't see anything, so she followed Zhao Hai and the others back into the house. After the group sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "If there's anything you need, be sure to tell me. I still have some people here, so I can transfer them over at any time." "Right, this time I have something I need your help with. This is something I drew. When you go back, find someone to help me make it." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out 2 drawings of a marriage certificate and gave them to Laura. On the drawings, there were requirements for the words printed on the marriage certificate. Laura took the drawings and looked at them. She quickly understood what they were for. Laura curiously looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what are you doing with this?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. There's someone in my territory who is getting married, so I gave this to him, hee hee. When the Buddha clan entered the Black Wasteland, they brought 100 slaves with them. Laura thought that Zhao Hai had turned those slaves into undead, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Sorry, I'm a bit late. My head seems to have been filled with paste today. It wasn't easy to rush out a chapter. Everyone looked at it first, then worked hard to write the next chapter. When Laura came down from Stony Mountain, in addition to the guards, there were also 208 undead behind her. Aside from the 8 magicians, the rest of the undead were all warriors. Their speed was very fast, and they dashed behind Laura and the others. They weren't any slower than Laura's galloping horses. Laura didn't pay attention to the undead. She was looking at the marriage certificate that Zhao Hai had given her. This marriage certificate was very simple to make. It only needed to be made of thick and strong paper. It needed to be read and printed with golden words. The format was also very simple, and the number of words wasn't many. But Laura was looking at it for a while. Nier looked at Laura with a puzzled expression. She really didn't understand what was so good about a piece of paper. She also saw the things on the paper. It was very simple, nothing great. Nier didn't understand, but Laura was very clear. Although this piece of paper didn't represent anything, the things on the paper represented a lot of things. There had never been a marriage certificate on the continent. When people got married, the ceremony was complete. Although there was a marriage certificate, it was only an engagement certificate. After marriage, there was no such thing. Zhao Hai's marriage certificate proved that the two were legally husband and wife. The most important point was that if the two didn't get along, they could take this certificate to Zhao Hai for a divorce. As long as they divorced, the two were no longer husband and wife. If it was before, Laura would think that this thing was useless. Zhao Hai wouldn't practice monogamy, so what was the use of such a piece of paper? But when Zhao Hai gave this marriage certificate to Laura, she thought too much about it. Nier couldn't stand it anymore. She waved at Laura and said, "Young lady, have you seen enough? You've been looking at it since we came out of Stony Mountain. It's been more than an hour." Laura recovered and blushed. She quickly received the blueprint and looked at Nier and said, "Nier, why did Brother Hai give me this blueprint?" Nier looked at Laura and said, "Why do you think Brother Hai gave me this blueprint?" Nier wasn't stupid. She understood Laura's meaning. She looked at Laura with bad intentions and said, "Young lady, are you thinking of love?" Brother Hai, Brother Hai. Mister told you to call him Brother Hai, so you really called him Brother Hai. Shameless. The relationship between Laura and Nier wasn't something that had only existed for a day or two. Only Nier could talk to Laura like this. Laura wasn't angry at all. Instead, she blushed and said, "You dead girl, if I really marry Brother Hai, you won't be able to run away. Perhaps Brother Hai will be even more fond of you with your cute appearance." Nier's face turned red. The two laughed and joked. Not long after, they arrived outside Casa City. The guards at the city gate saw Laura bring back so many undead. They felt strange, but since they had received orders from Evan, they didn't stop them and directly let them pass. Laura's action this time caused quite a stir in Casa City. Daring to bring a large number of undead so blatantly through the streets was really rare. Laura and the others were surrounded by onlookers. Fortunately, the people of the continent knew that black mages could use skeletons, so no one was afraid. Laura arrogantly brought the undead into the city. In fact, it was intentional. She believed that Carlo already knew that the people who attacked Laura were dead. Although Carlo was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. It was impossible for him to only send 2 people, one in the open and one in the dark. He must have other spies. This time, Laura brought back so many undead. Those spies would immediately understand that Laura was completely on Zhao Hai's side. Since Casa City's guards allowed them to enter, they would understand that the Purcell clan was also on their side. This was actually a demonstration. Soon, the carriage arrived at Faith Mansion. Faith Mansion wasn't very big, so it was still crowded with more than 200 undead. However, Quinn John had already received the news, so he had made some arrangements in advance. In addition to Drunk and the others, who were given rooms, the rest of the undead were arranged to be near the mansion's walls. In any case, they didn't feel cold. Standing near the walls was like a row of statues, but these statues looked a bit scary. When Alodia saw that Laura had returned with so many undead, he felt that things weren't good. Although he didn't know much about Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a weak black mage. Now that Laura had gone out and brought back so many undead, it must be related to Zhao Hai. Moreover, why did Laura bring back so many undead at this time? They didn't seem to be low-level undead. Was she really ready to break off relations with the clan? While he was thinking, a servant suddenly came to find Alodia and said that Laura wanted to see him. Alodia composed himself, straightened his clothes, and went to Laura's study. As soon as he arrived at the door of the study, Alodia froze. Two skeletons were standing in front of Laura's study, one on the left and one on the right. They looked like they were carved from black jade. In addition to the two skeletons, Searle was also standing there. When he saw Alodia, Searle's face sank. He said to Alodia, "Steward Alodia, the young lady invites you in." Alodia looked at Searle's face and knew that something had happened today. Alodia could almost guess what had happened. It must be that Leo had seen him trapped in the mansion and had taken action, but it didn't seem to be successful. Alodia nodded and walked towards the study, but his face was somewhat ugly. When he arrived at the study, he saw that there was no one else besides Laura, Quinn-John, and Mir. Alodia bowed to Laura and said, "Greetings, young lady." Laura sat behind the desk and looked at him. "Since you've come to my mansion, you must abide by the rules of my mansion. Otherwise, even Fifth Uncle can't save you. As long as you abide by the rules of my mansion, I won't do anything to you. Do you remember my words?" Alodia looked at Laura and said, "Young lady, we are also the servants of the fifth young master. We came here to visit the young lady, not to serve the young lady. Now that we've seen the young lady, this little one wants to go back. I ask for the young lady's permission." Laura looked at Alodia and said, "Let's stay in the mansion for a while. The outside world hasn't been peaceful. Today, when I left the mansion, I was attacked. Moreover, the strength of those people wasn't weak. If I let you go now and something really happened, I wouldn't be able to explain it to Fifth Uncle. After a while, when things are peaceful, I will let you go back. That's all, withdraw. You're dismissed." When Alodia heard Laura say this, his eyelids unconsciously jumped. He was very clear about Laura's meaning. Laura was warning him, as well as threatening him. Warning him that his people had attacked her, but she was still alive and well. Therefore, their attack had failed. She threatened him, saying that the outside world wasn't peaceful. If he left Casa City, she would kill him, and his death would be in vain. Alodia wasn't a fool. He knew that he was now in Laura's domain, and that he couldn't fight against her. He hadn't thought that Laura's strength would be so strong. Now, he could only hope that Carlo would quickly get the news so that he could save them. As early as this morning, when they were beaten back by Quinn-John, Alodia had used a wind falcon to inform Carlo. He thought that Carlo should have received the news by now, but he didn't think that the wind falcons he released had become rations for the eagle virtuous phantasms. However, Laura couldn't rob all of the wind falcons that flew out of Casa City. Doing so would offend a lot of people. Therefore, Laura knew that Carlo should have received the news soon. After she returned, she didn't personally go to the Grand Duke's mansion. Instead, she sent someone to the Grand Duke's mansion to inform Grand Duke Evan that Zhao Hai had agreed to the alliance. She believed that after Grand Duke Evan heard this news, he would understand what to do. Alodia was worthy of being Carlo's steward. His forbearance was very strong. When he heard Laura, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, young lady. Then I will take my leave." Laura nodded and said, "Go, tell your people not to go out without my order. There are a lot of undead in the house. These undead don't recognize people. If your people go out, they might kill them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave now." Alodia lowered his head and complied. He slowly retreated. He knew that he couldn't do anything right now. As long as he did, he would be courting death. Looking at Laura's appearance, he knew that she wouldn't mind killing them. Watching Alodia retreat, Quinn-John turned to Laura and said, "Laura, are you okay today? I saw the arrow marks on the carriage. It seems like the attack was fierce." Laura shook her head and said, "I'm fine. I was saved by Brother Hai." Grandpa Quinjon, sit down. I'll tell you about Brother Hai's situation. Quinjon nodded. He also wanted to know what was going on. When Laura returned, she immediately summoned Elodia. She didn't have time to tell him about these things. Laura sat beside Quinjon and sent Cyril to a distant place. She carefully told Quinjon about Zhao Hai's identity. This really made Quinjon interested. Quinjon guessed a lot about Zhao Hai's identity. The only thing he didn't think of was the Buddha clan. No wonder no one could find the Buddha clan in the Black Waste. They were hiding under everyone's noses. Fierce. After Laura finished speaking, Quinjon slowly stood up. He paced 2 steps around the room and said, "You did the right thing. If Zhao Hai didn't want you to know his identity, you wouldn't have known. With his current identity, no one would be able to guess that he was a member of the Buddha clan. Cooperating with them wouldn't be a problem. I also heard that Grand Duke Evan and the Buddha clan were old friends. The Buddha clan had also received his help. Even if he knew about Zhao Hai's identity, he wouldn't say anything. But for safety's sake, you shouldn't tell anyone about this. As long as we defeat the Marquis Del clan, we can truly establish ourselves in the Purcell Duchy." But as Zhao Hai said, if others knew about his identity, even the Purcell clan wouldn't be able to protect them. "We should just get along with them like before." Laura softly agreed. Bookmark, click, recommend, and support. If you have time, you can go to the work-related group and have a look. There is a group number there, and you are welcome to join. Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room of the Spaces villa. Behind them stood Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was Ryan, but he had changed his name to Zhao En. Zhao Hai didn't ask him anything. Ryan had already told Zhao Hai everything he needed to know. Zhao Hai now knew about Carlo's strength, as well as his purpose in coming here. The heirs of the Marquis Del clan were given a piece of land to manage. Just like how Laura and the others were given the Purcell Duchy, Carlo was given the entire Oxu Empire except for the Purcell Duchy. Compared to the Purcell Duchy, the entire Oxu Empire was too big. From this point, one could see the gap between Karen and Carlo. However, Carlo's days weren't so good. Unlike the Purcell Duchy, although the Oxu Empire was big, the Marquis Del clan's shops were already there. Moreover, the business was very good. Although this seemed to be very advantageous for Carlo, one shouldn't forget that the people in the shop were either heirs or people arranged by Sauce. Carlo's every move couldn't be hidden from them. Although the Oxu Empire was big, the Marquis Del clan's shops were already established. Most importantly, these people were in important positions, and Carlo couldn't easily make a move on them. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Carlo to control the territory that was given to him. However, the Purcell Duchy didn't have this problem. The Purcell Duchy didn't have the Marquis Del clan's businesses. Although Laura and the others had some difficulties in starting their business, they were able to quickly control their own territories and prevent others from interfering. However, Carlo was also very formidable. Now, he basically controlled all of the Marquis family's businesses in the Oxu Empire. His strength was also increasing very quickly. Aside from the fact that he didn't have any 9th rank experts, his strength was already comparable to an average intermediate noble. He had more than a dozen 8th ranks, and this was only what Ryan knew. After all, Carlo was a gloomy person, so it was impossible for him to fully trust Ryan. The reason why Carlo paid attention to the Purcell Duchy was because of the insect disaster. The insect disaster had already spread throughout the Oxu Empire, so the methods of the great merchant clans were known by the Oxu Empire's influential figures. Regarding the Purcell clan's method of dealing with the insect disaster, the great nobles didn't think much of it. They only thought that the Purcell clan was very lucky to have met Zhao Hai. Rather than saying that these people had noticed the insect plague in the Purcell Duchy, it was better to say that they had noticed the sudden emergence of Zhao Hai. They all had the same question: where did Zhao Hai come from? Where did his things come from? When Laura began to sell the Taoyuan products, these people realized that there was a huge business opportunity. However, these people also knew that Zhao Hai was a great benefactor to the Purcell clan. This time, the Purcell clan's losses weren't small. They knew that Zhao Hai's products were a business opportunity. The Purcell clan also knew that at this time, making a move against Zhao Hai was tantamount to slapping the Purcell clan's face. Although the Purcell clan wasn't the biggest clan, after so many years of development, they were one of the great nobles. With 2 ninth-rank experts in the clan, no one dared to underestimate them. Because of this, no one dared to have any ideas about Zhao Hai. For a business opportunity, becoming enemies with the great nobles wasn't something that the great nobles would do. However, Carlo didn't have such scruples. He needed this business opportunity. Among the 3 strongest successors of the Marquis del clan, he was the weakest. He needed to quickly improve his strength, so he sent Elodia and Ryan. He thought that as long as these 2 people came forward, Laura would certainly cooperate. When the time came, he would be able to smoothly take over Zhao Hai's things. He didn't expect that not only would Laura not cooperate, but she would also lock up Elodia. When he heard that Elodia was locked up, Ryan knew that things were bad. They wanted to kidnap Laura and then have her release Elodia. They wanted to find a way to snatch Zhao Hai from Laura's hands. Of course, if Laura resisted too fiercely, they wouldn't be afraid of taking her life. As long as Laura died, the Purcell Duchy would be like a group of dragons without a leader. They might be able to smoothly take over the Purcell Duchy's industries. However, they didn't expect that the evil virtuous phantasms sent by Zhao Hai would catch them on the spot and turn them into undead creatures. This information was useful to Zhao Hai, but it wasn't very useful. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. After asking, he had Zhao keep an eye on the space and watch the evil virtuous phantasms' flight path. Otherwise, they wouldn't know when they would reach Flower City. Green and the others sat across from Zhao Hai and didn't speak. After a while, Green said, "Young master, I think that telling Miss Laura about our identities isn't necessarily a bad thing. Miss Laura should have a sense of propriety. Moreover, she took away so many undead creatures from us. Even if Miss Laura wants to deal with us, we will know in advance." Zhao shook his head. "I'm not worried about Laura betraying us, but I'm thinking about the alliance with the Purcell clan. Although Evan has been good to us, we can see that Evan is a very qualified politician. If we let him notice something, it might bring us trouble." Zhao shook his head. "I'm not worried about Laura betraying us, but I'm worried about the alliance with the Purcell clan." Green shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. If Miss Laura didn't want to betray us, then she wouldn't have told Evan about us. It's impossible for Evan to know." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I hope so. Zhao Wen also told me about Carlo's situation. I don't care about Carlo's strength, but if Carlo has this kind of strength, then the Marquis del clan's strength must be very strong. It seems like we've really bumped into a hard nut this time." Green coldly snorted and said, "It's not a big deal. As long as we cooperate with the Purcell clan, then the Marquis del clan wouldn't be able to do anything to us. A rank 9 expert isn't that easy to deal with. However, the Purcell clan also has a lot of rank 8 experts, so we still need to be on guard." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the map as well as the terrain on the screen. He let out a long breath and said, "I just hope that Carlo and the others won't make a move in the next few days. According to the map, we should be able to reach Flower City in about 2 days. I hope that Carlo can give us that time." Green also glanced at the screen and then at the map. He nodded and said, "Looking at the terrain on the map, we should be able to reach Huaqing in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. During this period of time, we must not leave the space." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's have Zhao look after us. If we go out and have something happen, then he'll be able to send us a message faster. Right now, I'm afraid that before we reach Flower City, there will be rank 9 magic beasts or undead that will attack us." Green frowned and said, "It's best that they don't attack us. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to reach Flower City. I hope that this time, we'll be able to go as smoothly as Buffy." However, the few people in the room didn't believe Green's words. Green also said that it was just a hope. At that time, Buffy was a rank 9 expert. The other rank 9 experts naturally didn't want to provoke him. On the other hand, the evil virtuous phantasms didn't have the strength of a rank 9 expert. Strictly speaking, it would be good if they had the strength of a rank 6. Rashly breaking into a rank 9 expert's territory was very dangerous. A rank 9 expert's dignity couldn't be lightly offended. Whoever dared to offend them would undoubtedly die. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was even more careful. The few people in the room talked for a while before leaving the villa. Now that the farm space had been upgraded to level 15, it had a total of 48 mu of land. In addition to planting 8 mu of radishes, 10 mu of oil fruits, 10 mu of bamboo rice, 10 mu of corn, and 10 mu of cabbage. As for the remaining 10 mu of land, Xiaohai planted 2 mu of cabbage and 2 mu of potatoes. Although they were a bit different, they were roughly the same. He also planted 2 mu of sweet peppers, 2 mu of green lettuce, and 2 mu of green fruits. The oil fruits and bamboo rice were things that Laura normally needed. As for cabbage and potatoes, Xiaohai wanted to save some and then sell these things to Laura. However, he needed to save some. After all, the things produced in the Taoyuan were still very popular on the continent. When the time came, there wouldn't be a shortage of goods. The space didn't need to be taken care of. When it was time to collect things, it was time to plant things. Xiaohai didn't need to spend too much effort on it. Iron Mountain didn't have anything to do now. The land in the valley had been taken care of. The slaves had also planted good things in the land near Iron Mountain Fort, so he didn't need to worry about it. He didn't improve the land near Iron Mountain Fort. He only improved 1,000 mu. In addition to the 10 mu he rewarded to Qi and he, the rest of the land was planted by the slaves with some ordinary vegetables. They weren't magic vegetables. Although these ordinary vegetables weren't as good as magic vegetables, they took less time to mature than magic vegetables. Moreover, as long as they were preserved, they could be stored for a long time like cabbage. Now that it was autumn, they had to prepare for winter. Now, winter food and winter clothing were enough. The food produced by the space could be eaten fresh at any time, so there wasn't a problem. In addition to the rabbit meat that Laura sold, they had saved up a lot of rabbit skins. Along with some cotton clothes bought from Casa City, there wasn't a problem. Burning materials wasn't a problem. Now, Xiaohai had a lot of oil fruit trees, corn stalks, and corn cobs. With the bamboo rice, it should be enough. The problem of drinking water was also solved. Even if the moat froze, it was still in the mountain lake. Even if the mountain lake froze, it was still in Xiaohai's space. If it didn't work, they could still use the frozen water. In any case, there wasn't much to do in winter, so it shouldn't be a problem to eat. In order to be afraid that the food was too simple, Xiaohai deliberately left some blue-eyed rabbits. This way, they could improve the food during winter. If the slaves in other places knew about the living conditions of the slaves in the Black Waste, he feared that the slaves would commit suicide. Bookmark, push, click, everyone help. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Bye-bye, everyone. Things didn't go as smoothly as Xiaohai had imagined. On the afternoon of the second day after Xiaohai's discussion, the eagle virtuous phantasms were attacked. When Xiaohai heard the news, he was at Iron Mountain Fort. Although there weren't many things to do in Iron Mountain Fort, Xiaohai would still go there from time to time. After all, in addition to the land, there were also a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. In addition to farm work, the blue-eyed rabbits had to be taken care of. There was also the cleaning of the castle, the cleaning of the garbage, and the like. Such a big castle couldn't be left uncleaned. When he received the news from Xiaohai, Xiaohai was looking at the blue-eyed rabbits. The blue-eyed rabbits in the mine were growing very well. Some of them were even about to mature. The female slaves were taking good care of the blue-eyed rabbits. Upon hearing the news from Xiaohai, Xiaohai immediately entered the space. When he went to the living room and looked at the screen, he discovered that the ones attacking the eagle virtuous phantasms were actually a group of magic insects. It must be said that magic insects could also fly, but generally, they couldn't fly very high. But this time, the magic insects attacking the eagle virtuous phantasms were an exception. Each and every one of them was flying as high as the birds. Xiaohai couldn't help but carefully look at the insects. Each of them was as big as a human's palm. They had mouthparts in front of them that were as long as their bodies. They looked like enlarged versions of mosquitoes. These insects were all red and looked very fierce. The most frightening thing about them was their numbers. There were too many of them, perhaps tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of them, covering the sky and covering the earth. What surprised Xiaohai the most was that these mosquito-like insects had a very strong attack power. Now, 3 virtuous phantasms had their blood sucked dry and fell from the sky. Xiao Hai looked at the mosquitoes with surprise. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, do you know these mosquitoes? Why isn't there such a thing in the book that Miss Laura sent?" Green shook his head and said, "I haven't seen it either. This mosquito's attack power is so strong, and it's red. It looks a bit like the poison fire mosquito, but this mosquito's attack power and size are bigger than the poison fire mosquito. It's too strange." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "I've also seen the introduction of the poison fire mosquito. It's different from this mosquito. The poison fire mosquito can only fly up to 100 mago. But look at this mosquito, it can fly as high as a bird. It's too strong." Green nodded. At this time, another eagle fell to the ground. The last remaining one was the one with the ghost staff on its body. Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Use insecticide." Of course, these words weren't directed at Green, but at the ghost magic staff. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, sure enough, the ghost magic staff flashed with a green light, followed by a green smoke coming out of the ghost magic staff, covering those insects inside. But what Xiao Hai didn't expect was that those mosquitoes covered by the insecticide would unexpectedly attack the eagle as if nothing had happened. It was as if the insecticide didn't have any effect on them. Xiao Hai stared blankly, but he immediately said, "Earth shield." As soon as his words came out, a layer of earthy yellow shield appeared outside the eagle's body, blocking those mosquitoes. Xiao Hai was relieved. He was puzzled as to why those mosquitoes weren't afraid of the poison when suddenly Green cried out in alarm. Xiao Hai quickly looked at the screen and saw that the layer of earthy yellow shield was covered with a thick layer of mosquitoes, and that layer of earthy yellow shield was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Hai's complexion also changed. He certainly knew what this meant. It meant that those mosquitoes were absorbing the magic energy of the Earth's shield, so the shield was thinning. These mosquitoes could actually absorb magic energy? In the end, what kind of species was this? How come he had never heard of it? Green's complexion changed. Devouring blood mosquitoes. These are devouring blood mosquitoes. Xiao Hai stared blankly, then his complexion changed. He finally remembered this type of mosquito. This type of mosquito was only mentioned briefly in the Encyclopedia of Magic Beasts that Laura had given him. But that didn't mean that this type of mosquito wasn't fierce. On the contrary, this type of mosquito was very fierce, but there wasn't much information about it, so it could only be mentioned briefly. But in the book, this type of mosquito's danger level was actually on par with some level 8 magic beasts. The biggest characteristic of this type of mosquito was its strong defense, strong attack, high flying, and fast speed. This type of mosquito had some blood magic, so ordinary attacks wouldn't have much effect on them. Their mouthparts almost ignored energy defenses. Whether it was a magic shield or a battle chi shield, as long as they touched it, the energy would be sucked into their stomach. Moreover, they could fly very high, almost like a bird, and their speed wasn't slower than a bird's. It was just that the number of times they appeared in the continent was very few, so there wasn't much information about this type of mosquito. This type of mosquito had only appeared a few times in the continent, but the first time it appeared, the result was disastrous. This type of mosquito would appear in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Wherever they went, no matter if it was humans or animals, none would be spared. The most terrible time was when they sucked up all the humans and animals in a medium-sized city, turning the city into a ghost town. Blood magic was the most strange type of magic. Strictly speaking, blood magic belonged to the category of black magic, but there weren't many black mages who could use blood magic, because blood magic was too strange. If black magic was the most strange type of magic, then blood magic was the most strange type of black magic. This type of magic's attack power was very strong, its defensive ability wasn't weak, and its strongest point was its regenerative ability. Blood magic was very difficult to cultivate, and it required the use of all kinds of blood. The higher the level of the magic beast, the stronger the blood magic. If one used human blood to cultivate, then the attack power wouldn't be as strong as using the blood of high-level magic beasts. However, the blood of high-level magic beasts wasn't as easy to obtain as human blood. Therefore, when people started to cultivate blood magic, they would use human blood. It was precisely because of this that blood magic had the ability to regenerate. This kind of regenerative ability was very powerful. If one used a high-level blood magic spell, then even a severed limb could be regenerated. However, because cultivating this type of magic was against the natural order, it wasn't tolerated by the mages of the continent. It was precisely because of blood magic that until now, the people of the continent hadn't found an effective way to deal with these devouring blood mosquitoes. It was also because of blood magic that the attacks of the devouring blood mosquitoes carried blood poison. This blood poison was very powerful, and if it wasn't sucked dry by the devouring blood mosquitoes, then it wouldn't take long before all the blood vessels in the body burst and they died. Zhao Hai's complexion changed, then he shouted, "Sea of Fire." This Sea of Fire was a large area of effect fire magic. Its attack range was between 10 and 50 meters. If there was any magic that could deal with the devouring blood mosquitoes, then it would be fire magic, and it would have to be a large area of effect fire magic. However, the effect wasn't very good. If a 5th rank mage or below used Sea of Fire to attack the devouring blood mosquitoes, it wouldn't have any effect. If their level was too low, then they wouldn't be able to break through the defenses of the devouring blood mosquitoes. But now, the magic released by the ghost staff was almost equivalent to a 7th rank mage's attack power, so it should be effective against these blood mosquitoes. After knowing that these mosquitoes were devouring blood mosquitoes, Zhao Hai also understood why his insecticide was useless against these mosquitoes. It was because these mosquitoes were experts in using poison, and their resistance to poison was very strong. Ordinary poisons were simply useless against these mosquitoes. Sure enough, once the Sea of Fire was released, a large number of the devouring blood mosquitoes were burned to death. But there were really too many of these blood mosquitoes. Each and every one of them fearlessly threw themselves at the eagle, and the Sea of Fire couldn't stop them for too long. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai frowned, then he said, "Wind Binding Spell." Wind Binding Spell was a type of magic that could be used alone, but it could also be used as a large area of effect attack. At most, it could bind up to 20 people at the same time. It was considered one of the more difficult types of low-level wind magic to deal with. Green had been watching the situation outside. He thought that Zhao Hai would still use the Sea of Fire. In any case, the Sea of Fire was the most effective against the devouring blood mosquitoes. He didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly changed to the wind binding spell. This time, Zhao Hai didn't have many targets, only 10 blood mosquitoes. After all, the wind-binding spell was only a low-level magic, and the more targets it attacked, the weaker its power would be. After entangling the 10 blood mosquitoes, Zhao Hai's heart moved, and the remaining 10 blood mosquitoes and the eagle were taken into the space. As soon as he put the blood mosquito and the eagle into the space immediately issued a prompt, "Mutated insect detected." The insect is a mosquito pest. The insect has been digitized and incorporated into the mosquito caster. The insect has magic energy and poisonous substances. Extracting magic energy and poisonous substances. Enhancing the attack ability, defense ability, and regeneration ability of space-type robots. Enhancing the attack ability, and defense ability of space-type animals. Enhancing the energy absorption ability of space-type animals. Enhancing the toxicity of space-type insecticides. This long string of prompts made Zhao Hai and the others dizzy. But in summary, there were only a few things. First, the mosquitoes released by the space were devouring blood mosquitoes. Second, the undead and the magic beasts raised by the space were strengthened in terms of defense and attack. It also strengthened their regenerative abilities. However, this regenerative ability wasn't too strong. At the same time, it also strengthened the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm's battle prowess, defense, and regenerative ability. It also gave the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm the ability to absorb the enemy's doqi and magic, just like the mosquitoes. Moreover, the improved insecticide's toxicity should be able to deal with the devouring blood mosquitoes. However, what Zhao Hai didn't understand was what the space's increased ability to absorb energy meant. Could it be that the space could directly absorb energy from the outside? Although they couldn't figure out what this prompt meant, the benefits they got this time were obvious. Unfortunately, the mosquitoes they collected this time were rated as pests. They couldn't be raised in the ranch, so naturally, the ranch couldn't be upgraded. It was a pity. I'm sorry, I'm too tired and I'm late. I beg everyone to collect it, please. Jiao Hai let out a sigh of relief. Regarding the devouring blood mosquitoes, Jiao Hai was still very afraid. If it weren't for the devouring blood mosquitoes appearing so rarely and disappearing so quickly, it would be impossible for them to only be rated as a level 8 magic beast. As for the devouring blood mosquitoes, they were only rated as a level 2 magic beast. However, the devouring blood mosquitoes were much more difficult to deal with than the average level 8 magic beast. Some people believed that a large group of devouring blood mosquitoes should be rated as a level 9 magic beast. With the strength of the devouring blood mosquitoes, not to mention the eagle virtuous phantasms, even Green wouldn't be able to deal with them. If there wasn't the existence of the space and Green had to face these devouring blood mosquitoes, the final result would be Green dying from exhaustion. Jiao Hai immediately asked Buffy, but Buffy said that the last time he had come here, he hadn't encountered any devouring blood mosquitoes. This made Jiao Hai's heart feel slightly uneasy. However, right now, he wasn't in the mood to care so much. Although the blood mosquitoes had seen the eagle virtuous phantasms disappear, they didn't stop. They were still flying around, and it seemed that they wouldn't leave for a while. Jiao Hai's mind moved, and the eagle virtuous phantasms that had just been returned to the space were released. These eagle virtuous phantasms were also on their bodies. Coming out of the space, Jiao Hai immediately said, "Release the insecticide." A green mist sprayed out from the ghost virtuous phantasms. This time, the situation was different from the last time. Last time, the insecticide had no effect on the devouring blood mosquitoes. But this time, when the devouring blood mosquitoes came into contact with the insecticide, it was as if they were drunk. They swayed in the air a few times before falling to the ground. As the green mist increased, the devouring blood mosquitoes in the air fell down like rain. As the eagle virtuous phantasms flew faster and faster, more and more devouring blood mosquitoes fell, and the screen became empty. Jiao Hai, Green, and the others often let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, the overwhelming number of devouring blood mosquitoes had given them too much pressure. Now that they had a way to deal with the blood mosquitoes, they felt their hearts relax. The blood mosquitoes seemed to have realized that something was wrong, and they all moved away from the insecticide. For a moment, the path ahead became unobstructed. After a while, Feiying left the encirclement of the blood mosquitoes. What surprised Jiao Hai and the others was that the blood mosquitoes did not chase after them. It was as if they were really afraid of the insecticide. Jiao Hai and the others were relieved, but they still stared at the screen, afraid that the devouring blood mosquitoes would surround them. Fortunately, after they left the area where the devouring blood mosquitoes were, the mosquitoes didn't chase after them. Jiao Hai, Green, and the others felt relieved and sat on the sofa. Looking at the screen, Green smiled and said, "I really didn't expect that we would encounter the devouring blood mosquitoes here. Fortunately, if we didn't have the space, I'm afraid we would have failed." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "If we didn't encounter the blood mosquitoes, we wouldn't have gotten so many benefits. Hee, now that we have the blood mosquitoes, we have one more way to save our lives." Green smiled and said, "Yes, but we can't use the devouring blood mosquitoes lightly. These things are too fierce in the continent. If we use them, it will bring us a lot of trouble." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, although the blood mosquitoes are fierce, they can't be compared to a rank 9 expert. However, they can be very useful in a large area." While the two were talking, the eagle virtuous phantasms suddenly screamed and fell from the sky. While the eagle virtuous phantasms were still in the air, its body suddenly burst open and turned into a bloody mist. The ghost staff also fell from the sky, but before it fell to the ground, the ghost staff unexpectedly floated forward. Jiao Hai and Green, who were paying attention to the screen, stared blankly. They didn't know what was going on. Jiao Hai was just about to take back the ghost staff when Green suddenly said, "Young master, don't move. It's a rank 9 expert. Only a rank 9 expert's pressure can make the eagle virtuous phantasms explode. It seems like a rank 9 expert made a move." Jiao Hai stared blankly, but he didn't take back the ghost staff. One must know that the ghost staff was bound to him. Even if a rank 9 expert obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use it. Moreover, as long as he wanted to take it back, he could do so at any time. Because of this, he didn't need to take it back in a hurry. He wanted to see what kind of rank 9 expert was like. One must know that he hadn't seen a rank 9 expert up close. Green's words made Marine and the others nervous. Everyone motionlessly looked at the screen, wanting to know what kind of rank 9 expert was like. They were very clear that this rank 9 expert couldn't possibly be a human. Humans didn't have a foothold in the Carrion Swamp. However, no matter what race, a rank 9 expert would receive the respect they deserved. Moreover, even a magic beast, as long as it reached the rank 9, its wisdom would be similar to a human's. Moreover, it would be able to use its mind power to communicate with people. Therefore, no matter what race a rank 9 expert was from, they would be treated as a quasi-god in the continent. Before long, a huge blood mosquito appeared in front of Zhao Hai's group. This blood mosquito was really big. Its body was nearly 10 meters long, and its whole body was blood red. Its wings seemed to be made of crystal, sparkling and translucent. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that its huge mouthpart was actually rolled up and hung on its head like a scroll. The ghost staff stopped in front of the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito carefully looked at the ghost staff. The expression in its eyes didn't seem like an animal's. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, what should we do? If we take back the ghost staff at this time, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to reach Flower City." Green understood Zhao Hai's meaning. This giant mosquito obviously had an inseparable relationship with the blood mosquitoes. Moreover, they had killed so many devouring blood mosquitoes and had also received the flying hawk into the space. This giant mosquito certainly knew about this. If they took back the ghost staff at this time, then the giant mosquito would certainly be waiting here. Since the ghost staff couldn't go to Flower City on its own, Zhao Hai could only release magic beasts or undead creatures and have them carry the ghost staff on their way. But this way, they wouldn't be able to hide from the giant mosquito's spiritual sense. It must be known that once a magic beast became a rank 9 expert, its spiritual sense would be more powerful than a rank 9 expert of the human race. If they didn't take this route, then they would have to return to Fort Iron Mountain and enter the Carrion Swamp from a new place. This meant that everything they had done now would have been in vain. Moreover, there was another problem. If they withdrew from the Carrion Swamp and came back from a new place, then they wouldn't be able to follow the map that Buffy had drawn. If they didn't follow the map, then they wouldn't know where to go. If they didn't do well, then they might not be able to find Flower City for the rest of their lives. Up until now, no one had calculated how long a rank 9 expert could live. In any case, living for 1,000 or 800 years wasn't a problem. The lifespan of a magic beast was much longer than that of a human's. No one knew how long a rank 9 magic beast could live. It was unknown how many members of the Buddha clan would be exterminated, but this giant mosquito would still be alive. If they wanted to wait for the giant mosquito to leave and then go to Flower City, then it would be even more impossible. Rank 9 experts generally went into seclusion to explore the heavens. If they wanted to one day find the path to becoming a god, then they could go into seclusion anywhere. Moreover, they didn't know how many years they would go into seclusion. Therefore, it was impossible to wait for the giant mosquito to leave. What Green and the others found strange was why the last time Buffy had come, they hadn't encountered the giant mosquito. But this time, they had encountered it. In fact, what Green and the others didn't know was that the reason why the giant mosquito had appeared here was because of Buffy. On the continent, there had been a lot of rank 9 experts who had entered the Carrion Swamp. However, most of them hadn't been able to reach Flower City. They had broken into the domain of other rank 9 experts. If they weren't killed, then they would be poisoned to death by the 7-colored poison fog of the Carrion Swamp. Very few people were able to reach Flower City. This time, Buffy was very lucky. He had unexpectedly found the right path, so he was able to reach Flower City. He had attacked the flowers, causing a rank 9 expert to chase after him. Naturally, he had run back. He knew that the Carrion Swamp was very dangerous, so when he ran back, he had followed the original path. As a result, the rank 9 experts in the Carrion Swamp had discovered this passage. Originally, there weren't any rank 9 experts guarding it. After Buffy ran away, there was a rank 9 expert guarding it. This rank 9 expert was the giant mosquito. Zhao Hai and the others certainly didn't know about this. They were now worried. If they didn't pass through the giant mosquito, then they wouldn't be able to reach Flower City. If they couldn't reach Flower City, then the problem of the carrion swamp wouldn't be solved. Then, the Black Waste would never be peaceful. This was an endless cycle. Green and the others frowned. They understood that they couldn't force their way through. They didn't have a rank 9 expert here. Last time, Buffy had seriously injured Green. This time, they had to face the giant mosquito. It seemed that it wasn't any weaker than Buffy. If they wanted to force their way through, then they would only be courting death. They were unwilling to go back. They had already come this far and were only a day away from reaching Flower City. If they went back now, then it would be too much of a pity. After a while, Xiaohai took a deep breath. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, since this blood mosquito is a rank 9 expert, then it must be as smart as a human, right?" Green nodded. "It's not as smart as a human, but as smart as a human. It's even smarter than most people." "Young master, what do you want to do?" Xiaohai said, "How about I go out and talk to it? It's not good to drag things out like this." Green stared blankly for a moment before his complexion changed. "No, absolutely not. Young master, it's a rank 9 expert. If you don't handle it well, then you'll lose your life. You absolutely can't let anything happen to you." Xiaohai frowned. "Then what should we do? We can't drag things out like this. If we go back, then I'm afraid that we won't be able to find Flower City for the rest of our lives. The Black Waste will never be safe." Green frowned. Of course, he knew this, but he didn't have a good solution. In any case, he couldn't let Xiaohai meet the giant mosquito. It was too dangerous. Finally, there was a rank 9 expert. Everyone should collect him. The villa's living room was silent for a while. Nobody made a sound. It could be said that they had once again fallen into a desperate situation. If they couldn't handle the matter of the giant mosquito, then the problem of the carrion swamp would drag on for a long time before it could be solved. Xiaohai was silent for a moment, then he stood up and slowly walked out of the villa. Green's expression changed, and he followed closely behind Xiaohai. Marine looked at the two people's appearance and thought of Xiaohai's words. Her expression couldn't help but change. She immediately said, "Young master, let Green go." Xiaohai shook his head and said, "I'll go. Grandpa Green will go. If that giant mosquito attacks, my reaction will always be half a beat slower. Grandpa Green will easily be in danger. I'll go myself. If there's any danger, I'll come back with a thought. I'll be faster than Grandpa Green." Green turned his head to look at Xiaohai and said, "Young master, take me with you. If there's any danger, I can block it for you." Xiaohai turned his head to look at Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you stay. No matter what, I'm still the head of the Buddha clan. This kind of thing should be faced by me. I can't always hide in the back. Rest assured, I'll be fine. If something really happens to me, you can find a place to hide. After a few years, say that I'm dead, and look for a child. Say that he's my child, and let him inherit the Buddha clan head position." Green's expression changed. Meg's eyes were filled with tears. She walked to Xiaohai's side and said, "Young master, I'll go with you." Xiaohai turned his head to look at Meg and shook his head. Meg's face was filled with determination. She stepped forward and hugged Xiaohai's arm, unwilling to let go. This time, she didn't say anything about going with Xiaohai. She just hugged Xiaohai. When Xiaohai saw Meg's appearance, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this time, Blockhead and Rockhead also arrived behind Xiaohai. The two of them didn't say anything. They just held their swords in their hands and placed them across their necks. Xiaohai patted his head and said to the two of them, "This trick again. Can't the two of you change it up? Why are you following me this time? If that giant mosquito really wants to attack us, what's the use of you standing in front of me?" Green chuckled and said, "Young master, since things have already reached this point, there's no need to say anything else. I think we should go out together. If something really happens, we'll all die together." Xiaohai impatiently looked at Green and said, "Grandpa Green, how can you say that? Didn't you understand what I just said? If something really happens to me, with you guys here, the Buddha clan won't disappear. If we all disappear, the Buddha clan will be finished. Green looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes somewhat moist. But he took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He turned to Blockhead and Rockhead and said, "You two put down your swords. Don't go with the young master. If something really happens, Zhao Hai will have to think about dragging you guys along. It will affect the operation. Meg, you stay by the young master's side." Blockhead and Rockhead had no choice but to put down their swords. Zhao Hai nodded to them. With a thought, the ghost staff appeared in his hand. Then he and Meg disappeared outside the villa. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to take back the ghost staff first was because the ghost staff was still in front of the giant mosquito. And the giant mosquito was flying in the sky. If they directly went out of the space, they would immediately fall to their deaths. They couldn't fly right now. The giant mosquito was also in a daze. He was a 9th rank expert, yet the ghost staff in his hand disappeared. While he was in a daze, a man and a woman suddenly appeared on the ground below him. The man was holding the ghost staff in his hand. Zhao Hai looked at the giant mosquito above his head and loudly said, "Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha, requests an audience with Sir." A patriarch calling a 9th rank expert Sir wasn't excessive. Even if it was a country's king, if he saw an unknown 9th rank expert, he would also call him Sir. The giant mosquito stared blankly for a moment, then his eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. He didn't see what kind of movement he made, but he suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. That huge body gave Zhao Hai a very oppressive feeling. But Zhao Hai also knew that even if he hid now, it would be useless. Sooner or later, they would have to meet. Therefore, he just bowed to the giant mosquito and said, "Sir, this one is Zhao Hai Buddha." "I have seen Sir." The giant mosquito looked at Zhao Hai with interest. Then a voice echoed in Zhao Hai's mind. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that this voice was actually a woman's voice. "Who are you? I can see that you don't have any energy in your body. How did you use that ghost staff?" This woman's voice was very pleasant to listen to. When she spoke, it sounded like she was striking a golden bell. Her voice was crisp and carried a trace of a buzzing echo. If she was placed on Earth and packaged, she would definitely become a superstar. Zhao Hai quickly said, "This one is the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha. This is my maid, Meg Buddha. I really don't know magic or battle chi. In fact, I am a divergent ability user." "What is a divergent ability user? Is it fun?" The interest in the giant mosquito's eyes became even stronger. Zhao Hai was stunned. When he heard the giant mosquito and heard its clear voice, Zhao Hai understood that this giant mosquito could only be regarded as a young magic beast. Zhao Hai looked at the giant mosquito and suddenly felt that she wasn't so terrible. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Sir, can you come with me to a place? I'm not used to this place." Then he waved his hand and a spatial rift appeared next to him. The giant mosquito looked at the spatial rift, its eyes flashed with curiosity. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's palms were sweating. He was very clear that a 2nd rank magic beast, devouring blood mosquito, could become a 9th rank magic beast. This wasn't something that could be done in 8 or 10 years. One must know that for a magic beast to become a 9th rank magic beast was much more difficult than for a person to become a 9th rank magic beast. Although this giant mosquito's voice was young, it certainly lived for a long time. If this giant mosquito thought that Zhao Hai was scheming against it, it would certainly attack him. Zhao Hai wanted the giant mosquito to enter the space. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything to the giant mosquito, it was just that the space was under his control. Even if the giant mosquito wanted to harm him, he still had ways to protect himself. Seeing that the giant mosquito didn't speak for a long time, Zhao Hai quickly said, "Sir, you don't need to worry. This is my divergent ability. I don't want to harm Sir." "Sir, please." The giant mosquito carefully looked at Zhao, nodded, and then disappeared into the crack. Zhao and Meg both let out a sigh of relief as their figures also disappeared from the place. Green and the others were standing in the living room, looking at the situation outside. When they saw that Zhao Hai was able to persuade the giant mosquito to enter the space, they couldn't help but stare. Then they became happy. They knew that once the giant mosquito entered the space, it wouldn't be able to do anything even if it wanted to. However, they still gave due respect to a 9th-rank magic beast. When Zhao Hai spoke, they were already outside the villa, ready to greet the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito and Zhao Hai entered the space almost at the same time. Upon entering the space, the giant mosquito curiously looked left and right, just like a child. At this time, a prompt was heard from the space: a new insect has been detected. This insect is a mutated mosquito. Its fighting strength is formidable. Extracting advantages, improving the mosquito's abilities while retaining its body. Zhao Hai and the others quietly listened to the prompt. They didn't understand what it meant. Zhao Hai also didn't understand. At this time, the giant mosquito flew in front of Zhao Hai, then it nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Master." Zhao Hai stared at the giant mosquito. After some time, his face was filled with ecstasy as he said, "You called me master?" The giant mosquito nodded and said, "Yes, master." Zhao Hai was so excited that he almost fainted. He didn't think that the space would be this formidable. A 9th-rank expert could be subdued by the space. However, Zhao Hai was also somewhat puzzled. The first time he tried to take Green into the space, he didn't succeed. It wasn't until he talked to Green that Green was able to enter the space. Even the slaves were able to enter the space. At that time, Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled. When they subdued Alien and the others, they captured them. The giant mosquito came in by itself, so how could it be subdued? While Zhao Hai was still puzzled, the space seemed to know what he was puzzled about. The prompt was heard again: the space is a farm space. It has no attack power. Intelligent creatures can only enter the space voluntarily or were captured by the host. They cannot be forcibly taken into the space. When Zhao Hai heard the space, he understood what was going on. Originally, the space couldn't forcibly take intelligent creatures into the space. Only if the creatures were willing, or if Zhao Hai had the ability to capture them, would the space be able to subdue them. Otherwise, the space wouldn't be able to subdue them. Green and the slaves were all intelligent creatures. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't take them into the space. Alien was a variant undead. Although its level wasn't very high, it still had a little bit of intelligence. Because of this, there was no way to take it into the space. On the other hand, the giant mosquito was able to enter the space voluntarily. Thinking about this, Zhao was happy. He really didn't think that the space would have such a rule. No wonder when he didn't get the permission of the slaves, he couldn't directly put them into the space. It was the same with Green. Although this was the case, no matter what, as long as the creatures were taken into the space could help subdue them. For Zhao Xinghai, this was definitely good news. However, Zhao Hai still had some regrets. This was because the giant mosquito was considered a pest by the space. It couldn't be raised in the space. This was really a pity. If he could raise giant mosquitoes in the space, then he could raise a large group of 9th-rank giant mosquitoes. If he released them, then he wouldn't need to fear those guys. Let's see who would dare to move against the Buddha clan. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered the space's prompt. It seemed like it had extracted the advantages of the giant mosquitoes and improved the mosquitoes in the mosquito applicator. Did this mean that the mosquitoes in the mosquito applicator had become giant mosquitoes? Zhao Hai was excited. He didn't care about anything else and immediately said, "Release the mosquitoes." A projection was shot out from the ghost staff. It said, "Please enter the number of mosquitoes to be released." Behind it was a blank space. Zhao Hai quickly said, "1." Just as he finished entering, a mosquito appeared in front of him. This mosquito wasn't as big as Zhao Hai had imagined. It was only as big as the devouring blood mosquitoes that Zhao Hai had seen before. Its whole body was blood red. It didn't look any different from the devouring blood mosquitoes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be disappointed. I really don't understand. Why is it that when my book was recommended, something happened at home? God, are you playing with me? I don't care, I'll just try to write more every day. I hope everyone will support me. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed. But then he thought about it and felt relieved. If rank 9 experts could appear so easily, then the world would be in chaos. Strictly speaking, the giant mosquito wasn't any different from the other devouring blood mosquitoes. It was only because it had lived for a long time that it became a rank 9 expert. Other than that, there wasn't anything special about it. Green and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. Why did he release another mosquito? Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he was just thinking about how to take back the mosquito. He didn't expect that the projection would appear once again. The prompt that appeared was, "Do you want to take back the mosquito?" This made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't think that the mosquito could be taken back. He immediately chose yes, and the mosquito disappeared. Seeing the mosquito disappear, Zhao Hai turned to the giant mosquito and said, "What's your name?" The giant mosquito looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Name? What's a name?" Zhao Hai sighed. It seems like this giant mosquito didn't cultivate bit by bit to become a rank 9 expert. Otherwise, why wouldn't it understand these things? If it cultivated to rank 9 naturally, then it would have some simple intelligence when it was at rank 6 or 7. At rank 8, its intelligence wouldn't be any lower than a human's. How could it not have a name? Moreover, it didn't know what a name was. It seems like it belonged to the group that had a fortuitous encounter. Zhao Hai looked at the giant mosquito and said, "How about this, you'll be called Xiaowen from now on." Xiaowen is your name. Later on, when I call Xiaowen, I'm calling you. The giant mosquito nodded, it seemed like it understood something. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaowen and said, "Can you become smaller? Or can you only be this big?" Zhao Wenjia hurriedly said, "It can become smaller. It can become as small as those blood mosquitoes." After saying that, its body slowly shrank until it was the size of an ordinary blood-devouring mosquito. However, its body looked as if it was carved out of blood jade. If Xiaowen was lying there motionless, others would think that it was just a statue. It was too beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded, then turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, let's go inside and talk. I also want to ask about the Xiaowen swamp." Green nodded and curiously looked at Zhao Hai. However, they didn't dare to be as casual as Zhao Hai. Each and every one of them looked at Xiaowen with curiosity and awe. After the group entered the house, Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Wen and said, "Zhao Wen, when did you become a 9th rank expert?" Zhao Wen thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. We blood-devouring mosquitoes don't just suck blood. If we are hungry, we will also drink water. I don't know how long ago, but one day, I saw a drop of something dark red on the ground. That thing looked like blood, so I drank it. After drinking it, I fainted. When I woke up, I discovered that I was different from other blood-devouring mosquitoes. My body was getting bigger and bigger, and I was also getting more and more powerful. Then one day, a big crocodile came to me and told me that I had reached 9th rank, so I wanted to join the Flower Protection League." Although Zhao Wen used spiritual force to communicate with others, a 9th rank expert's spiritual force was nothing more than a game. They can control their own spiritual force. This spiritual force can be heard by one person, but it can also be heard by many people. Therefore, Zhao Hai and Green were able to hear Zhao Wen's words. Zhao Hai was puzzled and asked, "What is that drop of blood you were talking about? Where did you see it?" Zhao Wen shook her head and said, "I don't know what it is. It seems like some kind of creature's blood. It has a bloody smell, but that drop of blood seemed to have been on the ground for a long time. It didn't dry up and kept its vitality. Therefore, I drank it. I don't remember where it was, anyway, I haven't seen anything like it." Zhao Hai then asked, "What kind of organization is the Flower Protection Alliance?" Zhao Wen replied, "Giant Tooth told me that he was the crocodile that looked for me. He said that the Flower Protection Alliance is an alliance of all 9th ranks in the swamp. Their purpose is to protect 7-colored Flower City. However, they don't care about each other. Only when 7-colored Flower City is under attack would we form an alliance. Moreover, he also told me that the 9th ranks in the swamp can't casually leave the swamp. He said that the 9th ranks in the swamp have an agreement with the other 9th ranks in the continent that they can't enter the swamp on a large scale. The 9th ranks in the swamp also can't casually leave the swamp. Otherwise, they would be killed by the other side." Zhao Hai and the others didn't know about this. No wonder they didn't see any 9th ranks in the Carrion Swamp. So it was because of this reason. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask Zhao Wen, "How many 9th ranks does the Flower Protection Alliance have?" Zhao Wen shook her head and said, "I don't know about this. I only know that there are at least 10 of them guarding 7-colored Flower City. I was asked to guard this place because someone managed to sneak into 7-colored Flower City. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so you're quite free in your daily activities. Those people can't control you? By the way, can you beat them? Zhao Wen nodded and said, there are a few that I can beat and a few that I can't. However, if I want to run, they can't catch me. We don't care about each other. Only when something happens in 7-colored Flower City do we gather together. Zhao Hai curiously asked, have you ever competed before? Otherwise, how do you know if you can beat them? Zhao Wen nodded and said, if you want to join the Flower Protection Alliance, then you have to accept the challenge of 5 ninth ranks. Only by getting their approval can you join. Zhao Hai curiously asked, why do you want to protect Flower City? Is it the 7-colored Flower City? Zhao Wen shook her head and said, I don't know. I just heard from other people in the alliance that this is a rule passed down by the 9th ranks of the previous generation. They said that Flower City is very important to us. However, we don't dare to casually approach the old city. Otherwise, we would be attacked by the 7-colored flower. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, what do you think? Green thought for a moment and said, every once in a while, the magic beasts and undead of the swamp would run to the Black Wasteland and cause trouble. Why is that? Zhao Wen thought for a moment and said, I really don't know. We 9th rank magic beasts don't care about the magic beasts. The ones who do care about the magic beasts are generally 8th rank magic beasts. We don't intervene. Zhao Hai also frowned. Green then said, then why don't you order the magic beasts not to go out? Zhao Wen shook her head and said, we generally don't care about these things. Moreover, I seem to have heard them say that they go out for a reason. I remember that before I became a 9th rank expert, I went out twice. At that time, there was too much poison in my body and I couldn't detoxify it. I needed to find a place without poison to expel the excess poison from my body. Otherwise, I would be poisoned to death. Zhao Hai nodded, this point made sense. In the Carrion Swamp, whether it was animals, plants, water, or even space, they were all poisonous. Although these creatures were accustomed to the toxins, if there was too much poison in their body, it would still be harmful to their body. This was just like what people often say, eating vegetables is good, but you can't just eat vegetables and not eat other things. Otherwise, no one would be able to stand it. And the Black Wasteland was the closest place to the Carrion Swamp. Naturally, it became the place where the magic beasts would expel their poison. Perhaps the reason why the Black Wasteland became like that was because of this reason. Actually, Zhao Hai had already thought of this reason, but he didn't have a good solution. Therefore, they wanted to see if they could solve this problem in Flower City. Now it seems like even if they solve the problem in Flower City, the magic beasts would still go to the Black Wasteland to cause trouble. This was because if they didn't go there, then they would have to find a way to detoxify the poison. And in this place, detoxification was much more difficult than expelling the poison. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about not going to Flower City just because of this. In any case, they were already here, so they might as well go there and take a look. If they can really solve the problem in Flower City, then at least they would have an absolutely safe rear base. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhao Wen and said, take the ghost staff to Flower City. When you arrive at the outskirts of the city, I'll have the eagle virtuous phantasms bring the staff into the city. Then you can enter the space. Do you like staying in the space? Zhao Wen nodded and said, I like it, it's very comfortable here. Zhao Hai nodded. Although Zhao Wen had already been subdued by the space, he still didn't want to treat her like an undead. No matter what, Zhao Wen was still a living and intelligent life form. Moreover, she was tricked into entering the space. For her to be subdued by the space was a bit unfair. Moreover, Zhao Wen was still a 9th rank expert. There would be a lot of places where she would be useful in the future. Zhao Hai gave Zhao Wen her name because she was a part of the family, not a tool. When Green and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were very happy. Now that they had a 9th rank expert in their family, a family with a 9th rank expert and a family without one were two completely different concepts. Now, even if they were to go out and say that they were from the Buddha clan, nobody would dare to make a move against them. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Wen and said, then you take the ghost staff and fly towards Flower City. When you arrive at Flower City, enter the space. Right, once you arrive at Flower City, will the flowers there attack you? Zhao Wen nodded and said, yes, once we arrive at Flower City, the flowers will attack us. Moreover, their attack power is very strong. I'm not their opponent. Today, we will do our best to rush, and everyone will do their best to support us. Zhao Hai and the others were sitting in the living room, but now the atmosphere was different. Green and the others had happy expressions. Meg smiled and said, Grandpa, Grandma, you don't know, but I was very nervous at that time. We were facing a rank 9 expert, but the young master wasn't nervous at all. Facing a rank 9 expert, he was still able to speak with assurance. It was really amazing. Zhao Hai smiled and said, who said I wasn't nervous? That was a rank 9 expert, and I wasn't tired of living. It's just that I found out that Zhao Wen didn't have any malice towards us, and since we were already outside, what's the use of being nervous? Naturally, I had to say what I wanted to say. Green and the others laughed. Now the screen was clearly showing the scene of Zhao Wen flying towards Flower City with the ghost staff. Zhao Wen's speed was very fast, and she knew where Flower City was, so she naturally wouldn't fly in the wrong direction. And Green and the others' good mood naturally came from Zhao Wen. With Zhao Wen joining them, they were even more confident. Now, let alone the Marquis Del clan, they weren't even afraid of the Oxu Empire. In this continent, a rank 9 expert was a true rank clan. If the Buddha clan had a rank 9 expert in the past, then they wouldn't have fallen to their current situation. Moreover, the benefits weren't limited to this point. One must know that a rank 9 expert had a very strong deterrent effect on ordinary magic beasts. If those magic beasts ran to the Black Wasteland to cause trouble, then they could have Zhao Wen come forward to deal with them. Even if those magic beasts couldn't be driven away, they could still prevent them from harming the people in the castle and the crops in the fields. However, Zhao Hai and the others also knew that Zhao Wen couldn't be easily moved. Zhao Wen herself was a magic beast of the Carrion Swamp. If the continent's other rank 9 experts were to find out, then it might cause even more trouble. After all, there was still an agreement between the Flower Protection Alliance and the continent's rank 9 experts. But in any case, now that they had a rank 9 expert, they had a little bit of confidence in their hearts, and they were even more certain of dealing with the Marquis Del clan. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Zhao Wen arrived at Flower City. Moreover, they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Although there were some magic beasts, when these magic beasts saw Zhao Wen, they immediately crouched down on the ground, not daring to move, let alone obstructing them. Beasts had an instinctive intuition towards experts. And to these magic beasts, a 9th rank expert was no doubt a godlike existence. None of them dared to offend a god. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that he could communicate with Zhao Wen through the ghost staff. It was as if he was giving orders to Zhao Wen. The ghost staff was like a remote control. At this time, Zhao Wen stopped and said to Zhao Hai, young master, Flower City isn't far from here. There shouldn't be any magic beasts nearby. If I go further, I might disturb the 7-colored flower and attract other people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, young master, Flower City isn't far from here. Zhao Hai knew that Zhao Wen was talking about other 9th rank experts. At this time, he naturally didn't want to attract other 9th rank experts. Therefore, he nodded and said, alright, you can give the staff to the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm. Then he released a Eagle Virtuous Phantasm, and Zhao Wen returned to the space. When the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm went out, Zhao Hai discovered that it was different. He couldn't help but enlarge the image of the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm on the screen and carefully looked at it. Green and the others also carefully looked at the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm. This Eagle Virtuous Phantasm was very different from the original one. The original Eagle Virtuous Phantasm's feathers were dark brown, but now the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm's feathers were blood red. Its hook-like beak was sharper, and its claws also looked sharper. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm's claws had become hollow, just like the mouthparts of the devouring blood mosquitoes. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm's evolution would be this fast. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have an idea. He ran to the ranch to take a look. Fortunately, the ranch didn't change. The blue-eyed rabbits were still blue-eyed rabbits, they didn't turn red. However, they seemed to be bigger than before. Zhao Hai nodded, then he returned to the living room and sat down. Green looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Young master, what did you do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just went to the ranch to take a look." Zhao Wen, what do you usually eat? Zhao Wen replied, "It's nothing, just some magic beasts. For us, what we eat isn't important." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How much do you eat every day?" Zhao Wen shook her head and said, "It's hard to say. Sometimes I can eat a lot, and sometimes I don't need to eat for many days. In any case, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, then I'll eat. If I'm in a bad mood, then I won't eat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're easy to raise. That's good. Later on, if you go out to find food, then you can catch some magic beasts." Zhao Wen nodded, but she still curiously looked at the screen. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Zhao Wen's current appearance was like a child on earth who was focused on watching TV. Although Zhao Wen's strength was tyrannical, and her wisdom wasn't low. But perhaps because she lived alone, she still had a lot of things to learn when it came to interacting with people. She was curious about everything, so she gave people the impression that she was still a child. At this time, the hawk was already flying towards Flower City with the ghost staff. Zhao Hai and the others didn't say anything. They really wanted to know what would happen when the hawk reaches Flower City. Zhao Hai currently had more than 1,000 eagle virtuous phantasms. Even if they sacrificed a few, it wouldn't be a big deal. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Soon, a city wall appeared on the screen. This city wall was very big, at least 200 feet high. It was tightly covered by a layer of green vines, and only the outline of the city wall could be seen from the large roots. On top of the vines, there were 7 colored flowers. These flowers were very big, each one was no less than 1 meter in diameter. The big ones were 2 or 3 meters in size. Zhao Hai had never seen such a big flower before. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that each flower had 7 petals, and each petal had a different color. The 7 petals just happened to be the 7 colors of the rainbow. It looked so beautiful that it was almost flirtatious. Green and the others also stared blankly at the scene on the screen. It was too beautiful, so beautiful that it made people forget to breathe. Zhao Hai now knew that when Buffy had talked about Flower City, he hadn't been able to contain even 1/10,000th of the beauty here. After a while, Meg let out a light breath and said, "Too beautiful, this place is too beautiful. God, if one day our Iron Mountain fort could become like this, that would be great. Master, let's cut down a flower branch and go back to plant it, okay?" When Zhao Hai heard Meg's words, he couldn't help but smile and say, "You dare to cut down a flower branch? Aren't you afraid that the flower will eat you? Did you forget that Buffy was beaten away by this flower? Even little one couldn't beat it." After all, Zhao Wen was a magic beast. She didn't know whether the flower was beautiful or not. She only knew that the flower was very powerful. Therefore, when she heard Zhao Hai's words, she couldn't help but fly on top of Zhao Hai's head. She nodded towards Meg and said, "Yes, that flower is very powerful. Don't say that I can't beat it. Even if all of our rank 9 experts were to attack it, they still wouldn't be able to beat it." Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Wen's evaluation of the 7-colored flower would be so high. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that there weren't any flying beasts in Flower City. There were a lot of magic beasts in the Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai had encountered a lot of them along the way. However, flying magic beasts generally didn't engage in large-scale battles. Even if they wanted to hunt, they would rarely deal with the eagles. This was because the eagles had the fighting strength of a rank 6 magic beast. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. But how big was Flower City? It was a city that could accommodate 500,000 people. Since there weren't any high-rise buildings, how could a city that could accommodate 500,000 people be small? Although they couldn't see things that were too far away on the screen, they hadn't seen any flying magic beasts in such a long time. This matter was really strange. Zhao Hai recalled the situation on the screen and couldn't help but be surprised. This was because when the eagles entered Flower City, the green dots that represented the magic beasts had disappeared. In other words, there weren't any magic beasts in the vicinity of Flower City. They had been attracted by the beauty of Flower City, so they hadn't noticed this point. Now that Xiao Hai thought about it, Xiao Hai couldn't help but pay more attention to the situation in Flower City. Just as Buffy had said, the vines in Flower City had covered the entire city. The vines were blooming, making it seem as if the entire city was covered by 7 colored flowers. Describing it as Flower City wasn't an exaggeration. Xiao Hai carefully looked at the flower vines. Just as Buffy had said, the vines had some small fibrous roots. These small fibrous roots had pierced into the stones of the city walls. Just looking at it made people feel frightened. The eagle hovered over Flower City as Xiao Hai carefully looked at everything in Flower City. Just as Buffy had said, Flower City wasn't just made up of vines. In the city, there were some flower vines that were very thick and stood upright like a tree. Above them, there were many branches that bloomed. The whole city was a world of flowers. Slowly, Xiao Hai also noticed that the closer the flower vines were to the center of the city, the thicker they were. If one looked carefully, they would find that these flower vines didn't have a main root. They only had fibrous roots. The small flower vines were the branches of the thick flower vines. The thick flower vines were the branches of the thicker flower vines. Finally, they converged into a huge vine that was 10 meters thick and extended towards the center of the city. Green and the others were also looking at this situation. Even Zhao Wen was looking very serious. She hadn't observed the 7 colored flowers at such a close distance before. Xiao Hai let the eagle fly towards the center of the city. His eyes were following the vines. He wanted to see where the main stem of the 7 colored flowers was. He was obviously working hard. The hawk slowly circled around the city. Xiao Hai's eyes were following a vine. He wanted to use this method to find the main stem of the 7 colored flower. Green and the others also understood what Xiao Hai meant. One by one, they stared at the screen. Xiao Wen was now lying on top of Xiao Hai's head, also staring at the screen. Perhaps because of the space, Xiao Wen was closer to Xiao Hai. When she was with Xiao Hai, she would lie on top of Xiao Hai's head. She really treated it as her own home. Xiao Hai didn't care about her. Xiao Wen wasn't heavy, and her character was more like a child. Xiao Hai liked her like this, so he naturally wouldn't drive her away. Several people stared at the screen. Suddenly, a huge black spot appeared on the screen. This black spot almost occupied the entire screen. Xiao Hai subconsciously shouted, "Found it." Green and the others also let out a long breath. Xiao Hai immediately had the hawk circle around the black spot. He pulled the screen to the black spot and looked carefully. To be precise, it wasn't a black spot, but a black hole. The diameter of this hole was about 100 meters. But now, a 7-colored flower grew out of this hole. This 7-colored flower was the thickest one Xiao Hai had ever seen. The trunk was almost as thick as the hole. But what was strange was that this 7-colored flower wasn't very tall. It was only 20 or so mego. In front of the other flower branches, it was considered short. If one didn't use the screen to look carefully, it really wouldn't be easy to find it. Xiao Hai had the hawk fly down, getting closer and closer to the hole. In fact, Xiao Hai wanted to try and see if the 7-colored flower would attack them. There was no reaction. The 7-colored flower was just like any other ordinary plant. It didn't make any reaction. The flower was still blooming, but the branches were still motionless. Xiao Hai didn't think that the 7-colored flower would have such a reaction. Xiao Hai didn't give up and had the hawk fly down. However, Xiao Hai didn't let the hawk attack the 7-colored flower. He was afraid that if the hawk attacked the 7-colored flower, it would be destroyed by the 7-colored flower. When they go out, they might also be attacked by the 7-colored flower. They were now in the 7-colored flower's domain. If they provoked the 7-colored flower, it wouldn't be good for them. Xiao Hai saw that the 7-colored flower didn't have any reaction. He let out a long breath and said, "Grandpa Green, I'll go out and see." Green looked at Xiao Hai and nodded, "Young master, it's good to go out and see. The flower doesn't seem to have any reaction to people who aren't strong. The young master doesn't have any magic or battle chi, so the flower shouldn't attack you." Xiao Hai nodded and looked at the others. Although the flower's attack power is very strong, it's not that strong. It's best that we don't disturb it. You can wait for me inside the space. Zhao Wen, come down quickly. If you go out, I'm afraid the flower will attack. Zhao Hai, who was lying on top of Zhao Hai's head, nodded and came down. Zhao Hai looked at the others and faintly smiled. Grandpa Green said that because of the space, these flowers and grasses like to get close to me. Today, I'll see if the flower also likes to get close to me. Green and the others chuckled. To be honest, this time, Green and the others weren't too worried. Just as Zhao Hai said, although the flower's attack power was very strong, it wasn't that strong. If people don't attack me, I won't attack you. This way, Zhao Hai would be very safe. Zhao Hai saw that the others didn't say anything, so he turned around and went outside the villa. He called back the hawk and the ghost staff, and then his body flashed out of the space. The place where Zhao Hai appeared wasn't very far from the hole. He landed on one of the 7-colored flowers vines. This vine was now more than 20 meters thick, so standing on it wasn't a problem. When Zhao Hai appeared on the vine, he was very careful. He was ready to return to the space at any time. But just as they thought, the flower didn't attack them. It was as if it didn't know about Zhao Hai's existence. Zhao Hai walked a few steps on the vine and jumped, but the vine still didn't have any reaction. Zhao Hai felt like a bird standing on a tree. No matter how he jumped, the tree was still a tree. However, compared to the 7-colored flower, Zhao Hai wasn't even a bird. At most, he was a mosquito. A mosquito couldn't do any harm to a tree. Seeing that the 7-colored flower didn't have any reaction, Zhao Hai slowly walked to the side of the hole. Next to the hole, there were small vines everywhere. It was almost impossible to see the ground, but the hole could still be seen. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the hole and found that it wasn't very deep. It was dark inside, and he couldn't see anything. He also couldn't see the roots of the 7-colored flower. Zhao Hai looked at the 7-colored flower's vines and carefully counted them. From the trunk of the 7-colored flower, there were 18 huge branches. The first one was about 20 meters thick, and then there were countless small branches. The small branches grew more and more branches, turning this place into a city of flowers. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the 7-colored flower. It must be said that this 7-colored flower was very interesting. In addition to the small branches, the vines could also grow fibrous roots. The small branches also had some leaves. The leaves were very interesting, they were shaped like flying knives. The 7-colored flower was so big that one could sit on it. In the center of the flower, there was a cloud of smoke, making it impossible to see what was inside. After carefully sizing it up, he found that the 7-colored flower was like this. There wasn't anything to look at. Zhao Hai stood on the vines and thought about it. With regards to the 7-colored flower, he couldn't use force. However, this flower seemed to be very honest. If you don't provoke it, then it wouldn't provoke you. However, this wasn't the result that Zhao Hai wanted. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai waved his magic staff. Spatial water shot out and fell into the hole. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the 7-colored flower would react to the spatial water. One must know that the space can strengthen plants, and the spatial water was the same. For ordinary plants, the spatial water was the best tonic. Zhao Hai wanted to curry favor with the 7-colored flower. When the spatial water fell into the hole, the 7-colored flower didn't have any reaction. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be disappointed. At this time, the 7-colored flower suddenly reacted. Moreover, its reaction was much stronger than what Zhao Hai expected. The entire flower city seemed to be boiling. All the vines stood up and danced in the air. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. He didn't know why, but he felt that the 7-colored flower wouldn't hurt him. Although the 7-colored flower was making a lot of noise, it didn't seem like it wanted to attack him. Instead, it seemed to be very happy. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that the vines under his feet fluctuated. Then countless tiny vines gathered under Zhao Hai's feet. In front of Zhao Hai's surprised eyes, the vines finally turned into a chair. Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment before he smiled and sat on the chair. Zhao Hai didn't think that the 7-colored flower would be smart enough to make a chair. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Naturally, Zhao Hai returned the favor. He waved his ghost staff and a pile of spatial water fell into the hole. This made the vines dance even more fiercely. In front of Zhao Hai, a table made of vines appeared. On top of the table was a cup made of vines. Inside the cup was a 7-colored liquid. It seems like the other party wanted to use this to entertain Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. The 7-colored flower gave him this water. Even if it was poisonous, he wouldn't be afraid. He had been drinking the spatial water for a long time. And since the spatial water was able to cure the 7-colored flower's poison, he wasn't worried at all. Zhao Hai picked up the cup made of vines. However, he discovered that the cup didn't exist on its own. Below the cup, there were small vines that were connected to the table. And the vines on the table were connected to the vines under Zhao Hai's feet. In other words, the cup was still a living plant. Zhao Hai didn't care about it and drank the water from the cup. When the water entered Zhao Hai's mouth, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It wasn't that the water was disgusting. On the contrary, the water was very tasty. However, this thing that looked like water was actually wine. The 7-colored flower actually used wine to entertain him. Moreover, not only was this wine glowing with 7 colors, it also had the fragrance of 100 flowers. And within the fragrance, there was a trace of sweetness, as well as a trace of bitterness. It left a rich aftertaste. Zhao Hai stared blankly as he held the cup. Then he discovered that the 7-colored wine in the cup had returned to its original state. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he couldn't help but chuckle. However, Zhao Hai didn't drink too much. After taking another sip, he placed the cup on the table. At this time, he noticed that the 7-colored flower's trunk had grown several branches. Moreover, these branches were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Hai stared blankly at all of this. He didn't think that the 7-colored flower's reaction would be this big. One must know that the 7-colored flower's trunk was different from its branches. The branches had fibrous roots as well as small branches. But on the trunk, besides the 18 branches, there was nothing else. Now that more branches were growing, it must be because of the spatial water and spatial earth. Zhao Hai counted. This time, the 7-colored flower actually grew 9 new branches. At this time, the 7-colored flower's branches suddenly fluctuated as they slowly moved to the side. Then a small vine grew out of the hole. This vine wasn't green, but it was glowing with 7 colors. This small vine grew longer and longer as it extended towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that the main character had arrived. This 7-colored vine was very important to the 7-colored flower. Maybe he could communicate with it. The 7-colored flower's fighting strength had already surpassed 9th rank. This was equivalent to a plant becoming a spirit. If someone said that there was no way to communicate with it, then Zhao Hai wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. I'm tired, I'm going to rest. I'll try to update this chapter in the afternoon. Before long, the 7-colored vine arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Then at the tip of the vine, a flower bud grew. This flower bud slowly grew until it was about half a meter long before it stopped. Then the flower bud slowly bloomed. The flower that bloomed from this bud was not 7-colored, but monochromatic. While Zhao Haiyan was looking at the red petals in a daze, he discovered that there was another layer of petals inside. This time, the color of the petals was yellow. As the layers of petals slowly bloomed, it only stopped when it reached 7 layers. Then in front of Zhao Hai, a 7-colored flower appeared. It was like a rainbow that suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. At the center of the flower, there was a 7-colored pupa. This pupa wasn't big, it was only about the size of Zhao Hai's thumb. It was 7-colored and very beautiful. While Zhao was looking at the chrysalis in a daze, the chrysalis suddenly moved. The chrysalis wriggled twice like a worm, and then with a swish, it split open into 2 butterfly wings. Each wing had a 7-colored hue to it. While Zhao Hai was still in a daze, the wings flapped twice before it slowly flew up. Then with a turn of the wings, a thumb-sized little person appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This little person was wearing a little dress made of 7-colored vines. Her long, 7-colored hair hung down from her head to her heels. Her skin was white, and her fair little arms and legs were exposed. She was extremely adorable. The little person flew to Zhao Hai's eye level. She blinked her big eyes as she curiously looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also noticed that her eyes were 7-colored. The little person looked at Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai also looked at her. The two looked at each other without speaking. After some time, the little person smiled and said, "Do you want to keep looking at me without speaking?" Zhao Hai stared, then he recovered and quickly stood up as he said to the little person, "Hello, I'm Zhao Hai." "And you are?" The little person looked at Zhao Hai, then she gave a very ladylike salute and said, "Hello, I'm Kai Er." Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute. Then he looked at Kai Er and said, "Hello Kai Er, are you this flower?" Kai Er smiled and said, "To be precise, this flower is just a branch of mine. My main body isn't here." Zhao Hai stared, "You're saying that this flower is just a branch of yours? Then, where's your main body?" Kai Er smiled and said, "Isn't it right in front of you? To be honest, I am the real body. The flowers you see exist because of me, right?" Zhao Hai looked at Kai Er and said, "Where did you come from?" Kai Er smiled and said, "Please sit down, I'll tell you slowly. To be honest, I haven't met many people who would listen to me for a long time." Zhao Hai sat down and looked at Kai Er. Kai Er also smiled faintly as she sat on the vine table in front of Zhao Hai. On the vine table, a small table and a small chair appeared. In front of Kai Er was a small cup that couldn't even hold a drop of water. Kai Er took a sip of the water from the cup. Her chair and the small table in front of her were very strange. Whether it was the chair or the table, their legs were very long. Because of this, Kai Er was at the same level as Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at Kai Er's appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like this little girl really knows how to put on airs. Moreover, she had to sit at the same level as his eyes before she was willing to talk. Zhao looked at Kai Er, who was holding a small cup that was no bigger than a toothpick. She drank a few mouthfuls of water, then put down the small cup and looked at him. She still didn't speak. Zhao felt like he was being played by this little woman. While Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Kai Er finally spoke, "My name is Hell's Rainbow Flower. The place where I came from is called Hell. I'm the most respected existence there." Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Kai Er with a puzzled expression. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of Hell, it was just that Zhao Hai didn't understand Kai Er's words. This was because he had heard of Hell back on Earth, he had never heard of it in the Ark continent. Kai Er looked at Zhao Hai's expression and smiled, "This is the Ark continent. In your world, we call it the Demon Realm." Zhao Hai's eyes opened wide. He hadn't heard of Hell in the Ark continent, but he had heard of the Demon Realm. The Ark continent was different from Earth. Earth could be said to only have its own plane while the Ark continent had many planes coexisting. The Ark continent was located in one plane while the Demon Realm was located in another plane. There were also other planes that existed in the Ark continent. However, people's understanding of these planes was much less compared to the Demon Realm. There weren't a lot of records about the Demon Realm in the continent. However, all of the records about the Demon Realm could be described with one word: danger. According to the continent's records of the Demon Realm, the creatures that came out of the Demon Realm were all undead and dark creatures. They were ferocious, they only knew how to kill and destroy. This was the people's understanding of the Demon Realm. Zhao Hai didn't think that Kai Er would actually come from the Demon Realm. Naturally, Kai Er saw through Zhao Hai's thoughts, she smiled and said, "Aren't you surprised? Why do I know about this?" Zhao Hai nodded, Kai Er smiled and said, "It's nothing. I obtained a book from the Ark continent, and I also have a book about the Demon Realm. Because of this, I know that the Demon Realm isn't like the Ark continent. There are only undead and dark creatures in the Demon Realm. In fact, the Demon Realm is a complete world. It's just that its living environment is much worse compared to the Ark continent. Most importantly, there is no sun there. My flowers are one of the main sources of light in the Demon Realm. Because of this, the creatures there are very respectful towards me. You should know that the Demon Realm and the Ark continent are two different planes. The difference in living conditions between the two planes is too big. Because of this, when the first spatial rift appeared and the demons knew about the existence of the Ark continent, they desperately wanted to live in the Ark continent. They longed for the Ark continent's sunlight, the water, the land, the grasses, and everything else. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Demon Realm is different from the Ark continent. Because of this, the living conditions of the two planes are very different. Because of this, when the first spatial rift appeared, the demons knew about the existence of the Ark continent. Zhao Hai could hear the heavy weight in Kai's words. It was a kind of infinite longing for a better life. It was like a blind person longing for light. The demon's longing for the Ark continent was 100 times stronger, no, 1,000 times stronger. Kai sighed, then she said, "You haven't been to the demon realm, so you can't imagine what kind of life the creatures there live. They wanted to live in the Ark continent, but they used the wrong method. They wanted to conquer the Ark continent, but they didn't succeed. Instead, they sealed the spatial rifts in the Ark continent." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You've never been to the demon realm." Although Kai's tone was dull, Zhao Hai believed that in this process, the Ark continent must have paid a huge price. Kai didn't care about Zhao Hai, she continued. Later on, new spatial rifts appeared. The Ark continent and the demon realm went through several battles, but in the end, the demons failed. The place where you are now was originally a spatial rift, but it was sealed by the people of the Ark continent. However, for some unknown reason, the seal was destroyed. The demons didn't know about it, but I did. I extended one of my branches through the rift, and slowly, it became what it is now. Kai's branch was a flower city. Zhao Hai couldn't believe how big her main body was. Kai looked at Zhao Hai, then she suddenly smiled and said, "Aren't you being too serious?" "Hee, I like that kind of atmosphere. Wouldn't it be more convincing if I used that kind of tone?" Zhao Hai looked at the cunning smile on Kai's face. His mind couldn't wrap itself around it for a while. Kai had a compassionate look on her face, but now she was smiling like a flower. Zhao Hai's mind couldn't keep up. Kai looked at Zhao Hai's silly expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Then she held her belly and rolled it around. Zhao Hai patted his head, he was sure that he had been played by this little woman. But what was strange was that Zhao Hai didn't get angry, he just looked at Kai with a smile. Kai laughed for some time before she stopped. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai didn't have any intention to speak. She timidly said, "Are you angry?" Zhao Hai looked at Kai. How could he get angry? He shook his head and said, "No, I'm just curious." "Why are you telling me this?" Kai flapped her wings and flew towards Zhao Hai. "I want to drink the water you gave me, as well as the soil you threw at me. That was the most delicious water I've ever drunk, and also the most fertile soil I've ever seen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, you can come with me to a place where you can drink the water you want, as well as the soil you've seen." Kai looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then she pouted and said, "I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like you don't have any good intentions towards me. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows, then he smirked and said, "What's wrong? You don't dare?" He didn't know why, but when Zhao Hai said this, he felt as if he was a strange uncle trying to trick a little girl into seeing a goldfish. Kai pouted and said, "Don't try to goad me, it's useless against this young lady. However, this young lady is very strong, so I'm not afraid of you. Tell me, where are we going?" Zhao Hai felt happy, he waved his magic staff as a spatial rift appeared beside him. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My domain. Work harder, exert more strength, go all out, vomit more blood." Kai looked at the spatial rift without any fear on her face. She had already seen spatial rifts before. Don't forget, the reason why she was able to appear here was because of spatial rifts. How could she be afraid of spatial rifts? Kai didn't care at all as she flew into the space. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he also entered the space. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to trick Kai into entering the space was because Kai was too strong. If he could have Kai branch an Iron Mountain fort, then there would be no need to worry about the safety of the fort. Moreover, Zhao Hai had another idea. He hadn't asked Kai if the seven-colored fog in the carrion swamp was related to her. If it was, then as long as Kai's branch was placed in Iron Mountain fort, then the entire black wasteland would be slowly covered by the seven-colored fog. When that time comes, he could feel relieved and boldly improve the land. Nobody in the continent would dare to go to the black wasteland. This was the result that he wanted to see the most. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the space, he heard a prompt from the space, discovered plant sprite. Space's AI has been upgraded. Space's level has been upgraded to 21. Land can be cultivated up to 1,000 mu for a total of 10,000 gold coins. host can hand over the farm to the plant sprite. Because the space has been upgraded to level 20, new background exchange function and space bag function have been added. After level 20, the space will no longer cultivate new land. Instead, it will upgrade the existing land and spring water. For every level up, 100 mu of land will be upgraded to red land. Crop yield will be increased by 10% and crop maturity time will be increased by 20%. Special seeds for red land have been added to the store. Host can purchase them from the store. For every level up, space's spring water will increase detoxification ability, magic power, battle chi, physical strength, and recovery ability. At this time, Kai arrived in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this place is very good. Kai will live here in the future. I also want to move my main body here." Zhao Hai was thinking about the prompt, so when he heard Kai, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He looked at Kai and said, "You want to move your main body here? What about your branches outside?" Kai smiled and said, "Young master, can't you set up a transmission point here? Actually, when I said that I'll move my main body here, it won't affect the demon realm or the swamp. It'll just grow a main body in the space. Moreover, my branch can directly appear in the swamp and the demon realm through the transmission point. There won't be any problems." Zhao Hai stared blankly at Kai and said, "You're saying that your branch can extend from the transmission point to the swamp and the demon realm? I don't remember setting up a teleportation point in the swamp." Kai smiled and said, "Now that the space has reached level 20, the young master can increase the number of transmission points to 10. You can make a transmission point in the swamp. Moreover, I can also give the young master a set of coordinates so that you can set the transmission point to the demon realm." Zhao Hai nodded and muttered, "That's good. If I have time, I'll go to the demon realm and take a look." "Wait, how do you know so much about the space? Who told you about it?" Kai smiled and said, "Young master forgot, I'm a plant sprite. Now that I've completely integrated with the space, I already know the functions of the space. In the future, the young master can hand over the management of the space to me. If you have any questions, you can also ask me." At this time, Green and the others also came out. Each and every one of them looked at Kai with a puzzled expression. From the screen, they understood that Kai was the Hell Rainbow Flower's main body. They didn't think that Kai would be able to integrate with the space. Zhao quickly said, "Then tell me about the background function and the spatial bag function. What's going on?" Kai nodded and said, "The background function allows you to buy the background of the space with gold coins and then use it in the space. Now, aside from the land and the villa, the rest of the land is covered in a white mist. As long as you change the background, the mist will disappear and the space will become a complete world. Later on, if the young master allows the slaves to enter the space, then they'll be able to move around a lot more. Most importantly, as long as the background is exchanged, once the space reaches level 30, then the background can be used. In other words, at that time, the young master will be able to grow crops in the background. Although the young master only has 1,000 mu of land, once you reach level 30, the young master will be able to use the land in the background. At that time, the young master will be able to grow crops in the background. Although the young master only has 1,000 mu of land, once you reach level 30, the young master will be able to use the land in the background. At that time, the young master will be able to grow crops in the background. Although the young master only has 1,000 mu of land, once you reach level 30, the young master will be able to use the land in the background. At that time, the young master will be able to have as much land as you want. Not only can you have land, you can also have mountains, rivers, seas, and ores. The young master won't even need to leave the space. The space's output isn't any worse than on land. It's an independent world, and the young master will be the master of this world." Zhao Hai stared blankly as he listened to Kai. Kai's explanation was very clear. In other words, he could change the background. Although he couldn't use it right now, once he reaches level 30, he would be able to use it. This was equivalent to having a whole new world. This was very good. Kai continued, "The space bag's function is even better. Young master, the space's bags for seeds and gold coins are actually small space bags. The space inside the space bag isn't very big, only about 10 cubic meters. But now, it can be used outside. After all, only the young master can use it, no one else can use it. As long as the young master can use the space bag, then Grandpa Green and the others would be able to use it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Kai and said, "How do you know about Grandpa Green and the others? How do you know about the slaves that entered the space?" Kai smiled and said, "Of course I know. The space has a record of everything that happens inside. Now that I've merged with the space, I naturally know about it. You are the space's master, which makes you my master. But I know that you don't like people calling you master, you prefer to be called young master. Therefore, I decided to call you young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Right, since the space has been upgraded, how about the monitor?" Kai smiled and said, "Of course it has been upgraded. I can now see up to 2,000 meters away. After I reach level 30, I can see even further." Zhao Hai looked at Kai and said, "Didn't you want to transfer your body to the space? Will it occupy the space's land?" Kai shook her head and said, "It won't. I've already merged with the space, so I won't occupy the space's land. Young master, I'll be moving now." "Right, besides Bluestone Villa and Iron Mountain Fort, I want to add 2 more transmission points. One is the swamp, and the other is the demon realm. Young master can't go to the demon realm right now, it's too dangerous. But if there's an opportunity in the future, you can go there and take a look. Young master, is that all right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. After you move your body to the space, remember to place 2 branches in Iron Mountain Fort and Bluestone Villa. The 7-colored poisonous fog in the swamp is related to you, right? I think you should know that the Black Wasteland is my fief. If you release the poisonous fog there, then it would truly belong to me." Kai smiled and said, "Young master can rest assured, I understand what you mean. First, surround the Bluestone Villa. Moreover, don't let outsiders see the 7-colored poisonous fog, lest they think that it's the swamp. Then release a large amount of poisonous fog in the Black Wasteland, making people think that it's the swamp's poisonous fog. Am I right?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're really smart. From today onwards, you'll be called Zhao Kai. Right, if I leave the space, can you follow me? When I fight, can you help me?" Kai smiled and said, "Of course I can. I'm fused with the space, and the space belongs to the young master. Naturally, I also belong to the young master. When the young master fights, my vines can stretch out from the space and help the young master." Upon hearing Kai, Green and the others became happy. What they were most worried about was Zhao Hai's safety. But now, they didn't need to worry about that. With a 9th-rank expert by his side, Zhao Hai's safety was guaranteed. Moreover, Kai was different from Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen's identity was a magic beast from the Carrion Swamp. If she appeared in the continent, then she would be attacked by the continent's experts. However, Kai wasn't. Kai had never appeared in the continent. Even if Kai helped Zhao Hai in battle, nobody would think that she was related to the Carrion Swamp. With this, they could be considered to have a 9th-rank expert. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then you can do it outside. I'll go in and take a look at the background." Kai nodded. Then Zhao Hai and the others entered the villa. After arriving at the villa, Zhao Hai first ordered all the land to be reclaimed. Now that he had money in his hands, 1,000 mu of land would be reclaimed. Although it would cost 10,000 gold coins, Zhao Hai could still afford it. After reclaiming the land, Zhao Hai immediately opened the screen and went to the shop. He found the decoration page and bought the background that matched the villa. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to buy other backgrounds, but the ones that matched the villa were very expensive. Only the villa was the cheapest, only 1 gold coin. In any case, they didn't need a background right now. The background only looked good and allowed people to move around. Because of this, they didn't need to think too much about it. The background that matched the villa was a prairie. Although there were some ups and downs, it was full of green grass. With the addition of the blue sky and white clouds, the space looked very lively. After choosing the background, Zhao Hai went out of the villa. Green and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. They also wanted to see the situation outside. Working hard to update, after coming out of the villa, Green and the others couldn't help but stare. The current space was completely different from before. In the past, aside from the villa and the fields, the rest of the space was covered in white mist. But now, the space was filled with blue sky, white clouds, and green grass. Most importantly, there was 1,000 mu of farmland in front of him. This was a genuine good farmland. Zhao Hai didn't think that after reaching level 20, he would be able to upgrade the farmland to 1,000 mu. One must know that their original farmland was only a few dozen mu, not even 100 mu. This time, it was really a big surprise. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that if he used the normal method to upgrade the space, then he would need to reach level 30 before he could upgrade the red soil. However, Zhao Hai didn't use the normal method to upgrade the space. This was especially true for the last upgrade. It was a plant sprite. Although a plant sprite didn't have a high evaluation in the space, it could still increase the space's intelligence. Because of this, the space gave Zhao Hai an additional reward. This allowed Zhao Hai to reclaim 1,000 mu of land. The reason why the space didn't have a high evaluation of the plant sprite was because the space believed that the plant sprite could only be used as a support. The reason why the space was able to level up by 6 was because of the Hell Rainbow Flower. The Hell Rainbow Flower's level was very high, so it was able to increase the space's level by a lot. The space rose to level 6, and with the additional rewards, the space was only level 21, but the land had already been completely reclaimed. Moreover, now that Kair was here, the space's intelligence would be greatly increased, it wouldn't be as rigid as before. However, Zhao Hai didn't know about this right now. Zhao Hai was currently looking at the villa in a daze. The villa now looked very different from before. The original villa looked very ordinary, there was nothing strange about it. But now, the villa was completely different. The walls of the villa were covered with vines, and the vines were filled with rainbow flowers. This made the villa look very beautiful, it was indescribably beautiful. Zhao Hai certainly knew that this was Kair's masterpiece, but he didn't think that Kair would actually wrap the entire villa with flowers. Green and the others looked at the prairie with shining eyes. The scenery here was really beautiful, it was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they also heard Kair say that once the space reached level 30, they would be able to use this prairie. How big was this prairie? It was so big that they couldn't see the end of it. At this time, Kair flew to Zhao Hai's side. She smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it's done. Look, what do you want to plant?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Bamboo rice, oil fruit, corn, wheat, potato, sweet and spicy, sweet and sour, green fruit, and green lettuce. I think we should divide 100 mu of land and plant the vegetables that can be bought from the space's store. 10 mu of bamboo rice, 10 mu of oil fruit, and a bit more corn and wheat. 100 mu of corn, 500 mu of wheat, and the rest of the land will be planted with the 5 magic vegetables. This way, we can trade with Laura." Kair complied and went to arrange it. Currently, the space was still planting bamboo rice and oil fruit, 10 mu of each. There were also some potato chips and the like. These things were stored by Zhao Hai in order to trade with Laura in the future. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that the space would allow him to open up 1,000 mu of land. This allowed him to have more land to plant. Naturally, the crops that were still growing couldn't be eradicated. After they were harvested, they would be planted according to Zhao Hai's instructions. At this time, Green and the others recovered and surrounded Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai was still lying on top of Zhao Hai's head, while Kair was sitting on top of Zhao Hai's shoulder. The space was now under Kair's command, but looking at her appearance, it seemed like she didn't need to do anything. She didn't need to do anything, but the space's land had already been planted according to Zhao Hai's instructions. After everything was done, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He turned to Kair and said, "Kair, are the transmission points ready?" Kair nodded and said, "Everything is ready. Young master can rest assured. Iron Mountain Fort now has a branch of mine. Moreover, they have already surrounded the fort and are releasing the poisonous fog. The Bluestone Villa is the same." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you and Grandma Marine go to Iron Mountain Fort first. I think that the slaves might be a bit nervous right now. Tell them that they don't need to be nervous. I'll go to Flower City to take a look." Green nodded. Zhao Hai sent the two back to Iron Mountain Fort. Then Meg and Blockhead appeared in Flower City. The place where they appeared was still on the vines. Meg and the others were curiously looking all around, especially Meg. Her eyes were shining. Meg loved flowers. Although she had already seen this situation on the screen, she had only seen it on the screen. Now that she was looking at the scene up close, she felt as if she was in a dream. This place was like a fairy tale world, everything was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Blockhead and the others were also looking all around. Because Zhao Hai had already seen it once, he didn't feel that it was strange. He turned to Kai-Er, who was sitting on his shoulder, and said, "Kai-Er, what was this city originally for?" Kai-Er replied, "This city was originally built in order to guard the spatial cracks below. It was one of the 5 great demon sealing cities of the continent. Later on, because of the war, the city was destroyed. That hole was created during the battle between 2 powerhouses. Who would have thought that it would open the seal? Later on, I extended a branch from that hole and released a poisonous fog. Slowly, no one was left here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked around. He discovered that he couldn't see any buildings in the city, all of them were covered by vines. Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask Kai-Er, "Kai-Er, can the buildings in the city still be used?" Kai-Er nodded and said, "Some of them can still be used. But a large part of them were destroyed during the war. If young master wants to settle down here, then you don't need to live in those buildings. I can clean up those buildings and change them into any kind of buildings. As long as young master says the word, then it'll be fine." Zhao Hai thought about Kai-Er's table, chairs, and cups. If Kai-Er can make a table and chairs, then wouldn't a house be easy to make? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but you don't need to live here for the time being. You can clean up those buildings first." "Right, is there anything that can be used here? Or magic items? Didn't you say that you got a lot of books in the city? Where are they?" Kai-Er smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, those books are already rotten. How many years have passed? If I remember correctly, I've been here for more than 10,000 years. What's left of it?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head and looked at Kai-Er with a strange expression. "Kai-Er, how old are you?" Kai-Er thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know. In any case, before I appeared here, I've already lived for a long time." Zhao Hai patted his head, he didn't think that Kai-Er would have lived for so long. Wouldn't that mean that he was an old monster that lived for 10,000 years? Zhao Hai curiously looked at Kai-Er and said, "What have you been doing for such a long time?" Kai-Er thought for a moment and said, "I've been sleeping most of the time. In any case, there's nothing fun in the demon realm. There's fighting almost every day, I'm already tired of it. Also, there's nothing to do in the swamp. In the beginning, the levels of the magic beasts in the swamp weren't very high. Later on, because of my existence, their levels became higher and higher. But since they can't beat me, they still respect me and protect me. So naturally, I'll be fine. Otherwise, I'll be fine." Zhao Hai patted his head, he couldn't help but feel helpless. After such a long time, Kai-Er actually spent all of her time sleeping. After looking around with Meg and the others, he returned to the space. Perhaps it was because of the background, but the air in the space felt particularly fresh. Zhao Hai and the others didn't stay for long, they immediately went to Iron Mountain Fort. Upon arriving at the fort, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Iron Mountain Fort had already turned into a second flower city. The walls were covered with vines, blooming flowers, and the fort was slowly being surrounded by 7-colored fog. However, the fog here was a lot lighter compared to the swamp. However, Kai-Er was still quite considerate. There weren't any vines on the ground, nor were there any vines on the things that were commonly used. The vines were just crawling on the walls, making the fort more lively. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result, but he still turned to Kai-Er and said, "Kai-Er, can you control this fog? If this place turns into a swamp, then even if I improve the soil, I still wouldn't be able to grow anything." Kai-Er smiled and said, "Young master doesn't need to worry, this mist can be controlled. Later on, I'll slowly spread the mist to the periphery of the Black Wasteland. As for the middle area, we'll leave it for cultivation." Zhao Hai nodded. It must be said that Kai-Er was very good. Not only was she strong, but she was also very smart. She was able to do whatever he wanted her to do. She was a very versatile secretary. At this time, Green and Marine entered the fort from the outside. When they saw Zhao Hai and the others return, the two quickly greeted them. Green said, "Young master, I've already told the slaves that there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the two and said, "Let's go to the Bluestone Villa and take a look. These past few days, there hasn't been any news from Miss Laura. I'm also a bit worried. If necessary, we should go and take a look." Green shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be that fast. Even if the Marquis del clan wants to deal with us, they must first gather their people. Last time, they sent a lot of people, but they were all destroyed by us. They should know that we are not to be trifled with. With the addition of the Purcell clan, with such strength, the Marquis del clan has no choice but to think carefully. I think it will take them some time to mobilize their people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then let's go back to the Bluestone Villa and take a look. If there really isn't anything, then we'll go back to the swamp and have Little One help us find some plants and animals. Now that the farm has been upgraded to level 21, the ranch still hasn't been upgraded. We should quickly upgrade the ranch. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep." The farm had reached level 21, which gave Zhao Hai and the others a lot of benefits. If the ranch leveled up as well, what benefits would they get? Just thinking about it made them excited. Even if they couldn't get any benefits, they could still raise more magic beasts and increase their fighting strength. Even if they only raised blue-eyed rabbits, they could still earn more gold coins. Green also nodded. They also knew that the most important thing right now was to level up. In their view, leveling up in the ranch wasn't a big deal, but leveling up in the farm was. As long as they could level up in the farm, once they reached level 30, they could detoxify Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai had Zhao Wen and Kai'er by his side, they weren't worried about Zhao Hai's safety. They just wanted to detoxify Zhao Hai as soon as possible so that he could get married and have children. If Zhao Hai knew what Green and the others were thinking, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Putting aside proper business and thinking about these things all day long, Zhao Hai was also very impatient. But in Green's view, letting Zhao Hai get married and have children was the most important thing. In fact, Zhao Hai was having a headache right now. To be honest, he had feelings for Laura. After all, she was very beautiful and had a good personality. But Zhao Hai couldn't let go of Meg. Not to mention, Meg had accompanied him to face Zhao Wen, a rank 9 expert. Zhao Hai was very moved. To say that Zhao Hai's heart was only moved by Meg's feelings would be a lie. Ever since Zhao Hai woke up, Meg had been taking care of him. He also found out that Meg was interested in him. Adding on this matter, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to give up on Meg. Zhao Hai was a person who believed in love. He was also a perfectionist. He believed that a person's love could not be divided by too many people. That was no longer love. The so-called universal love was just another more elegant way of saying that. But when love really came, it was really out of his control. The more he wanted to control it, the more he couldn't control it. It was like a drug that would unknowingly make him sink into it. When you really meet love, but it's completely different from your own view of love, what kind of choice will you make? For a man, this might be a good choice. Since monogamy wasn't allowed in the Ark continent, then he might as well marry all of them. But for an idealist, this choice was a bit difficult. Zhao Hai wanted a perfect love, but his heart could not be controlled by love. What was the most restrictive thing in this world? It wasn't the law, but a person's own heart. When a person has a standard in their heart, it would be very difficult to go beyond it. Zhao Hai was like this. He had his own view of love. It was because of this view of love that when he was on Earth, he was still a virgin even though he was already more than 20 years old. In a world like Earth, Zhao Hai was still able to keep his heart. In the eyes of many people, this was simply a combination of a madman and a fool. But for Zhao Hai, other people's evaluation had nothing to do with him. He had his own set of standards. This was Zhao Hai's character. He was dull, gentle, and responsible, but there was also a sense of aloofness. While talking, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space and then went to Stony Mountain. The situation in Bluestone Villa was similar to Fort Iron Mountain and Flower City. It had also become a world of rainbow flowers. Zhao Hai and the others were already somewhat accustomed to this kind of scenery, so they weren't too surprised. After sitting down in the living room of Bluestone Villa, Zhao Hai contacted the undead that followed Laura back to see if there was anything going on with Laura these past few days. Contrary to Zhao's expectations, nothing really happened. Elodia was very well behaved, and those who followed him were even more well behaved. None of them dared to cause trouble. Casa City was also very calm. Aside from the day when Laura brought the undead back, which caused a small sensation, nothing else happened. Zhao's eyes lit up as he looked at Casa City. Such a result was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He thought that Carlo's men would cause some trouble, or at least send people to rescue Elodia. But now it seemed that there was no such thing. Why was this? Carlo shouldn't be someone who was easy to deal with, right? Green's face became gloomy. He turned to Zhao and said, "Master, I'm afraid that this matter won't end well. If Carlo acted earlier, it means that he didn't want to hand this matter over to the Marquis del Clan. He wanted to do it himself. He has the strength, and his business is the closest to the Purcell Duchy. If he wanted to send people over, I'm afraid he could have done it 2 days ago. But they haven't made a move yet, which means that Carlo might have already told the Marquis del Clan about this matter and wanted to hand it over to the Marquis del Clan to solve. After all, it would take time to transfer people from the Marquis del Clan." Green's face turned gloomy. He turned to Zhao and said, "Master, I'm afraid that this matter really won't end well. If Carlo acted earlier, it means that he didn't want to hand this matter over to the Marquis del Clan." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood what Green meant. If this matter was handled by Carlo alone, then they wouldn't need to worry about it. But if this matter was handled by the Marquis del Clan, then things would be a bit tricky. Zhao Hai didn't care about Carlo's strength, but if this matter was handled by the Marquis del Clan, then things would be a bit tricky. The Marquis del Clan was a powerful merchant clan that spanned half of the continent. Although they were very overbearing and had many enemies, they had their own set of methods. Moreover, their strength was also very formidable. If it weren't for this, then they wouldn't have their current status. Although he, Laura, and Evan had joined forces, if they really wanted to go against the Marquis del Clan, then who would win in the end was still unknown. People on the continent didn't dare to easily go against merchant clans. The fundamental reason was that merchant clans were too rich. They could use money to smash people to death. Generally, even if a large family was rich, it wouldn't be as convenient for them to use money as a business family. Therefore, very few large families would go against a business family. Of course, a business family would also rarely go against a large noble family. Merchant clans had money, but their status wasn't as high as those great nobles. Moreover, the people they associated with were mostly merchant clans or small and medium-sized nobles. Those great nobles wouldn't lower themselves to associate with merchant clans. In short, both sides had scruples, so they wouldn't easily make a move. But this time, it was related to the stability of the Purcell clan. Therefore, Evan and Zhao Hai formed an alliance to deal with the Marquis del Clan together. Obviously, Carlo also thought of this point, so he didn't make a move. Instead, he reported this matter to the Marquis del Clan's headquarters and asked Sauce to make a decision. Almost everyone on the continent knew that a rank 9 expert couldn't be easily moved. Even if a clan wanted to invite one, they would have to pay a price. Therefore, if 2 clans really fought, they would have to rely on rank 8 experts and the clan's economic strength. In terms of economic strength, the Purcell Duchy and Laura couldn't compare to the Marquis del Clan. But would the Marquis del Clan fight to the death with them? The answer was no. The Marquis del Clan was overbearing, but in the end, it was still a merchant clan. Merchants valued profits, and war was the most costly. Most merchants didn't like it. It was impossible to let the Marquis del Clan and the Purcell clan fight to the death. Sauce, that old fox, wouldn't do that. However, the Marquis del Clan would certainly come to deal with them. If they didn't, then they wouldn't be the Marquis del Clan. If they found out that they were soft persimmons, then the Marquis del Clan would certainly destroy them. But if they found out that they were difficult to chew, then the Marquis del Clan might use other methods to deal with them. Now it seemed that what they thought before might come true. As long as Carlo told the Marquis del Clan about this matter, then things wouldn't be good. Fortunately, they now had Zhao Wen and Kai, so they didn't have to worry about the Marquis Del clan's attack. Even if the Marquis Del clan was desperate and asked a rank 9 expert to act, they didn't have to be afraid. However, Zhao Hai still didn't want to go against the Marquis Del clan. But in the current situation, even if he didn't want to, there was no other way. To be precise, this time, the Purcell clan and Laura had been implicated by them. Zhao Hai frowned and said to Green, "Grandpa Green, what do you think the Marquis Del clan will do to deal with us? Will they use commercial means?" Green shook his head and said, "I'm afraid they won't." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't quite understand what Green meant. A commercial clan would be good at using commercial means to attack their enemies. Using this method to deal with the Purcell clan wouldn't be good. Not only would the Purcell clan be badly battered, they would also be able to obtain benefits. Green looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and knew what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Commercial means can make the Purcell clan suffer a big loss, but it's impossible to destroy them. Once the Marquis Del clan does this, it would be tantamount to offending the other great clans. If the Marquis Del clan can use this method to deal with the Purcell clan, then wouldn't they use it to deal with the other great clans? If the Marquis Del clan dares to do this, then they won't be able to do business in the continent. All the great aristocrats will join forces to suppress them until they feel that they are no longer a threat. This is the way the great aristocrats do things." Zhao Hai really didn't think that it would be like this. On Earth, there were some great financial groups that could even control the economy of a small country. He didn't expect that in the Ark continent, it would be completely impossible. In the end, the Ark continent still respected strength. The law had no binding force on the great aristocrats. It was just a tool they used to restrain others. Vomiting blood, however, this made Zhao Hai feel relieved. The Marquis Del clan wouldn't use commercial means to deal with them, so they didn't have anything to be afraid of. Just using money to buy their lives wouldn't be easy. This world could be said to be full of mercenaries and assassins. These mercenaries and assassins were all desperados. They dared to do anything as long as they were given money. However, mercenaries weren't brainless. They also knew that there were some people that they couldn't afford to provoke. When they received a task, they would act according to their capabilities. Moreover, there weren't any strong experts among the mercenaries. Those experts had long been raised by great nobles, who would run out of the mansion every day and live in the open, living a life where they could lose their lives at any time. However, even if there weren't any strong experts among the mercenaries, these mercenaries still had a lot of means. Generally, the warriors trained by noble clans had high martial skills and combat experience. However, they weren't from the same world as the mercenaries. Therefore, some of the methods that the mercenaries knew, such as traps and poisons, were things that the warriors trained by noble clans didn't know. This was just like in the novels that Zhao Hai had read before. The mercenaries were people who didn't belong to any sect, while the warriors trained by noble clans were disciples of famous sections. Naturally, their treatment wasn't the same. Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I think we don't need to worry so much. Now that we have Kai and Zhao Wen, it's equal to having 2 9th-rank experts. If the Marquis Del clan goes too far, then we can let Kai and Zhao Wen deal with them. Don't forget, our 9th-rank experts are different from the other clans. Other clans' 9th-rank experts would have to pay a price to get them to act, but our clan doesn't need to." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, I'm mainly worried about Miss Laura and the others. This time's matter has become big, but in the end, it's because of us. I feel somewhat apologetic." Green smiled and said, "I don't think this is a bad thing. In any case, through this matter, we have been closely linked to Laura and the Purcell clan. This is called networking. Sometimes, connections are very important. In the past, because our clan didn't have any connections, no one helped us at a critical moment. However, this was also because we were the subordinates of the old king. If we had such a strong network, the old king wouldn't have put us in an important position." Green smiled and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai understood what Green meant. The Buddha clan used to be a lone vassal, a sword in the hands of the old king. This sword could only be grasped in the hands of the old king. If this sword suddenly became a member of a huge network, then how could the old king trust them? When the time comes, there would be no need for the great nobles to make a move. The old king would first clean up the Buddha clan. Xiaohai nodded and said, "This is true. As long as our three clans fought side by side, our relationship would naturally not be ordinary." Grandpa Green, I think that if there's nothing else, we should go to Casa City in 2 days. What do you think? Green nodded and said, going to Casa City to take a look is also good. Some time ago, we bought a courtyard in Casa City. Young master, do you think we should also make a transmission point there? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, we shouldn't. We are very close to Casa City. If we make a transmission point in Casa City, then it would be a bit of a loss. Right now, we can only make 10 transmission points. We have already built 4, so there are only 6 left. We need to use them sparingly. Green thought about it and agreed. Right now, going to Casa City was very convenient. Whether it was Alien or the wind-chasing horse, they could reach Casa City in a very short time. It was much more convenient than using the scaled wildebeests. Just for half a day's journey, they needed to set up a transmission point. They still weren't that extravagant. Green was very clear about the use of a transmission point. A transmission point represented money, and in times of need, it could even save lives. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, after this matter, we have to go to the Beastman Prairie. There, we can buy more slaves and more food for them. We must set up a transmission point there. Green nodded and said, I've been to the Beastman Prairie several times before. But it was during the war. There are slaves there. Although the fighting strength of those slaves isn't strong, they can still work very well. Those Beastman slaves are a lot stronger than ordinary human slaves. Zhao Hai nodded. He also knew what Green meant by the Beastman slaves. In the Beastman Prairie, all races were divided into 3 classes. The highest class was the war race. The so-called war race was a race with strong fighting strength. For example, the lion race, the tiger race, the wolf race, the eagle race, the snake race, and so on. The second class was the race. This race didn't have strong fighting strength, but they still had some fighting strength. For example, the cattle race, the sheep race, the pig race, and so on. The third class was the slave race. These races had the weakest fighting strength among the Beastman Prairie. For example, the rabbit race, the chicken race, the rat race, and so on. The slave race also included some prisoners of war who were captured during the war. These prisoners of war had the same status as the slave race. After arriving at the Beastman Prairie, some humans married the slave race and gave birth to a new race, the half-Beastman Prairie. However, the status of the slave race of the Beastman Prairie was a lot higher than the status of the human slaves. On the other hand, the half-Beastman Prairie wasn't. The status of the half-Beastman Prairie was similar to that of the human slaves. Naturally, this was only on the surface. The reason why the slave race of the Beastman Prairie were called slave races was because they had a master. As long as the master was willing, these slaves could be sold at any time. However, very few people in the continent would buy slaves from the Beastman Prairie. This was because the slaves of the Beastman Prairie were different from the slaves of the Oxu Empire. The Beastman Prairie didn't plant anything. They mainly herded animals. Therefore, the slaves didn't plant anything and only herded animals. On the other hand, the Oxu Empire focused on farming. There were very few prairies where animals could be grazed. Even if they bought Beastman Prairie slaves, they would have to ask someone to teach them how to farm. Even then, they might not be able to do it well. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai and the others. In any case, they didn't have a lot of fields right now. If they were to learn from the slaves, they should be able to learn quickly. Farming was something that could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. As long as they had the guidance of an old person, farming for a few years shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai wanted to go to the Beastman Prairie to take a look. The Beastman Prairie had a lot of different types of magic beasts that were suitable for people to use. If they went there, they would be able to get a lot of magic beasts. Maybe they would be able to upgrade the ranch. At this time, an eagle's cry came from the sky. A flying eagle descended from the sky. It was the eagle that Zhao Hai had given to Laura. However, this eagle hadn't been transformed by the space, so it hadn't turned red yet. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the eagle walked step by step into the house. Zhao Hai found a small bag tied to the eagle's talons. The bag contained a lot of things. Zhao Hai untied the bag and saw a stack of red paper inside. It was the marriage certificate that Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai looked at it. Needless to say, the craftsmanship was really good. Zhao Hai gave the marriage certificate to Green. Green took it and carefully looked at it. It was very refined, and the quality of the paper was also very good. There was also a piece of paper inside the bag. This paper was the information that Laura had given to Zhao Hai. It was about the Purcell Duchy. Most of Laura's influence was concentrated in the Purcell Duchy. Although she could get some information about other places, it wasn't very detailed. Therefore, Laura didn't send it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the information. The information was very detailed. Laura had written down the reactions of the various families in Casa City. Although there weren't any major events in Casa City, Zhao Hai could see a hint of an undercurrent surging from the information. Obviously, the large merchants in Casa City were aware of Laura's movements. These people weren't fools. Laura had her own information network, and so did they. In addition, Laura had made such a big move some time ago. If these people didn't become suspicious and didn't find anything, they wouldn't be willing to give up. In this world, there were no real secrets. As long as one was diligent in investigating, one would be able to find some clues. Many of the people from the large business clans knew Elodia. One must know that Elodia was a well-known figure under Carlo. Now that he had been detained by Laura, even an idiot would know that something must have happened between Laura and Carlo. The large merchant families in the continent had a certain understanding of the Marquis del clan. They also knew what kind of status Laura and Karen had in the Marquis del clan. This time, when Laura and Carlo challenged each other, the large merchant families had the intention of watching the fun. But later, they found that something was wrong. It seemed that the Purcell clan was involved in this matter. This made the large merchant families very puzzled. Although Laura had helped the Purcell clan, she shouldn't have such a big face to ask the Purcell clan to take action. As they investigated, they immediately found out what Carlo's goal was. It was too obvious. On the second day of Elodia's arrival in Casa City, he went to the Grand Duke's mansion to pay a visit. The day after he visited the Grand Duke's mansion, he was detained. Then Laura went to Stony Mountain and was attacked. After that, she returned with a large number of undead. If they still didn't understand what was going on, then they wouldn't be able to establish themselves in Casa City. Last night, there was a power outage, and he was depressed to death. To be honest, these branches of the big business clans in Casa City didn't have any ideas about Zhao Hai. Their businesses were located in the Purcell Duchy, so they knew about the Taoyuan products earlier than Carlo. However, these people didn't make a move. They were very clear that this time, their plans for the grain had been ruined by Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had ruined their plans, it was still equivalent to giving a big favor to the Purcell clan. For the Purcell clan, Zhao Hai was very important. Making things difficult for Zhao Hai was tantamount to slapping the Purcell clan's face. If they still wanted to do business in the Purcell Duchy, then they couldn't touch Zhao Hai. In addition, these big business clans didn't dare to provoke a black magician. Black magicians were notoriously difficult to deal with in the continent. If you really did provoke them, then they wouldn't rest until you were dead. Although their businesses were big, if they were entangled with a black magician, then losses would be inevitable. Businessmen were the most unwilling to lose money, so they paid attention to harmony and wealth. To be honest, these big business clans didn't have a good impression of the Marquis del clan. But now that the Marquis del clan was in the limelight, they didn't want to fall out with the Marquis del clan. For this matter, these big business clans still wanted to watch the fun. However, they still made preparations. These big business clans didn't think that the Purcell clan would lose. They already had a duchy as their fief, so how could they lose to a small business clan? That was impossible. This was something that had never happened before. Great aristocrats had their own circle. The business clan's circle couldn't be compared to the aristocrat's circle. This was because the aristocrat's circle was more solid and stronger. It wasn't something that the business clans could compare to. If the business clans controlled money, then the aristocrats controlled power. Sometimes, you couldn't buy power with money, but with power, you could get money. Things were that simple. It was precisely because of this idea that the big business clans made some preparations. They weren't prepared to deal with the Purcell clan, but on the contrary, they were prepared to deal with the Marquis Del clan. Although they were business clans, the Marquis Del clan was too overbearing. Their reputation in the business world wasn't very good. Now that the Marquis Del clan wanted to go against the Purcell clan, this was a good opportunity to clean up the Marquis Del clan. They certainly wouldn't let it go. In the information that Laura gave to Zhao Hai, she didn't write all of these details. Even if Laura's intelligence network was strong, it was impossible for her to spy on such secretive matters. Laura only spied on the small movements of the great merchant clans. After Zhao Hai told Green about this matter, Green thought that the goal of the great merchant clans might not be the Purcell clan. They had just offended the Purcell clan. If they dealt with the Purcell clan this time, then they would have offended the Purcell clan. In the future, they wouldn't be able to do business in the Purcell duchy. Therefore, Green thought that the goal of the great merchant clans might be the Marquis Del clan. Zhao Hai also agreed with Green's words. The two chatted for a while. Zhao Hai wrote a letter of thanks to Laura and then released the eagle. After releasing the eagle, Zhao Hai took out several spatial bags and gave them to Green and the others. These spatial bags were from the seeds that Zhao Hai had bought in the past. There were also some that were from the seeds that Zhao Hai had recently bought. Now that the area of the space was very large and Kair had planted a lot of things, there were a lot of spatial bags. Green and the others each received one, so there were still a lot left. Zhao Hai prepared all of these spatial bags. Naturally, he wouldn't use all of them for himself. He planned to give some to Laura. One must know that spatial equipment was very popular in the continent. Although the space inside the spatial bag wasn't very big, it was still enough for Green and the others. If these spatial bags were brought to the continent, they would cost at least a few thousand gold coins to buy. After releasing the eagle, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the space and went to Iron Mountain Fort. After arriving at Iron Mountain Fort, Zhao Hai followed Green out of the inner fort, intending to take a look at the outer fort. Upon arriving at the outer fort, Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't think that the outer fort would be more beautiful than he imagined. Inside the fort, all of the houses were covered with rainbow flowers. Most importantly, all of the windows were covered with rainbow flowers. During the day, these rainbow flowers would roll up and automatically lower them at night, just like automatic curtains. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Upon seeing these small rainbow flowers, Zhao Hai immediately called Kair out. Kair liked to stay inside the space. She was a plant spirit, and the space was very conducive to plant growth. Naturally, she liked to stay inside the space. When Kair was called out by Zhao Hai, she was puzzled and asked, "Young master, what did you call me for?" Zhao Hai pointed at the rainbow flowers and said, "Kair, these rainbow flowers are very good, but what will they do in winter? Won't these rainbow flowers be frozen in winter?" When Kair heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Young master, you underestimate me too much. I came from the demon realm. The demon realm's environment is much worse than here. It's much colder than here all year round, so I'm not afraid of the cold. Moreover, you shouldn't underestimate these flowers. Not only can they shine at night, they can also emit heat when it's cold. Because of this, the temperature in the castle wouldn't be too low." When Zhao Hai heard Kair, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know that Kair had such an ability. Kair looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Young master, you don't understand the demon realm's situation. The demon realm's environment is really bad. If I didn't have so many abilities, then how could I get the respect of the demon realm's creatures? Let me tell you, not only do I have these abilities, some of the demon realm's creatures also need to eat my leaves to survive. Because of this, the people of the demon realm are very respectful towards me." Zhao Hai nodded, then an idea appeared in his mind. If Kair has this ability, then wouldn't he be able to use Kair's flowers to make a greenhouse during the winter? If this is possible, then during winter, not only would he be able to plant plants inside the space, he could also plant plants outside. Zhao Hai gently shook his head and threw this idea to the back of his mind. Now wasn't the time to think about this. In any case, winter was still far away. Moreover, as long as Kyer was here, it would be very easy to use the greenhouse. Xiaohai and Green slowly walked out of the castle. When they arrived outside, they saw that the slaves were busy in the fields outside. At this time, the vegetables that they planted had just sprouted. They needed to look at them carefully and remove the excess sprouts. This way, the vegetables would grow faster and bigger. Looking at the green plants on the ground, Xiaohai and Green's mood was particularly good. Green's eyes were filled with tears. He thought back to the time when they first arrived in the Black Wasteland. At that time, he didn't have any other thoughts, he only wanted to save Xiaohai's life. Who would have thought that they would end up like this? Then Xiaohai and Green went to the canyon to take a look. The corn there had already grown very tall. Moreover, because there were specialized people taking care of it, it was growing very well. Xiaohai was very satisfied. Then Xiaohai carefully looked at the blue-eyed rabbits. These blue-eyed rabbits were very ugly. Maybe it was because they ate the radish leaves from the space. Therefore, these blue-eyed rabbits grew very fast and were soon able to reproduce. This made Xiaohai the happiest. Now that the Black Wasteland was on the right track, the land in the Black Wasteland was enough to support them. This was already a very good result. After looking at these places, Xiaohai and Green returned to the castle's living room. After the two sat down, Meg served them some tea. Xiaohai drank a mouthful of tea and sighed. Now that we have some prospects, haha. Grandpa Green, don't you think so? Green nodded, smiled, and said, yes, these days we have a bit of hope. Hee hee, when we first came to the Black Wasteland, we didn't even dare to dream about this day. If it weren't for the young master space, our Buddha clan would be finished. Xiaohai also smiled faintly. He turned to Green and said, Grandpa Green, tomorrow we'll go to Casa City and see Laura. I want to give her some space bags and have her help us buy some fish seedlings to put in the moat. Now that we have Kai-Er, the moat can be fenced with Kai-Er's vines. This way, there won't be any problems. As for the mountain lake, because of the crystal hornworms, we can also raise fish seedlings so that we can eat fish in the future. Green nodded. Yes, young master. Do you think we can have Xiaowen go to the swamp to catch some magic beasts? In any case, she is very familiar with the swamp, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Xiaohai nodded. There shouldn't be any problems, but we still have to be careful. If the other magic beasts in the swamp were to know about our situation, then it would be a big problem for us. Xiaowen said that she knows that there are more than 10 level 9 magic beasts in the swamp. If these magic beasts come to find trouble with us, then it would be more dangerous than facing the people of the continent. Green nodded. Xiaohai said, let Xiaowen go to the swamp and catch some magic beasts on a small scale. After this matter is over, we'll go to the Beastman Prairie. There will certainly be a lot of magic beasts there. I believe that when the time comes, the level of the ranch will certainly rise. Green nodded. He had some understanding of the Beastman Prairie. He knew that there were a lot of magic beasts unique to the continent. If he could really get those magic beasts into the space, then it would be difficult for the space not to level up. Sorry, I'm a bit late, please forgive me. Today, my stomach hurts so much that I want to die. It wasn't easy to rush out this chapter, so please take a look first. That night, Xiaohai told Marine about his plans to go to Casa City. Marine didn't oppose it at all. On the contrary, she was very supportive. Marine, who had been dealing with great aristocrats, was very clear that if an aristocrat didn't have any contact with others and always shut themselves in their own territory, then there wouldn't be any development. In the past, although the Buddha clan didn't have any connections, they still had many contacts with great aristocrats. This was for the convenience of doing things. Because of Zhao Hai's previous identity, he didn't have any contact with others. This was very disadvantageous for their future development. Marine hoped that Zhao Hai would go to Casa City more often and get in touch with those famous people. In fact, Marine had another plan, and that was Laura. Laura had now been selected by Marine to be Zhao Hai's wife. Naturally, she hoped that Zhao Hai could get in touch with Laura more often and cultivate their feelings. This would allow them to achieve success as soon as possible. The next morning, Zhao Hai led Green and Meg out of Stony Mountain and went straight to Casa City. This time, Zhao Hai rode Alien. Alien was the most comfortable to sit on, and its speed was very fast and stable. It was even more comfortable than when Zhao Hai sat in a car back on Earth. However, Zhao Hai still released several Windchaser horses to follow behind Alien. When they were about to reach Casa City, Zhao Hai dismounted from Alien and rode the Windchaser horses into the city. The news that Zhao Hai had come to Casa City had spread to all the big and small forces in Casa City almost as soon as he entered the city. One must know that Zhao Hai was a very mysterious existence to the big forces of Casa City. Everyone wanted to find an opportunity to contact him, but he had been hiding in Stony Mountain, so they didn't have a chance. Now that Zhao Hai had suddenly come to Casa City, it wasn't only the big merchants that were alarmed, but also Evan. However, Evan didn't show too much of a reaction. Although he wanted to see Zhao Hai, he was after all the Grand Duke of Purcell, the ruler of a country. If he went to see Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't have any face. Laura naturally received the news. When she heard that Zhao Hai had come, she was surprised. Yesterday, she had sent a hawk to deliver a letter to Zhao Hai. Why did Zhao Hai come today? But now wasn't the time to think about it. She immediately said to Nir, go call Grandpa Quinjon, and inform my father. Nir complied, then turned and ran. Laura immediately stood up and shouted, Cyril. Although Cyril was Laura's security captain, his strength wasn't very good. However, he was loyal and devoted. He had been with Laura for a long time, so he wasn't a completely brainless warrior. Now, he could handle some things for Laura. He was more like a steward than a security captain. Cyril immediately ran in from the outside. He didn't wear any armor, only a simple warrior's uniform. After he came in, he immediately bowed to Laura and said, Young lady. Laura nodded and said, Go quickly. Open the front door and be ready to welcome Mr.'s arrival. Right, go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare some delicious food. Today, no matter what, Mr. must stay here for a meal. Cyril complied and immediately went to inform the kitchen. Laura stood up and quickly walked to her room. When she reached her room, she immediately opened her wardrobe and chose her clothes. After choosing for a while, she finally chose her favorite moon-white princess dress and put it on her body. Quinjon and Karen arrived at Laura's study, but didn't see her. They asked the servant and learned that Laura had returned to her room. Both of them were experienced people, so when they heard the servant, they immediately understood what was going on. Quinjon couldn't help but smile and say to Karen, Young Master Karen, it seems that we have to hurry up and prepare Laura's dowry. Karen smiled and said, I have to see who it is first. All fathers were like this. Seeing his beautiful and capable daughter dressing up for a brat that he had never seen before, Karen felt a little sour in his heart. Quinjon naturally understood Karen's mentality. When Laura's mother got married, Quinjon also had the same mentality. Although Quinjon wasn't Laura's mother's father, the two of them were like father and daughter. Therefore, Quinjon's thoughts were almost the same as Karen's. When he heard Karen, Quinjon couldn't help but laugh and say, That's not up to you. At this time, Laura came out of the room. She was wearing a white princess dress that was made of high-quality spider silk. It looked very beautiful. When Karen saw Laura's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. But when he thought that Laura was dressed like this because of Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but sink. Laura didn't pay attention to this. She walked in front of the two men and turned around. Father, Grandpa Quinjon, do you think my dress is beautiful? Do you want to change it? Quinjon chuckled and said, No need to change. Our little Laura is the most beautiful. Karen's face sank and he didn't speak. Laura also noticed that Karen wasn't right. She was puzzled and asked, Father, what's wrong? Why is your face so ugly? Who made you angry? Did the experiment fail again? Karen snorted and said, I'm fine. I'm very good. Then he went into the study with a sour face. Laura was confused and didn't know what had happened to Karen. At this time, the sound of a horse's neigh could be heard from outside. Then Cyril's voice was heard. Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived. Mister, please come inside. The young lady is waiting for you. When Laura heard Cyril, she immediately straightened her dress and walked to the front door. When she arrived at the front door, Zhao Hai and Green were walking in. The three of them weren't riding horses. The horses had been handed over to the servants of Faith Mansion. Searle led the three of them inside. Laura quickly went forward and greeted Zhao Hai. "Welcome, Mr. Laura is late to greet you, I hope Mr. won't be offended." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Young lady Laura is too polite. Today, I came to the city on a whim. I didn't have anything to do. Instead, I disturbed young lady Laura. Please forgive me." Laura smiled and said, "For Mr. to come is Laura's honor." "Hello, Mr. Ringer." "Hello, young lady Meg. Please come inside." Green and Meg also saluted Laura, and then saluted Quinn John. Laura then led them to Laura's study. When they entered the study, they couldn't help but stare blankly. Karen was sitting there with a sour face. His eyes were staring at Zhao Hai as if Zhao Hai was his enemy. This made Zhao Hai stare blankly. Zhao Hai lowered his head and looked at himself. There was nothing wrong with him. Then he carefully looked at Karen. He didn't seem to have seen him before. For a moment, he really didn't know where he had offended Karen. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stop. He turned his head to Laura and said, "Young lady Laura, who is this?" Laura also noticed that Karen's expression wasn't right, but at this time, it wasn't good to ask him. She just smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "This is my father." When Zhao Hai heard that it was Laura's father, his heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward and respectfully greeted Karen. "Zhao Hai has seen Uncle. I took the liberty to visit. I hope Uncle won't take offense." Although Karen was angry, it was just a father's reluctance to part with his daughter. He didn't really have a grudge against Zhao. Now that he saw Zhao's humble attitude and politeness, he immediately felt embarrassed. He quickly stood up and helped Zhao up. "Mr. is too polite. You have saved Laura several times, so I should thank you properly." Zhao nodded and said, "Mr. is too polite." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle is too polite. I just saw injustice on the road. Uncle doesn't need to take it to heart." When Laura saw Karen's reaction, she relaxed and quickly said, "Father, you didn't talk to Brother Hai while standing. Quickly sit down." Now that there were no outsiders in the room, Laura naturally called Zhao Hai Brother Hai. When he heard her call him that, Karen's expression turned ugly. However, Karen had received an aristocratic education since childhood, so he politely invited Zhao Hai to sit down. Zhao Hai was somewhat nervous, so he carefully sat next to Karen. Laura looked at the few people in the room, then she turned to Searle and said, "Searle, you withdraw. Have two undead guard the door. Don't let anyone else come close. Pay attention. If there is an emergency, you can personally call me." Searle complied, then turned around and gently closed the door for Laura. Karen looked at Laura with some confusion. When Laura saw Searle withdraw, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, there are no outsiders here. Take off your hat. Grandpa Green as well. Meg, don't just stand there. Quickly sit down." Zhao Hai and Green chuckled, then took off their hats and helmets. Karen looked at Zhao Hai with some shock. He really didn't think that Zhao Hai was younger than he had imagined. In his mind, even if Zhao Hai was young, he should at least be in his 30s. To be able to reach Zhao Hai's height in his 30s was already a top genius. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's age would be less than 20 years old. Laura also sat down. Nier served them tea before retreating behind Laura. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Brother Hai, you didn't come here today just to stroll around, right? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't come here today for anything. I just wanted to take a look. Right, I also wanted to give you a few small gifts." Then he waved his hand and 3 spatial bags appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai placed the spatial bags on the table and smiled at Laura. "These are your gifts. They are spatial bags with 10 square meters of space inside. Take a look and see if you can use them." Laura and the others stared blankly for a moment. They really didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so generous. He actually gave them spatial bags that were priceless on the continent. This was beyond their expectations. Holiday, strive for more. Without waiting for Laura to start, Karen picked up a spatial bag and carefully looked at it. This spatial bag looked like an ordinary bag, grayish-brown in color. There was a small yellow hemp rope tied to the mouth of the bag. It didn't look anything special, and it was even worse than some of the exquisitely made women's handbags on the continent. If you threw such a bag in front of a noble lady or young lady, and didn't tell them that it was a spatial bag, they wouldn't even pick it up. They wouldn't even look at it. However, Karen wasn't looking at this. He was looking for the spatial bag's magic array. Karen was a magic array researcher, and what he liked the most was to study the magic arrays on various magic tools. Generally, spatial tools had very exquisite magic arrays on them. Moreover, these magic arrays needed to be activated by a space mage, and they needed to be a very high-level space mage. Otherwise, the magic array would be useless. The so-called activation was actually a sealing process. After a space mage reached a high level, they could use their own magic power to divide a subspace and then seal it. This was the activation process. The magic arrays on spatial tools, to put it bluntly, were very special sealing magic arrays. Its main function was to seal the subspace that the space mage divided, so that people could use it at any time. It was precisely because of this reason that most spatial tools on the continent were made of metal. Moreover, they were made of a variety of metals. This was because the sealing magic array had very high requirements for the metal, and it was very difficult to make. What Zhao Hai took out was a spatial bag. This kind of spatial tool had never appeared on the continent, and he had never even heard of it. Karen was naturally curious. Karen took the spatial bag and carefully looked at it, but he didn't find anything special. He then picked up the rope tied to the bag's mouth and carefully looked at it, but he still couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but frown, and then he opened the bag. When he opened the bag, a projection of a magic array suddenly appeared. The projection of the magic array was blue, like a firefly's blue light. Karen pondered for a moment, then he turned the bag's mouth. The projection of the magic array also followed the direction of the bag's mouth. Karen covered the magic array on a chair and then said, "Collect." The chair immediately disappeared. Karen then said, "Release." The chair reappeared in its original position. Karen nodded and said, "Sure enough, this magic array isn't used for sealing, but for collecting and releasing. This is good stuff. In the end, how is it made?" While speaking, he fell into contemplation. Zhao Hai and the others were stunned as they looked at Karen. Zhao Hai originally wanted to explain to Karen how to use the spatial bag, but he didn't expect Karen to be so smart. He actually figured out how to use it, but wasn't his reaction too strange? When Laura saw Karen's appearance, she knew that he was once again immersed in the research of magic arrays. Now, even if you were to talk in his ear, he wouldn't be able to hear it. She couldn't help but smile bitterly at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, don't mind it. My father is like this, he likes to research magic arrays and magic tools. Once he starts researching, he forgets everything." Zhao Hai looked at Karen thoughtfully. Karen's appearance was too similar to that of a mad scientist. In order to research their subject, they could forget themselves. Such people were worthy of admiration. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "People like Uncle are really rare. It's precisely because of people like Uncle that the continent's magic could develop to this degree." When Laura heard Zhao Hai praise Karen, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. She reached out and picked up a spatial bag, carefully looking at it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You've seen how to use it. This spatial bag isn't very big, only about 10 cubic meters. Anything that exceeds this volume can't be stored." Laura happily said, "This is very good. Right now, almost all of the spatial equipment in the continent are in the hands of the great nobles. We don't have any. Moreover, I heard that the spatial equipment in their hands aren't very big. This is very good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. For me, this thing isn't difficult to obtain. However, I can't take out too much, it would be too conspicuous." Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, don't worry. I won't easily reveal this thing. Did Brother Hai come here today for this matter?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, I came here today for this matter. I also wanted to take a stroll around Kasa City. Right, I wanted to ask you to help me buy some fish seedlings. I don't know if you have any?" Laura frowned and said, "These fish seedlings are easy to buy. I have my connections, but the problem is the transportation. These fish seedlings are very delicate. From the place where I bought them to Stony Mountain, I'm afraid that less than 10% of them will survive. That's why I haven't bought them yet. Zhao Hai smiled and said, so it's because of this. Then there's no problem. You contact the buyer and order the goods. When the time comes, send someone to find me. I'll go get them myself. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she quickly said, good, then I'll immediately contact you. When I'm done, I'll send someone to find you. Zhao Hai nodded and was about to say something when his complexion suddenly changed. He looked up and said to Green, Grandpa Green, someone is attacking Stony Mountain. We'll go back immediately. Green stared, then his complexion changed. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, good courage. They really came. Then he stood up and put the helmet on his head. Zhao Hai also put on his magic hat. The three of them stood up. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, Laura, something happened at Stony Mountain. I have to go back immediately. If I have time in a few days, I'll come to see you. Right. You have to be careful here. I'm afraid that this time the people were sent by Carlo. At this time, Laura and Quinn John also stood up. Their complexions were very ugly. They also thought that the Marquis del clan might send someone, but they didn't think it would be so soon. Laura nodded to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, don't worry. I'll be fine here. You have to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and led Green and Meg out of Faith Mansion. They rode their horses and quickly left Casa City. Outside Casa City, they found a place where there was no one and entered the space with their horses. Then in a flash, they appeared in the courtyard of the Bluestone Villa. The villa was still calm. After all, Kyer was overseeing the villa. Even if the people who came to attack the mountain, they would have to pass through Kyer before they could enter the courtyard. Not to mention, they hadn't been able to attack the mountain yet. They were still fighting with the undead at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Hai's group of three appeared in the villa and immediately went to the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Zhao Hai released Zhao Wen and Kyer. Zhao Wen was still lying on Zhao Hai's head while Kyer sat on his shoulder. Then Zhao Hai released the eagle virtuous phantasm. He wanted to see how many people would come to attack them this time. The three people weren't anxious and slowly walked to the foot of the mountain. However, they didn't come out of the black fog. Instead, they stood inside it. Kyer waved her hand and a projection appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Because the area of the monitor was now larger, Zhao Hai could clearly see the situation outside. Outside, some people dressed as mercenaries were fighting with the undead. Zhao Hai didn't leave a lot of undead here, but most of them were experts like Zhao Jia, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Jia. These people weren't easy to provoke. Most importantly, there were also Buffy and the undead that had attacked Laura and were killed by the eagle virtuous phantasm. Their numbers weren't small. Zhao Hai released the eagle virtuous phantasms to see if the other side had any reinforcements. These eagle virtuous phantasms were scouting from Casa City all the way to Stony Mountain. Zhao Hai suspected that the other side might be besieging Stony Mountain for reinforcements. The real assassins would be ambushing them halfway from Casa City. However, the other side didn't think that Zhao Hai had the space and could return to Stony Mountain in an instant. Soon, the eagle virtuous phantasms reported that they hadn't found an ambush halfway. This was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Although there were a lot of mercenaries surrounding Stony Mountain, nearly 1,000 of them, there weren't any real experts. There were a few magicians, but their levels weren't very high. After releasing a large number of magicians, their magic power couldn't keep up. Therefore, they simply didn't pose any threat to Zhao Jia. With such a force attacking Stony Mountain, it was obviously impossible. What was going on? Zhao Hai told Green about his guess. Green shook his head and said, Young master, I think it's better for us to return to Casa City. Then we'll walk back bit by bit and see if there's an ambush. What do you think? The reason why Green said this was because in this world, there were too many ways to avoid people's detection. Not to mention anything else, just the invisibility technique alone could prevent the eagle virtuous phantasms from seeing them. If the other party really wanted to ambush them, they would certainly think of a foolproof way. It wouldn't be as sloppy as the last time they ambushed Laura. The last time they ambushed Laura, the reason why they were so careless was because they weren't prepared enough. They didn't think that Laura would dare to act. This time, it was obvious that they were scheming, so they would certainly be fully prepared. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, then we'll go back. We'll slowly walk back. I want to see if they still have a backup plan." After that, the three of them returned to the courtyard and went back to Casa City. They entered the space and then sat on Alien's back as they quickly walked back to Stony Mountain. The reason why they were in such a hurry was because Zhao Hai wanted to make those people think that they were really anxious to go back and rescue Laura. Therefore, they didn't have time to look around and create an opportunity for those people to ambush them. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. While rushing forward, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the situation around them through the monitor. Green and Meg were also paying attention. Those invisibility techniques, even if they could hide from people's eyes, couldn't hide from the monitor. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that they had been walking for more than 2 hours, yet they hadn't found the existence of the enemy. This was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. After walking for about half an hour, they would soon reach Stony Mountain, which obviously wasn't the best place for an ambush. Green was also a bit unsure. He had the same idea as Zhao. He thought that the other side would ambush them halfway, but now he didn't see anyone at all. This was really beyond his expectations. He looked at the screen, puzzled. Did they not think of an ambush on the way? Zhao asked. Did they not think of an ambush halfway? At this time, green dots suddenly appeared on the screen. Moreover, the green dots were rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Zhao Hai and the others stunned, not knowing what was going on. Before long, the green dots had surrounded them. Green seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly changed. One man against thousands of shadows. Zhao Hai and Laura were both surprised. Both of them were puzzled as they turned to look at Green, not knowing what he meant. Green looked at the two and said, "Young master, you don't need to look. Actually, there is only one person outside, but it can also be said that there are 1,000 people. This person is very famous in the continent. He is a very famous assassin, and most importantly, this person is a 7th rank warrior. At the same time, he is also a divergent ability user." Divergent ability user? Zhao Hai and Meg exclaimed at the same time. A few days ago, they had just talked about their own divergent ability users. They didn't expect to encounter a divergent ability user today. Moreover, it was a divergent ability user who came to deal with them. Zhao Hai couldn't help but have the xenomorph stop. Around Zhao Hai's group were at least 1,000 people. The strangest thing was that these 1,000 people all looked the same, wore the same clothes, and held the same weapons. However, their postures were different. At this time, Green also calmed down. He coldly looked at the silhouettes around him, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Right, a divergent ability. Shu has a very peculiar and enviable divergent ability, the body clone technique. His body clone technique creates clones that aren't dummies or illusions, but real people. Being attacked by his clones is the same as being attacked by his own body. Most importantly, his body clone technique allows him to clone his weapons as well. I heard that he can create up to 1,000 clones, that's why it's called one man against 1,000. Zhao Hai stared and said, "I didn't think that there would be such a divergent ability. It's amazing, no wonder the other side is so confident in dealing with us with 1,000 people. If it was before, we would have been in a mess, but now? Ha ha ha." When Green heard what Zhao said, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, if they met a divergent ability user like Shu before, then they would have a headache. But now, they didn't have a headache at all. Not to mention that Zhao had 2 9th rank experts with him, even the number of eagles flying above them was more than 1,000. Green smiled and said, "Young master, do you want to go out and meet the Shu? Although he's an assassin, he still does things in an open and aboveboard manner. Moreover, he doesn't harm the innocent, he can be considered a good person." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. He knew that in the Ark continent, assassins were actually mercenaries. They weren't hated by the people, only those with bad reputations and evil deeds would be despised. Otherwise, no one would care about ordinary assassins. When the three came out of Alien's mouth, they saw the battle formation outside. 1,000 people, all of them wearing leather armor and holding weapons in their hands, were coldly looking at Zhao Hai. These 1,000 people all looked the same. They were about 1.8 meters tall, but they were very strong. Their hair was messy, as if they never took care of it. Their eyes were silver gray. This made them look very cold. The weapon in his hand was a two-handed axe. It looked very heavy. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others come out, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Green stood by Zhao Hai's side. He looked at Shu and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here. How much do you think we're worth?" Shu nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect to see you here." Shu already knew that he would be recognized, so he wasn't surprised. He just coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, 10,000 gold coins. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't think that we would be worth that much." "What's wrong? Are you sure that you can make us stay here?" Shu looked at Zhao Hai. He coldly smiled and said, 1,000 to 3, I don't see any possibility of losing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Who said that it's 1,000 to 3? Look up." Shu stared. He looked up and saw a lot of black dots circling the sky. These black dots were densely packed. There were more than 1,000 of them. Shu's expression couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai looked at Shu's expression. He couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong? Who has more people now? Do you think that I can't command them?" Shu lowered his head and looked at Zhao Hai. He shook his head and said, "I believe that you can command them, but since I took your money, I naturally have to work for you. Kill." Then he roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't move. Meg flipped the iron scroll in her hand, and the angel's protection instantly appeared on Zhao Hai's body. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. He immediately used a large-scale earth element spell, Earth Spike. This Earth Spike was a large-scale earth element spell. Its range can reach up to 100 meters. However, its lethality wasn't very high. An average warrior would be able to dodge it. However, it was useless to use it to block the enemy. The moment Shu was blocked, Zhao Hai waved his staff. One after another stone golems appeared around Zhao Hai, blocking the attacks for Zhao Hai. Green didn't help Zhao Hai. This was a rare opportunity for actual combat. Green wanted to let Zhao Hai try it out himself. In any case, Zhao Hai had Kai and Zhao Wen by his side. Green didn't need to worry about his safety. At this time, the hawks in the sky also attacked Shu. The hawks screeched as they swooped down from the sky. Their current fighting strength wasn't weak. They swooped down with great momentum and killing intent. Shu didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this difficult to deal with. Most importantly, the information he received only said that Zhao Hai was a dark mage. There was no information about Zhao Hai's earth element magic. Moreover, he could command magic beasts to fight. These magic beasts were blood red in color. They weren't easy to deal with. When the hawk swooped down, Shu felt even more regret. He didn't think that the hawks would be this strong. Moreover, their claws were very strange. When he blocked their claws with his axe, he felt his battle chi being drained several times faster than usual. This made Shu secretly complain. But at this time, the alien faced the sky and let out a sharp roar. Then it fiercely rushed towards Zhao Hai. It didn't know when it turned into a zombie crocodile. Its speed was so fast that it seemed like Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to avoid it. Green and Meg were startled. The two of them were standing beside Zhao Hai, so they didn't guard against the alien behind them. They didn't think that the alien would make a move at this time. Just as Green's roar sounded, the alien had already rushed towards Zhao Hai. But the alien opened its mouth and swallowed Zhao Hai. Moreover, it didn't know when it turned into a skeleton. Just as it swallowed Zhao Hai, a sword suddenly appeared on its head and pierced its skull. Dang! A sword mark appeared on the alien's head. This sword strike was very powerful. The alien's head couldn't help but fall down and hit the ground. At this time, Green and Meg also understood that the alien wasn't trying to hurt Zhao Hai. Instead, it was trying to save Zhao Hai. They didn't think that there would be a powerful assassin hiding nearby that would suddenly attack Zhao Hai. If the alien didn't act in time, then the consequences would have been unimaginable. In fact, Zhao Hai and Green didn't notice that when the alien was about to act, Kyer had already appeared on Zhao Hai's shoulder. Zhao Wen had also appeared on top of Zhao Hai's head. Even if the alien didn't attack, Zhao Hai would have been fine. It was just that Kai and Zhao Wen weren't that big, so nobody noticed them. At this time, the assassin who suddenly appeared wasn't having a good time. The alien didn't just save Zhao Hai, it also attacked the other assassins. One must know that the alien was a mutated undead. Mental attacks were its specialty, so the assassin couldn't stand it. However, the assassin had also received strict training. After discovering that his attack had failed, he immediately wanted to retreat. However, Green didn't give him the opportunity to do so. He immediately used his spirit wind sword to attack the assassin. Zhao Hai's head was now covered in cold sweat. He didn't think that the stealth technique of the assassin would be so powerful that even Laura wasn't able to discover him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but tighten. He turned to Kai and said, Kai help Grandpa Green. Don't let the assassin escape. Kai complied. She didn't do anything, but a spatial rift suddenly appeared beside the assassin who was fighting with Green. Then several vines stretched out from the rift and went straight for the assassin. This sudden attack startled those people. Their figures flashed, and with great difficulty, they managed to dodge the vines. However, they didn't expect that the vines would suddenly disappear. While they were still in shock, a spatial rift appeared behind them. Then several vines stretched out and wrapped around them. The tiny roots of the vines were like steel needles that pierced their bodies. Even if that person's endurance was amazing, he still couldn't help but groan in pain. But the matter wasn't over yet. When the small roots pierced the assassin's body, it was as if they had taken root. They began to desperately suck the assassin's flesh and blood. In just a blink of an eye, the assassin disappeared from the spot. Zhao was sure that he wasn't mistaken. The assassin had disappeared, leaving behind only a tattered robe and an almost transparent sword. Everything else had disappeared, whether it was skin, bones, blood, or flesh. It was as if such a person had never existed in this world. Zhao was sure that the assassin had disappeared, leaving behind only a tattered robe and an almost transparent sword. Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly. After the vines sucked the assassin away, they wrapped around the sword and disappeared into the spatial rift. That assassin was at least an 8th rank expert. How could an 8th rank expert be sucked away by Kyer in just a blink of an eye? Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Wasn't this too strong? Zhao Hai and the others' minds simultaneously flashed these words. If the assassin wasn't an 8th rank expert, then it would be impossible for him to hide from Green. And if an 8th rank assassin wanted to assassinate someone, then even Green wouldn't be able to escape. Such strength, in front of Kyer, disappeared from the world in just 2 moves. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. This kind of strength made Zhao Hai and the others feel apprehensive. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Kyer's cute appearance. He felt that Kyer would grow a tail and 2 horns at any time, turning into a little devil. Kyer looked at Zhao Hai's appearance. She was puzzled and said, "What's wrong, young master? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai calmed his emotions, then he looked at Kyer and said, "Kyer, did you eat that assassin?" Kyer looked at Zhao Hai. She was puzzled. "What do you mean by eat?" "He died, so naturally he became fertilizer." "I'm a flower, what's wrong with absorbing fertilizer?" In the demon realm, after magic beasts and creatures of the demon realm die, except for those that become undead, they would be attracted to me. Moreover, they would take the initiative to let me absorb them. What's so strange about that? Zhao Hai was left speechless. For Kyer, this was indeed the case. She was a plant, and plants weren't divided into good and evil. They needed to absorb nutrients in order to grow. Zhao Hai didn't want to tell Kyer that what she did was wrong. After all, Kyer didn't do anything wrong. At this time, Shu also discovered that the assassin was killed. His expression couldn't help but change. The assassin was sent by his employer to help him complete this mission. His commission was 10,000 gold coins, but this 10,000 gold coins wasn't for Zhao Hai's life. Instead, it was for the assassin to attract Zhao Hai's attention, creating an opportunity for the assassin to kill Zhao Hai. Assassins weren't fools, they wouldn't take money that they couldn't spend. Shu had inquired about Zhao Hai's strength before accepting the mission. He was at least 8th rank. Moreover, he had several 8th rank experts by his side. If it was 10,000 gold coins for Zhao Hai's life, then Shu wouldn't have accepted the mission. The risk was too great. However, the person who hired him said that the 10,000 gold coins was only for him to attract attention. This was why Shu accepted the mission. Now that the assassin was dead, this meant that the mission was a failure. He didn't want to stay and fight Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of Alien's body. Kai'er was sitting on his shoulder, while Zhao Wen was sitting on his head. This way, there wouldn't be any problems. Just as Zhao Hai came out of Alien's body, he saw Shu and his clones slowly disappearing from the battlefield. First, the clones disappeared one by one, then it didn't take long for Shu to disappear from the battlefield. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately understood that the clones of Shu were all clones, while the main body was hiding somewhere. Green also saw this situation. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we can't let him escape. If he escapes, then others will know about our situation." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Zhao Wen and said, "Little Wen, find him and bring him back." Zhao Wen nodded, then flew up and disappeared in a flash. Zhao Hai understood what Green meant. If Shu escaped today, then the matter of his earth element magic would be known. Additionally, he could command the eagle in the sky, and with Kai'er's help, all of this would be exposed. All of these were Zhao Hai's trump cards. It would be best if he didn't let others know about them. Zhao Hai turned to Kai'er and said, "Kai'er, didn't you take that person's sword? Take it out and let me have a look." Kai'er complied, then a sword appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The material of this sword was very special. It looked transparent, but it didn't reflect light at all. Moreover, it was very thin, and most importantly, it was a flexible sword. Zhao Hai held this almost transparent flexible sword. He couldn't believe that there was such a thing in this world. Even on Earth, it wasn't easy to make such a sword, so how was it made in the Ark continent? Looking at the appearance of this sword, it looked very sharp. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knock the sword with his ghost staff. But he didn't expect that just as he knocked the sword twice, the eyes of the skull on top of the staff flashed red. Then the skull's mouth suddenly opened and bit the sword. Before Zhao Hai could react, a piece of the sword was bitten off. Then the skull continued to bite until the sword was completely eaten. Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. At this time, Kai'er turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the space has analyzed this sword. This sword is made from an unknown beast's bone. Not only is this beast's bone very sharp, it's also very tough. Its hardness is comparable to steel. After being eaten by the ghost staff can turn into a flexible sword at any time. Even if you don't want to, the ghost staff can still turn into a flexible sword." This was an unexpected surprise. Zhao was overjoyed as he looked at Kai'er and said, "Really? The ghost staff has such an ability?" Kai'er smiled and said, "It didn't before. But ever since Little Wen and I entered the space has this ability. Since the space has this ability, then naturally the ghost staff has it as well." Hee. Zhao Hai was overjoyed. Then he took the ghost staff and looked at it. The ghost staff was still the same. He couldn't see anything special about it. He couldn't help but hold the ghost staff with both hands and bend it. He didn't expect that the crystal-like body of the ghost staff would bend into a bow shape. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he let go of the ghost staff. The ghost staff returned to its original shape. Zhao Hai took the ghost staff and knocked it on the nearby xenomorph. Clang! 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 Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. This ghost staff was able to change its shape according to his will. It was truly a good thing. At this time, Zhao Wen flew over from a distance. At this time, she was being held by Zhao Wen in her claws. Before long, Zhao Wen arrived in front of Zhao Hai. She let go of Shu and threw him to the ground. Then she shrunk and landed on Zhao Hai's head. Then she said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, this guy is really cunning. His main body is more than a kilometer away from here. Moreover, he's hiding in the woods. It's really hard to find him." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If he's that easy to find, then we wouldn't need Little Wen to do it herself. Little Wen, what do you want to eat today?" Zhao Wen was currently eating the blue-eyed rabbits produced by the space. She didn't eat a lot of them. Moreover, the taste of the blue-eyed rabbits was very good. They had now become Zhao Wen's favorite food. Rabbits. Zhao Hai expected this answer. Zhao Wen was more like a child compared to Kai Er. Kai Er didn't have much contact with other people, so she was somewhat naive. On the other hand, Zhao Wen was truly like a child. Zhao Hai agreed to Zhao Wen's request. Then he turned his head to Shu, who was lying on the ground. Shu seemed to have fainted and wasn't dead. Zhao Hai turned his head to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, what do you think we should do with him?" Green was also in a dilemma. Letting Shu live would make it hard for him to keep this secret. It would be better to just kill him and turn him into an undead. Thinking of this, Green's eyes flashed and said, "Young master, only the dead can keep secrets. Let's kill him." Zhao Hai felt uncomfortable. He didn't blame Green for being ruthless, but he wasn't used to killing people who couldn't resist. At this time, Shu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly turned over. He knelt on the ground and said to Zhao Hai, "I ask Mr. not to kill me. I'm willing to become Mr.'s slave. I ask Mr. to spare me." Zhao Hai and Green didn't think that Shu would wake up this quickly. The two looked at each other. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Shu and said, "Become my slave? Are you sincere? Are you willing to make a blood oath?" Blood oaths couldn't be made randomly. After making a blood oath, one couldn't violate it. Otherwise, one would be punished. This wasn't like on Earth, where oaths were like eating cabbage. Once a blood oath was made, one couldn't violate it. Otherwise, one's blood would flow backwards and one's heart would explode. Shu hesitated for a moment. Then he clenched his teeth and bit his finger, making a blood oath on the spot. After Shu made the blood oath, Zhao Hai felt a mysterious connection between him and Shu. Shu seemed to have turned into an undead. If Zhao Hai wanted Shu to live, then Shu would live. If Zhao Hai wanted Shu to die, then Shu wouldn't be able to live. Seeing that Shu had made the oath, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, then you'll follow me from now on. Let's go to Stony Mountain." Then he turned around and entered Alien's body. Shu also followed. When he entered Alien's body, he was startled. He didn't think that Alien's body would be like this. However, he didn't say anything and just sat behind Zhao Hai. He lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. Zhao Hai didn't care about Shu. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, it seems like our previous guess was correct. They really want to besiege us. It seems like as long as we go back, the alarm in Stony Mountain will be lifted." Green nodded, then he turned to Shu and said, "Shu, was it the Marquis family who hired you this time?" Shu nodded and said, "Yes, it was the Marquis family's fifth young master Carlo who hired me. That assassin was also sent by Carlo. My main task was to help that assassin attract Master's attention, so that the assassin could make a move on Master. I ask for Master's forgiveness." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "At that time, we were enemies, so our positions were different. Later on, you can just call me young master. I don't like it when people call me master." Shu nodded, his heart relaxed. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would use this matter to settle accounts with him. Now that he had taken a blood oath to become Zhao Hai's slave, Zhao Hai had the authority to deal with him. This was his biggest worry. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Shu's mood. In any case, they would buy slaves in the future. Since Shu had taken a blood oath, such a slave would be more loyal than a purchased one. Because of this, Zhao Hai trusted Shu. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "It seems like the Marquis family really wants to make a move. I don't think that the assassin was from the Marquis family. He might have been sent by Carlo. This could be considered as a probe. The real attack has yet to come." Green nodded and said, "Maybe Carlo wasn't willing to give this piece of fat meat to the family, so he wanted to make a final effort. In any case, the people he sent this time, besides the assassin, there were no other experts. Moreover, Shu was hired by him. For Carlo, money is nothing." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sneered and said, "If he wants to send people, then I'll let him send. If he wants to invite people, then let him invite them. I want to see how much money he has to spend. Wait for us to deal with him, then I'll have Laura take over all of the Oxu Empire's businesses. The Marquis family, if they provoke us, then they won't have a good time." Green sneered, "The Marquis family has been in the limelight for too long. They really think that they're a character. What kind of family is the Purcell family? They are a pure and old noble family. They have their own duchy and their own army. How can the Markey family compare to them? In the past few years, the Markey family has offended a lot of people. Those people have been waiting to find trouble with them. At this time, they actually dared to offend us and go against the Purcell family. They're really courting death. After this time, even if the Markey family doesn't die, they'll be skinned alive. Now, let's see how many benefits we can get from this. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, we don't need to think about the benefits, we'll just give them to Laura and Evan. This way, they can be more closely linked to us. Hee, we don't have the manpower to snatch those benefits. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, all right. Green nodded and said, that's good. Hee, as long as the young master marries Laura, then we'll have both the wealth and the woman. Xianxia impatiently said to Green, Grandpa Green, don't talk nonsense. You make it sound like we're after Laura's wealth. Green smiled and said, why would we want their wealth? Laura's present situation is thanks to us. Others don't know, but she's very clear about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't value the young master so much. Right, young master, shouldn't we send a letter to Miss Laura so that she won't worry? Xianxia nodded and said, when we return to Stony Mountain, we'll write a letter to Miss Laura. For now, let's go back and see the situation. Green nodded. Shu had been quietly listening to the conversation behind Xianxia. To be honest, he didn't know much about these matters. He was just an assassin, and he wasn't an assassin who was active in the Purcell Duchy. He didn't have the heart to know about these grievances. But now that he was Xianxia's slave, it was natural for him to understand the situation. Now that he heard Green's conversation, Shu was startled. This matter actually involved the Markey Del clan and the Purcell clan. These two clans were very famous in the continent. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thinking of this, Shu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt a burst of joy. If he was successful in dealing with Xianxia and the Purcell clan knew about it, then he would be finished. The Purcell clan wouldn't be polite to him. Even if he was a divergent ability user, in the end, he feared that he wouldn't be able to escape death. While they were talking, they weren't far from Stony Mountain. Xianxia could already hear the battle cries coming from Stony Mountain. Xianxia didn't do anything special, he didn't have aliens stop and directly rushed towards Stony Mountain. At this time, Kair was sitting on Xianxia's shoulder. She waved her hand and a monitor projection appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia and the others were carefully looking at the projection, they didn't notice Shu's shocked expression. This was the first time that Shu saw a monitor projection. Moreover, this projection was much bigger than the one in the villa. Each and every one of the people on it could be seen clearly. Xianxia carefully looked at the situation on the battlefield. The strength of the mercenaries wasn't very strong, they simply couldn't reach the mountain. At this time, a lot of people had already died. Xianxia looked at the map on the projection and saw several green dots on the opposite side of Stony Mountain. It seems like they were the commanders of this operation. Xianxia pointed at the green dots, the projection changed and enlarged. What made Xianxia surprised was that there were 3 dark mages in the position of the green dots. The 3 dark mages as well as 2 mercenaries were standing on the opposite side of Stony Mountain. They were looking at Stony Mountain as well as Alien. Shu was stunned at all of this was beyond his imagination. It wasn't that he hadn't come in contact with mages before. On the contrary, he had cooperated with a lot of mages in order to complete his mission. However, he had never seen a magic like Xianxia's. He always thought that Xianxia was using magic. In the continent, magic was very mysterious. Therefore, no matter what kind of ability a person had, unless it was extraordinary, it was generally considered to be magic. He also saw some mages using detection magic, but only the mages themselves knew about it. Moreover, from what he heard from those mages, the things they saw were vague and not very clear. But Xianxia's magic was completely different. It was as if he was a real person, even their movements could be seen clearly. Shu even saw the hair on the hands of one of the dark mages. Xianxia carefully looked at the 3 dark mages. At this time, Green sighed and said, "This Carlo is really diligent. This time, he actually found 3 dark mages to deal with us. It seems like he wants the 3 dark mages to deal with the young master's undead." Haha, good idea. A high-level dark mage can snatch the summoned creatures of a low-level dark mage, especially the native undead. However, the dark mage's level must be high enough. This was because not only would the dark mage have to deal with the summoned creatures, the dark mage would also have to deal with the undead. This was equivalent to dealing with two people's spiritual attacks. This time, Carlo looked for the three dark mages to deal with the undead. They said that they would deal with the undead while Xiaohai was away. Since Xiaohai wasn't here, the dark mages would have an easier time dealing with the undead. However, Xiaohai wasn't worried at all. His undead were different from the ones commonly seen in the continent. Moreover, their levels were very high. Even if they weren't subdued by him, the dark mages wouldn't necessarily be able to tame them, let alone now. Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Why don't we leave them here? How about we let them accompany Drunk and the others? Now that Drunk and the others have been sent to follow Laura, we don't have many people in our hands." Green smiled and said, "We'll let them go first. Let them tell Carlo about our situation here. This way, Carlo won't give up. We'll also let the Marquis del clan know that we're not to be trifled with." Xiaohai smiled and said, "All right, these people won't be a threat to us. Shu, go out and repel the mercenaries." Shu stared. He didn't think that Xiaohai would call his name at this time. However, he didn't hesitate and went out of Alien's body. After he went outside, he casually picked up a mercenary's sword and created a clone. Then he went straight towards the mercenaries and killed them. Green was puzzled as he looked at Xiaohai and said, "Young master, having the undead charge would be enough to deal with the mercenaries. Why did you send Shu out?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Originally, Shu was sent by Carlo to deal with us. Now that he suddenly attacked the mercenaries, what do you think Carlo would think if he knew? Carlo would certainly think that Shu betrayed them. He wouldn't let Shu go. In this case, Shu can only follow us, otherwise, he'll die. Although he has a blood oath, we still need to cut off all his escape routes. This way, he can follow us with peace of mind." Green stared. He didn't think that Xiaohai would think this way. But then he thought that Xiaohai's decision was right. Although Shu wouldn't betray Xiaohai because of the blood oath, if they didn't beat him, he wouldn't betray them. Even if he didn't dare to betray Xiaohai, it was still possible that he wouldn't work hard. If that happened, Xiaohai would be annoyed. Xiaohai didn't care about Shu's departure. He was still paying attention to the three dark mages. He wanted to know what they would do next. For them to be sent by Carlo to deal with them, their ranks shouldn't be low, so what method would they use to deal with them? Just as he was thinking about this, Alien suddenly became restless. Xiaohai stared, then he immediately understood that the other party wanted to control Alien and then deal with them. This was beyond Xiaohai's expectations, but he also understood that the other party must have known that they were inside Alien's body, so they wanted to deal with it. As long as they control Alien, then they could use it to deal with them. Sure enough, it was a good plan, but it was hard to say whether it would work. Not to mention the fact that Zhao had a big cheat like the space, just the undead itself wasn't easy to deal with. Alien was a mutated undead, so it was their bad luck that they had to face it. However, for safety reasons, Xiaohai brought Green and Meg to Bluestone Villa from the space. They sat in the living room and looked at the situation outside. Alien was obviously very irritable. It knew that the other party wanted to deal with it. Moreover, once Xiaohai left, Alien could feel relieved to deal with the three dark mages. Therefore, when Xiaohai left, Alien immediately rushed towards the direction of the three dark mages. Xiaohai looked at Alien's movements and didn't say anything. If the three dark mages let go, then everything would be easy to deal with. If they don't, then they would become Xiaohai's slaves. Meg took out a pot of tea for Xiaohai and Green. Then she sat down and quietly watched the screen with Xiaohai. At this point, the mercenaries had more than 100 casualties. Moreover, they weren't even able to reach the foot of Stony Mountain. This made them feel a burst of fear. Xiaohai was afraid that the other party would know too much, so he didn't have the eagle's help, he only had the undead deal with it. Xiaohai and the others didn't care about the situation on the battlefield. They just wanted to see if Alien could deal with the three dark mages. The three dark mages didn't think that Alien would discover them and directly rush towards them. They didn't know that Xiaohai and the others had already left. They thought that Xiaohai was still inside Alien's body, so they couldn't help but panic. Now that they were in a panic, their mental attacks on Alien decreased a lot. Alien knew how to use mental magic, so when it noticed this situation, it immediately knew what to do. It immediately strengthened its mental force and sent a mental attack towards the three dark mages. It must be said that Alien was very smart. Zhao didn't teach it how to fight, but it learned how to defend and counterattack. When Alien was attacked before, it didn't show too much spiritual force. It just defended itself and rushed towards the three dark mages. When the three dark mages panicked and weakened their attacks, Alien suddenly launched a powerful attack. This caused the three dark mages to suffer a spiritual backlash. Spiritual backlash was the most terrible thing for a mage. If it was light, then their strength would be greatly reduced. If it was medium, then their cultivation would be completely destroyed, turning them into a cripple. If it was heavy, then they would become an idiot or even die on the spot. Alien's spiritual attack wasn't light at all, it heavily hit the three dark mages. The three dark mages' bodies shook before they softly fell to the ground. The mercenaries standing beside the three dark mages immediately ran over and helped them up. When they saw this, they saw that the three dark mages were bleeding from their 7 orifices and were no longer breathing. This caused the 2 mercenaries to be startled. When they saw the aggressive xenomorph, they were startled. Without saying anything, they immediately ordered a retreat and led the mercenaries away. They didn't even bother to clean up the corpses on the ground. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It seems like we have 3 more helpers this time. Meg, call Shu in." Meg nodded and then walked down the mountain. Meg knew that without Zhao Hai's permission, it would be impossible for Shu to go up the mountain. Not to mention that he was a 7th rank warrior, even if he was an 8th rank warrior with 1,000 clones, he still wouldn't be able to go up the mountain. When Shu saw that the enemy had run away, he received his clones and stood at the foot of the mountain to wait for Alien. Since Alien was on the mountain, Shu thought that Zhao Hai was still inside Alien's body. Before long, Alien came down from the mountain with the corpses of the 3 dark mages in its mouth. When it reached the foot of the mountain, Alien spat out the corpses of the 3 dark mages on the ground and then closed its mouth. Shu didn't know what to do, so he just stood there motionless. At this time, the fog above Stony Mountain fluctuated. Shu immediately looked towards the mountain, wanting to see who it was that came down. When he saw who it was, Shu couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the one coming down from the mountain would be Meg. Meg looked at Shu and said, "Shu, the young master is waiting for you on the mountain. Let's go." Then she turned around and walked up the mountain. At this time, Alien ran a few steps and followed behind Meg. Although Shu was puzzled, he didn't say anything and just followed Meg up the mountain. While walking up the mountain, Shu observed the surroundings. The surroundings were covered in black fog, he couldn't see anything. He didn't know how many undead were hidden in the fog, so he didn't dare to make any movements and just followed behind Meg. Before long, they arrived at Stony Mountain Villa. When Shu saw the villa, he couldn't help but stare. The beauty of the villa was beyond his imagination. He thought that Stony Mountain Villa would be like the other places in Stony Mountain, covered in black fog, gloomy and terrifying. He didn't expect that it would be a sea of flowers. The vines and the 7-colored flowers gave people a dreamlike sense of beauty. Shu couldn't help but stop as he stood outside the Bluestone Manor. When Meg heard the footsteps behind her stop, she couldn't help but turn her head. She saw Shu staring blankly at the flowers of the villa. She couldn't help but smile faintly as she said, "Shu, what are you looking at? Come in, the young master is waiting for you." Shu recovered and nodded before following Merlin into the courtyard. To be honest, Shu was somewhat dissatisfied with Meg's attitude. In his opinion, Meg was just a maid, there was no need for her to be so unreasonable. However, he didn't dare show it. He had just followed Zhao Hai, so he didn't know what kind of temper Zhao Hai had. Offending Meg at this time wouldn't do him any good. After passing through the courtyard, Alien found a place to lie down. Meg led Shu to the living room in the backyard. When they entered the living room, Shu couldn't help but stare. This was because he saw Zhao Hai and Green. Zhao Hai and Green had already taken off their hats. In Stony Mountain, they didn't need to wear hats. Moreover, they weren't afraid that Shu would say anything. If he did, then it would be a violation of the oath, which would be courting death. What surprised Shu was Zhao Hai's age and Green's appearance. Green and Zhao Hai were sitting opposite each other, each holding a cup of tea. They were chatting while drinking. They didn't look like a mage and a follower, they looked more like a family. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and faintly said, "You've returned." Shu recovered, he quickly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master. May I ask if the young master has any orders?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't have any orders." "You've done well. Since you've followed me, then I'll let you know my identity." Shu lowered his head, but his heart wasn't calm. To be honest, he wasn't willing to follow Zhao Hai. He didn't know who Zhao Hai was or what he did. But since the situation was so strong, he could only become Zhao Hai's slave and make a blood oath. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, Shu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He could hear the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words, it seems like he had another identity. But he couldn't think of what Zhao Hai's identity was. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and said, "Since you've discovered the blood oath, we'll be on the same boat from now on. I'm not afraid to tell you that if my identity is revealed, then I wouldn't be able to stay in the Oxu Empire for even a day. Are you afraid?" Shu's heart couldn't help but jump, he quickly knelt on one knee and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master can rest assured. Although this Shu is an assassin, I still keep my words. I've already said that I'll follow the young master, so I'll naturally be loyal to the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, remember your words. Now listen carefully, my previous name was Adam Buddha, but now I'm Zhao Hai Buddha. I'm the current patriarch of the Buddha clan." Shu stared, he couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually say that he was from the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan was now very famous in the continent. It wasn't because of other people, but because the Buddha clan had been banished to the Black Wasteland by the Oxu Empire. After so many years, this was the first time that a noble's fief had been assigned to the Black Wasteland. Because of this, the Buddha clan couldn't help but become famous. Moreover, he heard that the only remaining young master of the Buddha clan was the one who drank the water of nothingness. How could such a person be sitting there, wearing a dark mage's robe and using earth element magic? Zhao Hai looked at Shu and said, "You don't need to doubt me, I'm Adam Buddha. But now I'm called Zhao Hai Buddha. This is our Buddha clan's housekeeper, Spiritual Wind General Green Buddha. This is his granddaughter, Meg Buddha." Shu was now convinced, he quickly gave Green a salute. Green was a famous 8th rank expert in the continent. Shu had already heard of his name, but he hadn't seen him before. He also gave Meg a salute, he knew why Meg was so arrogant, she had the qualifications to be arrogant. Although Shu didn't know that Meg was a 6th rank mage, he knew that Meg was Green's granddaughter, this was enough for her to be proud of. Green's importance to the Buddha clan was well known in the continent. If it weren't for Green and Marine, then the Buddha clan would have already been destroyed. Because of this idea, when Shu heard that Meg was Green's granddaughter, the dissatisfaction in his heart immediately disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and said, "Shu, I told you about my identity because I consider you as one of my own. You have already made a blood oath, you cannot betray me in this life. However, I still hope that you can become my true confidant. I'm not afraid to tell you that although I drank the water of nothingness, I am now a divergent ability user. Moreover, I have a way to cure the water of nothingness. In the future, the Buddha clan will certainly be revitalized. As long as you sincerely help me, I won't treat you unfairly in the future. But if you don't put an effort, you can't blame me for being impolite." Shu bowed and said, "Young master can rest assured, Shu has already vowed to follow you. Naturally, he will do his best to help the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Shu and said, "Come with me." Then he stood up and walked outside. Although Shu didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he still followed Zhao Hai out. Before long, a large number of undead came in. These undead were zombies. The reason why Shu could tell that they were undead was because their faces were very stiff. Some of the zombies were injured, but they didn't bleed at all. Each and every one of them stood there with a wooden face. However, each of them had 1 or 2 corpses in their hands. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he used a spirit trapping technique on the corpses of the 3 mages, turning them into advanced level undead. Then he used a bone forging technique on the corpses of the mercenaries, turning them into low-level undead. Shu didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Why did Zhao Hai want him to see these things? Zhao Hai just smiled and received all the undead into the space. Shu saw a flash of light in the courtyard, then all the undead disappeared. While he was in a daze, the undead reappeared, but they had changed greatly. Whether it was the spirit trapping technique or the bone forging technique that Zhao Hai used, they turned the corpses into skeletons. But this time, the undead were all zombies. Even the injured ones, they had already recovered. This made Shu startled. Zhao Hai turned to look at the 3 dark mages and said, "Shu's is his name." One of the zombie dark mages immediately stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Young master, I'm called Laika. These 2 are my junior brothers, he's called Trey and he's called Mike." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Come with me, I have something to ask you." Then he turned around and entered the room. Shu looked at the 3 zombie dark mages in shock. Shu had seen zombies before. When he was an assassin, he worked with a dark mage. That dark mage's summoned creatures were zombies. But that dark mage's zombies weren't as smart as Zhao Hai's zombies. They didn't look like zombies at all. If it weren't for their wooden expressions and unmoving eyes, they would have looked like normal people. Shu suddenly understood why Zhao Hai had him look at these zombies. These zombies were similar to humans, and they had no problems with loyalty. They wouldn't slack off or play tricks. Zhao Hai was telling him that if he dared to slack off, he would turn him into a zombie. Thinking of this, Shu couldn't help but be startled. He looked at the zombies and then at Zhao Hai, who had already entered the room. Shu couldn't help but shiver. He didn't dare to have any thoughts. He walked softly towards Zhao Hai and stood behind him. He was more well-behaved than the undead. Zhao Hai noticed Shu's actions. He smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Then he turned to Laika and said, "Laika, who are you subordinates of?" Laika bowed and said, replying to the young master, "We are subordinates of Southern King Boris Aksu." Zhao and Green stared blankly for a moment. Laika's answer was really out of their expectations. They didn't think that Laika and the others would be Southern King Boris's subordinates. It must be said that Southern King Boris and the Buddha clan had a very deep relationship. This Southern King was born in the imperial family. It was said that he was a direct descendant of the Aksu Empire's founding emperor. The Aksu Empire's founding emperor had a total of 21 children. Among them, only 2 were direct descendants, the emperor's children. The first was the 3rd prince, the 2nd emperor of the Aksu Empire. The other was the 11th prince, the 1st Southern King. The Aksu Empire's old emperor actually liked the 11th prince very much. He always wanted to pass the throne to the 11th prince. But because of the opposition of the empress and the ministers, he had no choice but to pass the throne to the 3rd prince. But for the sake of the 11th prince, the old emperor gave the Southern King a large area of the empire. After many years of development, the area under the Southern King's jurisdiction had become an independent king. He had an army of several 100,000. Moreover, because he was a neighbor of the continent's most powerful empire, the Rosen Empire, there would be some friction from time to time. Because of this, the Southern King's fighting strength was very formidable. Originally, the old emperor of the Aksu Empire wanted to deal with Southern King Boric, so he found a reason to give Boric's fief to the Buddha clan. He wanted to plant a nail in the south, but he didn't expect that he would die soon after. The Buddha clan would then be driven to the Black Wasteland, and the fief would then be given to Boric. Green and the others had always thought that the old emperor's death had an unclear relationship with Boris. And the Buddha clan's current situation was certainly related to Boris. Now that they heard Boris's name, Green's complexion couldn't help but change. His killing intent was faintly discernible. Zhao Hai's complexion also didn't look good. Although he didn't know much about these matters, Zhao Hai still had some impressions of this matter. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Green. In addition to the killing intent on their faces, the 2 also saw the shock on each other's faces. If this matter was related to the Southern King, then it would be even more difficult to solve. Zhao Hai quickly said to Laika, "Since you are the Southern King's subordinates, why would you help the Marquis clan? In the end, what's going on?" Laika said, replying to the young master, "We are Boris's subordinates. The Marquis clan's Carlo is also one." Not long after Carlo entered the Aksu Empire, he sought refuge with Boris and helped Boris amass wealth. This time, it was Carlo who saved Boris. That's why Boris sent us and Shadowless Sword to help Carlo deal with the young master. Zhao Hai guessed that Shadowless Sword must have been the assassin who stabbed him. It turned out that these 4 people were actually Borik's subordinates. Green slammed the table with a bang and said in a deep voice, "What a good Borik, what a good Carlo. We really are fated to meet each other. To think that they wouldn't let us off." Although Zhao Hai's complexion didn't look good, he wasn't that agitated. He turned his head to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, don't be so agitated. Boris also didn't know that we were the ones he was dealing with this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only sent these rank 8s, he would have sent rank 9s. Green snorted and sat down. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laika and said, "Laika, do you know how many experts Boris has as well as which forces are his subordinates?" Laika said, "Borik has a lot of experts under his command. There are nearly 100 8th rank experts. As far as I know, there are 5 9th rank experts. Aside from Carlo's influence, there are also several mercenary regiments. I'm not very clear about these. If we didn't need to cooperate with Carlo's operation, I'm afraid he wouldn't have told us Carlo's identity." Laika said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded. This was in line with Boris's style. He waved his hand, letting Laika and the others withdraw. Zhao Hai turned his head to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, we have to tell Laura and Evan about this matter. This time, the opponent is too strong. We have to think of a way to deal with it." Green nodded and said, "Boris isn't easy to deal with. He's a vile person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Our Buddha clan situation today is all because of him. This time, we've exterminated so many of his people. He certainly won't let this matter go. We have to prepare in advance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should help prepare." "Right, I'll immediately write a letter to Laura and tell her about this matter. Then we'll see what kind of reaction she has. If it doesn't work, then we can only temporarily retreat." Green nodded. His heart was heavy. Green nodded. His mood was also very heavy. Borik's strength was too strong. He knew that he had 5 rank 9 experts and more than 100 rank 8 experts. This kind of strength was several times more than the Purcell clans. Even if he added them together, they still couldn't compare to Borik. Moreover, Borik had roped in a lot of great aristocrats. The strength of these great aristocrats couldn't be underestimated. In this case, they might have to retreat. This would depend on the attitude of the Purcell clan. After all, the Purcell clan was a great aristocratic clan of the Oxu Empire. They might not want to go against Borik, but if the Purcell clan withdrew, then they wouldn't have any chance of winning. They could only back down. Not only would they have to back down, but Laura would also have to back down. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai felt very sullen. He had just gotten a little bit better, but in the end, he found out that he had provoked a character he couldn't afford to provoke. This feeling was really bad. Zhao Hai and Green stood in the courtyard of the Bluestone Villa, looking at the blood hawk flying in the sky. Their eyes were full of impatience, they couldn't do anything about it. After the blood hawk's shadow disappeared, Zhao Hai and Green returned to the living room. Meg brought them some tea, but Zhao Hai and Green weren't in the mood to drink. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, do you think the Purcell clan will help us this time? I think it's best if we don't fight with Borik now. Our strength is just a little bit, so it's not the time to fight." Green nodded, "Yes, now is not the time to fight. Therefore, I think it's best if we temporarily retreat. If we let Borik know our identity, then we won't be able to stay in the Oxu Empire for even a day. However, the Purcell clan won't have any problems. They are, after all, a great noble family. Moving against them would have a great impact, but I'm afraid that something will happen to Miss Laura." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "This time, we have really caused a lot of trouble for Laura. The Marquis del clan is enough to choke us, and now there's the Southern King. I'm afraid that Laura won't be able to stay in the Purcell Duchy." Green also smiled bitterly. Shu, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, felt a bit strange. He found that although Zhao Hai was worried about the sudden appearance of the Southern King, he was mostly worried about others. He didn't seem to be worried about himself. What was going on? Did they have a way to protect themselves? Zhao Hai suddenly stood up and turned to Green. "Grandpa Green, I think we should go to Casa City. I'm afraid it would be difficult to write a letter. This matter is too big, it's related to many aspects. Green nodded. I also think that it would be better to talk about it face to face. Good, then let's go to Casa City. Meg looked at the sky and said, Grandpa, young master, it's already late. I think we should go tomorrow. If there's anything, it wouldn't matter if it's later. Green and Zhao Hai looked at the sky. It was indeed not early. If they rushed to Casa City now, the sky should be dark by the time they arrived. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, it seems like we'll go tomorrow. We'll also give Laura and the others some time to prepare. I think Laura would also tell Evan about the information that we gave her. When we go tomorrow, we should be able to see Evan's reaction. Green nodded, then he turned to Shu and said, do you want to bring Shu? Shu was puzzled as he looked at Green, he didn't know what Green meant. However, Zhao Hai knew. He looked at Shu and said, don't doubt people you use, don't use people you doubt. Shu has already made a blood oath, he's now part of our family. It's best to tell him about this matter. Green nodded, this made Shu even more confused. However, he didn't say anything, he knew what Zhao Hai meant. In other words, Zhao Hai had a bigger secret. Shu's heart was moved. He was a commoner, but later on, he went to school and learned martial arts. But when he became a fourth-rank warrior, an accident happened to his family. His family's property was seized by a noble. His father was beaten to death on the spot, his mother was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and his little sister was captured by the noble and tortured to death. When Shu found out about this, he went all out against the nobles. In the end, he was seriously injured. When he returned home, his mother had no choice but to drag her sick body to take care of him. In the end, she died from exhaustion. It was when his mother died that Shu was stimulated. He suddenly had a divergent technique, which was his current incarnation technique. But at that time, he wasn't an opponent of the noble, so he ran out and became a mercenary. He did missions to earn money while madly practicing. Finally, when he became a sixth-rank expert, he killed the noble's family. At that time, he was not only a sixth-rank expert, he also had 400 clones. The noble was only a small noble, he didn't have any strong experts in his hands, so he was able to kill him. After his revenge, he became an assassin and slowly made a name for himself. There were many nobles who tried to rope him in, but he didn't agree. He hated those nobles. But after a few years, Shu discovered the difficulties of being a single warrior. Therefore, he tried to make some friends, one of them was a mage who was very close to him. Later on, Shu came to know that the magician he had a good relationship with was also a noble. The magician then invited Su Wanli to join his family. Su Wanli thought about it and finally agreed. But what he didn't expect was that after he joined the mage's family, he found out that the mage didn't trust him. The mage didn't tell him about the family's matters and even sent people to monitor him. Shu angrily left the family and became a freelance mercenary. From then on, he didn't trust anyone and only acted alone. Even if he needed someone to cooperate with him, he would only form a temporary team, he wouldn't be a permanent teammate. However, Zhao Hai's words, don't doubt the people you use, don't use those you doubt, really moved his heart. Although he was forced to follow Zhao Hai's words really moved him. If Shu Wanli was really a cold-blooded assassin and had a dark heart, then he would remember that Zhao Hai trusted him because of the blood oath. He would also remember Zhao Hai's words, he wouldn't be so moved. However, he wasn't a cold-blooded person. Although he became an assassin, his blood was still warm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let go of the mage who didn't trust him. It was precisely because of this that he was moved by Zhao Hai's words, don't doubt the people you use, don't use those you doubt. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and said, Shu, I'll tell you the truth. Stony Mountain is just a temporary residence for us, a tentacle that we extend to the Purcell Duchy. Our roots aren't here. I'll take you to a place where our Buddha clan's roots are. That place is an eternal secret, you must remember not to mention it to anyone. Even in your dreams, you must not speak of it, do you understand? Do you understand? Shu immediately went in front of Zhao Hai and knelt on one knee, young master can rest assured. Even if Shu dies, he won't say it. Shu thanks the young master for his trust. Zhao Hai stood up and said, that place, besides Grandpa Green and the other elders of the Buddha clan, only the slaves we bought know about it. It's impossible for the slaves to betray us. Besides them, there's only you. Shu, whether or not our Buddha clan can flourish in the future will depend on that place. Shu nodded. Zhao Hai helped him up. Then he turned to look at the living room and nodded to Green, let's go. Then with an intention, the group appeared inside the space. Shu saw a flash in front of him, then he appeared in a magical place. This place was a prairie, in front of them was a villa as well as a large piece of land. The land was divided into many pieces, and there were a lot of things planted here. Shu stared blankly at everything in front of him. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, this is the place I told you about, it's also my divergent ability. This is my space, everything here listens to me. Shu looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is my divergent ability. This space can be used to grow things as well as raise magic beasts. Those undead that you saw were transformed by this space. In this space, I am God. Shu was startled, he looked at Zhao Hai with a shocked expression, young master, are you saying that this space is like a space equipment? Zhao Hai smiled and said, yes, but it's not the same as the space. It can be said that this space has its own unique laws, it's not a space. This space exists because of me. Shu was pleasantly surprised as he looked at Zhao Hai, great, with this space, young master doesn't need to be afraid of being attacked. It's really a good place. Zhao Hai was speechless, Shu's idea was the same as Green and the others, they wanted to use this space to hide. However, Zhao Hai was happy, he knew that Shu's words meant that his heart was on his side. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, let's go. Let's go to our domain first. Under Shu's puzzled gaze, the group arrived at Iron Mountain Fort. Upon arriving at Iron Mountain Fort, Shu was puzzled as he looked around, young master, what is this place? Why is there such a flower here? Naturally, he was referring to the Hell Rainbow Flower. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, did you forget where our Buddha clan's fief is? This is Iron Mountain Fort, outside is the Black Wasteland. Shu was surprised, young master, you're saying that outside is the Black Wasteland? We went from Casa City to Iron Mountain Fort in the Black Wasteland? Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, we went from Stony Mountain to Iron Mountain Fort, ha 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 ha. When Meg and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Shu didn't laugh, he was really surprised. From Casa City to Iron Mountain Fort, even with fast horses, it would take at least a month's time. But they arrived in just a blink of an eye, wasn't this too miraculous? At this time, Marine and Blockhead also came over. Marine looked at Shu with a puzzled expression, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, young master, this is? Shu's expression was too rich, Marine could see that he wasn't an undead, so she asked. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, one person is worth 1,000 Shu, he's now one of us. Shu has already made a blood oath, he won't betray us. Grandma Marine can rest assured, Shu, this is Grandpa Green's wife, Grandma Marine. The other two are Blockhead and Blockhead. Shu knew that these people were the Buddha clan's true trusted aides, so he didn't dare neglect them. He hurriedly went forward to give them a salute. Mirren didn't say anything and also politely returned the salute. So did Blockhead and Rockhead. After Zhao Hai saw them salute, he turned to Blockhead and Rockhead and said, Blockhead, Rockhead, bring Shu to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. Then lead him to the living room. Blockhead and Rockhead complied and led Shu to the living room. Zhao Hai and Green led Mirren to the living room. Mirren brought them tea and sat down. Zhao Hai told Mirren about the information he got from Likra, as well as their decision. Mirren frowned and calmly said, what the young master said is right. With our current strength, it's not suitable for us to recklessly fight Boric. It seems that this time we can only hide. Hateful. Zhao Hai and the others' faces were very ugly. It must be said that Boric's move was a huge blow to Zhao Hai. Their main source of income was in the Purcell Duchy. If they gave up all their businesses here, then it would be tantamount to cutting off their source of income. For them, this was a very fatal blow. Merlin furrowed his brows. However, I'm afraid that this matter won't be so simple. We have a grudge against Boric. If Boric finds out that we're hiding, won't he come to the Black Waste to look for trouble? Green and the others understood what Mirren meant. Although Boric didn't know that they were from the Buddha clan, the Buddha clan had enmity with Boric. If Boric found out that Laura and the others had run away, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Maybe he would send his subordinates to the Black Waste to look for them. If that happened, then it would be very troublesome for them. Zhao Lin frowned and looked outside. He found that the seven-colored poisonous fog outside was a lot thicker than it was a few days ago. It was almost the same as the one in the carrion swamp. Moreover, the poisonous fog here was connected to the carrion swamp. From the outside, they couldn't see any difference. Zhao Hai's mind couldn't help but flash with inspiration. He chuckled and said, "It's all right, Grandma Merlin. You don't have to worry. You see, Fort Iron Mountain has already been surrounded by the seven-colored poison mist. If Boric really dares to send people here to cause trouble for us, then we won't be polite and we'll just leave them here." When Miran and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they stared blankly for a moment. They looked at the seven-colored poisonous fog outside and laughed. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. This time, even if Boric came to deal with them, it would be impossible for him to send all of his forces. At most, he would send 1 or 2 rank 9 experts. It was possible that he wouldn't even send a rank 9 expert. In that case, as long as they dared to enter the castle's perimeter, they would be courting death. In the past, Zhao Hai and the others were afraid of rank 9 experts. But now, they had 2 rank 9 experts. If the other party's rank 9 experts dared to enter the poisonous fog, then Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have to worry about their tracks being discovered. They would just directly exterminate them and be done with it. Green slammed the table and loudly said, "All right, let's do it this way. If Boric really dares to send people here, then we'll make sure that they don't return. We'll also collect some interest first. In any case, this place is now covered by the poisonous fog, just like the carrion swamp. Even if they die here, nobody would dare say anything." At this time, Shu and the others returned from outside. Shu's face was filled with joy. He was very excited. He didn't think that Zhao Hai space could actually be used to improve the Black Wasteland's soil. Thinking about the Black Wasteland's area, he couldn't help but laugh. Now, he completely regarded himself as a member of the Buddha clan. First, it was because of Zhao Hai's trust in him. Second, it was because of the blood oath that he would never betray the Buddha clan in this lifetime. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and faintly smiled. "How is it, Shu? Is the environment good?" Shu nodded and said, "It's good, the environment here is really good. Young master, as long as we improve the soil here in the future, our Buddha clan would certainly become the most powerful clan in the continent." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he took a cup from the table and handed it to Shu. "Drink this." Shu was puzzled as he looked at the cup in Zhao Hai's hand. The cup was filled with clear water. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and said, "The seven-colored fog surrounding the castle is poisonous. It's the same as the poisonous fog in the carrion swamp. It can slowly poison people. This water is used to detoxify the poison." Shu nodded, then he said, "Don't worry." When Shu heard Zhao Hai, he quickly drank the water from the cup. Suddenly, he felt that his chest was stuffy, but after drinking the water, the stuffy feeling disappeared. He knew that he had been poisoned unknowingly. Zhao Hai also remembered that they drank the space's water. Because of this, they were able to freely enter and exit the poisonous fog without being affected by it. But Shu didn't drink the space's water. He had been in the poisonous fog for a long time, so he was afraid that he was already poisoned. Therefore, he quickly gave Shu the space's water. Marine looked at the group and said, "All right, young master, I'll go prepare the meal. You can chat first." Then she led Meg away. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Sit down. Shu, tell Blockhead and Rockhead about the current situation." Shu already knew the ins and outs of the matter, so it was best for him to tell them. Shu complied, then he told Blockhead and Rockhead about the matter. After experiencing so many things, the two of them had become more and more calm, so they calmly listened to Shu's words. After Shu finished, Blockhead turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "We can only retreat. Not only us, but also Miss Laura. But if Boric dares to send people to cause trouble for us, then we can only leave them here. After we withdraw from Casa City, we can only go to the Beastman Prairie to develop." Blockhead nodded and said, "This is also good. Isn't the young master going to Casa City tomorrow? Tell Miss Laura about this matter. I think she should have some business in the Beastman Prairie. But I think we should still look for a way out in the continent. The Beastman Prairie is very poor, we won't be able to obtain many things there." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "I also thought of this point. If we don't have the space, then going to another country to develop would be equivalent to losing the Black Wasteland. But now that we have the space, as long as we establish a transmission point in another country, then we would be fine. Moreover, our enemies are all concentrated in the Oxu Empire. As long as we go to another country to develop, then we would have less trouble." Green nodded and said, "I also agree with the young master's words. With our current strength, no matter which country we go to, we can live very well. However, we cannot lose the Black Wasteland. There is no place more suitable for our development than the Black Wasteland. If other countries want to go to the Beastman Prairie, then they would have to pass through the Oxu Empire. We don't need to. As long as we have the space, we can connect any place in the world to the Beastman Prairie. This is our biggest advantage. Young master, I think we should go to the Rosen Empire to develop. Although the Rosen Empire and the Oxu Empire are close by, the two countries still have friction and their relationship isn't very good." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Then we will go and discuss it with Laura tomorrow. At the same time, we will also see what the Purcell Duchy wants to do. If the Purcell Duchy really wants to go against Boric, then we won't leave. But I don't think the Purcell clan will do so. After all, our enemy this time isn't only Boric, but also the Marquis Del clan." Green nodded and said, "Even if Evan is in charge of the Purcell clan, he still won't go against Boric. Not to mention, there is also the Marquis Del clan. For the sake of the Purcell clan's interests, Evan will certainly withdraw from our alliance. With only us and Laura, there is no way to stop Boric and the Marquis Del clan." Zhao sighed. "The problem is, what does Laura think about giving up the entire Purcell Duchy? She wouldn't be willing to do so. Everything here was founded by her. For her to give it up would be too difficult." Zhao sighed. "That's right." Green and the others were silent. They also knew what it meant for Laura to give up the Purcell Duchy's business. It was tantamount to giving up everything she had. For a person, this was really too difficult. Jiao Hai sighed and said, "If there is no other way, then we will have to bring Laura here. In any case, Laura can no longer stay in the Oxu Empire. Now, it is not only the Marquis Del clan that wants to capture her, but also Boric. The Marquis Del clan's strength in the Oxu Empire may not be strong, but Boric is different. He is the Southern King, a character who dares to challenge the king." Green nodded and said, "It seems that this is the only way. This time, we have implicated Miss Laura. No matter what, we can't let her be in danger." Jiao Hai sighed and said, "In the end, our strength is still too weak. If we had Boric's strength, who would dare to do anything to us? Humph, just wait. Sooner or later, I will make everyone in the continent not dare to look down on our Buddha clan. I will make them feel fear when they hear our name." Green looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly. He felt that this time's matter wasn't all bad. At the very least, Zhao Hai was now in high spirits and had a high fighting spirit. This was something rarely seen in Zhao Hai. Green found that after Zhao Hai woke up from his coma, although he was very calm in handling matters, he lacked a bit of drive. He seemed to be somewhat conservative, which was detrimental to the development of a clan. Green had been thinking of ways to make Zhao Hai sharper, but he hadn't thought that this wish would be unintentionally achieved. Compared to Zhao Hai's worries, Laura's situation could only be described as an abyss of suffering. When Laura received Zhao Hai's letter, she was stunned. She didn't think it would turn out like this. When Near saw Laura sitting there stupidly and not moving, she immediately felt scared. She quickly ran to find Qin Zhan and then went to inform Karen. When Qin Zhan entered Laura's study room, he saw Laura sitting on the sofa with a letter in her hand. However, it was obvious that she wasn't reading the letter at all. Her eyes were dull, without a trace of spirit. Qin Zhan was startled. He immediately walked over and whispered, "Laura, little Laura, what happened to you?" Laura jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Grandpa Qin Zhan, what should we do? What should we do?" Quinn John was startled by Laura's appearance. He quickly said, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Little Laura, don't worry. Tell Grandpa Quinn John." Under Quinn John's comforting voice, Laura slowly calmed down. But her tears still flowed out. Choking with sobs, she handed the letter to Quinn John. Quinn John took the letter and carefully read it. The more he read, the uglier his expression became. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. The Marquis Del clan was enough to give them a headache. Now, with the addition of the Southern King, it was no wonder that Laura would lose her composure. After reading the letter, Quinn John slowly placed it on the coffee table. He looked at Laura and sighed. When he read the letter, Quinn John had already weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Finally, he found that they wouldn't be able to stay in the Purcell Duchy. Not only the Purcell Duchy, but they also wouldn't be able to stay in the Oxu Empire. Quinn John walked to Laura's side and gently patted her shoulder. "Little Laura, now isn't the time to cry. Think about what we should do." At this time, Karen came in from the outside. When he saw Laura crying, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Laura, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" Quinn John smiled bitterly as he handed the letter over to Karen. After reading the letter, Karen's expression changed. He was very clear about what this letter represented. Although he didn't care much about the outside world, he still had some understanding of the Southern King. For such a powerful person to suddenly intervene in this matter, it would be very difficult to deal with. Karen put down the letter and turned to Quinn John. "Uncle, what do you think?" Quinn John frowned and said, "It's useless to say anything now. Even if the three of us join forces, we still won't be able to fight Boric. I think we should inform Evan of this matter as soon as possible and then prepare to immediately evacuate the Purcell Duchy. It would be best if we leave the Oxu Empire as well." Karen frowned and said, "If we leave the Oxu Empire, we can go there. If we leave the Oxu Empire, we can escape Boric's pursuit. But what about the Marquis Del clan? The Marquis Del clan has a very strong influence in the entire northern continent. Even if we leave the Oxu Empire, it would still be difficult to escape their pursuit. Don't forget that we have already fallen out with them." Quinn John nodded and said, "I know this. But if we go to other countries, we only need to deal with the Marquis Del clan. We don't need to be afraid of Boric. For us, this is a formidable enemy." Karen thought for a moment and nodded. Compared to facing two formidable enemies, there was no doubt that facing one enemy was much easier. Moreover, in other countries, the Marquis Del clan wasn't omnipotent. Laura calmed down at this time. She wiped the tears from her face and said, "I will immediately go to the Grand Duke's mansion and tell the Grand Duke about this matter. Grandpa Quinn John, you should prepare at home." Quinn John nodded. Laura stood up and asked Mir to prepare a carriage. She had to rush to the Grand Duke's mansion in the shortest time possible and tell Evan about this situation. Evan had been very good to her, so she couldn't hide such an important matter from him. When Laura arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion, Evan had already received the news. He immediately invited Laura to his study. When Evan saw Laura enter the study, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Laura's eyes were still red, it was obvious that she had just cried. Evan didn't know what could make Laura cry like this. He quickly said, "Little Laura, what happened to you?" "What happened?" Laura looked at Evan and smiled bitterly. She told him the contents of the letter that Zhao Hai had given her. Evan listened to Laura and couldn't help but frown. He didn't think that things would be so thorny. After Laura finished speaking, she looked at Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, this time's matter is really troublesome. We have already planned to temporarily withdraw from the Purcell Duchy. This way, you won't have to clash with Boric and the Marquis Del clan. What do you think?" Evan looked at Laura and sighed. "Little Laura, Uncle won't lie to you. Our Purcell clan is powerless to participate in this matter, and we are powerless to protect you. It's good that you leave, but you can rest assured that you can leave the shops behind. I will send people to take over, and I will still give you the monthly profits. Consider it as me temporarily helping you look after the shops." Laura nodded. Laura froze for a moment. She didn't think that Evan would make such a proposal. She couldn't help but feel moved. She knew that Evan's words weren't for the sake of seizing her shops. If Evan really wanted to seize her shops, he wouldn't need to say these words. He only needed to wait for them to leave. It could be seen that his words were sincere. Laura knew that if Evan really did this, he would be taking a big risk. Not only would he offend Boris, but he would also offend the Marquis del clan. She didn't want to make things difficult for Evan, so she shook her head and said, "Uncle Evan, although you are now the clan head, if you do this, the elders will oppose it. Doing this wouldn't bring any benefits to the Purcell clan, only harm. They won't agree to it." Evan nodded. Evan snorted and said, Evan, will never hit a friend when they are in trouble. You can rest assured that I will take care of the shops. As long as you leave, I can say that you sold the shops to me. They won't be able to say anything. Although Southern King is strong, a tall tree attracts the wind. Our Purcell clan isn't made of mud, so he won't dare to do anything to us. Laura listened to Evan and couldn't do anything. If she didn't agree, Evan would think that she was looking down on him. She nodded and said, "That's good. After I go back, I will arrange it. While I'm at it, I will also discuss with Mr. about not cutting off the supply of Taoyuan products." Evan stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "That's good. I want to see you evacuate. This store will be managed by our Purcell clan. What reason would they have to snatch it? If they still dare to mess around, then don't blame me for what happens next." Laura smiled faintly and said, "We will be leaving. The shops will naturally be taken care of by Uncle Evan. However, Uncle can't just take care of them for free. Even if you become a shareholder, I think we should split the profits of the shops 40 to 60. How about it? We will take 40%, while the Purcell clan will take 60%. Evan's face sank as he said, "Little Laura, what do you mean? Are you looking down on your Uncle Evan? I will help you look after the shops, how can I charge you so much money?" Laura smiled and said, "I will look down on Uncle Evan. But uncle, don't forget that you are now the patriarch of the Purcell clan. If you don't plan for the Purcell clan, then those people will gossip. You can only help us if you sit in the patriarch's position, right? I will hand over the shops to you and give you 60% of the profits. This way, the elders of your clan won't be able to say anything. I will also save myself the trouble of selling the shops at a low price." Evan calmed down. He knew that what Laura said was right. He was now the true ruler of the Purcell clan. Everything had to be considered for the clan. In fact, when he decided to help Laura deal with the Marquis del clan, the elders of the clan were already dissatisfied. They thought that it wasn't worth it. If he helped Laura take care of the shops and didn't get any benefits, then the elders of the clan would certainly not agree. Thinking of this, Evan's heart couldn't help but feel a trace of impatience. Although he was now in power, he found that there were still many things that he couldn't decide. After all, the Purcell clan wasn't a place where one person's words were absolute. The elders still had a certain amount of power, so he couldn't completely ignore their feelings. Evan looked at Laura, who was smiling at him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Very well, I will do as you say. But if one day you return to the Purcell Duchy, then I will return the shops to you." Laura smiled and nodded, but her heart was in pain. She didn't believe that there would be a day when she would return to the Purcell Duchy. In the Oxu Empire, she had offended Southern King Boris. Other than a large clan like the Purcell clan, people like her simply didn't have a way to survive. Later on, she wouldn't be able to return to the Purcell Duchy. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to return to the Oxu Empire. After discussing this matter with Evan, Laura left the Grand Duke's mansion and returned to Faith Mansion. Faith Mansion didn't show any signs of panic. This was mainly because most of the servants didn't know about this matter. One must know that Laura currently controlled nearly half of the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market. If they were to panic, then the entire Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market would fluctuate. This wasn't something that Laura wanted to see. When Laura entered the study, she saw Quinn John writing letters. Letters were placed on the side of the table. Laura picked up the letters and looked at them. They were all addressed to the owners of the Magic Lily store. It seemed that Quinn John really wanted to dissolve the entire Magic Lily store. Laura put down the letter and said to Quinn John, "Grandpa Quinn John, you don't need to write. I have already spoken with Grand Duke Evan. I will hand the store over to him to manage. We will split the profits 40 to 60. We will take 40% and he will take 60%. Quinn John froze for a moment, then he put down the pen in his hand and looked at Laura. Evan really said that? Did he agree? Laura nodded and said, yes, Grand Duke Evan already agreed. From the beginning, he said that he would help me take care of the store. Looking at his appearance, he seems to be very serious, he doesn't seem to want to snatch our store. Therefore, I proposed a 40 to 60 split, which he agreed to. Quinn John thought for a moment, then nodded. That's good, but you have to make it clear to Grand Duke Evan that the store's manager is our trusted subordinate. If we need to use people in the future, he will have to let them go. Laura understood Quinn John's meaning. For a merchant, talents were very important. Even if they were to leave the Purcell Duchy, leave the Oxu Empire, and go to other countries, they would still need to do business for a living. If they wanted to do business, they wouldn't be able to do it without trustworthy people, which was why Quinn John said that. Laura nodded. Rest assured, Grandpa Quinn John. I will tell them. But this way, the contents of the letter will have to be changed. Quinn John nodded and said, then we'll have them come to Casa City tomorrow. After they arrive here, we'll inform them about these things so that they can be prepared. I've already had Searle tidy up our vault and pack everything we need. Fortunately, Mr. gave us a few space bags, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to fit all of these things. Quinn John nodded and said, all right. Laura smiled bitterly, then she turned to Quinn John and asked, what about my father? Quinn John smiled bitterly. In his eyes, what could be more important than his treasures? He went to pack up his treasures. Laura couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, she knew what Quinn John was talking about. The treasures that Quinn John was talking about were the books on magic arrays that Karen had collected over the years, as well as some of his experimental notes. In Karen's eyes, those things were more important than anything else. Laura looked at Quinn John. Grandpa Quinn John, where do you think we should go this time? Directly leave the Purcell Duchy? Quinn John put down his pen and thought for a moment. Of course we can't leave directly. Right now, we only have two paths. One is to go to the Beastmen Prairie. We have some business there. This time, we will go directly to the Beastmen Prairie. Whether it is the Marquis Del clan or Boris, their strength in the Beastmen Prairie isn't strong. If we go there, they won't dare to send experts to deal with us. Laura nodded and said, going to the Beastmen Prairie isn't a problem, but we can't stay there forever. If we want to go to the other countries on the continent from the Beastmen Prairie, there are only three ways. One is the Purcell Duchy, the other is the Elven Forest, and the last one is the sea route. We definitely can't return to the Purcell Duchy, so we can only go through the Elven Forest or the sea route. The Elven Forest is the territory of the elves, and they aren't very friendly to other races. This time, we definitely can't bring too few things, so I'm afraid it won't work. Taking the sea route is too dangerous. Although there are caravans from other countries that go to the Beastmen Prairie, those caravans can become pirates at any time, so it's not very safe. I'm afraid this route won't work. What about the other one? Quinn John looked at Laura and faintly smiled. The other one is simple. It is Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai certainly can't stay in the Purcell Duchy. His identity is even more shady. I heard that the Buddha clan was in trouble because of Boris. If Boris knows that he is here, then they will be in even more danger. Therefore, they will certainly leave. Zhao Hai certainly has a treasure in his hands that will allow him to leave without anyone knowing. Otherwise, when he was buying food for the Purcell clan, it wouldn't have gone unnoticed. This time, when we go find him, he will certainly be able to take us safely out of here. However, I think that the thing in his hands must be his clan's most precious thing. Even if he gives it to us, there will be conditions. When Laura heard what Quinn John said, she couldn't help but blush. She remembered that Zhao Hai had indeed proposed a condition to her. If she wanted to know the secrets of the Buddha clan, then she would have to marry Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Laura's face couldn't help but become even redder. Quinn John smiled as he looked at Laura. Zhao Hai's condition to Laura was something that Quinn John was aware of. How could Quinn John not pay attention to Laura's contact with Zhao Hai? After all, Zhao Hai was the only man that Laura had taken a liking to after so many years. Therefore, every time Laura returned from Zhao Hai's place, Qin Zhan would find an opportunity to ask Nier about what Zhao Hai had told them. Naturally, Qin Zhan was aware of the condition proposed by Zhao Hai. When Laura saw Qin Zhan's expression, her face became even redder. When she saw Qin Zhan's expression, she knew that Qin Zhan must know something, and the only one who could tell Qin Zhan was Nier. She didn't blame Nier for telling Qin Zhan these things. She just felt shy. After all, she was a girl, and she was interested in Zhao Hai. Therefore, she was afraid of Qin Zhan's expression. However, Laura still clenched her teeth and said, "Then let's go to Brother Hai's place. That way, we can go with Brother Hai. Moreover, we can discuss our future with Brother Hai. After all, we still need to cooperate with Brother Hai in the future." When Qin Zhan heard what Laura said, his eyes lit up. He understood what Laura meant. It seems that Laura really had feelings for Zhao Hai. Her words were equivalent to agreeing to Zhao Hai's condition. In fact, Qin Zhan liked Zhao Hai very much. He knew that Zhao Hai must have obtained some kind of mystical divergent ability. Such a person's future development would be limitless. Moreover, Laura liked him, which Qin Zhan was happy to see. Laura looked at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan smiled faintly and said, "Good. When we're done here, we'll go to Zhao Hai's place. But young miss, it would be best if you write a letter to Zhao Hai. Don't let Zhao Hai leave first." Laura nodded, but she looked at the sky and said, "I'll write it tomorrow. It's already late, so we should rest early." "Right, Grandpa Qin Zhan, we forgot something." Qin Zhan was surprised. "What did you forget?" Laura's eyes flashed with a cold light. "We forgot about Elodia and the others." When Qin Zhan heard what Laura said, his face sank. "Yes, I forgot about them. But I want to keep them for now. I'll contact Zhao later." Zhao is now a divergent ability user. I don't know what his divergent ability is, but seeing how many undead he has, I think he might have a way to turn these people into undead. If we really don't need these guys, then we'll let Zhao turn them into undead. Laura nodded and said, "Yes, I forgot about them. But I want to keep them for now." Laura didn't oppose. She hated Carlo, and she also hated Elodia and the others. Naturally, she wouldn't oppose Qin Zhan's words. The two discussed a few more words before going back to rest. After all, they couldn't show too much panic. They had to maintain a normal appearance, otherwise they might be seen through. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others got up early. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai led Green, Meg, and Shu straight to Casa City. When they arrived at Casa City had just opened its gates. Zhao Hai and the others immediately entered the city and went straight to Faith Mansion. Now that the matter was imminent, they couldn't afford not to hurry. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Faith Mansion, Laura was already aware. She was just about to write a letter to Zhao Hai, but she didn't think that Zhao Hai would have already arrived. Zhao Hai and the others were welcomed into the study. Laura looked at Shu and asked, "Brother Hai, who is this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, 1,000 shadows. Carlo invited him to deal with me, but he has already made a blood oath to follow me. Miss Laura doesn't need to worry. Laura froze for a moment, but she immediately gave Shu a salute. Shu immediately returned the salute and then stood behind Zhao Hai like a shadow. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "I came to see you today because I want to know how your preparations are going. Did you explain the situation to Grand Duke Evan? What do you plan to do?" Laura and Qin Zhan looked at each other, then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I've already explained it to Grand Duke Evan. The Grand Duke also said that he can't participate in this matter. However, we can keep the store, and he can help us look after it. I've already told the Grand Duke that we'll split the store's profits 40 to 60. He'll take 60 while we'll take 40. But I hope that Brother Hai won't break the deal with the Grand Duke and continue to provide him with Haven products." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "That's good, providing products isn't a problem. It would be best if you can keep the store, I'm still worried about this matter." When Laura heard Zhao Hai agree, she couldn't help but be happy. Then she said, "This time, we're preparing to evacuate from the Oxu Empire. But I need Brother Hai's help to send us to a safe place. What does Brother Hai think about this?" When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Looking at Laura's red face, he understood why she said this. Zhao Hai couldn't help but tease Laura. He smiled faintly and said, "Sending you to a safe place isn't a problem. But what about my conditions?" When Zhao Hai said this, Green and the others stared at Laura, waiting for her answer. Laura's face turned even redder, but she still bravely looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "I asked Brother Hai to help me." When she said this, Green couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, very good. It seems like we'll have to change the way we address Miss Laura as young madam." Laura's face turned even redder, and so did Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Laura would agree, so he was a bit embarrassed. However, there was also a trace of excitement in his embarrassment. Even if Laura didn't agree, he would have told her his secret. But now that she agreed, it was even better. Quinn-John sighed. Although he had long thought that such a day would come, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he had watched Laura grow up. Now that she had suddenly agreed to Zhao Hai's engagement, it was as if she was leaving him forever. This made him very uncomfortable. After some time, Zhao Hai calmed down. He looked at Laura and said, "Is there anything you haven't prepared yet? If there are things you want to take away, you can tell me and I'll help you take them." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she calmed down and said, "The things in the house have been packed up. There are a lot of things that we need to take away. Fortunately, there are a few spatial bags that Mr. had given us. However, we still need to pack them into a few carriages. Moreover, we still need to deal with the matters at home. I'm afraid that it will take a few days." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll stay here for a few days. You can arrange a room for us. When you've dealt with the matters here, we'll leave together." Laura froze for a moment, but she still nodded and said, "All right, there are guest rooms in the mansion. You can stay there for the next few days." Zhao Hai nodded. "Tell Evan that after we leave, he should go to Stony Mountain every 5 days to pick up the goods. Every time he arrives at Stony Mountain, he should knock on the ground 3 times. The next day, he can go to the warehouse and pick up the goods. If he doesn't knock, then I won't deliver the goods to him." Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, I'm not going to send the goods." Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll inform him." "Right, Carlo still has a lot of subordinates that I've detained. I want to hand them over to you for punishment. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "All right, how do you want to deal with them? Do you want to silence them?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "I don't want to silence them, but if I let them go, the threat would be too great. These days, Elodia and the others seem to be very honest, but they already have some understanding of us. I'm not at ease." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Leave it to me." Laura nodded, then she turned to Nir and said, "Nir, take Brother Hai to the living room to rest. See if he needs anything." Nir complied and went to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai stood up and said to Laura, "This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Right now, Boric and the Marquis del clan are keeping an eye on this place. We need to leave as soon as possible." Laura nodded, and Zhao Hai followed Nir. After Zhao Hai left, Laura turned to Quinn-John and said, "Grandpa Quinn-John, the house needs to be tidied up as soon as possible. When the shopkeepers arrive, we need to inform them and then immediately leave. What Brother Hai said is right, this place isn't safe." Quinn-John nodded and said, "Don't worry, the matter of tidying things up will be handled by Keel and the others who are absolutely trustworthy. These people are also determined to leave with us, so you can rest assured." "Right, we forgot to ask Zhao Hai how many people he can take with him at once, and how many people can he take with him?" Laura frowned and said, "I also forgot to ask. Let's wait until it's time to eat. In any case, he'll be staying here for a few days, so there's no need to worry." Quinn-John nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "I can see that Zhao Hai is very concerned about you. In fact, even if you didn't agree to his request, he would still take us with him." Laura gave Quinn-John a blank look, then she sighed and said, "To be honest, my impression of Brother Hai is very good. This time, we are in a difficult situation. At this time, only Brother Hai can help us, and only he is willing to help us. Moreover, from the few times you've been in contact with Brother Hai, didn't you notice that he doesn't speak much? He doesn't speak much, and he doesn't even know how to say nice things to coax a girl. In fact, the condition he put forward was a disguised proposal. With his character, being able to do this is already good, so why wouldn't I agree? Laura calmed down. To be honest, because of her long years of doing business and dealing with people, Laura's character was much more cheerful than Zhao Hai's. In terms of love, she was braver than Zhao Hai, daring to love and daring to hate. Therefore, she agreed to Zhao Hai's condition. Qin Zhan smiled faintly and said, I was afraid that you couldn't see this point. You're right, Zhao Hai isn't very good at getting along with people. This isn't consistent with the rumors. Rumors say that he's a playboy, but now it doesn't seem like it. If you marry such a person, he will certainly treat you well. It's much better than marrying a playboy, so I'm relieved. Laura snorted and said, I'd rather find an honest man with no ability than a playboy. Zhao Hai is honest and has ability. Of course, I'll choose him. Qin Zhan laughed and said, You're a little girl, yet you're not shy. You actually said such words. Laura was now calm. She laughed and said, This is called seizing the opportunity. If I miss it, then it would be called injustice. You haven't seen Meg eyeing covetously from the side. Qin Zhan laughed again, and Laura also laughed. The depressed mood in her heart because she had to leave disappeared a lot. For the past 2 days, Laura had been feeling very depressed. She had worked hard for many years to establish her foundation, but now she was being forced to leave her home. How could this kind of feeling be described with the word depressed? It was because of this kind of mood that Laura agreed to Zhao Hai's disguised proposal to save her marriage. Now that she laughed, most of the anger in her heart had disappeared. Thinking about it again, she was interested in Zhao Hai. Now that she agreed, there was no harm in it. After a while, the two of them calmed down. Qin Zhan turned to Laura and said, Little Laura, you agreed to Zhao Hai's conditions, but you have to think clearly. Zhao Hai is the only successor of the Buddha clan. Green and the others will certainly let Zhao Hai marry and have more children. This way, the Buddha clan will be able to flourish and flourish. In the future, you will have to fight for a husband with many women. Laura sighed and said, I know, but there are only a few men in the continent who only have one wife in their lifetime, especially those nobles. I like Brother Hai, and he also likes me. If there comes a day when he doesn't like me, then I'll just live alone. In any case, without a man, I can still live a good life. Laura sighed. Qin Zhan sighed. This was the impatience of women. Although in the Ark continent, women also had the right to inherit, and their status was similar to men's, but when it came to women's status, they were still lower. This was something that couldn't be helped. The two chatted for a while, and then the shopkeepers of Laura's shop came to Casa City. Yesterday, Laura had sent a letter to the shopkeepers, telling them to gather in Casa City today. She had something important to tell them. The big merchants of Casa City knew that recently, Casa City was surging with winds and clouds. Something big was about to happen, so they weren't surprised by Laura's actions. These shopkeepers were Laura's true confidants. Laura had shown them great kindness, so they were dead set on following her. They also knew about the recent events, so when they heard Laura call them, no matter how far they were from Casa City, they all rushed over. Some of the farther ones had been rushing since last night, and they were all riding wind-chasing horses. Along the way, they changed horses and didn't change riders. Finally, when it was almost noon, all of the shopkeepers had arrived in Casa City. Laura didn't immediately go to see the shopkeepers, but instead had them eat and rest. They would wait until the afternoon. At noon, Laura invited Zhao Hai and the others to the dining hall to eat. When they arrived at Laura's place, it was really different from Stony Mountain. Here, they ate high-quality small steaks. The dishes were also very good, and the wine was also very good. However, Zhao Hai wasn't used to eating these things, so he ate a piece of steak. After eating, Laura invited Zhao Hai and the others to the living room. After they sat down, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, how many people can you help me take away at once? How many things? This way, I can be prepared. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, you can take as many things as you want. The same goes for people, but the people must be completely trustworthy. When Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, her face lit up. Rest assured, of course they must be completely trustworthy. Otherwise, if the Buddha clan's secret is exposed, then it would be troublesome. Meg smiled tenderly and said, Miss Laura hasn't married into the Buddha clan yet, and you're already planning for the Buddha clan? Are you in a hurry to marry into the family and become the young madam? Green and Quinn John laughed at her words. Laura blushed and stared at Meg. Humph, if you speak nonsense, I won't let Brother Hai marry you. Meg's face turned red. She didn't think that her thoughts would be seen through by Laura. Zhao Hai didn't think that Laura would use this matter to tease Meg. He was a bit embarrassed, so he looked at Green and the others and said, Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kuan, please go out first. I want to talk to Laura alone. Green and the others looked at each other and saw a trace of a smile in each other's eyes. They turned and went out, leaving only Zhao Hai and Laura in the room. This was the first time that Laura was alone with Zhao Hai in a room. She couldn't help but nervously look at Zhao Hai. She didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to say. Zhao Hai looked at Laura with some infatuation. His eyes made Laura's heart beat faster. After a while, Zhao Hai said, Laura, do you hate me? Laura froze for a moment. She didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. They were now engaged, so why did he suddenly talk about hate? Zhao Hai looked at Laura's puzzled expression and sighed. If I didn't appear, then there wouldn't have been so many things. You wouldn't have been forced to leave Kasa City, leave the Oxu Empire, and give up everything. You must be very angry, right? What you just said is right, I will marry Meg in the future. We grew up together, and when I was at my lowest point, Meg was always by my side, carefully taking care of me. I don't deny that I have feelings for Meg, but I also have feelings for you. If you want me to give up one of you, I can't do it. Am I too greedy? Emotional drama was obviously a weak point, but it wasn't easy to get rid of it. Laura stared blankly at Zhao Hai. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would say such a thing. This was too unexpected. But at the same time, she was also very moved. In the Ark continent, there was no law that stipulated monogamy. If Zhao Hai liked it, he could marry any woman he liked. Laura could accept this, because this was how things were in the Ark continent. In Laura's opinion, Zhao Hai said these words because he really liked her. Because he liked her and loved her, he thought that there was someone else in his heart. This betrayed Laura and made her feel guilty. This was what moved Laura the most. Laura gently stood up and walked in front of Zhao Hai. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, don't be like this. I don't blame you. To be honest, I was a bit afraid that you wouldn't accept me. After all, Meg has known you since childhood, much earlier than me. Moreover, you are the Buddha clan's patriarch. You are the only successor of the Buddha clan, and for the future of the clan, you can't just have me as your wife. I don't oppose you marrying Meg. To be honest, Meg has feelings for you, I have already seen it. I have already mentally prepared myself, so you don't have to worry about anything. Zhao Hai looked at Laura. He told Laura these things today because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. His worldview had been formed on Earth for nearly 30 years, and it wasn't something that could be changed. Moreover, Zhao Hai really did have feelings for Laura, so he felt sorry for her. Now that he heard Laura, Zhao Hai's heart felt a bit better. He looked at Laura and suddenly gently hugged her in his arms. Laura froze for a moment, but she didn't resist. Instead, she gently leaned her head against Zhao Hai's chest. The two didn't speak, but this moment was very warm. After a while, Zhao Hai said to Laura, Laura, I'm sorry for making you lose your business. This place is your painstaking effort. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fallen to this point today. Laura sat up in Zhao Hai's arms and looked at Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, don't say that. My current scale is all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached this point today. I'm now your fiancé, so what's mine is yours. If you're polite to me, I'll be angry. Zhao Hai looked at Laura, who was pretending to be angry. His heart was filled with warmth. Laura's beauty, her intelligence, and her understanding of others. All of this made Zhao Hai feel warm and moved. Zhao Hai couldn't help but hug Laura tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Laura also felt Zhao Hai's excitement. She smiled sweetly in Zhao Hai's arms. At this moment, the two's hearts were tightly connected, they wouldn't be separated. Zhao Hai's mind moved, and he and Laura appeared in the Space's villa. Laura suddenly felt that her surroundings had changed. She was no longer in her study. Laura curiously looked around and found that she was indeed not in her study. She uneasily whispered to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, we seem to have arrived at a strange place." Zhao Hai let go of Laura and smiled faintly. "This isn't a strange place. This is the Buddha clan's biggest secret. This is my domain." Laura stared, she was puzzled as she looked around. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and pulled Laura to stand up. They walked out of the villa and looked at the land and grassland outside. Laura looked at all of this. She saw the oil fruit trees, bamboo rice, radishes, and other crops. Most importantly, she saw the fire fishes in the hot springs. Upon seeing this, the smart Laura immediately understood that this was the place where the Taoyuan products were produced. However, she didn't know where this place was. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. "Do you know why I said that only if you marry me would I tell you my biggest secret? It's because this is my biggest secret. This is my divergent ability. This entire space is mine, and I am the god of this place. The oil fruit trees here can mature in just a few days. The bamboo rice here can mature several times a day. The water and soil here can turn the black wasteland into arable land where plants can grow. Undead can be placed in this space, and they can become my summoned creatures. This is a world with infinite possibilities." Laura was puzzled as she looked around. Although she understood the first word of Zhao Hai's words, she didn't understand what they meant when they were put together. Zhao looked at Laura and smiled. "Simply put, this place is like the space inside a spatial bag. It's just that this space has its own independent laws, so it's not a subspace. This place coexists with the outside space, and the outside space can't affect this place. In this space, I'm a god." Laura nodded. She looked at Zhao and smiled. "You're right." Laura looked at the high-spirited Zhao Hai. She finally understood what Zhao Hai meant. This surprise was too big for her, she couldn't believe it. Zhao Hai looked at her and smiled, "Don't be surprised. This space is where the Taoyuan products are produced. Without my permission, outsiders can't enter. This is the Buddha clan's biggest secret. If this place is exposed, then there would be no place for me in the entire continent." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't be surprised." Laura nodded. "Yes, if people know about this place, then you won't be able to stay in the continent. Rest assured, I won't say anything." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. "It's too late for you to say anything. Don't forget, you're now my fiancé." Hee hee. Then he hugged Laura. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. She just smiled. She knew that Zhao Hai had accepted her. Zhao Hai led Laura to familiarize herself with the space. Then they went to the ranch to take a look. After that, the two left the space. The two of them went to Laura's study and called Green and the others in. When Green and the others entered the room and saw the two of them, they smiled. They didn't ask what Zhao and Laura were talking about, it was a secret between the two of them. Because Laura knew about Zhao Hai's ability, she was now more confident. In the afternoon, she immediately gathered her subordinates. These were the managers of the stores. As long as she clearly explained things to them, Magic Lily's shop would be able to operate normally. In fact, the matter was very simple. She told them that if they had any problems in the future, they could directly look for Evan. But in order to make it easier to contact them, Laura told them about the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm. If Laura had any problems, she could use the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm to look for them. If they had any problems looking for Laura, they could go to Stony Mountain. After these matters were dealt with, it was time to deal with the people of Faith Mansion. Laura couldn't take all the people of Faith Mansion with her. Besides Kuan, Karen, Nir, and Keel, she only took some of the most loyal servants. If the others wanted to be commoners, then they would be dismissed. If they wanted to continue working in Magic Lily's shop, then Laura would hand them over to Evan. What was left was to pack up their things. In the future, they wouldn't be living in Faith Mansion anymore. Laura had accumulated a lot of good things over the years. Naturally, she couldn't leave them for others. She would take them away for her own use. In the evening, after eating dinner, Zhao Hai called Karen, Kuan, and Mir to the study and brought them to the space. In any case, they would be following Zhao Hai in the future, so Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that they would leak out his secrets. Karen was stunned when he arrived in the space. The environment was so good that it was the first time he had seen it. This made him, who had been doing magic experiments at home every day, immediately fall in love with this place. Without demur, he occupied the basement of the space's villa and turned it into his laboratory. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. Karen occupied it. To be honest, Zhao Hai admired Karen. Although in the eyes of others, Karen's research was useless, in Zhao Hai's eyes, Karen's value was something that no one could compare to. Currently, the Ark continent was still in the early stages of the study of magic machines. If they wanted to develop it in the future, they would have to rely on people like Karen. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't dislike Karen's approach. Next, Zhao Hai took Kuan and the others to Fort Iron Mountain. After all, this place would be their rear base, so he had to inform Kuan and the others. After showing them around, the group returned to the space's villa and discussed the things they would bring. Laura proposed to make a large purchase, which Zhao Hai and the others didn't oppose. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's space, it would have been impossible for Laura and the others to take away so many things. But because of Zhao Hai's space, Laura could be considered to have a bottom line. She wasn't willing to throw away anything that she saw. After moving everything from Faith Mansion, she began to purchase a large amount of living supplies outside. Naturally, it was impossible to leave the things in the Magic Lily store behind. Under Laura's instructions, cart after cart began to be moved to Faith Mansion. Then, all of them were taken into the space by Zhao Hai. Because of this, there were a lot of things to prepare. Therefore, they had to push back their departure time. Fortunately, Laura had already handed over the Magic Lily shop to the Purcell clan. Now, the Magic Lily shop was completely managed by the Purcell clan. As for the things that Laura had taken away, they would be deducted from Laura's earnings. Laura didn't take these things for her own use, but to sell them in the Beastman Prairie. Zhao Hai had asked Laura about it, and she really did have business in the Beastman Prairie. Therefore, Zhao Hai told Laura that he wanted to do business in the Beastman Prairie. Laura naturally agreed, so they could purchase even more supplies. 10 days, an entire 10 days, the people of Casa City discovered that carts and carts of all kinds of supplies were constantly being pulled into Faith Mansion. The entire Faith Mansion was like a giant beast that could never eat its fill, constantly devouring those things. They could only see what was going in, but not what was going out. Although the people of Casa City found it strange, they didn't say anything. The things that Laura chose were very appropriate. In addition to the things that were already in Faith Mansion, the other things were things that could be used in the Beastman Prairie. It must be known that things that were suitable for Casa City weren't necessarily suitable for the people of the Beastman Prairie. The things that the people of the Beastman Prairie needed were different from the things that the commoners of Casa City needed. It was because of this that their actions didn't cause any fluctuations in the prices of daily necessities in the Purcell Duchy. Those large firms were also very willing to sell these things to Laura. The hands and feet of those large firms weren't necessarily clean. They often did business with the beastmen and smuggled these things. Therefore, when they saw Laura buy these things, they knew what Laura wanted to do. These people didn't stop her. In any case, if they sold these things to Laura, they would only earn less. However, the money would come quickly, and these things could be quickly transported from the rear. There was nothing strange about it. On the 10th night after Zhao Hai arrived in Casa City, Zhao Hai, Laura, Quinn John, Green, and the others gathered in Laura's study. Laura was holding a situation in her hand. She said to everyone, "I just received news about the situation in the Purcell Duchy. Today, several mercenaries suddenly entered the Purcell Duchy and are moving towards Casa City. The situation is unclear." Quinn John coldly snorted and said, "What's there to be unclear about? Aren't they just here to deal with us? They certainly know that Zhao Hai went to Casa City. This time, they want to wipe us out." Green nodded. "I think so too." "Humph. Let them come. Tidy them up and we'll immediately withdraw. I want to see what they can do to us." Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, shouldn't we deal with Elodia and the others?" Why didn't you do anything to them these days? Xiaohai nodded and said, it's time to deal with them. They've known too much in the past few days. I didn't want to kill these people who don't have the strength to fight back, but now I have no choice but to kill them. When Zhao Hai said this, Laura and the others understood that Zhao Hai wanted to find an excuse to kill Elodia and the others. This kind of behavior might seem ridiculous, but in a sense, this kind of behavior also had its merits. At the very least, it made Zhao and the others feel a little better. After eating dinner in the evening, Elodia and the others returned to their rooms. All of their weapons had been taken away. Through these days of observation, Elodia also knew that Laura and the others had already made up their minds to kill them. However, Elodia couldn't do anything about it. They didn't have any weapons, and they were surrounded by the undead. No one could escape. The only thing they could do now was to stay in their rooms. If Laura really wanted to kill them, they could only go all out against her. Sorrow. Elodia felt an unprecedented sorrow. He thought about how high-spirited he used to be. In the entire Oxu Empire, no matter where he went, as long as he revealed his identity as Carlos Steward, no one would dare to look down on him. But now, he had fallen to this point, waiting for death. He was like a blue-eyed rabbit that had been transported to the slaughterhouse, waiting for someone to stab him with a knife. This feeling was really too uncomfortable. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but it was useless. No matter how much trouble they caused, the undead wouldn't care about them. But as soon as they got close to the undead would immediately attack them. They wouldn't kill them, they would just break their arms and throw them into the courtyard. It was that simple. If they were humans, then Elodia could try to get in touch with them. He could try to give them some benefits and have them spare his life. But unfortunately, they weren't facing humans, but undead. A group of undead that wouldn't talk to him and wouldn't be bribed. Even if Elodia had all kinds of schemes, he wouldn't be able to use them. These past few days of mental torment made Elodia feel as if he had aged 10 years. He really didn't think that he would have such a day. He also didn't think that Laura would be so ruthless. She had raised them and was ready to slaughter them at any time. But these past few days, there was a belief supporting him. He believed that Carlo would send someone to save him. As Carlo's trusted steward, Elodia was very clear that Carlo didn't only have the Marquis del clan behind him. He also had Southern King Boris. At a critical moment, Carlo would certainly ask Boris to act. This was the spiritual pillar that Elodia was able to persevere on. These past few days, Elodia had been diligently collecting information about Laura. As long as they didn't leave the courtyard, they could move freely in the courtyard of Faith Mansion. Elodia wanted to collect more information about Laura so that he could use it in the future. Elodia was very clear about what Laura had been doing these past few days. It was precisely because he saw Laura's actions that Elodia was even more determined to survive. What Laura was doing now clearly indicated that they were going to run away. If they were going to run away, then there was only one explanation: the enemy was coming. Laura's enemy was only one, Carlo. It was precisely because he saw this point that Elodia was even more determined to survive. At the same time, Elodia also noticed that there were several warehouses in the backyard of Faith Mansion. The warehouses seemed to never be full. Carts after carts of things were pulled in, and empty carts came out. But he didn't find that the warehouses were full. It was as if the warehouses were bottomless pits. Elodia didn't think that there would be spatial equipment in the warehouse. He just thought that the warehouse must have some sort of secret passage or something to transport the things in the warehouse to the outside. He secretly wrote down this information and prepared to tell it to Carlo. But Elodia also knew that it would be very difficult. Laura wouldn't let them go, especially when he saw the carts of supplies being pulled into Faith Mansion. When Laura didn't avoid them, Elodia knew that Laura certainly wouldn't let them go. But Elodia still held on to a glimmer of hope that he would be able to survive. That night, as usual, Elodia had already counted. It had been 10 days since Laura had started transporting a large number of things to Faith Mansion. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the things that had been transported were piled up all over Faith Mansion. But strangely, those things had disappeared after entering Faith Mansion. Elodia really didn't know where Laura had taken those things in the end. Elodia quietly lay on his bed, thinking about Laura's actions these past few days. He didn't understand why Laura had suddenly acted this way. Why had she suddenly dared to challenge Carlo? What was she relying on? Was it just because of Evan's words? Wasn't that unlikely? While he was thinking about this, Alodia suddenly smelled a fragrance. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger, and he suddenly felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to breathe. Alodia suddenly woke up, wanting to jump out of bed to warn everyone that Laura had released poison. But even though his head gave the order to jump, his body didn't carry it out. His body seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and simply didn't listen to his commands. He wanted to shout, but he found that even opening his mouth was strenuous. Alodia couldn't help but marvel. What kind of poison was this? It was unexpectedly so fierce. This was his last thought. This poison was, of course, the poison of the rainbow flower. It was released by Xiao Hai under Kai's orders. Alodia and the others had to die, but they couldn't make too much noise. Therefore, Xiao Hai had Kai release the poison. Now, because of the strengthening of the space, the poison of the rainbow flower was much more powerful than before. In the past, the poison of the rainbow flower could only be regarded as a slow-acting poison. But now, it had been integrated with the toxicity of the space's insecticide, turning it into a highly toxic poison. That night, Alodia and the others died silently, without even raising a single wave. Xiao Hai had turned them into undead, but Alodia didn't know much. Besides knowing that Carlo had a relationship with Boris, he didn't know as much as Laika and the others. Although he did talk about Carlo's situation, it wasn't important. Compared to the powerful southern king Boris, Carlo was, at best, a jumping clown. On the 11th day, Laura and the others stopped transporting supplies to Faith Mansion. These days, they had brought in too many supplies. If they continued, it might affect the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market. Laura didn't want to offend the Purcell clan at this last moment. Laura also began to send people away. Therefore, those who wanted to become free civilians were given money by Laura and allowed to go home. The remaining people were diehard loyalists who would follow Laura. Quinn John had already counted them. There were a total of 54 of them. 22 of them were warriors, while the rest were slaves that Laura had brought with her when she came to the Purcell Duchy. These people weren't stewards, and the things they did weren't very important. However, it had to be said that they were Laura's most loyal subordinates. Among them, 3 were carpenters, 3 were blacksmiths, and 6 were responsible for taking care of Laura's magic beasts. In the words of Earth, these people were coachmen. In addition to these people, the rest were their family members. There were men and women among them. The men were generally servants, while the women were maids or cooks. In addition to Laura, Quinn John, Mir, Karen, Keel, and Sean, a total of 60 people had joined the Buddha clan. Starting today, they were no longer people of the Marquis Del clan, but people of the Buddha clan. After these people gathered, Xiao Hai sent them away, leaving only Laura, Green, Kuan, Mir, and Meg to accompany him in Faith Mansion. They were waiting, not for anything else, but for Carlo and the others to come. Now, weren't there already several groups of mercenaries coming to Casa City? They wanted to clean up these people and then leave. This time, they were forced to leave Casa City and the Purcell Duchy. Their hearts were stifled with anger, and if they didn't vent it out, they would feel uncomfortable. Xiao Hai knew that in 2 days, the mercenaries would arrive in Casa City. When that time came, they feared that they would act. For the past 2 days, they had been completely well-behaved. They closed their doors and declined visitors. Faith Mansion's doors had been completely closed. No one went out, and no one came in. Compared to the previous 2 days, when there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, it was as if they were in 2 different worlds. Although the powers within Casa City felt strange, they weren't too surprised by the fact that Laura had sent people away a few days ago. They only thought that Laura and the others had secretly left. As for the goods that had been pulled into Faith Mansion, the people from the large firms didn't care. Every merchant like Laura had their own secret passageways, and there weren't just 1 or 2 firms that had secret passageways. Those goods could be transported through these secret passageways. Large firms had their own ways of survival. In the continent's first large firm headquarters in Central City Market, almost all of them had secret passages that led outside the city. This was almost an open secret, but no one knew how deep these secret passages went, or where they led. It could be said that these secret passages were the last life-saving means of these large firms. They were the most secretive existence of a clan. Aside from the most core members of the clan, no one knew where these passages were. Therefore, the large firms simply didn't care about the whereabouts of the goods. On the contrary, the attitude of Laura and the others made the large firms think of another point. One must know that these secret passages were the most important lifeline of a clan. They couldn't be used lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. Now that Laura and the others had used this secret passage, it meant that they had reached a point of life and death. This made the large clans, who didn't know that Boris was involved in this matter, really confused. The large clans thought that Laura had done this because the Purcell clan no longer supported her. Laura couldn't defeat the Marquis Del clan, so she had to give up everything here and prepare to escape. However, the large firms still didn't move against Laura. In their view, although the Purcell clan wouldn't help Laura deal with the Marquis Del clan, the current Laura wasn't so easy to provoke. A few days ago, Zhao Hai had entered Faith Mansion and didn't come out. These people had seen that Zhao Hai's strength was very formidable, which was recognized by everyone. They didn't want to provoke a formidable black magician. On the other hand, Laura's store's business was still going on as usual. Nobody tried to snatch the business there. This was because Laura and the Purcell clan had already publicly announced that Laura had transferred the ownership of Magic Lily store to the Purcell clan. From now on, Magic Lily store belonged to the Purcell clan. Regarding this news, the large firms still attached great importance to it. The Magic Lily store now controlled about 40% of the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market. This share was really too high. In the past, the Magic Lily store was in Laura's hands. Laura only cooperated with the Purcell Duchy, so she didn't suppress them too much. But now it was different. These stores were now in the hands of the Purcell clan. In other words, in the Purcell Duchy, the state controlled a large portion of the daily necessities market. In the future, it would be impossible for them to cause trouble in the daily necessities market. It was precisely because they knew that Laura was leaving that they weren't in the mood to pay attention to her. Instead, they paid attention to the Magic Lily store. Now that the Magic Lily store was in the hands of the Purcell clan, it was hard to say what kind of changes would occur in the Purcell Duchy's daily necessities market. The mercenaries didn't make Laura wait too long. On the 15th day of Zhao Hai's arrival in Casa City, the mercenaries had already entered the city. As soon as these mercenaries entered Casa City, they were already being watched by the Purcell clan. The Purcell clan was aware of their movements, and they even told Laura about this situation. Evan still felt somewhat guilty towards Laura, so he wanted to compensate her in this regard. Laura was very grateful for Evan's good intentions. Although the information network in her hands could be used, Laura didn't use it. After all, the Magic Lily store was now in the hands of the Purcell clan. If the Purcell clan were to find out about her little tricks, they might not be happy. Therefore, Laura wanted to wait for the wind to blow over, and then use the information network in her hands. In the next few days, Laura didn't stay idle. Those who were willing to follow her were sent to Fort Iron Mountain. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to keep people in Stony Mountain. Kyer had already collected the rainbow vine, and the dark mist had also dispersed. However, because it was Zhao Hai's domain, without Zhao Hai's permission, most people wouldn't dare to enter. Places where dark mages stayed, few people had the courage to go. They were afraid of being poisoned. In addition, the continent had clear regulations regarding personal property. Like Stony Mountain, where Zhao Hai had bought, if someone were to enter, Zhao Hai could kill them without any repercussions. After sending those people to Fort Iron Mountain, they weren't afraid of them running away. Even if there were spies among them, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. Fort Iron Mountain was guarded by undead, and there were also eagles patrolling the sky. Even if those people knew about the situation inside Fort Iron Mountain, it would be impossible for them to spread the news. Moreover, in the past few days, they had also decorated Fort Iron Mountain. Laura had moved Faith Mansion's things over. Faith Mansion's area wasn't small, and there were a lot of good things inside. Before, Zhao Hai didn't decorate Fort Iron Mountain. He only placed some simple furniture, which was very rough. Now that Laura had moved Faith Mansion's things to Fort Iron Mountain, it really did have a bit of a noble's rich aura. In the past few days, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to carefully look around Fort Iron Mountain. He showed them the mountain lake, the mine, and the rabbit farm. Kuan and Laura sighed again and again. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to build such a place in such a short time. Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from them, so he led them to the space ranch to have a look. Zhao Hai's space ranch had now been upgraded to level 5. This upgrade was thanks to Laura. This time, Laura had brought a lot of the magic beasts that they had raised before into the space. Among them, there were polypods and some long-haired pigs. With these things, Zhao Hai's space ranch had been upgraded. Moreover, they could now raise 100 more animals. This made Zhao Hai very happy, so he immediately raised some long-haired pigs. The long-haired pigs were rated as level 4 inside the space. Outside the space, they were rated as level 1. They weren't aggressive and were the most common carnivore on the continent. Zhao Hai didn't raise too many long-haired pigs. Now that Higanbana's shop wasn't under Laura's control, it was inconvenient to cooperate with the Purcell clan. Therefore, Zhao Hai raised these long-haired pigs mainly to provide meat for themselves, and also to use in the future. These days, Laura and the others had a good understanding of the space. They were also accustomed to the various magical aspects of the space. But now, the most carefree one was Karen. Since Karen got the basement of the space's villa as a laboratory, he rarely came out. Every day, he would be busy inside. Only when he was tired would he come out to take a nap, or go outside to the prairie to relax his mood. His days were free and unfettered. From Zhao Hai's point of view, Karen was simply more of a homebody than the otakus on Earth. If there was nothing to do, he would almost never come out of the house. Besides eating and sleeping, he would also stay in the laboratory. If he was bored, he would go outside the villa for a walk, but he never mentioned that he wanted to leave the space. In his own words, he didn't like to see so many people. When he was in Faith Mansion, he didn't go out of the mansion. If he was bored in the house, he would just walk around the courtyard. It had been a long time since he left Faith Mansion's gate. Zhao Hai listened to him and was speechless for a while. Karen could be called a different world's version of an otaku. He was even more of an otaku than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also very impatient. Wanting an otaku to come into contact with the outside world was very difficult. Not to mention, Karen was wholeheartedly devoted to his research. This kind of otaku was like a person who was wholeheartedly devoted to a career. Wanting to change him was too difficult. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to change him. In any case, the space's area had increased greatly. If he wanted to go out for a walk, he could go out for a walk. If he didn't want to go out for a walk, then he could just stay in the house. The air in the space was good, there was no danger here, and it was also good for his body. As for what Karen was researching, Zhao Hai didn't inquire too much. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to understand. Karen's research was all about magic formations. In the past, although Adam knew about the existence of magic formations, with his ignorant and incompetent character, how could he come into contact with magic formations? Zhao Hai was also busy every day, so he didn't have the time to come into contact with magic formations. He simply didn't understand. However, even if this was the case, there would still be people left in Faith Mansion every day. This was because Evan would send them information from time to time. Zhao Hai was counting on this information. The information they received today was very simple. In the evening, the mercenaries would come to deal with Laura. Moreover, the mercenaries had already informed Evan that it would be best if he didn't get involved in tonight's matter. Originally, Evan wanted to scold those guys and make them run away. However, for the Purcell clan, Evan endured this anger. He also told them not to make too much noise, otherwise he wouldn't be polite. Some people might think that these 2 chapters were a bit slow, but in fact, these 2 chapters were answers to questions raised by some readers in the book review section. There was no need to go to the book review section to reply. So there was a dividing line. Laura held the information in her hand and smiled bitterly at Zhao Hai. The situation is stronger than the person. Boric, the Southern King, wanted the Purcell clan to stay out of tonight's matter. The Purcell clan had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, Grand Duke Evan is a good person. Otherwise, he would have pretended to cooperate with us while helping the Southern King deal with us. Even if we had Brother Hai's space, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to escape this calamity. Quinjon nodded. He understood what Laura meant. Although they had Zhao Hai's space, if it weren't for the fact that Evan no longer had an alliance with them, Zhao Hai wouldn't have come to Casa City. If it weren't for so many things being squeezed together, Laura and Zhao Hai wouldn't have had a result so quickly. Feelings needed a process. Things like love at first sight only existed in legends. Even if it really existed, it wouldn't have happened between Zhao Hai and Laura. However, it was undeniable that because Zhao Hai had saved Laura's life, Laura had a good impression of him. And because of Laura's resemblance to Taylor, Zhao Hai also had a good impression of her. In addition, Laura had been helping Zhao Hai sell crops from the space. This was tantamount to helping Zhao Hai a lot. Because of this, Laura's good impression of Laura had deepened. The two of them had a good impression of each other, but because the time was short, they didn't show it. But this time, they had to leave their homes and face an unknown future. This was the time when people were most vulnerable. When people were vulnerable, it was often easier to have a kind of passion, an impulse. Even if it was a small emotion, it would be infinitely magnified. Zhao Hai and Laura had a good impression of each other. Under the influence of this emotion, the two of them finally had a spark. They revealed their feelings to each other and reached this step today. Now that things were settled, Zhao Hai and Laura could calmly face each other. Their feelings could be said to have reached a destination. In their hearts, they had already recognized each other as their lovers. Naturally, they could calmly face each other. People were like this. When something happened and they didn't face it directly, their hearts would feel uneasy and they would shrink back. But when they really faced it, they would naturally become calm. All of this was just a coincidence. If it weren't for Carlo's group, all of this wouldn't have happened. Even if it did happen, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. It can be said that Carlo's group's actions were like a catalyst, accelerating the speed of all of this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This can't be blamed on Evan. He has a large family to manage. For him to be able to do this is already very good. After all, he can't be like us and give up everything here to lead the Oxu Empire. As long as he stays in the Oxu Empire, he will have to give Boric some face. But this isn't a big deal. We can deal with this attack on our own." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Yes, we can deal with it ourselves. It just so happens that we can vent our resentment. These days, I haven't been able to vent my anger." Ku and Zhen and the others laughed. They weren't the least bit afraid of the attack that was about to come. Even if a rank 9 expert came, what could they do? They had 2 rank 9 experts here. As long as they used the black fog technique to cover Faith Mansion, the people outside wouldn't be able to see what was going on. However, Boric didn't dare to send a rank 9 expert to Casa City to kill them. If he really dared to send a rank 9 expert, it would be tantamount to tearing off all pretense of cordiality with the Purcell clan. The rank 9 expert of the Purcell clan wouldn't be polite. This was also an unwritten rule on the continent. If a rank 9 expert was guarding a city, other rank 9 experts couldn't enter for no reason. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a challenge. Although the Purcell clan's Wind Saint Buffy had entered the Carrion Swamp and his fate was unknown, there was still the Origin Sword Saint. This Origin Sword Saint's reputation on the continent was very big. Most people wouldn't dare to lightly stroke the whiskers of a tiger. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wasn't worried. As long as it wasn't a rank 9 expert, Green could deal with it. They simply didn't need to be afraid. At this time, Green's complexion suddenly changed. In a deep voice, he said, "Who is it? Come out, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." A gloomy voice was heard. "You are indeed formidable. Worthy of being a peak rank 8 expert. You can actually see through my ghost stealth technique." As soon as they heard this voice, Zhao Hai and the others immediately moved. Meg took out the Iron Book of Sealing Magic, while Zhao Hai's body had a light protection spell. Quinjon also protected Laura behind him. Green stared at the corner of the room and coldly said, "An rank 8 black magician is suddenly very powerful. Unfortunately, your ghost stealth technique isn't perfect." The ghost stealth technique was a high-level black magic. This kind of magic was mainly used for assassination. It could also be used to avoid the enemy. It was a black magician's specialty. Other magicians had no way to learn it. Once the ghost stealth technique was used, it would be like a ghost. It was invisible and shadowless, making people unable to feel its existence. It was precisely because of this characteristic that it was called the ghost stealth technique. Green had seen this kind of ghost stealth technique before. On the battlefield, both sides of the enemy would do anything to kill each other. At that time, Green was a famous spirit wind warrior. Naturally, he wouldn't be lacking in assassinations. This kind of ghost stealth technique wasn't something he had seen once or twice. Therefore, he was very experienced. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to find someone. When that person heard Green say this, he chuckled twice. Although he was laughing, the gloominess in his laughter didn't weaken at all. It made people who heard it feel particularly uncomfortable. Along with the laughter, that person's figure slowly appeared. He was wearing a black magic robe that looked somewhat old. He held a wooden magic staff in his hand. Although the staff was made of wood, it was completely black. It was more than 2 meters long. There were many strange symbols engraved on the staff, and the head of the staff had a very peculiar shape. It looked very strange. Green coldly looked at that person and said, "Who are you? Who sent you?" That magician faintly smiled and bowed to the several people. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder of the League of Black Magicians, Maru." Xianxia and the others were puzzled as they looked at Maru. This was the first time they had heard of the League of Black Magicians. Not to mention Xianxia, even the well-informed Laura and the others hadn't heard of such an alliance on the continent. Maru clearly saw their puzzlement. He faintly smiled and said, "I know that you haven't heard of the League of Black Magicians. However, this isn't strange. The League of Black Magicians has only been established for a total of 5 years. Moreover, besides a few black magicians in the League, no one else knows of the existence of this organization." Green frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. State your purpose for coming." Maru didn't get angry. He just faintly smiled and turned to Xianxia. "This time, I've come to invite Mr. Xianxia to join the League of Black Magicians." When Xianxia and the others heard Maru say this, they were stunned. Xianxia looked at Maru and asked, "Why are you inviting me?" Maru faintly smiled and said, "Please allow me to sit down and speak." Apart from the very beginning when he hadn't shown himself, Maru had always been very polite when he spoke, just like a gentleman. This caused Xianxia and the others' vigilance to drop a lot. In addition, with Green here, Xianxia didn't have to worry about his own safety. He had Meg withdraw the angel's protection and invited Maru to sit down. After Maru sat down, Meg poured him a cup of tea. Maru was very polite and thanked her. This made Xianxia even more curious about him. From a moment ago until now, Maru's behavior was more like that of an aristocrat than he was. An aristocrat that couldn't be any more elegant. Maru drank a mouthful of tea and put down the cup. He glanced at Xianxia and said, "Mr. Xianxia, as a black magician, you must be able to feel that the black magicians on the continent have been isolated. It's very inconvenient for us to walk outside. Most people imagine us to be more frightening than mercenaries, assassins, thieves, and swindlers. It's as if we are devils who can eat people at any time." Xianxia was somewhat touched by this point. Although black magicians seemed to be glorious and no one dared to provoke them wherever they went, it was just as Maru said. Black magicians had been isolated by the people on the continent. In the eyes of the people on the continent, black magicians were synonymous with evil. This wasn't a good thing. Seeing Xianxia nod, Maru continued, "In fact, at the very beginning, the people of the continent didn't have this understanding of black magicians. Although the behavior of black magicians is strange, the potions and some black magic that we have researched are still very helpful in treating people's injuries. Moreover, because we black magicians can summon dark creatures, we are an indispensable fighting force for the great aristocrats and the great powers. With us, no one would dare to be rampant in the dark." Maru nodded. This time it was Quinn John and the others' turn to nod. Quinn John and the others had lived for a long time and knew that what Maru said was true. In the past, many aristocrats and countries liked to invite black magicians. This was because the characteristics of black magicians determined that their fighting strength at night was even more powerful. At that time, black magicians were an indispensable existence in the armies of various countries. But now, there were almost no black magicians in the armies of various countries. Maru looked at everyone's appearance and the smile on his face became even wider. However, he quickly put away his smile and said to Zhao Hai and the others, however, this situation slowly changed. I don't know when it started, but the people on the continent began to spread the word that black magicians were the symbol of evil. They were the embodiment of the devil. Slowly, people began to isolate black magicians. We didn't realize this problem at first, but by the time we did, the people on the continent had already isolated black magicians. At this point, Maru's voice carried a trace of heaviness. It was clear that the seriousness of the problem had exceeded his imagination. Therefore, he was so serious. Once a profession was isolated by everyone, then it would have no way to continue existing. It was destined to perish. If a profession wanted to continue, then it needed people. The most important thing was people. Once no one was optimistic about this profession, no one wanted to join it. A profession that had lost its inheritance was like a family that had lost its inheritance. It would perish sooner or later. It was precisely because of this that Maru and the others discovered the seriousness of the matter. The inheritance of the black magicians was about to be broken. No one was willing to learn black magic. For them, this was not good news. Maru continued, after we discovered this situation, we immediately began to investigate. There wouldn't be such rumors on the continent for no reason. It must have been deliberately done by someone. After our careful investigation, we discovered that the Radiant Church was behind all of this. To be honest, this answer was not beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Now that the black magicians were isolated on the continent, the Radiant magicians received more respect. The reason why the Radiant magicians had such a status was because they hunted and killed the black magicians everywhere. If one were to say that these rumors had nothing to do with the Radiant magicians, then no one would believe it. However, for those in power, this matter did not seem to have any disadvantages. The doctrine of the Radiant Church was to let the ordinary people know their place. Even if they were to suffer, they could not rebel against the ruler. This was because in the doctrine of the Radiant Church, the reason you suffered was so that you could go to heaven after death. What kind of place was heaven? No one had ever seen it. However, in the doctrine of the Radiant Church, the world was the most beautiful place. People who went there didn't need to do anything. They could eat delicious food and wear beautiful clothes. There was no doubt that such a doctrine was more beneficial to the ruler. Therefore, the rulers of the various countries did not oppose the Radiant Church's preaching. They also adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards the suppression of the black magicians. When Maru saw that Zhao Hai and the others were not surprised, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He secretly mocked himself. These people were really slow. Zhao Hai and the others' appearance made it clear that they had already guessed this result. However, it took them such a long time to discover it. Maru smiled bitterly and said, it was because of this that some knowledgeable black magicians on the continent spontaneously organized and established the League of Black Magicians. The League of Black Magicians has two main goals. One is to resist the Radiant Church, and the other is to let black magic be passed down. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at Maru and said, so you came looking for me? You want me to join the League of Black Magicians because I am also a black magician? Maru nodded and said, correct. Because you are also a black magician. For a black magician like you, the Radiant Church will certainly find time to deal with you. A while ago, Zhao Jia came to deal with you. In fact, he was sent by the Radiant Church to deal with you. What you don't know is that the Radiant Church's strength is far more powerful than what they show. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Maru. Maru looked at them and said in a deep voice, you wouldn't know that there are many small duchies on the continent that have been controlled by the Radiant Church. Southern King Boric is also a guardian knight of the Radiant Church. The reason Boric came to deal with you is not only because of Carlo, but also because of the Radiant Church. This was really beyond Zhao Hai and the others' expectations. They didn't think that with Southern King Boric's great power, he would actually become a guardian knight of the Radiant Church. This was too surprising. Maru looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't be surprised. The Radiant Church is actually made up of 3 parts. The first part is the archbishops under the command of the Pope. The second part is the Knights of the Round Table, which is made up of the Guardian Knights. The third part is the ascetics of the Church. Although these 3 parts all belong to the Radiant Church, they are relatively independent. The archbishops under the command of the Pope are mainly responsible for managing the daily operations of the Radiant Church. The Knights of the Round Table are mainly responsible for protecting the Radiant Church. The Knights of the Round Table are mainly responsible for preaching." Zhao Hai and the others quietly listened to Maru's detailed explanation. It was clear that their investigation of the Radiant Church wasn't something that had only been going on for a day or two. It seemed like the saying that the person who understood you the most was your enemy wasn't wrong. Maru continued, "Although the Pope manages the daily operations of the Radiant Church, he doesn't have the authority to manage the Knights of the Round Table and the ascetics. The Knights of the Round Table of the Church of Light, although it's called the Knights of the Round Table, it's actually made up of powerful figures from various countries. Each of their identities are not simple. They form the management of the Knights of the Round Table and manage some of the armed forces of the Church of Light. In addition to the various archbishops, the Pope also controls some unknown forces of the Church of Light, such as some assassin organizations and some mercenary groups. Compared to these 2, the Walkers' power is a little weaker. They can be said to be the most devout believers of the Church of Light. They usually wear coarse clothing and travel all over the continent all year round, spreading the teachings of the Church of Light while also teaching people to cure diseases. They don't have any extra wealth on them, so if they don't rely on hunting for food, they rely on charity from others. Therefore, the Walkers' Guild is generally formed by magicians. However, because the Church of Light is getting better and better, there are fewer and fewer people who are willing to become ascetics." At this point, Maru couldn't help but reveal an expression of admiration. It was clear that he approved of the ascetics, even though they were now enemies of the Radiant Church. This was the first time Zhao Hai had heard of the profession of ascetics. This profession sounded like a monk, but there were some differences. It sounded a lot stronger than a monk. Maru sighed and said, "If the Radiant Church was like the ascetics, then the continent would be blessed. Unfortunately, there aren't many magicians who can endure the hardships of the ascetics. Now, the Radiant Church can be said to be under the control of the Pope and the Knights of the Round Table. They are unscrupulously thinking of ways to raise the status of the Radiant Church in the hearts of the people of the continent. They are more greedy than businessmen and more black-hearted than politicians." At this point, Maru was already gnashing his teeth. It was clear that the suppression of black magic was led by the Pope and the Knights of the Round Table. Maru calmed his emotions and turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. "You may not think of it, but the immortal mercenary group that dealt with Laura was actually controlled by the Radiant Church. The 3 assassins who followed Jia Zhao to deal with you were also the true mastermind behind the scenes. It's just that no one knows about it. Humph, the Radiant Church pretends to be compassionate on the outside, but in the dark, they are more evil than the devil." Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. This news was too shocking for them. They had no way to link the immortal mercenary group and the dark shadow assassin group to the Radiant Church. Moreover, Maru knew this information. It was obvious that he had done a very detailed investigation on them. It seemed that the League of Black Magicians wasn't a good person. Maru looked at the shocked Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "These things were later investigated by us. If we didn't have this kind of power, we wouldn't be qualified to challenge the Radiant Church. This time, the reason why Boric and the others dealt with you was because of the benefits. They wanted to get the Taoyuan products in your hands. The second reason was because of your black magician status. They were afraid that you had already joined the League of Black Magicians. If you joined the League of Black Magicians, with your financial support, the League of Black Magicians would become even more powerful, and the threat to them would be even greater." Zhao Hai and Laura stared blankly. They couldn't help but look at each other. Although Maru's words didn't seem to be anything on the surface, Zhao Hai had revealed a piece of information. The League of Black Magicians might be lacking in funds. The 2 of them weren't fools. There must be a reason why Maru was so sincere to Zhao Hai. At first, Zhao Hai didn't know what the reason was, but now he knew. To put it bluntly, it was because of money. Maru looked at the 2 of them and knew what they were thinking. Maru looked at them and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, please don't misunderstand. I asked you to join the League of Black Magicians not for your money. Although the League of Black Magicians is an alliance, there is no hierarchy. The alliance doesn't have a leader, only an elder council. The elder council won't force a magician to do anything. Even if they want a magician to do something, they will have to listen to the magician's own opinion. This time, the main reason I asked Mr. to join the League of Black Magicians is because Mr. is a black magician. All the black magicians on the continent, except for those controlled by the Radiant Church, will be invited to join the alliance. Zhao Hai nodded and said, after joining the alliance, are there any requirements? When Maru heard the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words, he knew that there was a way. He immediately said, there aren't any excessive requirements. There are only two main requirements. First, in the future, if you encounter a magician in the alliance in trouble, you must lend a hand. Second, you must find a way to collect all information about the Radiant Church. You can also deal with the Radiant Church on your own. These are the only two requirements. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what can the alliance provide me? Of course, I'm not talking about funds, but other aspects of help. Maru smiled faintly and said, of course, the alliance can provide you with information. We can also provide you with manpower to help you. Of course, in order to provide you with manpower, you must pay a portion of the money to the alliance. Moreover, you must also pay those people a commission. Everyone will support it if it's forceful, Zhao Hai nodded. He could accept such conditions. If the League of Black Magicians was really so lenient, then joining wouldn't be a problem. Maru looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled. As long as you join the alliance will provide you with some common information. If you want the alliance to help you investigate some special situations, or if you want to investigate a specific person, the alliance will charge you a certain fee. The fee will depend on the difficulty of the investigation and the identity of the person. Of course, the alliance will also issue some missions. For example, if some magicians want to know the situation of a specific person, if you help them investigate, the alliance will give you a commission. If there are magicians who need magic beasts, if you help them catch them, the alliance will also give you a commission. Zhao Hai smiled. This League of Black Magicians was really interesting. Why did it sound like the mercenary guilds that were commonly seen in novels on Earth? The things they did were very similar to the mercenary guilds that the mercenary guilds did. It was just that they were targeting black magicians. With a smile, Zhao Hai asked, what kind of conditions do I need to join the league? When Maru heard Zhao Hai say this, he knew that Zhao Hai was already moved. He quickly said, you don't need any conditions. As long as you agree to join the league, then it's fine. In the future, you can't spread the news of the league, and you can't betray the league. If you agree, then take this and you will be an official member of the League of Black Magicians. As he spoke, he took out a small badge. This badge was only the size of a dollar coin on Earth. On the front, there was a pattern of dark clouds covering the sun. On the back, there was a small pin. This badge could be pinned to clothes. Zhao Hai carefully looked at this simple badge. He raised his head and said to Maru, such a simple badge. Aren't you afraid that it will be forged? Maru smiled and said, that won't happen. Although this badge is inconspicuous, the metal used to make it was inadvertently obtained by an elder in our alliance while he was doing a magic experiment. This metal isn't hard, but it's very malleable. After it's set, if it's deformed by an external force, it can slowly change back to its original form. Moreover, this badge has a serial number on it, so others won't be able to prevent it from being damaged. Maru smiled and said, memory metal. Zhao Hai thought that this thing sounded like memory metal. He really didn't think that such a thing would appear on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai picked up the small badge and carefully looked at it. Of course, he couldn't see anything. He put the badge back on the table and turned to Maru. If the league really doesn't have so many rules, then I agree to join the league. Maru couldn't help but be happy. He had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai's strength was very strong. When Zhao Jia and the others went to deal with Zhao Hai, they mysteriously disappeared without a trace. There was also the immortal mercenary group. Ever since they attacked Laura and were repelled by Zhao Hai, they had also disappeared from the continent. This was proof of Zhao Hai's strength. With such a powerful magician joining the League of Black Magicians, they would have more strength. This made Maru the happiest. Obviously, the League of Black Magicians was more simple than the Radiant Church. Their purpose was very simple. Just like what Maru told Xianxia, one was to help the Black Magicians, so that black magic could be passed on. The other was to fight against the Radiant Church. Compared to the Radiant Church, the League of Black Magicians organization was too loose. However, it lacked utility. It was because of this that Xianxia joined the League of Black Magicians. Seeing Xianxia put away the badge, Maru felt relieved. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "Good. From now on, you are a member of our League of Black Magicians. The main purpose of our league is to help the Black Magicians and fight against the Radiant Church. Other than that, we are busy with our own matters. You don't have to worry about any restrictions." Xianxia smiled and said, "Well, let's not talk about this. Since Mr. Maru has come, we must properly entertain him. Laura, have people prepare. In a moment, I will invite Mr. to a meal. After the meal, I will invite Mr. to watch a play." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Good. I will have people prepare. It just so happens that we have a few fire fishes. We will use them to entertain Mr. Maru." She then ordered Nir to prepare. Maru looked at them with a strange expression. He had heard of Laura's name before. Now, it seemed that Laura and Xianxia's relationship wasn't just that of collaborators. They were simply benefactors. The two of them were too close. Most importantly, Maru had heard that Laura wanted to invite him to eat fire fishes. Although fire fishes weren't high-level magic beasts, they were still very hard to eat. Maru was only a black magician. He hadn't eaten fire fishes yet. When he heard Laura say this, he was a little surprised. The fire fishes that Laura had taken from Xianxia before were either given as gifts or eaten by herself. She simply didn't sell them. Therefore, the people of the continent didn't know that Laura had so many fire fishes in her hands. Maru was somewhat flattered by such treatment. One must know that fire fishes were tributes. With the current status of black magicians, there weren't many people who had eaten them. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky today. As for Xianxia's invitation to watch the play, he also understood what Xianxia meant. Before he came, he had already investigated. In the past 2 days, Boric had sent people to Kasa City. It seemed that he wanted to deal with Xianxia and the others. He didn't understand Xianxia's intentions. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, it seemed that they were deliberately waiting for something. When he heard Xianxia's words, Maru immediately understood that Xianxia was staying here to wait for the people sent by Boric. However, Maru didn't say anything. If they stayed, then they stayed. In any case, Boric was also a member of the Radiant Church. Tidying them up was also good. Xianxia turned to look at Maru and said, "Mr. Maru, may I know how many people there are in the alliance right now?" Maru nodded and said, "Of course you may. Currently, our alliance has more than 13,600 people. Although this number seems to be a lot, you should know that our alliance has invited all the black magicians in the continent to join. Although there are some black magicians who can't be contacted and some who aren't willing to join, we have contacted about 40 out of the hundreds of black magicians in the continent. In the end, there are only so many people. Our days are really hard." Xianxia nodded. Although he wasn't very clear about the situation of the Ark continent, he knew that the population of the Ark continent wasn't small just by looking at the Purcell Duchy. Moreover, the area of the Ark continent seemed to be larger than Earth's. The population shouldn't be less than Earth's. In this case, an organization like the Black Magicians Association that spanned the entire continent only had about 10,000 people. This ratio was really too small. Xianxia turned to Maru and said, "Don't tell me that our alliance isn't like the Radiant Church, controlling a few mercenary groups?" Maru smiled and said, "You also know that we are an alliance organization. The forces under the direct command of the alliance aren't very large, but there are some magicians who have established their own forces. Just like you already have a lot of influence in your hands. If necessary, the alliance can ask you to help. The forces around you are actually a part of the alliance's strength. It's just that we aren't like the Radiant Church, who can directly give orders. When we ask a magician to do something, we have to inform him in advance and ask for his opinion. If you don't want to help, we won't refuse. Zhao Hai curiously asked, if you don't help, will the alliance still provide you with information? Wouldn't the alliance suffer a loss? Maru chuckled and said, the alliance isn't a merchant. The alliance was established with the main purpose of helping the dark magicians. Let the dark magicians pass on their magic and fight against the Radiant Church. Whether or not they help the alliance is voluntary. It won't be forced. Zhao Hai somewhat admired Maru and the others. Up until now, the alliance's actions had been very beneficial to the dark magicians. Moreover, the utilitarianism was very low. It could be seen that these people were really wholeheartedly helping the dark magicians. Zhao Hai solemnly nodded and said to Maru, Mr. Maru, please help me pass on a message to the elders. If there's anything I can help with, please don't be polite. If I can help, I'll definitely help. Maru laughed heartily. Alright, I'll pass on the message. Zhao Hai, now that we black mages have been forced into a dead end, if we don't do our best, we'll be the ones to suffer in the end. Zhao Hai nodded. Although he wasn't a true dark magician, he could still help the dark magicians. Most importantly, helping the dark magicians was tantamount to having a backer. If there was anything in the future, he could ask the alliance of dark magicians for help. This was very important for his future development. At this time, the food was almost ready. Zhao Hai and the others moved to the dining room. Meg and the others immediately brought out the food. In fact, the food was prepared in the space by Marine and the others. When Laura and the others said that they would arrange it, it was just a pretense. Although Maru had invited Zhao Hai to join the alliance of dark magicians and had no malice towards Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to tell Maru about the space. This was his biggest secret. Aside from people like Laura and the others who were closest to him and wouldn't betray him, he wouldn't casually tell others about it. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't hide the slaves was because it was impossible for them to betray Zhao Hai. In addition, it was impossible for the slaves to go to the continent by themselves. If they didn't have a master to lead them to the continent, then they would certainly be caught as runaway slaves. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that they would spread rumors. The food was very sumptuous. The main course was naturally fire fish, beef, pork, rabbit meat, and various magic vegetables. When Maru saw the dishes on the table, he couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva. These years, because of the suppression of the Radiant Church, the dark magicians didn't have a good time. He hadn't eaten such a meal for a long time. Maru was very happy to eat this meal. Moreover, he discovered an astonishing thing. The meat on the table was like the meat of high-level magic beasts. The magic element content was very high. Maru was a mage, so he was very sensitive to the elements of magic. In addition, the things that Zhao had prepared were all products of the space. Even the beef was a type of beef that was commonly seen in the continent. It was called the barbarian bull. The wild bull was a very peculiar magic beast. It had no hair on its body, thick skin, and a lot of meat. It was also very strong. This kind of cow could be used to plow the land, but it could also be used to eat meat. Laura originally raised a few wild bulls, but she didn't raise them to plow the land, but to eat meat. In the past, Laura raised a lot of wind falcons. The wind falcons ate meat. Later, she raised a few eagles. The eagle's appetite was also very large. In order to provide meat for the wind falcons and eagles, she would always raise a few wild bulls. Later, they were taken into the space by Zhao Hai. The rank of this wild bull in the space wasn't very high. It was only level 4, and this was the space's evaluation. On the Ark continent, a wild bull's rank was only level 1. In the space, the highest level magic beasts could reach was level 50. But in the Ark continent, the highest level magic beasts could reach was level 9. Level 10 magic beasts were like gods, they only existed in legends. Because of this, magic beasts inside the space and outside the space had different levels. The reason why Zhao Hai raised wild bulls was to eat meat. Once he was used to eating the meat produced in the space, he always felt that the meat outside of the space didn't taste right. Therefore, the things that Zhao Hai and the others ate now were all produced in the space. The space's products were certainly of high quality. The ingredients were good, so the taste of the food was naturally better. In addition, the food was cooked using Earth's methods, which made Maru's appetite even greater. After eating dinner, the group went to the living room. Nier and Meg served them tea. Zhao Hai drank a mouthful of tea and looked at Maru with a smile. "Mister, do you feel that tonight's meal is delicious?" Maru smiled and said, "Delicious, too delicious. Is this the famous Taoyuan product on the continent?" "As expected, it is extraordinary. I really did not expect that Mr. Zhao Hai would have such a good item in his hands. No wonder Boric and the others wanted it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, there are always people who want good things." As he spoke, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and smiled at Maru. "I didn't expect that the actor would come right after we finished eating. Interesting." As soon as Maru heard Zhao Hai's words, he knew that a good show was about to start. He smiled and said, "That's just right. We'll watch the show after eating." "Hee, I hope it'll be a good show." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his head to Laura and said, "Open the door. The actors are already on the stage, we have to give them face." Laura smiled faintly and nodded. Nier and Meg ran over and opened the door and windows of the living room. Maru discovered that the entire courtyard had been filled with undead creatures at an unknown time. Some of these undead creatures were dressed as warriors, while others were dressed as magicians. Each and every one of them stood in the courtyard, motionless, as if they were statues. Moreover, the entire courtyard had been covered by a layer of black fog, making it impossible to see the situation outside the courtyard. However, one could hear the sound of light footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. There seemed to be quite a number of people. Maru looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. These undead creatures were obviously released by Zhao Hai. However, even though Zhao Hai had been with him, he did not notice how Zhao Hai had released these undead creatures. There was no movement at all, and he also did not feel the slightest bit of magic fluctuations. This really surprised him. There were many black magicians who would learn how to hide their magic fluctuations. After learning this method, even a magician would find it difficult to sense the magic fluctuations when using low-level magic. It was the only way to launch a sneak attack. However, this would only work if the magician was not on guard. If the magician had already noticed you, it would be very difficult to use this method. The method of hiding magic fluctuations could not completely make the magic fluctuations disappear. It could only weaken them. When people were not paying attention, they would not be able to detect the weakened magic fluctuations. However, as long as they were paying attention, they would still be able to detect them. When Zhao Hai had summoned these undead creatures, Maru did not feel any magic fluctuations. This was what surprised him the most. Of course, it was impossible for Maru to know that Zhao Hai had not used ordinary dark summoning magic. If he had known, he would not have been so surprised. Zhao Hai did not pay attention to Maru. He was only looking at the door of Faith Mansion. He really wanted to know what method the other party used to enter Faith Mansion. Did they break the door, or did they climb over the wall? At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were surprised. Why would someone knock on the door at this time? Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, everyone at home is resting. If you have something to say, come back tomorrow." When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others laughed. Knocking on the door at this time, there was no need to ask. It must have been someone sent by Boric to deal with them. The other party used this method of knocking on the door to make them nervous, to make them feel that they were being looked down upon. However, Zhao Hai's joking reply completely ruined the other party's plan. Instead, they became the object of ridicule for Zhao Hai and the others. Sure enough, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, a voice immediately came from outside. "Junior, you've got guts." After that, a loud bang came from the door of Faith Mansion. The two thick wooden doors had already fallen to the ground. Zhao Hai and the others did not pay attention to the door that fell to the ground. Instead, they looked outside the door. They wanted to know who had come this time. Outside the door stood 5 people. They wore white magic robes and held white magic staffs in their hands. Looking at their attire, Zhao Hai knew that these 5 people were light magicians. Moreover, their levels were not low. The 5 light magicians stood on a luxurious-looking carriage. The carriage was completely white, and in the night, it seemed to emit a sparkling white light. Pulling the carriage weren't ordinary horse-shaped magic beasts, but rather 2 lion-shaped magic beasts. These 2 lion-shaped magic beasts were also white. Not only did they look mighty, they also gave off a holy feeling. Laura whispered to Xiao Hai, "A carriage made of holy light wood. It seems like they're people from the Radiant Church. Moreover, their status isn't low. Looking at their appearance, they should be white-robed bishops. The ones pulling the carriage are 6th-rank light element magic beasts, moonlight lions. Their fighting strength is very strong, and they can use light element magic." Behind the 5 white-robed bishops, there was a large row of knights. These knights' attire was very distinctive. They were all mounted on white one-horned warhorses. The warhorses' bodies were also covered in bright silver armor. Each of the knights wore a bright silver full-body armor. In their right hand, they held a 4-meter-long knight's spear. In their left hand, they held a tower shield that was almost as tall as a person. Their helmets were decorated with lightning white feathers. Below the tip of their spear, there was a small triangular flag. The tip of the spear was pointed towards the sky, making the small flag flutter in the wind. Xiao Hai looked at the mighty appearance of these knights and muttered, "I have to say, these guys look very good. But I don't know if these knights are actually people or ghosts." Just as Xiao Hai's voice fell, one of the 5 white-robed bishops said to Xiao Hai, "You are Xiao Hai? Dirty dark magician, today, I will make you disappear under the glory of God." Xiao Hai looked at the 5 white-robed bishops and faintly smiled. "You guys should be able to say these words, right? How can you say it so smoothly? For today's operation, you must have agreed to the conditions of the Purcell clan, right? Let's hear it. If your conditions move my heart, then you don't need to do anything. I will kill myself first, saving you a lot of trouble." When Laura heard Xiao Hai's words, she couldn't help but laugh. She really didn't know that Xiao Hai would be so mischievous that he could actually say such words. Xiao Hai's personality was quite cheerful, but he had stayed at home for too long, so he was somewhat dull. After arriving at the Ark continent, he had to face the pressure of life, so he wasn't in the mood to joke. Today, he had joined the League of Dark Magicians and was preparing to leave the Purcell Duchy. His heart couldn't help but say a few words to provoke the white-robed bishops. The white-robed bishops obviously didn't think that Xiao Hai would be so relaxed in front of their lineup. The white-robed bishop standing in the middle couldn't help but angrily say, "Junior, you dare to talk nonsense. For a filthy life like you, the only way out is to be purified under the glory of God." Zhao smiled. "This is a good choice, but you came at the wrong time. God's glory can only purify people during the day, but at night, God's glory is replaced by darkness. Haha, I have taken a fancy to your carriage, the big cat pulling it, and the knights behind you are also good. I think I will reluctantly turn you into my slaves." Zhao smiled and said, "This is a good choice." Maru had been sitting next to Xiao Hai. To be honest, he was very nervous. One must know that the white-robed bishops of the Radiant Church were existences second only to the Pope and the cardinals. Each of them had the strength of at least a rank 7 magician. In addition to the magic staffs in their hands, the carriages they rode, the magic beasts pulling them, and the clothes they wore were all magic items that could add a layer to their magic. If they really fought, their strength wouldn't be lower than a rank 8 expert. 5 rank 8 light magicians, in addition to the light knights behind them who wore light magic, such a fighting strength wasn't to be taken lightly. Light magic was the nemesis of black magic. This sentence wasn't false at all. A black magician was strong, but in front of a light magician, they would be at an innate disadvantage. The other side had sent such a strong force to deal with Xiao Hai. This was already thinking highly of Xiao Hai. However, they didn't expect that Xiao Hai would still be able to deal with them so indifferently. This really made Maru admire him. After Xiao Hai finished speaking, he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, what do you think? If a dark magician were to sit in a carriage made of holy light wood, the one pulling the carriage would be an undead moon lion, and the one driving the carriage would be an undead white-cloaked bishop, then it would be very eye-catching." Laura and the others were stunned. Although Laura was very confident in Xiao Hai, when they heard Xiao Hai's words, they were still very surprised. They couldn't be blamed for being surprised. Zhao Hai's words were too shocking. If Zhao Hai really did that, then it would be tantamount to slapping the Radiant Church in the face in front of the entire continent. The Radiant Church would certainly not let this matter rest. Among them, the one who was most surprised was Maru. Maru was one of the first to join the League of Black Magicians. These years, they had been secretly fighting against the Radiant Church. Because of this, he was very clear about the strength of the Radiant Church. To be honest, in this continent, there weren't many people who would dare to do what Zhao Hai said. Even a rank 9 expert wouldn't dare. The Radiant Church had more than one rank 9 expert. Of course, a rank 9 expert wouldn't be so bored as to do such a thing. However, Maru was also very excited. For so many years, although the League of Black Magicians had been fighting against the Radiant Church, it had always been done in secret. Most people on the continent didn't know about it, and they were afraid of the Radiant Church's retaliation. They only did some small things. The way Zhao Hai said to deal with the white-clothed bishops was something they didn't even think about. The white-clothed bishops were also stunned, but it was followed by boundless anger. No dark magician had dared to talk to them like this. The power of a white-clothed bishop was no less than that of a mid-level noble in the continent. Now, there was actually someone who dared to talk to them like this. They didn't even put them in their eyes. This really made them angry. The white-clothed bishop was so angry that his whole body trembled. He shouted, "Dirty dark magicians, your thoughts have been poisoned by the devil. Come and accept God's baptism." Zhao Hai laughed. He looked at the white-cloaked bishop and said, "Did your head get hit by a door?" How could he say something like that? Go to any random person on the continent and ask them. See if they will stretch their head out for you to chop off. Is the Church of Light run by such idiots? The bishop's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to say something, another bishop beside him said, "We're not from the Radiant Church, we're just mercenaries who can't stand the evil deeds of dark mages." Zhao Hai glanced at the bishop. Unlike the other bishops, this bishop looked calm and composed, as if he wasn't angry at Zhao Hai's words at all. Zhao Hai looked at this person and knew that he was a scheming person. Such a person wouldn't be easy to deal with compared to the previous ones. However, Zhao Hai didn't care, he just smiled and said, "Honest people don't tell lies. We know who you are, so there's no need to talk about evil. Your Radiant Church isn't that clean. Don't talk nonsense, let's see who you are." Then he waved his hand and several undead dressed as magicians appeared in front of the white-clothed bishop's carriage. These undead were Zhao Zue, Zhao Jia, Zhao Shi, Zhao Jia, Laika, and Buffy. These 15 undead magicians were really scary. Zhao Hai was afraid that someone would recognize them, so they were now skeletons and not zombies. When the white-clothed bishops saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they became even angrier. They were light magicians and were the nemesis of the undead. Now, Zhao Hai had actually used the undead to deal with them. This was simply contempt. The white-clothed bishop who had first spoken to Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore and angrily shouted, "Junior, today I'll let you know that God's glory is everywhere." Then he raised the staff in his hand and chanted an incantation. Then, a white light shot towards Zhao Zue and the others. This was a level 6 light element group attack spell, Descent of the Holy Light. Maru quietly sat next to Zhao Hai. A moment ago, Zhao Hai and the white-clothed bishops had argued. Maru's heart wasn't very satisfied, but when he saw Zhao Hai use the undead magicians to deal with the white-clothed bishops, he couldn't help but worry. He thought that Zhao Hai was dragging things out too much. One must know that the white-clothed bishops weren't easy to provoke. However, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. They saw one of the undead magicians suddenly walk out. This skeleton magician was also wearing a white magic robe and holding a white staff in his hand. He didn't make a big move, but he released a light element spell, Guardian of Light, in front of the skeleton magicians. Besides Laura and the others, the white-clothed bishops were so shocked that they forgot to move. Maru was so shocked that he stood up. They all thought that the skeleton magician would use black magic to deal with the light element spell released by the white-clothed bishops. They didn't expect that the skeleton magician would also use light element magic. This skeleton magician was, of course, Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia himself was a light magician. After the space's improvements, his magic had been preserved. Therefore, he naturally used light element magic. However, this was what surprised Maru the most. They hadn't seen an undead that could use light element magic. This was simply a joke. It was like seeing a person take a knife and cut their own body. It was purely suicidal. Zhao Hai didn't move. He wanted this kind of effect. He wanted Maru to see that he wasn't afraid of the Radiant Church's people. At this time, Drunk and the others also moved. Drunk and the others were true black magicians. Black magic covered the sky as they attacked the white-clothed bishops. Zhao Jia and the others also moved, along with Buffy and the others. Zhao Shi and Zhao Jia were both earth magicians, while Buffy was a wind magician. Together with Drunk and the others, this was a three-element spell. The attack was incomparably gorgeous. Drunk and the others moved, calling back everyone's soul. Maru looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Mr. Zhao Hai, what is going on? Why is your undead able to use light element magic? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Mr. Maru, don't worry. Sit down and listen to me slowly. This undead that can use light element magic is Garan, the one who attacked me a while ago. After I killed him, I turned him into an undead. Who would have thought that he would suddenly mutate and become an undead that can use light element magic? At first, I was very surprised, but I didn't understand what was going on. After listening to Zhao Hai, Maru was relieved. It must be known that when a black magician made an undead, there would sometimes be mutations. Therefore, although Zhao Hai's ability was very strange, it wasn't completely inexplicable. Although he was relieved, Maru still felt that it was very inconceivable. An undead that could use light element magic. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even if someone else told him, he wouldn't have believed it. Then Maru felt that something was wrong. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, what about the other skeleton magicians? What's going on with them? Why are they all high-level undead? It was impossible for low-level undead to use magic. Therefore, when Zhao Zui and the others used magic, Maru knew that they were all high-level undead. Zhao Hai smiled and said, speaking of which, I have to thank this magic staff that I inadvertently obtained. I don't know when this magic staff was made. Once, I was hunting magic beasts in the forest and inadvertently obtained it. This magician has a very mysterious ability. As long as I use the bone forging technique, he can enhance the bone forging technique into a spirit trapping technique. Therefore, all of my undead are high level. Maru's eyes shined as he looked at the ghost staff in Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai was laughing in his heart. He had heard Wei Xiaobao say that a lie must be 90% true and 10% false. Therefore, his lies must contain the truth, making it impossible for others to find out. At this time, the white-robed bishops could no longer withstand the attacks of Zhao Zui and the others. The Knights of Light behind them also saw this. With a shout, the Knights of Light put down their lances and rushed straight towards Faith Mansion. Zhao Hai didn't move. The undead dressed as warriors lined up in a square formation, blocking the entrance of Faith Mansion. In a moment, the entrance of Faith Mansion became a battlefield. Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Even if the Knights of Light were powerful, their numbers were still there. The undead under his command all had the strength of a 7th-rank warrior. Such strength couldn't be underestimated. He believed that these undead would be able to block the attacks of the Knights of Light. The battle in Faith Mansion was so lively, but the surrounding people all seemed to have fallen asleep. There was no sound at all, allowing them to fight to the death. Normally, with such a big commotion, the city defense army would have already arrived. But today, the city defense army seemed to have collectively gone on holiday. Not a single shadow could be seen. It seems like the Radiant Church's people had already greeted Evan. Regarding Evan's reaction, Zhao Hai could also understand. Although the Purcell clan was a large clan, this time, Boris and the Radiant Church had joined forces. With such strength, even the Purcell clan had no choice but to give way. For Evan to send them a letter ahead of time, it could already be considered as not letting them down. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the Knights of Light were blocked by his undead at the entrance. They couldn't rush into Faith Mansion. At this time, the surrounding walls of Faith Mansion suddenly appeared. These people climbed up the walls and immediately jumped down. These people were dressed as mercenaries and had weapons in their hands. At a glance, it was clear that they were here to deal with Zhao Hai. Maru also discovered these people. Although these people were dressed as mercenaries, their movements were very orderly and they had good coordination with each other. At a glance, one could see that they weren't ordinary mercenaries, but rather soldiers who had received formal military training. Zhao Hai also saw these mercenaries. This time, there were a few hundred mercenaries who had climbed over the wall. When these people entered the courtyard, they didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai's group. Instead, they stood in place and reorganized their troops. Although it only took a little time, this little time allowed them to quickly form a square formation. Then, they attacked Zhao Hai's group. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. There were still a lot of undead around him. Right now, he was only using the humanoid undead. He still hadn't made a move on the beast-shaped undead. Zhao Hai had already counted the knights who were attacking from Faith Mansion's main gate. There were a total of 18 of them, and they were all 6th-rank knights who had a tacit understanding of each other. Soon, whether it was Maru or the white-robed bishops, they all discovered that Zhao Hai's undead were too special. They weren't afraid of the Knights of Light's charge at all. It must be known that the Knights of Light's weapons and armor were all blessed with light magic. In addition, these knights' fighting strength was very strong. Zhao Hai only used less than 100 undead to withstand the attack of these Knights of Light. This was simply inconceivable. Knights were different from ordinary warriors. In the minds of many people, knights were a higher rank than warriors. Moreover, knights could be described as nobles among warriors. An ordinary warrior would at most have a body of leather armor and a weapon. Some of the worst ones would only have a warrior's clothing and a weapon. They couldn't be called a warrior. However, a knight must first have a mount, then armor, and then a weapon. A warrior couldn't only have one weapon. At the very least, they must have a knight's spear, a tower shield, or a heavy sword. Only then could they be called a knight. A warrior only needed to take care of himself. Even if his weapon was damaged, he only needed to replace it. The cost would not be too high. But a knight, in addition to taking care of himself, would also need to take care of his mount. Their knight's spear was a weapon that was easily damaged. Once it was damaged, it would need to be replaced. The price of a knight's spear was much more expensive than ordinary weapons. Because of these reasons, in the eyes of ordinary warriors, although knights were very powerful, they were also a profession that burned money. If one wasn't a noble or a rich person, then there was no way to become a knight. Because knights were rich, many knights would have a knight squire. This knight squire would take care of the knight's daily life and take care of the knight's mount. During battle, the knight squire would stay by the knight's side. A knight's fighting strength was undoubtedly formidable. This was also related to their mount. The more powerful the mount, the more powerful the knight's fighting strength. Naturally, the more powerful the mount, the more money one would need to spend to take care of it. The mounts of these Knights of Light were all level 5 magic beasts, unicorns. Unicorns were a type of level 5 magic beasts. It was said that unicorns were related to the elf's guardian sacred beast, the level 9 magic beast unicorns. Their fighting strength was very strong, and they could carry a lot of weight. They were very good mounts. Most of the Radiant Church's Radiant Knights used these unicorns as their mounts. Not only were they powerful, but they also looked very formidable. If they were ordinary warriors, even 100 of them wouldn't be a match for 18 6th level heavy armored knights. With the help of their horses, the knights could easily tear apart the square formation formed by the warriors. With a few charges, they could kill 100 warriors. But this time, the Radiant Knights didn't encounter ordinary warriors. Instead, they encountered a phalanx of undead, which was equivalent to a 7th-rank warrior. The Radiant Knight's unstoppable charge had no way to tear apart the phalanx of undead. This was a very rare occurrence. It was simply too easy for the Radiant Knights to deal with ordinary undead. Their weapons were enchanted with light magic. As long as they touched the undead, they would be able to inflict great damage. But this time, the undead they encountered weren't ordinary undead. The undead they encountered this time weren't afraid of light magic. Maru stared blankly at all of this. Although what he saw today was something he had seen before, it was nothing more than a battle between the undead and the Radiant Knights. But today's battle was beyond his understanding. the undead and the Radiant Knights were confronting each other head-on. In his opinion, this was unreal. The surrounding undead were still blocking the attacks of the mercenaries. Xianxia and the others were calmly sitting there, watching the battle in front of them as if they were watching a play. Maru really didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. He now suspected that Xianxia was a madman. If he wasn't a madman, then who would do such a thing? Maru didn't know if letting such a madman join the League of Black Magicians was the right thing to do. At this time, Laura looked at the people outside. She turned to Xianxia and said, "Brother Hai, it's about time. Don't drag it out for too long. It won't be easy to explain to Grand Duke Evan." Xianxia nodded, then waved his hand. Suddenly, a large number of undead magic beasts appeared in Faith Mansion. These undead had one thing in common, and that was that they were very large. Each undead was 2 to 3 mago in height. Some of them even reached 5 or 6 mago in height. Moreover, their whole bodies were dark green skeletons with spikes on them. At first glance, one could tell that they weren't to be trifled with. As soon as these undead appeared, the spikes on their bodies fiercely flew out. They were like arrows that were shot straight towards the mercenaries. A large number of the mercenaries were shot down. After the spikes, the undead magic beasts immediately rushed towards the mercenaries. However, Maru noticed that behind the mercenaries, a large number of humanoid undead appeared. These undead seemed to be assassins. Each and every one of them specialized in assassination. They quietly attacked the mercenaries from behind. Many of the mercenaries didn't even realize that there were people behind them and were killed. This unforeseen event happened too fast. The mercenaries simply couldn't react in time. More than half of them were killed, and the rest were surrounded by the undead. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to escape. The undead that dealt with the mercenaries was only a small part. Most of the undead surrounded the Radiant Knights and the white-robed bishops. Maru didn't know what to say. He didn't think that Xianxia would have so many undead. Moreover, the fighting strength of these undead was stronger than the previous one. This time, the Radiant Church would definitely suffer a loss. The white-robed bishops also realized that the situation wasn't good. They didn't think that Xianxia's strength would be this strong. Now, they didn't care about their image. One by one, they began to go all out. They knew that if they didn't go all out, then they would have to stay here today. At this time, Xianxia stood up and motionlessly looked at the 5 white-robed bishops. He knew that these 5 white-robed bishops were the ones in charge. Anyone else could run, but these 5 white-robed bishops couldn't run. Xianxia secretly gave Kair an order. As long as the 5 white-robed bishops made any movements, Kair would immediately make a move. She must make sure that the 5 white-robed bishops stayed behind. The reason why Xianxia had Kair prepare was because Xianxia discovered that one of the white-robed bishops was too calm. When he released the undead magic beasts, the other white-robed bishop's complexion changed. There was only one exception, and that was the white-robed bishop who was talking to Xianxia. Xianxia thought that this white-robed bishop was very scheming. That white-robed bishop was too calm. His calmness didn't seem to come from his strength. Xianxia saw that the white-robed bishop's strength was average. Among the 5 white-robed bishops, he could only be regarded as average. However, this person was too calm. He was simply fearless. Such a person would certainly have a trump card. Such a scheming person would certainly leave behind a trump card. Moreover, it would be a trump card that no one knew about. Because of this, Xianxia paid special attention to him and had Kair prepared to deal with him at any time. Laura and the others also raised their spirits. Everyone was looking at the white-robed bishops. They knew that it was impossible for these white-robed bishops to run away. Maru didn't know, but they knew that they had 2 9th-rank experts in their hands. Moreover, they were 9th-rank experts who could act at any time. With these 2 9th-rank experts in their hands, even if the other party had an ancient magic tool like a teleportation scroll, they still wouldn't be able to escape. War was full of accidents, but as long as you were prepared, you could turn all accidents into inevitability. Just like Xianxia's group, they were prepared to wait for the enemy to come to their door. If the enemy didn't come, then it would be fine. But as long as they came, then they wouldn't be able to escape. As the mercenary soldiers fell one by one, there was no longer any suspense on the battlefield. This time, the operation of the Radiant Church in Boris had been a complete failure. At this time, 3 shadows suddenly appeared on top of the white-robed bishops' carriages. Before the white-robed bishops could react, 3 rapiers had already taken their lives. Although the white-robed bishops had used light magic shields, the shields weren't able to block the attack of the rapiers. In the blink of an eye, the 3 white-robed bishops had died. At this time, the white-robed bishop that Zhao Hai had been paying attention to finally had his complexion change. He clenched his teeth and fiercely looked at Zhao Hai. He reached into his chest as if he wanted to touch something. At this time, 2 vines suddenly stretched out from the ground and directly pierced the chests of the remaining 2 white-robed bishops. The white-robed bishop who had reached into his chest to take something was blocked by the vines. However, he wasn't able to block the vines and was stabbed to death on the spot. Even as he died, his eyes were still full of disbelief. Maru stared blankly at the scene before him. Even the 18 radiant knights were stunned. They couldn't believe that the 5 white-robed bishops had died just like that. This was especially true for the white-robed bishop who wanted to take something out of his chest. The white-robed bishop had a very deep background. Although the radiant knights didn't know what he wanted to take out, they knew that the white-robed bishop was carrying a magic item, a guardian ring. The guardian ring was a relatively common magic item on the continent. This magic item was created by a magic array researcher. After a long period of research, they used a magic array to seal some guardian magic into the ring. The guardian ring was also divided into grades. The low-grade guardian ring was a one-time use item. It was made of some special wood or stone and could only seal some low-level guardian magic. It was relatively cheap and relatively common. The high-grade guardian ring was made of alloy and could seal high-level magic. Moreover, it could be used repeatedly. It was a relatively precious magic item. The white-robed bishop's father was a red-robed archbishop. He was an 8th rank expert. In order to ensure his safety, he gave the white-robed bishop a high-grade guardian ring. It could block 5 attacks from an 8th rank expert without breaking. But that poor ring couldn't block Kair's attack. Kair was a 9th rank expert. Her casual attack had the strength of a 9th rank expert. Of course, the white-robed bishop's guardian ring couldn't block it. The 18 radiant knights knew the identity of the white-robed bishop. This time, the white-robed bishop followed them because he wanted to contribute. He didn't really want to fight, and he didn't think that he would die here. It didn't matter if he died, but if he died, the knights wouldn't be able to live either. The white-robed bishop's father wouldn't let them go. The eyes of the radiant knights instantly turned red. They knew that no matter what, they would die here today. If they died here, then their families wouldn't have any problems. They might even get some compensation. But if they went back alive, then their families would also suffer. These radiant knights were all nurtured by the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church had selected talented children from childhood and began to nurture them. Therefore, their loyalty to the Radiant Church was unquestionable. Moreover, their detailed information was kept in the Radiant Church's archives. It was precisely because of their loyalty that they wouldn't betray the Radiant Church. Therefore, they were very clear about the Radiant Church. They knew that the Radiant Church wasn't as glamorous as it looked. There were a lot of dirty things going on inside. However, they didn't dare to betray the Radiant Church. It can be said that these people were knights in disguise. The 18 Knights of Light did the same thing at the same time. They threw away their tower shields and stabbed their spears into the ground. They then pulled out their heavy swords from their saddles and chopped off their left arms. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't understand what they were doing. Then Green loudly said, "Young master, kill them. They want to sacrifice themselves." Sacrifice was a knight's special skill. Knights who used this skill were going all out. They offered their flesh and blood to the god of knights in order to obtain a strength that was much stronger than their own. But after using sacrifice, the knight's life would come to an end. The strength obtained from sacrifice could only last for an hour. After an hour, the knight's life would disappear. Therefore, sacrifice was also known as a suicidal skill. Knights who used the sacrifice could generally gain power that was 2 levels above their own strength. In other words, these Knights of Light could reach the level of a level 8 Great Knight after using the sacrifice. On the continent, a level 8 Great Knight was already an expert. They were almost invincible under level 9. Zhao Hai coldly smiled. He waved his hand and several vines drilled out from the ground and pierced the knights' heads. The 18 Great Knights didn't even have time to make a sound before they died. Although sacrifice was very powerful, it still required a period of time to prepare. The 18 Knights of Light didn't even have time to complete the sacrifice ceremony before they were killed by Kai. Zhao Hai didn't wait any longer. In any case, Kai had already acted twice, so he didn't care if she acted a few more times. In a flash, Kai killed the rest of the mercenaries and the battle came to an end. This didn't mean that the strength of these people was too weak, but rather that Kai's strength was too strong. Even if the Knights of Light completed sacrifice, they were still only rank 8 experts. In front of a rank 9 expert, a rank 8 expert was too weak. Just like Green, a peak rank 8 warrior, when faced with a rank 9 expert like Buffy, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. These mercenaries and knights who weren't even rank 8 couldn't possibly be a match for Kai, who was more powerful than Buffy. Almost in an instant, Faith Mansion quieted down. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the undead picked up all the corpses. Then, Zhao Hai put them into the space. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't collect the living unicorn and moon lion. He had to wait until Maru left before he could collect them. After collecting the corpses, Zhao Hai turned to look at Maru and said, "Mr. Maru, we'll be leaving here soon. You should also leave. Since it's dark, it's best if you leave Casa City as soon as possible. The Radiant Church has suffered such a big loss, so they definitely won't give up. For a while, I won't be contacting you. If there's anything, just go to Stony Mountain and knock on the ground 3 times. Then, write it down on a piece of paper and put it in a room in Stony Mountain. I'll contact you when the time comes." Maru took a deep look at Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai really did have a lot of secrets. Moreover, his strength was beyond his imagination. However, he wasn't prepared to inquire. In any case, Zhao Hai had already joined the League of Black Magicians. The stronger he was, the greater the benefits for the League of Black Magicians. There was no need to ask. If he wasn't careful, he might end up offending Zhao Hai. Maru took a deep breath and nodded, "All right, then we'll contact each other later. Mr. Zhao Hai, if there's anything the League can help you with, don't hesitate to contact us. We're members of the League of Black Magicians in Casa City. If there's anything, you can look for them." After he finished speaking, he handed a small book to Zhao Hai. It was obvious that this small book had been prepared long ago. It was just that he took it out now. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and took the small book. He nodded and said, "All right, if there's anything, I'll definitely contact you. I won't see you off." Maru nodded and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. His figure flashed and disappeared. Zhao Hai asked Kai. Once he was sure that Maru had really left, Zhao Hai put away the carriage made of holy light wood, as well as the moonlight lion and the unicorn. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura. Laura also looked at Zhao Hai. She took a deep breath and seriously looked at Faith Mansion. Then she turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, let's start." Zhao Hai nodded and tapped his staff on the ground. Then he took Laura and the others and disappeared from Faith Mansion's courtyard. As soon as they disappeared, Faith Mansion's ground began to shake violently. However, the shaking area was very small and didn't affect Faith Mansion's neighbors. It didn't take long for Faith Mansion to collapse, with the exception of the surrounding walls, not a single building remained intact. All of the houses had collapsed. Laura's mansion really did have a secret passage, but under such a violent shaking, the secret passage had disappeared without a trace. This was earth element magic, something that Zhao Hai and the others had discussed long ago. They did this in order to eliminate all traces. Although there wouldn't be any problems if they left through the space, in order to avoid suspicion, they still had to destroy Faith Mansion. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai felt sorry for Laura. After entering the space, Zhao Hai first sent the moon lion and the unicorn to the ranch. Just as Zhao Hai brought the 2 magic beasts to the ranch, a prompt was immediately heard, "Unicorn-like animal detected. Evaluated as level 25. Can be raised in the space. Maturation time, 36 hours. Gives birth every 12 hours. Total of 8 births. Animal digitized. Can be purchased from the Spaces store. Discovered a new type of mutant lion-shaped animal. Evaluated as a level 30 animal. Can be raised in the space. Maturation time, 40 hours. Gives birth every 12 hours. Total of 8 births. Animal data. Can be purchased in the space store. Can be raised in the space. Due to the discovery of a new animal, the space has met the requirements to upgrade to level 6. Xiao Hai froze for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by the space's upgrade. He just didn't think that the unicorn and moonlight lion would have such a low evaluation. Yes, in Xiao Hai's opinion, the unicorn and moonlight lion's evaluations were a bit low. One must know that these two magic beasts were rank 5 and rank 6 magic beasts of the Ark continent. Among magic beasts, they were already considered small experts. However, in the ranch, their evaluations were only level 25 and level 30, which really wasn't very high. The original animals in the Spaces shop were level 25 cranes and level 30 hippopotamuses. Although cranes could fly and hippopotamuses weren't weak, compared to magic beasts, they were far worse. How could the Spaces evaluation of these two magic beasts be so low? However, this idea only lingered in Xiao Hai's mind for a while before he stopped thinking about it. In any case, there were a lot of magic beasts in the Ark continent. Once he levels up, he would be able to compare the animals in the Spaces shop. What Xiao Hai needed to deal with right now was the bodies of the 5 white-robed bishops. These white-robed bishops were the core members of the Radiant Church, so they should have a better understanding of the Radiant Church. This information would be very useful for him. In any case, both of his identities had enmity with the Radiant Church. He needed to know more about the Radiant Church in order to know himself and his enemy. When Xiao Hai returned to the Spaces villa, Laura was sitting in the living room in a daze. It was obvious that she wasn't in a good mood. Xiao Hai didn't say anything and just gently walked to Laura's side. He reached out his hand and wrapped it around her shoulder as he sat quietly with Laura. Xiao Hai knew that Laura's mood wasn't good. Seeing the home that she had built with her own hands being destroyed, it would be strange if she was in a good mood. At this time, any words of comfort would be superfluous. As long as he silently accompanied her and gave her a solid shoulder, it would be enough. Laura gently leaned on Zhao's shoulder. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. Faith Mansion wasn't just a simple mansion. There was her career, her sweat, and her tears. It was the home of her heart. Faith Mansion wasn't just a simple mansion. There was her career, her sweat, and her tears. It was her home. Xiao Hai held Laura's hand tightly and said, "Don't worry, Laura, we will go back sooner or later. When the time comes, we will build a bigger and more beautiful Faith Mansion." Laura's eyes still didn't stop. Xiao Hai softly said, "All right, don't cry. If you cry, you won't be beautiful. Although you lost Faith Mansion, you gained the space, Iron Mountain Fort, and me. What else are you not satisfied with?" When Laura heard Xiao Hai's words, although the tears in her eyes didn't stop, she still laughed. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and said, "Don't cry. If Grandpa Kuan saw this, he would think that I bullied you. If your father saw this, it would be even worse. He would blow up my house." Just as his voice fell, a loud bang was heard. The entire Spaces villa seemed to shake. When Laura heard this sound, she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she laughed even more, and her tears flowed even more. But this time, they were tears of laughter. Xiao Hai couldn't help but pat his head and murmur, "Here it comes again, Laura. Why don't you go down and see Uncle?" This time, the power of the explosion wasn't small. Laura smiled and shook her head. She was laughing so hard that she almost fainted. She simply couldn't answer Xiao Hai's question. Xiao Hai was also very impatient. Ever since Karen used the basement of the villa as a laboratory, there would be an explosion every few days. Sometimes, there would be several explosions. Xiao Hai and the others were now used to this kind of explosion. However, Xiao Hai was a little resentful. Karen didn't care about the time when he did his experiments. Sometimes, when Xiao Hai was sleeping soundly at night, he would be woken up by an explosion. Then, he would have a tragic ending. When Xiao Hai was on Earth, he was an otaku writer. Because he stayed up late for a long time, he had a slight nervous breakdown. When he woke up in the middle of his sleep, it would be very difficult for him to fall back asleep. Therefore, when Karen's laboratory exploded, Zhao Hai would have a tragic ending. He wouldn't be able to sleep that night. However, Zhao Hai couldn't say anything to Karen, so he could only endure it. But now, things were a lot better. Even if there were explosions at night, Zhao Hai would just turn over and sleep. One had to admit that people's ability to adapt was really terrifying. After a while, Laura stopped laughing. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you haven't dealt with the white-robed bishops' bodies yet. Shouldn't you deal with them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I should deal with them. Let's see if we can get anything out of them. Moreover, one of the white-robed bishops seems to have a lot of good things on him. I'll give them to you." Laura smiled and said, "If there are really good magic tools, it would be better to give them to my father to study. Maybe he would be able to get something good out of them." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he followed Laura outside the villa and took out the corpses. He first turned the ordinary mercenaries into undead. Only the 2 leaders were turned into advanced undead. Then he asked the 2 leaders about it. These mercenaries were really sent by Boric. They were a regular mercenary group, but they were Boric's subordinates. The mercenary group was also under Boric's control. Besides these, there wasn't any great information. After all, mercenary groups like them could only be regarded as Boric's peripheral forces. They couldn't reach the core of the organization. Since he couldn't get anything useful from them, Zhao Hai gave up. Then he turned the 18 Radiant Knights into advanced undead. These 18 Radiant Knights knew a lot of things, but most of them were related to the Radiant Church's apologetic knights. This was the commonly used Radiant Knight Regiment. There weren't many people in the Radiant Knight Regiment on the surface, only 500 people. Moreover, most of the mounts of these 500 people weren't unicorns. Unicorns were magic beasts of the 5th rank, so they weren't easy to obtain. The number of Radiant Knights was actually 1,000 people. Among these 1,000 people, there were 200 years of elite unicorn riders. This time, in order to deal with Zhao Hai, the Radiant Church had sent out 18 years of elite unicorn riders. This showed that the Radiant Church had attached great importance to a dark mage like him. However, these Radiant Knights only knew this much. They weren't administrative personnel of the Radiant Church. Therefore, they didn't know much about the secret forces of the Radiant Church. Although Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed, he didn't say anything. These Radiant Knights were now turned into undead. They didn't look any different than before. Even the left hand that they chopped off grew back. Their strength was even stronger than before. After Zhao Hai received the Radiant Knights, he also turned the 5 white-robed bishops into undead. The white-robed bishop who wanted to take something out of his chest was called Lindsay Becker. His father, Looney Becker, was one of the cardinals of the Radiant Church. And this Lindsay Becker really had good things on him. Not only did he have a senior guardian ring, he also had an ancient magic scroll, a non-directional teleportation scroll. This scroll wasn't given to Lindsay by Looney Becker. Instead, Lindsay obtained it by accident. He was a naturally selfish person. Although his father was very good to him, he didn't mention this matter to his father after obtaining the scroll. Instead, he secretly hid it and carried it with him at all times, afraid that he would lose it. Those who saw this scroll were all killed by Lindsay. Nobody knew that he had an ancient magic scroll in his hands. Zhao Hai was holding the ancient magic scroll in his hand. He was in a daze. He thought that ancient things would be old after so many years. However, he didn't expect this thing to not only not be old, it was actually shining with golden light. It was as if it was made of gold. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this scroll wasn't made of metal. At this time, a prompt was suddenly heard from the space, unknown magic item detected. Analyzing the function of the item. This item is a simple spatial magic item. It can create a non-directional spatial channel. Extracting function. Adding function to the ghost staff. When using the ghost staff, the user can create a spatial channel with a non-directional spatial channel. Unknown magic item detected. Analyzing the function of the item. This item is a self-activating defensive magic item. When the host is suddenly attacked, it can automatically create a shield to protect the host. Extracting function. Enhancing function. Adding function to the ghost staff. When the host is attacked, the ghost staff can automatically create a shield to protect the host. Multiple magic formations detected. Extracting magic formations. Storing them in the spaces files so that the host can check them at any time. Reinforcement magic formation detected. Extracting magic formation. Adding it to the spaces humanoid robots. Enhancing the strength of 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 humanoid robots. Xianxia and Laura listened to these prompts. This time, the prompts weren't short, but Xianxia and Laura were able to understand them. In short, the space extracted the ability of the ancient magic scroll and added it to the ghost staff. It also extracted the ability of the guardian ring and enhanced it before adding it to the ghost staff. It also extracted the magic formations from the Radiant Knight's armor and added them to the space's undead. It also added these magic formations to the stone giant's body, making the stone giant's body even stronger. Xianxia didn't think that the space would have this kind of ability. It was too strong. Now, he could use the ghost staff as a guardian ring and as a non-directional transmission scroll. These two things could be used to save his life. Moreover, with these magic formations, the fighting strength of the space's undead had been enhanced. Although he didn't know how strong they were, he knew that they were stronger than before. This made Xianxia very happy. Xianxia let out a light breath and calmed his emotions. Then he handed the magic scroll and the ring to Laura and said, "This ring can still be used. You can take it. The magic scroll isn't very useful to us. Give it to Uncle and let him study it." Laura nodded and said, "All right." Laura didn't say anything and just nodded. She wouldn't be polite to Xianxia. In any case, the abilities of these two things had been extracted by the space and placed inside the ghost staff. Xianxia could use them at any time, so there was no point in being polite. Xianxia looked at the other white-robed bishops. Although they also had some things on them, they weren't as good as what Lindsay and Baker had. Xianxia only took a glance at them before throwing them into the warehouse. After dealing with these things, Xianxia turned his gaze to the white-robed bishops. To be honest, compared to the things he obtained, Xianxia was more interested in the information that these white-robed bishops could give him. For him, information was more precious than anything else. Xianxia, Laura, Green, and Kuan were quietly sitting in the living room of the villa, listening to Lindsay Becker's report on the Radiant Church. After Xianxia dealt with the white-robed bishops, he asked them about the Radiant Church. Just as Xianxia expected, the one who knew the most was Lindsay Becker. Because of this, Xianxia had Lindsay Becker stay behind while he called Green and the others back. He had Lindsay Becker tell them everything he knew about the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church was much more powerful than Xianxia had imagined. Currently, there were dozens of large and small duchies in the continent that were under their control. Many of the great nobles of the empires had also become guardian knights or elders of the Radiant Church. Unfortunately, Lindsay Becker was only a white-robed bishop. Although his father was a red-robed archbishop, he didn't know too much. He only knew about the Grand Dukes and great nobles who had joined the Radiant Church, but he didn't know about the rest. In addition to these great nobles, Lindsay Becker also knew that there were several mercenary groups and caravans that belonged to the Radiant Church. There were also several mercenary groups and caravans that belonged to him. Besides these, Lindsay Becker didn't know much else. But even so, Xianxia and the others still benefited a lot. They now had a more intuitive understanding of the Radiant Church's strength. The Radiant Church was really formidable. When Xianxia heard that the League of Black Mages had more than 10,000 dark mages, he thought that the League of Black Mages' strength was quite good. But compared to the Radiant Church, the difference was too far. The Radiant Church's method of recruiting great nobles as guardian knights and elders was really smart. This way, they would be able to pull the great nobles and Grand Dukes to the Radiant Church's ship. If the Radiant Church needed help, then they would naturally lend a hand. One shouldn't underestimate the strength of these people. Even if they didn't openly help, as long as they say a word, then the small nobles would immediately do their bidding. It was precisely because of this that the Radiant Church was able to develop so quickly. Moreover, the Radiant Church didn't only pull these great nobles to join them, they also used all kinds of benefits to tie these great nobles to their war chariot. Because of the help of these great nobles, the continent was able to reject dark mages. In a short period of time, dark mages were isolated by the people of the continent. Compared to the Radiant Church, the League of Black Mages was far worse. Maru didn't say how many nobles had joined the League of Black Mages. This was obviously a weakness of the alliance. Once, the Radiant Churches and the Radiant Churches' attitudes would affect the commoners under their rule. Once the commoners they would have a prejudice, they would have a hard time changing them. Compared to the Radiant Church, the biggest flaw of the League of Black Mages was that the Dark Mages didn't have a unified command. On the other hand, the Radiant Church was practically the headquarters of the Light Mages. All the Light Mages were members of the Radiant Church. They had a unified command, so their actions were naturally more purposeful. Fighting against the scattered Dark Mages, they naturally had the advantage. Although the Dark Mages had established the League of Black Mages, this league was still too loose. It was impossible to achieve the same level of unity as the Radiant Church. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that the Dark Mages would be suppressed by the Radiant Church. The League of Black Mages was a loose organization with a lot of freedom. It was precisely because of this that they could blossom everywhere. If the Radiant Church was like the sun at noon, then the League of Black Mages was like a dark cloud in the night sky. Where the sun couldn't shine, there would always be space for them to live. Moreover, the Radiant Church wasn't without a bit of crisis. They were developing very quickly and were desperately pulling in the nobles. For any great empire, this was an unstable factor. It was hard to say when those great empires would have a falling out with the Radiant Church. At that time, the Radiant Church wouldn't be so arrogant. Zhao Hai felt that if those great empires really started to deal with the Radiant Church, then maybe they would give the Dark Mages a chance. The great nobles never wanted to see a monopoly. What they wanted to play was balance. To deal with the Church of Light, there was no one more suitable than the Black Magicians. Once the Church of Light threatened their rule, those big empires began to play checks and balances, raising a force to fight against the Church of Light, and Black Magicians were the most suitable. Naturally, these were only Zhao Hai's conjectures. Whether or not those great empires would do the same, he didn't know. In the Ark continent, beliefs were free. If those great empires wanted to deal with the Radiant Church, then they could also raise other forces. They didn't necessarily need to use Dark Mages. From the great empire's attitude towards the Radiant Church's suppression of the Dark Mages, it can be seen that they didn't have a good impression of the Dark Mages. Therefore, if those great empires wanted to deal with the Radiant Church, they wouldn't necessarily use Dark Mages. After listening to Lindsay Becker's introduction, Green and the others' hearts became heavy. The Radiant Church's strength was beyond their imagination. In the future, it would be very difficult for them to move in the continent. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Lindsay Becker. Then he turned to Green and the others and said, "Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kuan, what do you think?" Green pondered for a moment and said, "They're not to be trifled with. It seems like we still have to carry out our plan. First, we'll go to the Beastman Prairie and hide for a while." Kuan also nodded and said, "Although the Radiant Church's strength is formidable, it's impossible for their influence to reach the Beastman Prairie. The Beastman Prairie only believes in one god, and that is the Beastmen. The Radiant Church's belief in the Radiant Gods simply wouldn't work in the Beastman Prairie. Nobody would buy their account. I think we should first go to the Beastman Prairie and wait for the limelight to die down before returning." Marai nodded and said, "This is also good. Right now, the Radiant Church only knows young Master Zhao Hai's identity and doesn't know the Buddha clan's identity. Otherwise, we wouldn't only have to face the Radiant Church, we would also have to face the entire Aksu Empire's aristocracy. In that case, we can only hide in the Beastman Prairie for the rest of our lives. Rather than that, we might as well hide in the Beastman Prairie and do business with the Beastmen before they discover our identity. This way, they won't be able to figure out our details." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But even if we go to the Beastman Prairie, we still have to be careful. This time, we bought a lot of supplies. If someone observes, they'll know that we're going to the Beastman Prairie. Whether it's the Radiant Church or Boric, they've all suffered a big loss at our hands. They'll certainly retaliate against us. I'm afraid that even if we hide in the Beastman Prairie, they won't let us go." Green smiled faintly and said, after these few attacks, even if those guys want to retaliate against us, they'll have to think carefully. I'm afraid that the next time they come to deal with us, they'll have to dispatch a rank 9 expert. Quinjon chuckled and said, that's impossible. As long as we're in the Beastman Prairie, they won't dare to dispatch a rank 9 expert to deal with us. It's impossible for a human rank 9 expert to enter the Beastman Prairie. Otherwise, the rank 9 experts of the Beastman race would kill them on the spot. Moreover, it's possible that they'll provoke a war between the humans and the Beastmen. Whether it's the Radiant Church or Boric, they wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing, right? Green smiled faintly. Naturally, he knew about this matter. He had participated in the war against the Beastmen in the past. The Beastmen were warlike. If the humans really dared to send a rank 9 expert to the Beastman Prairie, then what awaited the humans would be the Beastman cavalry. Laura smiled and said, actually, we're thinking too much. Although Lindsay Becker said a lot, don't forget that he also mentioned a few points. The Radiant Church's strength in the Rosen Empire isn't very strong. The Rosen Empire is the continent's most powerful country, so it would be very difficult for the Radiant Church to win over the great nobles of the Rosen Empire. Once the Emperor of the Rosen Empire knows about this, the Radiant Church wouldn't be able to mingle with the Rosen Empire. Because of this, their strength in the Rosen Empire isn't as strong as the other empires. This is also an opportunity for us. As long as we set up a transmission point in the Rosen Empire, we can slowly develop in the Rosen Empire without having to fear the Radiant Church. Kuen shook his head and said, we still need to be careful. Although the Rosen Empire is strong, they don't seem to like dark mages. If the Radiant Church uses the excuse of dealing with dark mages to deal with us, then it wouldn't be easy to handle. Laura nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, we've been talking about my identity as a dark mage. Don't forget that I can also use earth, wind, and light magic. Light mages are people of the Radiant Church, so it wouldn't be easy for me to impersonate them. However, I can impersonate earth and wind mages. Nobody would know about this. Moreover, the Rosen Empire is very far from the Aksu Empire. Even if the great nobles of the Aksu Empire knew about my Buddha clan's identity, what could they do to me? The Rosen Empire and the Aksu Empire aren't friendly neighbors. They wouldn't help the Aksu Empire's nobles to deal with us, right? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's eyes couldn't help but shine. They had forgotten that Zhao Hai could use 4 types of magic. Although he couldn't use dark magic and light magic, he could still use 2 other types of magic to impersonate a mage. This was a good idea. Mary knit her brows and said, is this okay? You should know that besides black mages, almost all other mages don't wear magic hats. If young master doesn't wear a magic hat, then his identity will be discovered. Although we don't have to worry about the Aksu Empire's nobles retaliating against us, young master drank the water of nothingness. This is something that everyone knows. If they discover young master's identity as a mage, then our troubles will be even greater. After all, the water of nothingness is known to be unsolvable. If people find out that we can solve it, then we will be in big trouble. Even if young master says that he can't solve it, if people find out about the secret of the ghost staff, then there will be a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's fine. Then I won't pretend to be a mage. I'll pretend to be a divergent warlock. In any case, I don't need to practice divergent techniques. Green knit his brows and said, actually, young master being a divergent warlock isn't wrong. It's just that young master's divergent technique is too powerful, so it's better not to let them know. But if young master really reveals his identity, then there will be a problem with the origin of those things. Therefore, no matter what young master's identity is, we can't let those people know about it. Quinjon nodded and said, if we let those people know about Zhao Hai's identity, then it will be a big trouble for us. How about this? How about wearing a mask? In any case, there are a lot of divergent warlocks in the continent who dress up differently. As long as Zhao Hai wears a mask, no one will be able to recognize him. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, but that way, I won't be able to wear this magic robe. This magic robe was given to me by Laura, and I like it very much. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura's face turned red. The others all laughed, making Laura even more embarrassed. Although her heart was sweet, she still reached out and pinched Xiao Hai. Laura's actions naturally couldn't be hidden from Green and the others, who laughed even louder. Only Meg's expression was somewhat gloomy, which Laura, who had been paying attention to her, saw clearly. Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. We can change the appearance of your magic robe. In any case, divergent warlocks can wear anything. As long as the style of the magic robe is changed, no one will be able to see through it." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Wearing a mask is fine, but I don't want to wear a mask that covers my entire face. It's too stuffy." Everyone laughed again. It seemed that this matter had been settled. It could be said that the matter of the Purcell Duchy had been settled. When everyone stopped laughing, Merlin said, "If we want to go to the Beastmen Prairie, we need a place to stay. Although I have some business in the Beastmen Prairie, the business isn't very big. The people I do business with are only some tribes, not the people of the war tribe. Therefore, the income isn't very high. I left the steward in the Beastmen Prairie, Ah Tai, and he is very loyal. You can rest assured, but he is only in charge of the work there. You should know that the Beastmen Prairie is different from other places. We generally negotiate a deal with the buyer and then transport the goods there. If we put all the goods there, they might be robbed." Xiao Hai and the others didn't know much about business. They also didn't have any contact with the Beastmen. Therefore, they didn't know much about it. Therefore, they didn't have any right to speak in this regard. Quinn John nodded and said, "What we need to do now is to get in touch with a war tribe. As long as we do business with a war tribe, then when we go to the Beastmen Prairie, almost no one will dare to touch us. We can also plant the war tribe's banner on the Beastmen Prairie. There, no one will dare to touch the war tribe's things." Xiao Hai didn't understand what was going on, but Green knew that the war tribe was the king of the Beastmen Prairie. In fact, the entire Beastmen Prairie could be said to be made up of countless large and small bandits. The bigger the tribe, the bigger the bandit. The smaller the tribe, the smaller the bandit. The bigger the tribe, the bigger the bandit. The smaller the tribe, the smaller the bandit. The bigger the tribe, the bigger the bandit. This was the law of the Beastmen Prairie. It was precisely because of this that whenever the Beastmen couldn't survive, they would rob others in order to survive. This was the reason why the Beastmen and the humans went to war. And these war tribes were the most powerful tribes among the Beastmen. They were also the largest tribes among the Beastmen, as well as the largest bandit group. When doing business in the Beastmen Prairie, if you only do business with some tribes or some ordinary war tribes, then you wouldn't be safe. Only when you do business with a powerful war tribe would you be safe. Each war tribe had their own banner. This banner represented the dignity of the war tribe. Anyone who dared to offend this banner would be hunted down endlessly by the war tribe. On the other hand, the warring tribes were very respectful towards the merchants who cooperated with them. In order to ensure the safety of these merchants, they would hand over their banners to the merchants so that the merchants could stick it on their caravans. This way, the safety of the merchants could be guaranteed. Otherwise, in the prairie, the caravans could be robbed by small tribes at any time, which made it very dangerous for them. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "What are the best things to sell in the Beastmen Prairie?" Kuan smiled faintly and said, "Food, that's the most important thing. The second is salt, and the third is weapons. These things are the most in demand in the Beastmen Prairie." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We don't have a way to get salt and iron, but food isn't a problem. In any case, once we reach the Beastmen Prairie, they wouldn't care where our food comes from. Even if it's stolen or robbed, it's the same for the Beastmen. Moreover, we can plant more food in the space. This way, we can supply the Beastmen with food." Kuan nodded and said, "This is also what we were thinking. Right now, the price of food in the Beastmen Prairie is very high. If we can buy food at a low price, then we can certainly become the most popular merchants among the war tribes. Moreover, the Beastmen Prairie don't have many vegetables. Since we have the space, then there wouldn't be a problem in transporting vegetables. If we can transport more vegetables, then I believe that it would certainly sell well." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "We can't talk about other things, but when it comes to vegetables and food, we can open up our supply. We can also exchange it for a large number of magic beasts. This is a good thing." Laura smiled and said, "You have a lot of things here, so I'm not worried. But I think we should first set up a transmission point in the Beastman Prairie. Then we can go to the Rosen Empire and set up a transmission point there as well. The magic beasts we get from the Beastman Prairie can't just stay in our hands and not sell them. We can also sell them to the Rosen Empire. This way, the food and magic beasts can be turned into money. Xiaohai nodded and said, "This is also good." "Right, Laura, where are your people in the Beastman Prairie right now?" Laura quickly replied, "They are currently near 3 bends of the Yaja River. This Yaja River is one of the 2 largest rivers in the Beastman Prairie. 3 Bends got its name because of the many bends in the river. The water flow is quite gentle, and it isn't very far from the Purcell Duchy's border with Iron Wall Fortress. It's only a 5-day journey." Although Xiaohai hadn't been to the Beastman Prairie and didn't understand the situation there, he still had a certain understanding of the Yaja River. The Yaja River originated from the northern icefield. It was one of the 5 forbidden areas of the continent, along with the Carrion Swamp. This Yaja River traversed the entire Beastman Prairie and entered the Purcell Duchy. After entering the Purcell Duchy, it was renamed the Jade Belt River. Yes, this Yaja River was the upper reaches of the Jade Belt River. Therefore, the Purcell Duchy had detailed records of the Yaja River. The Yaja River was one of the most famous rivers in the Beastman Prairie. It was the Beastman's mother river. Whether it was hurting or living, the Beastmen couldn't live without water. The Yaja River not only had a large amount of water, but it was also very gentle. Not only could the Beastmen take water from the river, they could also fish. For the Beastmen, the Yaja River was like their mother, raising the Beastmen generation after generation. Xiaohai nodded and said, "It's not far from the Purcell Duchy." "Right, what race did you come in contact with? Is it safe?" Laura smiled and said, "It's safe. My business basically only comes in contact with 2 races. One is the Barbarian Bull tribe, and the other is the Fragrant Pig tribe. These 2 races are ethnic groups. The Barbarian Bull tribe are experts in raising bulls, while the Fragrant Pig tribe raises pigs that are very famous in the continent. These 2 beastmen are very gentle, and they are also close to the Purcell Duchy. Most of the magic beasts they produce are carnivorous magic beasts, so their income can be considered good." Xiaohai nodded. He didn't know much about the beastmen races. One must know that there were thousands of beastmen races. For example, the Barbarian Bull tribe was divided into rhinos, yaks, barbarian bulls, longhorned bulls, water buffaloes, and dozens of other races. Wanting to remember all of these races clearly was like memorizing a big book. Xiaohai didn't have that kind of ability. Xiaohai nodded and said, "Then we'll first go to the 3rd bend and take a look. Then we'll go to the Beastman Prairie. The Beastman Prairie is too big. Even if we set up a transmission point there, we'll need to choose a good place. We can only choose a place where a large tribe lives." Laura thought for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. "I thought of a place, but it's too far. It's in the depths of the Beastman Prairie. It's a holy land in the hearts of the Beastmen." Once they heard what Laura said, the people in the room all knew that Laura was talking about that place. Although they might not have been there before, they had all heard that it was the only city on the Beastman Prairie, Beast God City. Beast God City was very famous in the Beastman Prairie. The Beastman Prairie was full of endless grasslands. There were no mountains, and no stones were produced there. Therefore, it was very difficult to build a city there. The establishment of Beast God City was a miracle created by the Beastmen. Beast God City was the holy land in the hearts of all Beastmen. It was made from the soil of the prairie, along with withered grass and mud. The water used to mix the mud wasn't ordinary water, but the blood of the various magic beasts that were raised in the prairie. Therefore, it was called the Beast Blood Soil. Because there was a lack of wood in the prairie, the wood used in Beast God City was replaced by the bones of magic beasts. It was because of this that it was called Beast God City. It was said that in order to build Beast God City, all the Beastmen tribes had to live frugally for decades. Who knows how many magic beasts were used to build it. That place was the eternal holy land in the hearts of the Beastmen, and Beast God City wasn't very far from the northern icefield. This was because the Beastmen believed that the Beastmen had repelled the demons of the northern icefield there. Because of this, they built Beast God City in order to commemorate the Beast God. Moreover, Beast God City didn't have a city lord, nor did it have any city defenses. However, Beast God City was the safest city in the continent. There were nearly 1,000,000 beast men in Beast God City. Within 1,000 miles of Beast God City, no violence or theft was allowed. Once discovered, they would be executed on the spot. This was a rule that was set when Beast God City was built. No one was allowed to violate this rule. Beast God City was inhabited by powerful warring tribes. Moreover, it wasn't just a single tribe, it was a place where many different tribes lived together. There, the Berserk Beastmen were the most honest. After many years of development, Beast God City had become the largest commodity distribution center in the prairie. Every day, merchants from various tribes would come to Beast God City to do business. It was very lively. Although Beast God City didn't allow violence, if a merchant from a different tribe dared to cheat the Beastmen, then he would certainly be out of luck. Beast God City didn't allow violence, but it referred to the war between tribes. If an outsider dared to mess around in Beast God City, then Beast God City had a law enforcement team. These Beastmen weren't vegetarians. They would really kill without asking for a reason. If you dared to cheat a Beastman, then no matter what tribe you were from, you wouldn't be given any opportunity to explain. You would be killed first. However, for a merchant like Laura who didn't want to make black-hearted money, Beast God City was the best place to go. Although there weren't any shops in Beast God City, they could set up a tent there and do business. In the past, Laura also wanted to go to Beast God City, but at that time, her scale was too small. She simply didn't have the qualifications to do business in Beast God City. If you wanted to do business in Beast God City, you would need to have enough goods in your hands. If you wanted to do business in Beast God City, then you would be too embarrassed to go there. The lowest amount of goods that people who wanted to do business in Beast God City was tens of millions of caddies of grain or tens of thousands of magic beasts. Laura didn't have that much capital at the time. But now it was different. With the space, if Zhao Hai were to plant bamboo rice, he would be able to store more than 20 million jin of bamboo rice every day. This was not a small number. With so much food as a base, Laura naturally dared to go to Beast God City to do business. It was because of these reasons that Beast God City was very famous on the continent. No matter which race one was from, they would all have heard of it. After all, the Beastmen were a big race on the continent, and Beast God City was a holy land in the hearts of the Beastmen. When Quinn John heard Laura mention Beast God City, he immediately nodded and said, "I also think that Beast God City is the most suitable place. As long as we do business there and don't cheat the Beastmen, we won't have to worry about not having business. The most important thing is that our safety there is absolutely guaranteed. Within 1,000 miles of Beast God City, no one is allowed to casually use force. Even the Beastmen don't dare to casually start a dispute there, let alone outsiders like us. If someone dares to go there and attack us, then they are just courting death." Laura nodded. Green nodded and said, "I also agree. I have heard that there are 5 rank 9 experts guarding Beast God City all year round. These rank 9 experts usually don't care about things, but as long as someone dares to go to Beast God City and cause trouble, they will immediately act and kill them. These 5 people are called the 5 Great Protectors of Beast God City." Quinn John nodded and said, "Yes, these 5 experts are famous among the Beastmen. Their fighting strength is very formidable. Not only that, there are several large tribes living near Beast God City all year round. These large tribes also have rank 9 experts. If something happens in Beast God City, these rank 9 experts can almost instantly rush over to ensure the safety of Beast God City. It can be said that the number of rank 9 experts in Beast God City is not less than 10. Zhao Hai was somewhat surprised. He really didn't think that Beast God City's defensive strength would be so strong. 10 rank 9 experts were almost comparable to Flower City's defensive strength. But this was just right. No matter what Zhao Hai's status was, it was tantamount to nothing in the Beastmen Prairie. The Beastmen wouldn't pay any attention to the human race. Even if he committed heinous crimes in the human race by committing murder and arson, in the Beastmen Prairie, he was still just a human. They wouldn't care what crimes he committed in the human race, as long as he was honest in the Beastmen Prairie. This was what Zhao Hai wanted. The Radiant Church's strength in the human race was too strong, so he had to avoid them. Zhao Hai's space could provide food, which was what the beastmen needed the most. Therefore, as long as Zhao Hai established a relationship with the beastmen, the Radiant Church wouldn't dare to make a move against him. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "That's just right. As long as Beast God City is safe, we can rest assured and do business there. How about this, we'll set out tomorrow. First, we'll have the Flying Eagle bring the ghost staff to the Beastmen Prairie. Then we'll take a carriage to Beast God City. This way, not only can we understand the living conditions of the beastmen, we can also understand their living habits, we can also understand what they need. While we're at it, we can also look at the terrain along the way. What do you think?" Green nodded and said, "I agree. In the end, our biggest secret right now is the space. Upgrading the space as soon as possible is our top priority. In the Beastmen Prairie, not only are there a lot of magic beasts, there are also a variety of plants. Even if these plants aren't magic plants, they can still be very helpful in upgrading the human race. The ranch's level is too low. I think we should upgrade the ranch as soon as possible." Laura and the others nodded. With regards to the space's mystical abilities, they had some understanding of it these past few days. The space was really too mystical. If it could be upgraded as soon as possible, then the benefits for them would be very big. Laura nodded and said, "All right, I think we should do it this way. Although it would take a long time, for us, the benefits would be very big. Let's do it this way." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then we should prepare food now. In the future, we can't lack food when we trade with the beastmen. Moreover, the transformation plan of the Black Waste needs to be implemented as soon as possible. Also, we should prepare more carriages. When we go to the Beastmen Prairie, we can buy food from every tribe. This will certainly make us more popular." Laura nodded and said, "Using food to pave the way is the best move. We can lay a foundation in advance and let those big warring tribes know about us. This will be a great help to us when we enter Beast God City. You should know that it's not easy to occupy a place in Beast God City." Quinjon nodded and said, "In the past, we wanted to go to Beast God City to do business, but because our foundation was too thin, we finally gave up. However, we still have some understanding of the situation in Beast God City. Beast God City's resident population is close to 1 million. It can be considered a big city, but before the continent's major merchants had their own shops there. Now, almost all of the available places have been occupied. If we want to go there and occupy a place, I'm afraid it won't be easy. If we can show that we have a large amount of food in our hands, then we'll have more assurance to occupy a place there." Laura nodded and said, "In the Beastman Prairie, the Beastmen have the final say. As long as the Beastmen think that we're good people, then we can occupy a place in Beast God City. Then we can certainly establish a foothold there." Kuan looked at Zhao and smiled. "You don't need to be so curious. Although Beast God City was built, there aren't a lot of buildings made of beast blood. Most of the places are just open spaces. There aren't any shops there, most of them are just tents. So if you want to open a shop there, you just need to occupy a place." Zhao nodded, then he looked at Kuan and smiled. Zhao Hai nodded. Thinking about it, in this era where there were no high-rise buildings, how big would a city with a population of 1 million need to occupy a large area? And this city was built with beast blood soil. How many magic beasts would need to be killed? To be honest, the fact that the beastmen were able to build a city was already a miracle. How much pressure did they need to be able to do so? If buildings were to be built everywhere in the city, then needless to say, the amount of beast blood soil needed would be astronomical. The beastmen might not be able to afford it. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. The space can produce oil fruit trees. We can also bring a lot of stones there. As long as we occupy a place, we can build a house made of wood and stone. It would be unique in Beast God City. When the time comes, it would be hard for us not to become famous." Laura smiled and nodded. "That's good. Those beastmen are very direct. If we want to be respected in the Beastmen Prairie, we can't hide our strength. We must show our strength and let those beastmen know that we have such ability. Only then will they value us." Laura smiled and nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. Kai arrange for more bamboo rice to be planted in the space. However, we can't stop growing oil fruit trees. We'll focus on low-end products first. Xiaohai nodded. Kai complied and went to prepare. This might be the last public chapter, and it will be published in the afternoon. I hope everyone can still support Ming Ming. The next morning, Xiaohai released 2 blood hawks according to their plan yesterday. He gave the ghost staff to the blood hawks and had them fly directly towards Ironwall Fortress. Ironwall Fortress was very far from the Black Waste. If one were to ride a carriage, it would take about half a month. If one were to ride a horse, it would take about 10 days. Of course, this was the normal speed, not hurrying. Ironwall Fortress was the Purcell Duchy's first line of defense against the Beastmen Prairie. It was also the most solid line of defense. The Purcell Duchy had 20,000 elite Benio guards stationed there all year round. If the Beastmen didn't send an elite army, then even if there were 100,000 of them, they would still be able to hold on for a few days. The most important thing was that the Purcell clan had left a mage legion in Ironwall Fortress. This mage legion couldn't be called a legion, but rather a small team. There were a total of 50 mages, all between 4th and 6th rank. There were also about 200 1st to 3rd rank mages. On the continent, there were a lot of 1st to 3rd rank mages. These mages could only muddle along in some mercenary groups, and their days weren't very good. Therefore, they were very happy to defend Ironwall Fortress. The treatment in Ironwall Fortress was very good, and as long as there wasn't a war, it was very safe. Although the number of mages in this army wasn't large and their levels weren't high, when it comes to war, the might they could display was still very strong. Ordinary soldiers weren't that strong, but the mages were able to use some large area of effect attack magic, which was very useful in battle. For example, an ordinary soldier was like a soldier holding a small rifle. His attacks could only be done one by one, like a single-shot rifle. But a mage was like a machine gun. He could fire continuously, and he could do large-scale damage. This was the difference. The reason why Ironwall Fortress was called Ironwall Fortress was because the Purcell Duchy's Benio guards had created a very brilliant record here. They used 50,000 people to block the attack of 500,000 beast men for half a month. Finally, when the Oxu Empire's reinforcements arrived, the 50,000 Benio guards had been reduced to less than 5,000 people. The entire Ironwall Fortress had been dyed red with blood. The Benio guards also became famous after this battle. As for the Purcell clan, it was also because of this battle that they obtained the title of Grand Duke and established the current Purcell Duchy. It can be said that Ironwall Fortress wasn't only famous among the humans, but also among the beastmen. Many of the beastmen's invasion plans were stranded in front of Ironwall Fortress. Xiaohai and the others were sitting in the living room, looking at the scenery on the screen. To be honest, Xiaohai didn't know much about the Purcell Duchy. He only knew about the road from Montenegro Fortress to Kasa City. As for the other cities, he didn't know much about them. Now was the time to take a look. Although he could only take a quick look, it was still better than nothing. When the sky turned dark, the Blood Hawks had already flown out of the Purcell Duchy and officially entered the Beastman Prairie. They were a few hundred li away from Ironwall Fortress, but they still hadn't seen any Beastman tribes. This wasn't strange. Beastman tribes wouldn't get too close to Ironwall Fortress. If they did, the defenders of Ironwall Fortress would come out and eliminate them. This was because the defenders of the fortress were afraid that the Beastmen would spy on them. For this situation, the Beastmen could accept it. It was just like how the humans couldn't casually send too many armed personnel into the Beastman Prairie. Now that they were a few hundred li away from Ironwall Fortress, Xiaohai took back the Blood Hawks. They were ready to leave by carriage tomorrow. After all, they were now in the Beastman Prairie. If they wanted to do business with the Beastmen, relying on an eagle to fly in the sky wouldn't be enough. In the evening, Xiaohai found some time to go to the Black Waste to improve the land. Because of the Spaces upgrade, he could now improve more land every day. In one day, he could improve more than 1,000 mu, which wasn't a small number. However, Xiaohai was very careful. The land he improved was inside the poisonous fog, so he didn't touch the land outside the fog. After a long time of irrigation with the Spaces water, the ordinary vegetables outside of Iron Mountain Fort could be harvested. The corn in Iron Mountain Canyon was also about to mature. For Xiaohai, this was really good news. Using the space's water for irrigation could actually accelerate the maturity of the crops. This was very important for Xiaohai. Laura was also very busy. She hadn't been to the Black Waste before. Now that she knew that this was going to be her home, Laura naturally started to understand the Black Waste. This understanding made Laura realize that the Black Waste was actually very big. This aroused Laura's enthusiasm. She began to standardize the entire Black Waste, preparing to do a big job. Xiaohai was also very impatient with Laura's enthusiasm, but he couldn't do anything about it. Laura was now like a child who had gotten a new toy. She was fiddling with it non-stop. At this time, if he didn't let her do it, she certainly wouldn't agree. Fortunately, early the next morning, Xiaohai and the others came out of the space. This time, only 3 people came out with Xiaohai: Laura, Meg, and Near. With 3 great beauties accompanying him, Xiaohai was naturally happy. Some time ago, when Xiaohai and Laura confirmed their relationship, Meg wasn't very happy. But at that time, Xiaohai had a lot of things to do, so he couldn't talk to Meg. Later, he didn't know what Laura said to Meg, but now that Meg was happy, Xiaohai felt relieved. The 4 of them were now sitting in Laura's original carriage, which was being pulled by the Snowflake Divine Colt. Behind their carriage was a large row of carriages. These carriages were the property of Laura's store. When Laura left, she naturally brought these carriages with her. These things would be of great use to her. Now that they were going to the Beastmen Prairie, these carriages were naturally going to be used. The carriages were loaded with grain. Because they were going to be in a hurry for a long time, they didn't have a lot of grain. Each carriage weighed 1,000 jin, so there were a total of 50 carriages and 50,000 jin of grain. For a small tribe, 50,000 jin of grain wasn't a small amount. But for a medium-sized tribe, it wasn't much. The people driving the 50 carriages were all undead. In addition to driving the carriages, they were also used to protect the safety of the carriages. As for the other undead, they were thrown to the Black Waste by Xiaohai. When the 4 of them appeared on the prairie, they weren't too surprised. This was because the prairie's scenery was very similar to the space's. The space's current scenery was also a prairie, and it was even more beautiful than the Beastmen Prairie. Therefore, the prairie's scenery didn't attract them too much. In addition to the undead driving the carriages, Xiaohai also released 100 blood hawks. These blood hawks weren't used to attack, but were mainly used to monitor the situation around them. The Beastmen Prairie wasn't safe, so having the blood hawks watching over them was a bit safer. Xiaohai was looking at the surrounding prairie, while Meg was looking at Xiaohai. There was a trace of infatuation and shyness in her eyes. Looking at Xiaohai's appearance, Meg remembered what Laura had said to her 2 days ago. When Laura found out that Meg was looking at her and Xiaohai's intimate performance, the expression on her face was very unnatural. The clever Laura thought about it and understood what was going on. Meg was worried. Therefore, Laura had a private talk with Meg. From Xiaohai, Laura knew that Xiaohai had feelings for Meg. Moreover, it was impossible for him to forget these feelings. Since she had decided to marry Xiaohai, she naturally hoped that everything around Xiaohai would be fine. There wouldn't be any unpleasant things happening, especially if there wasn't a fire in the backyard. Right now, their foundation was too thin and there were too many things to do. If there was a fire in the backyard, then Xiaohai wouldn't have to do anything. He would just have to extinguish the fire every day. Therefore, as Xiaohai's wife, Laura thought that she had to eliminate this unstable factor in the bud. Therefore, Laura took the initiative to look for Meg and had a deep talk with her. Laura didn't say too much. She just told Meg that when Xiaohai proposed to her, he said that he would definitely marry the 2 of them, so Meg didn't have to worry. Meg didn't think that Laura would be so direct. This made her a little embarrassed, but Meg had already accepted Laura. Therefore, after that time, the relationship between the 2 became even better. These 2 women both loved the same man. Naturally, they would wholeheartedly think about this man. In the Ark continent, men had power and influence, so it was normal for them to marry several wives. They weren't jealous, which made Xiaohai a lot less troublesome. Xiaohai didn't know about this. To be honest, when it came to feelings, he was really slow. Fortunately, he had a virtuous wife like Laura. Otherwise, it would have become a problem. It was because of that conversation that the knot in Meg's heart was untied. The last bit of worry in her heart had disappeared, so she was very happy. For Meg, status wasn't important. As long as she could stay by Zhao Hai's side, it would be fine. Therefore, when she heard Laura say that Zhao Hai would definitely marry her, she didn't care about anything else. Laura also noticed Meg's expression. She didn't say anything, but her heart was slightly sour. This was something that couldn't be helped. Meg knew Zhao Hai much earlier than she did. Even if she was angry, it would be useless. Who let her heart be firmly tied to Zhao Hai? At this time, the hawk that Zhao Hai had sent to the east suddenly flew back. It kept circling above Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai knew that something had happened in the east. The first chapter of V, although the blood hawks couldn't speak, they could still understand Zhao Hai's words. Therefore, Zhao Hai spent a few days teaching the blood hawks how to use their own flying postures and cries to convey some very simple information. Flying in the air, how many circles, how many people, and how many cries represented how many cavalrymen. Therefore, the blood hawks could now be regarded as the most basic aerial scouts. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the blood hawks. After the blood hawks flew away, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "There's a situation in the east. 1,000 cavalrymen are rushing towards us, but they don't seem to be beast men." Laura froze for a moment, then her complexion changed. "I know, it's the Benio guards from Iron Wall Fortress. Every half a month or so, they patrol this area. It seems like we're just in time to meet them today." Zhao Hai frowned. "What should we do? Should we hide inside the space first?" Laura shook her head and said, "That's not necessary. Just give them some money and they'll be sent away. After all, buying food from the beastmen is something that everyone is well aware of. Moreover, the Purcell Duchy hopes that everyone can buy food from the beastmen. As long as the beastmen don't lack food and drink, they won't hold back. The main purpose of these cavalry troops is to see if there are any beastmen tribes that have run here." Zhao Hai nodded. He turned to Laura and said, "You have experience with this kind of thing. How much money do you think we should pay in order to smoothly pass?" Laura smiled faintly. "I'm afraid it'll be 1,000 gold coins. Moreover, I can't pay it myself. It's best to let Grandpa Green do it. Grandpa Green is an 8th rank expert, so those cavalrymen wouldn't dare make things too difficult for him. If I go, they'll see that I'm a woman, so they won't let us off so easily." Zhao Hai's complexion changed. "What's wrong? Do they dare to be rude?" Laura forced a smile and said, "Don't forget where we are right now. If they really want to be rude to us, they will certainly kill us all. That way, they can push the blame onto the beastmen. This isn't the depths of the beastmen prairie, it's still an area controlled by Iron Wall Fortress. Those Benio guards can turn into bandits at any time." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Does Grand Duke Evan not care?" Laura forced a smile and said, "Care? How is he going to manage it? The soldiers of Iron Wall Fortress have to maintain their wildness. Moreover, because they are adjacent to the Beastmen Prairie, their supplies are poor. The soldiers have been stationed here for several years, so they feel depressed and need a way to vent their frustrations. Therefore, the authorities turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. Moreover, merchants who come to the Beastmen Prairie to do business are, frankly speaking, smuggling. They are funding the enemy, which is against the law. Therefore, even if the soldiers were killed, no one would dare say anything about it." Zhao Hai nodded and his figure flashed into the space. Then he called Green from Iron Mountain Fort and told him about the matter. Zhao Hai also took out an ordinary bag and filled it with 1,000 gold coins for Green. Then he appeared on the carriage with Green. Then Zhao Hai released a windchaser carriage for Green to ride. The convoy didn't stop and continued to move forward. Zhao Hai also knew that it was impossible for them to outrun the Benio guards. This place was too spacious, and the Benio guards weren't far from here. They would arrive soon. Sure enough, in less than an hour, a light rumbling sound was heard from the east. The experienced soldiers knew that it was a large group of cavalry moving. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a group of 1,000 cavalry coming from the east. Their speed was very fast. Xianxia and the others immediately stopped. However, they didn't act like the other convoys. They didn't form a circle around the carriage to defend against the enemy. This was because they didn't need to. Laura and the other two hid inside the carriage and didn't come out. The three of them were rare beauties. If they were seen by the cavalry, it might cause a lot of trouble. When Xianxia was on Earth, he had heard a saying, being a soldier for 3 years, a sow is as beautiful as Diaochan. The cavalry stationed at Iron Wall Fort might have been stationed there for more than 3 years. If they were to find Laura and the other two beauties who weren't any worse than Diaochan, it would be hard to say whether they would transform into beast men. Xianxia came out of the carriage and went to the front of the carriage. He stood there quietly, wearing a black mage's robe and holding the ghost staff in his hand. It was really scary. Green stood beside the carriage. He didn't wear any armor, only a simple warrior's outfit. His face wasn't masked, his hair was neatly combed, and the spirit wind sword was strapped to his waist. He had the typical style of a general manager. Xianxia wanted this style. It was impossible for the garrison of Iron Wall Fort to recognize Green. Green's current style would only make those people unable to figure out their details. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, they might have a big fight. Xianxia wasn't afraid of the cavalry, he just didn't want to have a conflict with them. No matter what, Xianxia still treated them well. Before long, the cavalry arrived 100 meters in front of Xianxia's group. However, they didn't attack Xianxia's group. Instead, they stopped and stood there, sizing up Xianxia's group. Xianxia was also sizing up these people. They were riding third-level magic beasts, flaming horses. The horses were covered in heavy armor, and all of them were wearing heavy cavalry armor. On their heads were 2 ox-horned battle helmets. The iron masks on their helmets were kept inside their helmets, and they didn't put them down. Although these cavalry had been running for a long time, whether it was men or horses, they didn't show any signs of fatigue. The armor on their bodies wasn't very clean, and some places were even a little damaged. However, it didn't affect their imposing manner. These cavalry had an imposing manner, a threatening aura. Xianxia, who had killed people before, knew that it was murderous chi. It was the murderous chi of soldiers who had experienced life and death situations. The leader of the cavalry was a bearded man. He was very tall and had a knife scar on his face. This made him look very fierce. At this time, this person was coldly looking at Xianxia's group. Xianxia didn't say anything, and just waved at Green. Green gave him a salute, and then rode his horse towards the cavalry. When he was 20 meters in front of the cavalry, Green gave them a standard aristocratic salute. "Gentlemen, please. My master knows that you have worked hard patrolling the border, so he ordered this small one to give you a small gift. Please smile." Then he took out the pouch with 1,000 gold coins and gently shook it. Green didn't mean to insult these people. These patrolling soldiers had encountered many such situations. As long as the pouch was shaken, they would know whether it was gold or silver coins. As long as the pouch was put in their hands, they would know how much money was inside. Therefore, Green gently shook the pouch to let them know that the pouch was filled with gold coins. The cavalry captain obviously heard that the pouch was filled with gold coins. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Green. "Oh, your master understands the rules. However, a routine inspection is still necessary." Green's complexion changed. He had heard from Laura that as long as the money was paid, these cavalry soldiers wouldn't inspect them. Why would they inspect them now? Were they looking for trouble? Thinking of this, Green's complexion couldn't help but become cold. His body sat up straight on the horse's back. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the cavalry captain. "Oh, isn't this against the rules?" Green's words weren't loud, but the cavalry soldiers heard them clearly. Because of these words, Green's aura suddenly changed. He looked like an ordinary old man, but now he had the aura of an 8th-level supreme warrior. This made the cavalry captain's complexion change. The cavalry captain was also a 6th-level knight. Because he didn't see through Green's strength, he decided to test him. After testing him, he discovered that Green was actually an 8th-level expert. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary 8th-level expert. Green's body also carried a strong military aura. This made the cavalry captain understand that the other party wasn't to be trifled with, and couldn't be trifled with. The cavalry captain immediately said, "Oh, this one was just joking with Mr. Since Mr. knows the rules, then naturally everything should be done according to the rules. Mr., please." Hearing this, Green's imposing manner instantly disappeared. He just smiled at the captain and said, "Then I'll have to thank you, sir." Then he bent down and put the pouch on the ground. Turning his horse's head, he returned to Zhao Hai's carriage. When Green returned to the carriage, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The carriage slowly moved towards the depths of the prairie. The cavalry captain didn't immediately pick up the pouch. Instead, he looked at the direction of the carriage thoughtfully. A knight next to the cavalry captain whispered, "Captain, what's wrong?" The cavalry captain recovered. He looked at the cavalry captain and said, "It's nothing, I just remembered something. I remember that some time ago, news came from Casa City. The magician who helped our Purcell clan was a dark magician. Didn't he have an 8th rank warrior by his side?" The cavalry captain was also a member of the Purcell clan. Therefore, he said our Purcell clan. The knight next to him was also a member of the Purcell clan. When he heard the cavalry captain, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. "Captain, what do you mean? That convoy just now was the magician who helped our Purcell clan?" The cavalry captain nodded and said, "That's right. Don't think too much about it. Take the money and let's go." The cavalryman nodded and urged his horse forward. He circled around the pouch and reached down to grab it. Then he returned to the captain's side and said, "Captain, it should be 1,000 gold coins. There would be another chapter in the evening, but it would have to wait until after midnight." Only when the cavalry disappeared did Laura and the others come out of the carriage. Several people looked at the cavalry, then Laura turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, if it weren't for your tough attitude, I'm afraid those guys wouldn't have let us off so easily. That was really dangerous." Green smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I've seen this kind of thing a lot. They're just putting on an act, nothing more." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Entering the Beastmen Prairie, this kind of thing is often encountered. But generally speaking, even if the Beastmen come to rob, they'll only rob food. As long as we don't resist, they won't hurt people. This is also an unwritten rule of the Beastmen Prairie. They still hope that we'll bring food next time. If they kill us all, then there won't be anyone to send them food. Moreover, in the eyes of the Beastmen, we humans look the same, so they don't have to worry about us in the future. If Grandpa Green has something to do, you can go back to the Black Waste." Green smiled and said, "There's nothing to do when I go back. Right now, the Black Waste is just preparing some things for the winter. With Quinn John and the others there, there's nothing to do. I'll follow you. If something happens, I'll come forward and solve it." Laura smiled and said, "Okay, but the scenery here really isn't that good. It can't compare to the space. It's very boring." Green chuckled and said, "The grass in the space is almost the same height. It certainly looks more beautiful than here, but it looks somewhat rigid. Everywhere is the same. There are still some changes in the Beastmen Prairie." Laura smiled. What Green said was right. In the space, whether it was the view of the farm or the pasture, there were almost no changes. Everything was digitized. The grass was the same, even the length and the number of leaves were the same. It really didn't look like there were any changes. Just as he was speaking, Green suddenly saw several small flowers blooming in the underbrush in front of him. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he faintly smiled and urged his horse to run over. He then jumped down from the horse's back, took out the spirit wind sword, and dug out those several small flowers along with their roots. Looking at Green's appearance, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, they immediately understood Green's meaning. Sure enough, in a short while, Green took a few small flowers with soil and returned to the side of the carriage. He handed the flowers to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this is the most commonly seen flower on the Beastmen Prairie, star grass. This kind of star grass is unique to the Beastmen Prairie and is also the most common type of medicine used to stop bleeding. Generally, Beastmen would pick this kind of grass and dry it in the sun. It is very effective." Zhao Hai looked at the small flower in his hand. The whole plant was only about 30 centimeters tall and didn't have anything special about it. It looked like a small grass with a small flower blooming on it. The flower had 5 petals and looked like a small star. Zhao Hai turned his hand and put the star grass into the space. The space's prompt immediately sounded, discovered new plant. Identified plant. Plant belongs to the herbaceous family. Hemostatic medicinal plant. Low hemostatic ability, strong vitality. Plant evaluation, level 5. 1 season plant, 10 hours to mature. Plant digitized. Can be purchased in the space. Zhao Hai nodded and turned his head to look at Laura and the others. They were also looking at him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but faintly smile and said, "It's nothing." The space evaluated it as a level 5 plant. 10 hours to mature. Can't be upgraded. Although Green and the others felt somewhat regretful, it was also within their expectations. If a random grass could upgrade the space, then the space wouldn't only be level 20 right now. Laura's 2 eyes shined as she looked around, as if she was looking for something. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. This was the first time Laura had encountered such a situation, so she was very curious. Let her be. Nier was also very curious, but she wasn't very interested in plants. She was particularly fond of magic beasts. Compared to Laura, Meg was much calmer. Meg had seen the space upgrade many times. This time, the space didn't even upgrade. What was there for her to be happy about? However, this was a good start. The space only evaluated plants that didn't exist in the space and gave them experience. They had just entered the prairie and had already found a plant that didn't exist in the space. This could be considered a good start. Green looked at Laura and smiled. Actually, there are many kinds of plants on the prairie. But we aren't beastmen, so we don't know much about them. I've heard that there are many kinds of grasses on the prairie. Some are suitable for cows to eat, some are suitable for sheep to eat, and some are especially suitable for horses to eat. When it comes to understanding the prairie, we can't compare to those beastmen. Laura nodded. Laura smiled and said, "That's natural. The beastmen have lived here for generations. The prairie is their home. Of course, they understand it better. Later, as long as we can buy some beastmen slaves, then this problem can be solved." Green nodded. What Laura said was right. The ones who had the deepest understanding of the prairie weren't the war tribes, but the slaves. Slaves on the prairie were different from slaves of the human race. Human slaves needed to be marked, but slaves on the prairie were divided into different races. Slaves of different races could be recognized at a glance, so they didn't need to be marked. Moreover, the slaves of the prairie were much freer than human slaves. Most of them relied on the war tribes to survive, herding and working for the war tribes. Because of this, the slaves had a very good understanding of the prairie's plants. They knew where the grass was good, where the water was good, and where the magic beasts were suitable for raising. There was a reason why the slaves did this. For the beastmen, magic beasts were their everything. No matter how powerful a beastman's battle tribe was, their wealth was measured by the number of magic beasts they had. Almost all of the magic beasts of the battle tribes were raised by the slaves. As long as the slaves raised them well, the beastmen would reward them. Because of this, the beastmen slaves were very hardworking. Because of this, as long as Zhao Hai bought some beastmen slaves, then they would have a complete understanding of the prairie's plants. In fact, a lot of beastmen didn't realize the importance of this knowledge. Although the beastmen of the prairie had their own written language, there were no records about this. In the prairie, the general tribes didn't have slaves because the fighting strength of the tribes wasn't very strong. If they had a large number of slaves, then they would be robbed by the war tribes. If they didn't handle it well, then the tribe would be exterminated. This was a normal phenomenon in the prairie. There were a lot of tribes that had too much property and were powerless to protect it. In the end, they were exterminated by the war tribes, and their tribes were reduced to slaves. This was the law of survival in the prairie. Green nodded and said, "Buying slaves is a must. But don't worry, we have to take it slow. First, we have to understand the prairie's situation." Laura nodded and smiled. "What I know is what Atai told me. There's also some information that I've collected before. It's not comprehensive, so we have to understand it ourselves. Green nodded and looked around. He didn't find any traces of tribes, so he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we have to hurry. Only the cavalry of Ironwall Fortress can be seen on this road. The beastmen won't come. We have to find a beastman tribe as soon as possible and stay there for the night." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. If we meet a tribe, we can trade with them." "Hee, I want to see what beastmen look like." Laura also laughed. Beastmen generally didn't go to places where humans lived. There were some people in small places who hadn't seen a beastman in their entire lives. Because they were in a hurry, their speed was slightly increased. However, they didn't encounter anyone on this day. This was also very normal. The Beastman Prairie was too big. Moreover, the place where they were now was the buffer zone between the beastmen and the humans. There were very few people here. At night, they didn't meet any beastman tribes, so they could only take everything back to the space and spend the night there. After a night of silence, the next morning, Zhao Hai and the others went deeper into the prairie. But this time, Zhao Hai wanted to be open. He walked very slowly and kept looking all around. He also dug up a lot of grass and some small flowers and put them in the space. Unfortunately, they only encountered some common plants. Although some were taken by the space, they didn't give much experience. Now that the space had passed level 20, it would be very difficult to level up. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up. He understood that many little drops made a mickle. He could only take it slowly. Being anxious wouldn't do any good. To be honest, the Carrion Swamp had more plants than the Beastman Prairie. But at the same time, the Carrion Swamp was very dangerous. If the 9th rank experts of the Carrion Swamp were to find out about Zhao Wen and Kai Er, they wouldn't let them off easily. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to focus his energy on the Beastman Prairie. At noon, an eagle's cry attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a blood eagle circling in the sky. From time to time, it would let out 2 cries. Zhao Hai looked at it for a while, then he turned to Laura and said, "Not far ahead, there is a small tribe with about a few hundred people. We should be able to reach it by nightfall. Let's rest there tonight." Laura didn't oppose, she nodded and said, "All right, but we still need to be careful. Those beastmen are likely to become bandits. I think we should call out some undead so that those beastmen wouldn't dare act recklessly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, but we still need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No need. Don't forget that I'm a mage now. I believe that even those beastmen wouldn't dare to provoke us. Rest assured." Multicolored flags were the symbol of a beastman tribe. Any beastman tribe, no matter how big or small, would have a multicolored flag. For beastmen, multicolored flags meant stability, auspiciousness, and good luck. This was because multicolored flags were like rainbows to beastmen, and rainbows would only appear after rain. For beastmen, rain was very important. When it rained, the rivers would become bigger, and they would have more water to use. When it rained, the grass on the prairie would grow more luxuriant, and their magic beasts would grow fatter and stronger. Their magic beasts would grow better, and their wealth would increase. Therefore, all beastman tribes would have multicolored flags. In the prairie, as long as you see a multicolored flag, you would know that you were near a beastman tribe. This was common knowledge among all the people who came to the prairie. Zhao Hai already knew this from the miscellaneous notes he had read. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and quickly turned to Laura, who was sitting in the carriage and chatting. "I see a multicolored flag." Laura certainly understood what Zhao Hai meant. She immediately came out of the carriage and followed Zhao Hai's gaze. Sure enough, a multicolored flag appeared in her line of sight. Laura exhaled and said, "We finally see a beastman tribe. This is great. Tonight, we might be able to drink milk wine and eat roasted argali." Zhao Hai chuckled. To be honest, after walking for a day in the endless prairie, seeing a multicolored flag really made one's spirit shake. It was like a person living in darkness suddenly seeing a glimmer of light. Before long, Zhao Hai saw a tent. These tents were very spread out, and on top of one of the tents, there was a large flag with a picture of a cute little pig. Zhao Hai blinked to make sure that he wasn't mistaken. The flag really did have a cute little pig. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he turned to Laura and asked, Laura, what tribe is this? Laura also saw the little pig flag on top of the tent. She couldn't help but smile. Do you see the little pig on the flag? Was the little pig's stomach especially big? These beastmen are a branch of the pig tribe, the big-bellied pig tribe. These pigs aren't very tall, at most 2 meters tall. They can be considered small among the beastmen, but their bellies are very big. Their bellies are exposed all year round, but don't underestimate them. Their bellies are the toughest part of their bodies. This tribe is only one race, so their fighting strength isn't very strong. However, they have a unique skill, which is to drink water and then use their bellies to spray out water arrows. The water they spray out can generally spray up to 30 meters away. Its strength is equivalent to a human's arrow. It's because of this ability that they didn't become slaves. Zhao Hai was very curious. He really felt that the world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. To think that there would be such a race, it was too interesting. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, what do you think of their character? They wouldn't suddenly become bandits, right? Laura shook her head and smiled. They won't. Their character is very gentle. They belong to a branch of the fragrant pig tribe. As long as you don't bully them, they won't rob you. They are also a very hospitable race, and they mainly raise argali for a living. Zhao Hai knew that argali were level 1 magic beasts. They were the most commonly raised magic beasts in the Beastmen Prairie. Their skin could be used to make clothes, their hair could be used to make blankets, their meat could be eaten, and their horns could be made into weapons. It could be said that the beastmen couldn't live without argali. In the places where the human race lived, it was very rare to see people raising argali. This was because argali were only suitable for living in the prairie. If they were brought to the human race, they would get sick. Therefore, in the beastmen's view, argali were the beast god's greatest gift to them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Let's rest here today. If they need it, we can sell them some food. Right, how do we trade with the beastmen? Laura smiled and said, this isn't difficult. As long as we bring food to them, they will take the initiative to come and trade with us. However, they will generally use their magic beasts to trade. They won't directly use gold or silver to trade. Only a few large war tribes will directly use gold or silver to trade. Therefore, we still need to turn the magic beasts they trade to us into money. Zhao Hai said, how much bamboo rice does it cost to trade for an argali? Laura smiled faintly and said, 500 kilograms, 500 kilograms? You're not joking? Zhao Hai was surprised. The price that Laura said really surprised him. The reason why Zhao Hai was so surprised was because of the argali's size. An adult argali could grow up to 1.5 meters and weigh up to 400 kilograms. Even carrying an adult wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, an argali could produce 100 kilograms of wool at a time. If an argali was transported back to the Purcell Duchy, even if it wasn't raised, it would be killed and sold. The price of an argali would be at least 15 gold coins. 1,000 kilograms of bamboo rice, to be honest, could be sold for 1 gold coin. 15 times the profit. Wasn't this too high? Laura knew why Zhao Hai was surprised. She smiled faintly and said, this sounds very high, but in fact, it's not as high as you think. You should know that transporting things to the Beastmen Prairie is all smuggled. In the process of smuggling, you need to deal with the city defense forces and open up all the joints. This is not a small expense, and when you arrive at the Beastmen Prairie, you might be robbed. Therefore, if you really calculate, the cost of transporting 1,000 kilograms of bamboo rice to the Beastmen Prairie is about 3 gold coins. If you really calculate the cost of transporting the argali back to the Beastmen Prairie, then the cost will increase again. When you arrive at the continent, the cost of an argali will be 7 to 8 gold coins, and this doesn't include being robbed. You should know that anyone who comes to the Beastmen Prairie to do business, except for those who cooperate with the Great War Clan, will be robbed. If you calculate every 10 times, then out of 10 times, ordinary merchants will be robbed 3 to 4 times. Zhao Hai nodded. He could understand this point. If the cost was high, then the price would naturally go up. If the cost was too low, then no one would do this business. In the end, the ones who would suffer the biggest loss wouldn't be the humans, but the beastmen. If the beastmen didn't do well, then the beastmen would rebel again. Zhao Hai turned to look at Laura and said, "What price do you think we should use to trade with them?" Laura smiled faintly and said, 1,000 kilograms of argali. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't have as high a cost as those merchants. The bamboo rice was produced by the space, and the argali could also be stored in the space's warehouse. He didn't need to do anything, and there was almost no extra cost. 1,000 kilograms of argali was almost a net profit for him. Moreover, 1,000 kilograms of argali wouldn't have too much of an impact on the entire Beastmen Prairie's food prices. This price was still very reasonable. Nir and Meg stood behind the two people, quietly listening to these words. Meg didn't feel anything. For her, as long as she took care of Zhao Hai, then it was fine. These business matters had always been handled by Zhao Hai, so she didn't feel jealous. Although in the eyes of outsiders, she and Laura were love rivals, in Meg's eyes, this wasn't the case at all. She didn't want to compete with Laura. She only hoped that she could stay by Zhao Hai's side and be satisfied. In addition, Laura was indeed very talented and strong in business. This was something she couldn't compare to. Meg had already reserved a place for herself early on, so she wasn't jealous of Laura. On the contrary, the more Laura was capable, the happier she was. This was because the more capable Laura was, the stronger the Buddha clan would become. This was what Meg wanted to see. They chatted as they walked. Before long, they were about to arrive at the tent. The people in the tent had also discovered them. Immediately, more than 20 shadows rushed towards them. These people were accompanied by dogs. When these people got closer, Zhao Hai discovered that these 20 people were all cavalry. But what made Zhao Hai want to laugh was that their mounts were actually pigs. Yes, pigs. They were 2 meters long, weighed more than 1,000 pounds, and had 2 long tusks. The cavalry riding the pigs made Zhao Hai think of a person, Zhu Beiji. They were too similar. They were like Zhu Beiji wearing prairie clothes. These people wore leather hats on their heads and leather clothes on their bodies. But they had big pig heads on their thick necks. Their white bellies were exposed, and a layer of black hair could be seen on their bellies. As long as they were given a monk's robe and palladium, they would look like Zhu Beiji. They didn't even need to wear makeup. Zhao Hai wanted to laugh, but he felt that it would be too impolite. Moreover, if he laughed at these beast men, it would cause a conflict. Because of this, he restrained himself and calmed himself down. Beside the pig-headed knights were several dogs. These dogs were very special, each of them was about 1 meter tall and had long fur. However, they ran very fast and didn't bark randomly. Their 2 sharp fangs were also exposed outside of their mouths. It was clear that they weren't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai and the others immediately stopped. They weren't on guard, and they showed a friendly appearance. Sure enough, the pig-headed cavalry also slowed down. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that these big-bellied pig-headed riders were holding weapons in their hands. Their weapons could only be described as simple and crude. They looked like sheep heads with wooden handles attached to them. Some of them didn't even have wooden handles, but handles made out of beast bones. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to look down on these weapons. These sheep heads were very big, and it was clear that they weren't light. If one was hit by these things, then one's bones would definitely be broken. At this time, Laura hurriedly placed her hand on her chest and saluted the big-bellied pig tribesman. "Dear pig tribesman, we are only human merchants. We don't have any malice towards you. Please allow your faithful shepherd dogs to return to their master's side." The big-bellied pig tribesman naturally saw the caravan behind Laura. The leader of the pig tribesmen quickly put down the sheep skull hammer in his hand and saluted Laura. "Respected human merchant, please forgive our rudeness. You should know that in the prairie, we must ensure the safety of our tribesmen." Then he shouted twice, and the dogs immediately obediently returned to their sides. At this time, Laura also stepped down from the carriage. The pig tribesmen also jumped down from their mounts and walked towards Laura. The 2 sides stood 2 meters apart. Laura saluted the pig tribesman and said, "Peach Blossom Chamber of Commerce's president, Laura, greets the brave pig tribesman." Zhao Hai and the others also hurriedly saluted the pig tribesman. The pig tribesmen were very polite. He also bowed to Laura and said, "Big-bellied pig tribe's sheephead hammer tribe's patriarch, Spear, greets the beautiful Miss Laura." Spear was more than 2 meters tall. When Laura, who was 180 centimeters tall, stood in front of him, she looked like a child. However, he was very polite, causing Zhao Hai to unconsciously have a good impression of him. Laura smiled and said, "Respected Patriarch Spear, my caravan and I would like to spend the night in your camp." "I don't know if that's possible." Spear laughed heartily and said, "Beautiful Miss Laura, this is exactly what we are looking for. Please get on the carriage and follow us to my camp. I will slaughter the argali, boil the milk tea, serve the milk wine, and entertain you with our best food." Laura smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Patriarch Spear." "Patriarch, please go ahead." Spear saluted Laura and turned to his mount. He rushed towards the camp, while Laura and the others returned to the carriage. Zhao Hai looked at the distant pig tribesmen, then he turned to Laura and asked, "Will they really kill the sheep and wait for us?" Laura smiled and said, "Certainly, the beastmen of the prairie are very welcoming towards merchants. As long as they aren't hostile, they will be very hospitable. Brother Hai, take out some vegetables. For them, there's no better gift than vegetables." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course." Zhao Hai nodded. He took out some vegetables and placed them on one of the carriages. Because these vegetables were stored in the space, they were still very fresh, as if they had just been picked. After finishing their preparations, Laura and the others slowly rushed towards the Sheephead Hammer tribe's camp. Laura wasn't surprised by the strange name of the Sheephead Hammer tribe. On the Beastmen Prairie, there were all kinds of strange names. Not to mention the Sheephead Hammer tribe, even if they were called the Sheepdung tribe, Laura wouldn't be surprised. They hadn't even entered the village when several argali ran out from the tribe's camp. These argali were all adult argali, and on the backs of these argali sat several big-bellied pig tribesmen children. These children looked to be around 10 years old. They all wore leather clothes, had big bellies, and had small pig heads. They looked very cute. These children ran to the side of Laura's carriage and curiously looked at Laura and Zhao Hai, who was wearing a magic robe. Among them, the tallest child walked to the side of the carriage and saluted Laura. "Respected Miss Merchant, my father sent me to pull you." It seemed that this child was Spear's child. Laura immediately smiled and said, "Lovely young warriors, please lead the way." Perhaps because Laura called them young warriors, the little pig-headed children were very happy. They stuck out their small bellies and happily walked in front of the carriage. Beastmen valued warriors the most. If you praised them and called them warriors, they would certainly be very happy. This was Laura's first time coming into contact with beastmen. She tested it on these children, and it seemed to be effective. Laura looked at the children and turned her head to whisper to Zhao Hai, "When praising them, you have to call them warriors. No matter how cute the children are, you can't touch their heads. Otherwise, they will be angry. You can't not drink wine here, and you can't not drink the master's wine. That would be considered disrespectful to the master. If they give you a gift, you must accept it. Otherwise, the master will think that you are looking down on him." Zhao Hai and the others nodded. These were taboo things for beastmen. Of course, they had to remember. They didn't want to have a conflict with the beastmen over such trivial matters. Soon, they arrived at the Sheephead Hammer tribe's camp. Spear was standing there, waiting for them. Behind Spear were 3 big-bellied pig-headed girls, each of them holding a bowl of wine in their hands. This was the first time Zhao Hai had seen pig-headed girls. These 3 pig-headed girls were about the same size as Laura. Their bellies weren't big, but their bodies were very well developed. They wore leather skirts, and although they also had pig heads, their heads were much smaller than Spear's. They looked very cute, especially with their long hair and ornaments. Although they had pig heads, they didn't make people dislike them. Laura led the way out of the carriage and arrived in front of Spear. Spear smiled and said, "Beautiful young ladies, please drink the wine that represents the friendship of the Sheephead Hammer tribe." Then he waved his hand, and the 3 pig-headed girls immediately walked over. Laura wasn't polite. She took the bowl of wine from one of the girls' hands and drank a mouthful before spilling the wine on the ground. This was a special treatment beastmen had for women. Women could drink a mouthful of wine from each bowl before spilling it on the ground. Men, on the other hand, had to drink all of the wine. After drinking 3 bowls of wine, Laura's face turned red, making her look even more gorgeous. But aside from Zhao Hai and the others, Spear and the others didn't know how to appreciate it. In their eyes, human women all looked the same. The reason why Spear called Laura beautiful young lady was only out of politeness. Beastmen toasted their leaders. Other people didn't have such treatment, so Zhao Hai and the others didn't drink Spear's wine. After drinking the wine, Laura turned to Spear and said, "Respected chieftain, please allow my servants to set up camp. In addition, I asked chieftain not to prepare too much food. My servants are undead, so they don't need to eat." Spear froze for a moment as he looked at the zombies standing next to the carriage. He quickly discovered that these zombies were different, but he didn't care. He just nodded and said, "Very well, beautiful young lady, please." Laura turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. The undead immediately went to set up camp. The place where they set up camp wasn't far from the Sheephead Hammer tribe's camp. Moreover, the undead that Zhao Hai brought with him were originally led by Elodia. Although some of the undead that Elodia had brought with him were death warriors, many of them were ordinary caravans coachmen and waiters. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with setting up camp. As soon as Zhao Hai gave the order, they could do it well. Spear also looked at Zhao Hai. To be honest, Spear didn't have a good impression of Zhao Hai's black magic robe. He always felt that Zhao Hai gave people a gloomy feeling, which made him loathe him. At this time, several undead carrying a large pile of fresh vegetables came over. Laura smiled at Spear and said, "Respected chieftain, please accept my small gift." These vegetables were all fresh, and there were quite a few of them. They were all packed in baskets, making them look very tender and cute. Spear's eyes lit up. These were fresh vegetables. For the beastmen, this was a rarely seen good thing. Spear wasn't polite. He smiled at Laura and said, "Thank you, beautiful and generous young lady. These vegetables are really too precious for us. Please come to my tent. My wife has already boiled some fragrant milk tea for you." Laura wasn't polite and followed Spear to the largest tent in the middle. As for the vegetables, Spear had already sent people to collect them. Looking at their cautious appearances, Zhao Hai wanted to laugh. These were just some ordinary vegetables, so they didn't need to be like this. He knew that because the beastmen lived on the prairie, and because they lived by water and grass, they almost didn't grow vegetables. They relied on human merchants to bring them, but because vegetables weren't easy to preserve, they could only see a few pieces of vegetables throughout the year. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they could dig up some wild vegetables in the prairie. For them, that was already a rare delicacy. Now, Laura had given them so many vegetables. For Spear, this was very precious, so his respect for Laura had increased by 1 point. Under Spear's lead, the group entered the tent. They found that there were already 2 pig tribe women inside. These 2 pig tribe women wore leather robes and were busying themselves in the tent. When they saw Spear come in, the 2 women quickly saluted them. After Zhao Hai and the others returned the salute, they carefully sized up the tent. There was a pillar in the middle of the tent that supported the roof. The walls of the tent were made of animal skin, felt, and wood and animal bones. It was very warm. The floor of the tent was covered with a carpet. There was a fire pit in the middle of the tent. There was a copper kettle on the fire. Steam was coming out of the kettle, and the aroma of milk tea was coming out of the kettle. After rushing for a day, Laura and the others were really tired. After drinking a bowl of steaming milk tea, they immediately felt a lot better. When Spear saw their expressions, he couldn't help but smile. A pig's mouth was already big, so when he smiled, his mouth became even bigger. Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. After they put down their teacups, Spear's wife filled their cups with milk tea. Then Spear opened his mouth and said, "Beautiful young lady, may I ask how much food you brought this time, and what is the price?" Beastmen liked to do things directly, so Spear didn't beat around the bush and directly asked Laura about the price. Just now, Spear had already noticed that Laura and the others had brought food. Food was something that any beastman tribe needed very much. Laura smiled and said, "Respected chieftain, this time we brought a total of 50,000 jin of food, all of it bamboo rice. In order to express my gratitude for your hospitality, I am willing to exchange 2,000 jin of food for an argali. What do you think? Spear looked at Laura with some uncertainty and said, You said 2,000 jin of bamboo rice for an argali? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This was the first time that Spear hadn't added the words beautiful young lady to his conversation with Laura. From this, one could see how shocked he was. Laura smiled and said, Yes, Chieftain Spear. What I said was 2,000 jin of bamboo rice for an argali. I didn't make a mistake, and you didn't mishear. Spear became excited. He stood up and gave Laura a very solemn salute. Beautiful young lady Laura, your generosity is like the beautiful Yaga River. From today onwards, you are the most honored guest of the Sheephead Hammer tribe. Laura smiled and said, Respected Chieftain Spear, we are now friends. Friends shouldn't be so polite. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Zhao Hai. He is a magician. In fact, the food was produced in his territory, and the price was set by him. Laura introduced Zhao Hai this time because she didn't want to steal Zhao Hai's limelight. At the same time, she also saw that Spear didn't seem to like Zhao Hai. Laura didn't want Zhao Hai to be neglected, so she introduced Zhao Hai like Spear did. Sure enough, after hearing Laura's introduction, Spear immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. Respected Mr. Magician, please forgive my previous rudeness. Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute. You don't have to be polite, Chieftain Spear. I know that my status isn't liked, but I still hope to be friends with you. Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Spear's expression turned serious. Respected Mr. Zhao Hai, your mind is as broad as the prairie. Today, I must entertain you with the best things. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Then I won't be polite. But please allow me to give your lovely son a gift. After saying this, he turned his hand and an iron shield appeared in his hand. This iron shield wasn't very big. It was only a round shield and wasn't a tower shield. Zhao Hai had bought it during his shopping spree in the Purcell Duchy. Its workmanship could only be considered average, but for the prairie that lacked iron, it was definitely a great gift. Spear happily received the round shield and thanked Zhao Hai. Regarding Zhao Hai's sudden appearance of the round shield, Spear didn't have any thoughts about it. Beastmen like them lived on the edge of a small beastman tribe and didn't have much contact with humans. For them, being a magician was a very mysterious profession. The fame of human magicians had been greatly exaggerated by the beastmen. Therefore, Zhao Hai's performance in front of Spear as a pseudo-magician wasn't unexpected. At this time, the sky was already dark. Spear turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao Hai, the bonfire outside has already been lit. The argali has already been placed on the fire. Come with me and enjoy the enthusiasm of the beastmen. Zhao Hai had already taken off his magic hat. In any case, no one here recognized him. He stood up with a smile and said, All right, Brother Spear. I've been craving for the beastmen's roasted argali for a long time. After saying this, he was pulled out of the tent by Spear. The group went outside the tent to take a look. Sure enough, there was already a bonfire in the open space of the tent. A few huge argali were being roasted on the fire, sizzling with oil. A pig-headed man was rotating the argali while another pig-headed woman was paying attention to the fire. Some pig-headed women were carrying jars of milk wine and placing them around the bonfire. Spear pulled Zhao Hai to sit next to the bonfire. 2 plates and a bowl of wine were immediately placed in front of him. Of the 2 plates, one was filled with fine salt, while the other was empty. However, the bowl of wine was already filled with wine. When the pig-headed men saw Spear come out, 2 of them immediately walked over and took away the empty plates in front of Zhao Hai and Spear. The 2 men walked over to the argali and took out their daggers. They cut off 2 pieces of meat and placed them on the plates, giving them to Zhao Hai and Spear. Spear's wife also took out a dagger and placed it in front of Zhao Hai. Spear smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao Hai, this dagger is my favorite. Today, I will give it to you so that you can use it to taste our beastman's roasted argali. Zhao Hai looked at the dagger. The dagger was curved and looked like a small scimitar. The hilt and scabbard were made from sheep's horns and were engraved with beautiful patterns. It looked like an exquisite work of art. Zhao Hai gently pulled out the dagger. He found that the dagger shined with a cold light and was very sharp. It was obviously a rare quality item. However, he remembered Laura's words and didn't decline. Instead, he happily pulled out the dagger and said, "Thank you, Brother Spear. I like this gift very much." Spear laughed heartily and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder, almost causing Zhao Hai to fall to the ground. This made Spear laugh even louder. Even the pig-headed men around them laughed. Zhao Hai was also very helpless. His body was really too weak, and the beastmen were famous for their strength. Even if they weren't from the war tribe, they were still much stronger than the average human. Zhao Hai couldn't stand this. The roasted argali was placed in front of Zhao Hai. Spear picked up the dagger and cut off a piece of meat. He dipped it in the salt and ate it. Zhao Hai also followed suit. He used his hand to press down on the argali and cut off a piece. He dipped it in the salt and put it in his mouth. First, the salt melted in his mouth, making him feel a burst of saltiness. Then, he smelled the aroma of the roasted meat. Roasted meat like this had a completely different flavor compared to roasted meat made by humans. This kind of roasted meat was very fragrant, and with the atmosphere of the scene, it made the roasted meat even more flavorful. Zhao Hai felt that this was the best roasted meat he had ever eaten. After swallowing the roasted meat, Zhao Hai was still savoring the aftertaste. Fragrant, it was really fragrant. It was different from milk tea. Although milk tea was fragrant, it didn't have a rank odor. This roasted meat, on the other hand, had a rank odor. However, this rank odor increased the flavor of the roasted meat, making people unable to stop themselves. While Zhao Hai was still savoring the taste of the roasted meat, Spear raised his bowl of wine and loudly said, "My clansmen, let us raise our mellow wine and welcome our friends from afar. Our brother Zhao Hai, come, cheers." Everyone raised their voices and shouted, "Cheers." Then they drank the milk wine in one breath. When Zhao Hai saw this, he could only drink the wine in his bowl. Fortunately, the alcohol content of the milk wine wasn't very high. With the addition of the milk fragrance, the taste was very good. It wasn't hard to drink, so Zhao Hai didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. After drinking a bowl of wine, Spear didn't propose another toast. He just chatted with Zhao Hai. But every time he drank, he didn't forget to call Zhao Hai. Before long, the two of them had already drunk 3 bowls of milk wine and eaten 2 pieces of roasted meat. Frankly speaking, Zhao Hai's appetite wasn't that big. But today, he didn't know what was going on. Maybe it was because the roasted meat was too fragrant, or maybe it was because the milk wine was too delicious. After eating 2 pieces of roasted meat, he found that he could still eat. This was really beyond his expectations. At this time, a pig tribesman girl arrived and sang a beastman song. The tune was long and very pleasant to listen to. Zhao Hai couldn't help but cheer along. Roasting meat over a bonfire in the middle of the boundless prairie made the atmosphere very good. It made people unconsciously excited, making the atmosphere even more lively. In the end, Zhao Hai didn't know how much milk wine he had drunk or how much roasted meat he had eaten. He didn't even know how he returned to his tent. This was because unknowingly, he had drunk too much. Laura and the others didn't drink too much. Beastman didn't urge women to drink. If they could drink, they could drink. If they couldn't, they could drink milk tea. As long as they were full and happy, it was fine. Zhao Hai was sent back to his tent by the pig tribesman. Because Zhao Hai was drunk and unconscious, Laura and the others naturally couldn't return to the space. They could only stay inside the tent. Because Zhao Hai and the others were going to leave tomorrow, they didn't set up many tents. Originally, they wanted to put up a tent, but now, it could only be used for living. The undead were standing next to the carriage. In any case, they weren't tired or cold, so they just stood there. Early the next morning, Zhao Hai woke up. Although he was drunk yesterday, he had to admit that the beastman's milk wine tasted very good. Moreover, it didn't go to his head. Zhao Hai only felt very thirsty, but he didn't have a headache. He only felt a little dizzy. Feeling that his esophagus was on fire, Zhao Hai immediately took out some spatial water and drank it. After drinking it, he felt a little better and his mind became a lot clearer. After waking up, Zhao Hai discovered that Laura and the others were actually sleeping inside the tent. On his left was Laura, on his right was Meg, and behind Laura was Near. He didn't know that he was sleeping with 3 great beauties. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the situation. For a while, he didn't know what to do. Naturally, he couldn't force Laura and the others to sleep with him. However, this situation made his mood surge. Just think about it, back on Earth, Zhao Hai was still an otaku. Sleeping with three great beauties was a rare experience for Zhao Hai. Especially now, there was a faint fragrance coming from the tent, which made Zhao Hai's mind sway. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's white and tender skin. His heart couldn't help but itch. He bent down and wanted to kiss Laura. At this time, Laura turned over, waking Zhao Hai up. He quickly took a deep breath and looked deeply at Laura and Meg. Then he stood up and walked out of the tent. Zhao Hai didn't notice that the moment he walked out of the tent, Laura and Meg opened their eyes at the same time. The two looked at the tent door and then looked at each other. They could see a trace of a smile in each other's eyes. Obviously, they woke up earlier than Zhao Hai, but the two were pretending to be asleep. Naturally, the two noticed Zhao Hai's action. Laura deliberately turned over and saw Zhao Hai's startled expression. The two almost laughed out loud. However, the two were also moved. Zhao Hai's performance was out of respect for them. It was a kind of respect that came from love. If Zhao Hai firmly kissed Laura in that situation, it didn't mean that he loved Laura. On the contrary, it might mean that his desire for Laura was greater than his love. Regarding love, everyone's way of expressing it was different. Their understanding was also different. But one thing was very important. If you love someone, you must respect them. Don't let others look down on them. If Zhao Hai forcibly kissed Laura, she might not resist. However, she would be disappointed with Zhao Hai. This was because it meant that Zhao Hai didn't really understand her. Laura was a very self-disciplined girl. She hoped that her other half would respect her. If Zhao Hai forcibly kissed her, she wouldn't resist, but she wouldn't cooperate. This was because Meg and Nir were also in the tent. If she cooperated with Zhao Hai's kiss and was discovered by Meg and Nir, they might think that she was being frivolous. This was unacceptable for the self-disciplined Laura. If Zhao Hai really loved her, he wouldn't forcibly kiss her. Forcibly kissing her meant that Zhao Hai didn't understand her character and didn't care about her feelings. This would make Laura very sad. However, it was clear that Laura was worried for nothing. Zhao Hai also did a good job. He didn't forcibly kiss Laura. Instead, he walked out of the tent. This was the result that Laura wanted the most. Meg's thoughts were a little different from Laura's. She wasn't jealous. Meg knew that Zhao Hai liked Laura, and she also knew that Zhao Hai also liked her. However, if Zhao Hai forcibly kissed Laura, Meg would be very disappointed. This was because Meg would think of Zhao Hai before he went to the Black Waste. Zhao Hai certainly didn't know what the two women were thinking. He had only wanted to kiss Laura because of the atmosphere. Now that he had left the tent, he naturally didn't have that kind of feeling. Walking out of the tent, he breathed in 2 breaths of fresh air. Looking around, Zhao Hai discovered that the women of the pig tribe had already woken up early. They were busy in the camp. Some were milking the goats, some were feeding the lambs, and some were cleaning up the mess from last night. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, they all gave him a salute. Zhao Hai also quickly returned the salute. It had to be said that the lives of ordinary beast men were very hard. For a race like Spiel's, they didn't have any slaves and had to do everything themselves. Their main income came from buying argali and wool products. The wool products made by the beast men were very famous on the continent. Not only were they thick and warm, but they were also very sturdy and durable. The most important thing was that the patterns on them had strong beastman characteristics. They looked rough and mysterious, with a kind of exotic beauty that was very popular. However, these wool products didn't have a unified production line. They were all handcrafted by the beast men, passed down from generation to generation. These sheepskin products were not only their main source of income, but they were also necessities for their lives. Zhao Hai didn't look at the women working. Instead, he set his eyes on Spear's mounts, as well as the prairie dogs. These prairie dogs were very similar to the prairie mastiffs that Zhao Hai had seen in his previous life. They looked even more ferocious than the prairie mastiffs. After all, these dogs were magic beasts. As for Spear's mounts, they made Zhao Hai even more curious. They looked like close relatives of the wild boar and were really tall. In Zhao Hai's view, they were simply smaller versions of elephants. What was even rarer was that they were very fast. They were really good mounts. Perhaps it was because Zhao Hai had been drinking with Spiel last night, but whether it was the dogs or the pigs, none of them showed any hostility toward him. Some of the dogs even wagged their tails at Zhao Hai. At this moment, Spear's voice was heard. "Brother Zhao Hai, you woke up really early. Did you have a good time drinking yesterday?" Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that it was Spear. He couldn't help but faintly smile as he said, "Brother Spear, you didn't wake up too late. Last night was the happiest night of my life. I really have to thank you for your hospitality." Spear patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, you are too polite. Receiving a friend is an honor for us beastmen." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai had a direct understanding of the beastman's forthrightness. However, he still couldn't bear Spear's enthusiasm for patting his shoulder. Zhao Hai shook his numb shoulder and bitterly smiled. He then turned his head to Spear and said, "Brother Spear, then I won't be polite with you. I can give you my 50,000 gene of food, but I want a few argali and a dog. It would be best if you could also give me one of your mounts. What do you think?" Spear smiled and said, "No problem. I can give you the dog. This type of pig is a unique war beast of our big-bellied pig tribe. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. However, 2 days ago, a pig gave birth to a piglet. I can give you a piglet and 30 argali. What do you think?" After Spear finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Hai. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree. From his point of view, Zhao Hai was already suffering a great loss in this transaction. Zhao Hai shook his head. "Brother Spear, you are too polite. If you give me a dog, a pig, 2 blankets, and 10 argali, then this 50,000 gene of grain will be yours." Spear shook his head and said, "You are too polite." As far as Zhao Hai was concerned, this was already enough. His space now had 3 more types of magic beasts. Moreover, he also received 10 argali and 2 blankets. Furthermore, he only had to pay 50,000 gene of bamboo rice. If he were to sell these things on the continent, he would be able to get a few hundred gold coins. This was already a bargain for him. Spear didn't think so. From his point of view, Zhao Hai was suffering a great loss. He quickly shook his head and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, this is too much of a loss for you. Beastmen won't let their friends suffer a loss. You must accept the 30 argali. As for the blankets and other things, they were all made by us, so I'll just give them to you. Brother Spear, you don't need to be polite with me. Yesterday, didn't Laura say that these grains were produced in my territory? I grew them myself and didn't buy them. I didn't have any capital. 10 argali, I've already made a lot of money. My brothers, I can't let you suffer a loss, right?" Zhao Hai laughed and patted Spear's arm. He was short, so he couldn't reach Spear's shoulder. "Brother Spear, you don't need to be polite with me." Spear looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, from today onwards, you are a true brother of Spear. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a human like you. You are different from the humans I've seen before. Many humans are like vampires, but you are a generous person. I am willing to give you my tribe's war flag. Not the war flag that I give to a caravan, but a war flag that I give to a brother." Zhao Hai stared blankly. Puzzled, he asked, "What's the difference? I've heard that there are many large caravans that have war flags. Don't tell me those war flags aren't used by the war tribes?" Spear smiled and said, "My brother, your understanding of us beastmen is still too little. We beastmen have many types of war flags. One type is the war flag that we use in battle. This kind of war flag cannot be given away because it represents the honor of beastmen. Another type is the war flag that we give to caravans. Although these war flags look the same as the war flags we use, as long as you are a beastman, you would be able to see the difference. The third type is the war flag that we give to our brothers. Although these war flags aren't the war flags we use during battle, they represent friendship. Those who obtain these war flags would also gain the friendship of beastmen. As long as a beastman sees these war flags, they would know that this person is a true friend of beastmen. No matter where they go, they would receive the corresponding respect. Although our big-bellied pig tribe is only a tribal tribe and not a war tribe, as long as you obtain these friendship war flags, you would be much safer than obtaining war flags from war tribes. This is because beastmen wouldn't attack their friends. Spear smiled and said, our big-bellied pig tribe is only a tribal tribe and not a war tribe. As long as you obtain these friendship war flags, you would be much safer than obtaining war flags from war tribes. Zhao Hai understood that the war flags of the beastmen had many things to pay attention to. He wasn't polite as he smiled and said, all right, my brother. Then I'll have to thank you. Spear laughed and said, my brother, you're too polite. Beastmen don't need to be so polite. But brother, you have to be careful. I've heard some time ago that there are jackal tribe members in the vicinity. They are a group of bandits and thieves. They shouldn't even be considered beastmen. You have to be careful of those guys. Zhao Hai nodded. Regarding the jackal tribe, Zhao Hai also knew about them. This was because in all the records of beastmen, the jackal tribe would be mentioned. This tribe was known to be more cold-blooded than the snake tribe, more cunning than the fox tribe, and more cruel than the wolf tribe. Not only were they not welcomed by humans, even the other beastmen didn't like them. The jackal tribe was a very special tribe. They weren't as strong as the lion tribe, and they weren't as fast as the wolf tribe. To be honest, they weren't as smart as the fox tribe. However, they had a characteristic that the other three tribes didn't have, and that was their ability to survive. The place where the jackal tribe lived was generally the most difficult part of the beastmen. Prairie. In order to survive, they could only constantly fight, hunt, and rob. If they didn't do this, they would starve to death. There was nothing that the jackal tribe didn't dare to rob. No matter what race, as long as they thought there was an opportunity, they would rob you. Moreover, the jackal tribe was the most outstanding hunter. They were the most united, the most patient, and at the same time, they also had a cunning that the other beastmen didn't have. All of this made them the most famous hunters of the beastmen prairie, but also the most unpopular. The beastmen didn't like them because they robbed everyone. On the other hand, the humans didn't like them because they didn't leave anyone alive. Even if the beastmen robbed a human merchant, they wouldn't hurt them, nor would they capture them. This was because they needed the human merchants to bring food back to the prairie. On the other hand, the jackal tribe was completely different. Not only would they rob things, they would also rob people. They would also capture human merchants and sell them as slaves. Many human slaves on the prairie were produced in this way. Many human merchants were robbed by other beastmen and then captured by the jackal tribe to be sold. It could be said that this was a tribe that would do anything to survive. The reason why the jackal tribe wasn't welcomed by the beastmen was because they didn't have their own battle flag. For the beastmen, the battle flag was their honor and symbol. The jackal tribe didn't have their own battle flag, but this didn't mean that they didn't have one. Rather, they had a lot of battle flags in their hands, but most of them were stolen from other races. They would use these battle flags as bait. For example, they would use the battle flags of weaker beastmen tribes. Then, they would wait for human merchants to come to their place to stay, and they would call it robbery. In the entire beastman race, only the jackal tribe would do this. The other races, even the fiercest wolfmen and the most cunning foxmen, wouldn't do this. This was because they had their own honor and disdained to do this kind of thing. The jackal tribe relied on their various actions to become the most notorious bandits on the beastmen prairie. They were called the most shameless bandits and thieves by the beastmen, and the cunning dogs by the humans. Therefore, when Zhao Hai heard Spear say that the jackal tribe was nearby, he was startled. He quickly said, Brother Spear, you know that the jackal tribe is nearby, so why are you still here? You should leave as soon as possible. Spear nodded and said, My brother, I know. We were preparing to leave in 2 days. It was precisely because I heard that the jackal tribe was here that I was so nervous when I found you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, My brother, for the safety of the pig race, we need to complete the transaction as soon as possible. You should leave as soon as possible. After breakfast, we'll leave the food for you. You just need to prepare the things that I want. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. Spear looked at Zhao Hai and said, My brother, where do you want to go? Do you want to return to the human stone city, or do you want to go deeper into the prairie? If you want to go deeper into the prairie, then you must be careful. When you see an unfamiliar tribe, you must first see what kind of race they are, and then approach them. Zhao Hai was somewhat moved. He didn't think that a careless pig tribe member would think so much for him. He smiled and said, "My brother, you can rest assured. Don't forget, I am a magician. If those jackal tribe members really dare to attack me, I will teach them a lesson." Spear laughed and said, "My brother, I almost forgot that you are an omnipotent magician. Ha ha ha, I hope that those hateful thieves won't encounter you." Zhao Hai also laughed, and the two walked towards the center of the camp. At this time, a pig tribe girl came over with 2 bowls of goat milk. Spear smiled and said to Zhao Hai, "My brother, come and taste it. This is the freshest goat milk on the prairie. It is the best breakfast." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 bowls of goat milk and was a little speechless. The goat milk was not heated, it was directly squeezed out and served. This was the first time Zhao Hai had seen someone drink goat milk like this. Although this was the first time he had seen someone drink goat milk like this, Zhao Hai was too embarrassed to refuse Spear's good intentions. He took the bowl of goat milk from the pig tribe girl's hands and drank it in one gulp. Musty, unimaginably musty. Unprocessed and unseasoned goat's milk, you really couldn't imagine how musty it was. Even Zhao Hai, who usually didn't refuse to eat musty milk, felt that his mouth was full of the musty smell. It was so strong that he was about to vomit. However, after enduring the musty smell, a sweet fragrance followed. It was a sweet fragrance that didn't belong to any kind of seasoning. It was a natural milky fragrance. This fragrance suddenly made Zhao Hai close his mouth. He wanted to savor it. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Spear couldn't help but laugh and say, "My brother, now I really wonder if you are a human or a beast man. You must know that when humans drink fresh goat milk, they vomit it out. After that, they don't dare to drink it anymore. But you seem to be savoring it. Ha ha ha, brother, you don't have beastman blood, do you?" Zhao Hai turned his head to look at this guy with a big pig head. Suddenly, he saw a trace of cunning in this guy's small eyes. He couldn't help but hit Spear's arm and said, "Good, you actually want to see me make a fool of myself. Ha ha ha, to be honest, this fresh goat milk is really fragrant." To Spear, Zhao Hai's fist was no different than a tickle. However, he liked Zhao Hai's current performance. He laughed and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder, causing Zhao Hai to grimace in pain. At this time, Laura and the others came out from the gap in the tent. She had already woken up. The reason why she didn't come out until now was because she was afraid that Zhao Hai would suspect them. Therefore, she endured until now. Seeing Laura and the others come out, Spear immediately had his wife prepare breakfast. Breakfast was very simple, goat milk and handheld rice. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai had the undead unload the food from the carts and place it in the Sheephead Hammer tribe's camp. Spear also took out 5 of the best blankets, 5 of the best carpets, 10 of the strongest argali, 2 of the strongest piglets, and 2 of the best prairie mastiffs. He handed these over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to decline, but was rejected by Spear with a straight face. Zhao Hai could only accept it. Then he bid farewell to Spear and led the caravan into the depths of the prairie. Although he had only been in the prairie for a few days, Zhao Hai found that he liked this place and the beast men. These beast men were simple, cute, and very good to their friends. They didn't have the fickle thoughts of humans. Compared to humans, they were a lot simpler and more direct. Friends were friends, and enemies were enemies. This was the reason why they always suffered losses when dealing with humans. Laura was now looking at the big-bellied pig tribe's war flag on the roof of the caravan. She didn't know much about the beastman's war flag. She believed that many human merchants didn't know about the secrets of the beastman's war flag. Therefore, Laura was very surprised when Spear gave the war flag to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai reluctantly looked at the Sheephead Hammer tribe's camp before withdrawing his gaze. Looking at Laura, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at the war flag?" Laura turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't you think it's strange? Why would Spear give us the war flag? The Sheephead Hammer tribe is only a small tribe, and the big-bellied pig tribe is only a small ethnic group. The war flag sent by such a tribe is simply useless. They generally don't give war flags to others." Zhao Hai smiled and told Laura about what Spear had told them about the war flag. After Zhao Hai finished, Laura's eyes shined as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "That's great. I heard that once a beastman recognizes a human as their friend, almost no beastman will attack them. Big Brother Hai, it seems that we picked up a big bargain this time." Zhao Hai nodded and then said in a deep voice, "I also think that Spear is really good to us. However, he told me something. He said that he recently heard that there were Jackal tribe members active nearby." Laura stared blankly, then her expression changed. "Jackal tribe? Is it really the Jackal tribe?" Zhao Hai nodded. "It really is the Jackal tribe. The Jackal tribe's appearance here is too big of a threat to Spear. Do you think we can help Spear solve this problem?" Laura stared blankly. She really hadn't thought of this point. She just thought that even if there were Jackal tribe members, they wouldn't need to be afraid. She hadn't thought that Zhao Hai would suddenly help Spear solve this problem. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. Now that they had the Blood Hawks in their hands, they could investigate a large area. As long as the Blood Hawks increased the intensity of their investigation, they would certainly be able to find the Jackal tribe. With their strength, they would certainly be able to eliminate the Jackal tribe. As long as they eliminated the Jackal tribe, they would be helping Spear. Otherwise, a small tribe like Spear's, with only a few hundred people, would certainly be attacked by the Jackal tribe. Laura thought for a moment and said, "This is also good. The Jackal tribe is hated by all the beastmen. Even if we eliminate them, no one would investigate. The beastmen might even be grateful to us." Zhao Hai smiled. "Moreover, the Jackal tribe might raise some magic beasts that we haven't seen before, just like the water-spraying pigs that Spear raised." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others couldn't help but look at the carriage behind them. Inside the carriage were two piglets. They were the water-spraying pigs that Spear used as mounts. These water-spraying pigs were raised by the big-bellied pig tribe. The big-bellied pig tribe had always believed that they had a blood relationship with these water-spraying pigs. This wasn't an insult, but a tradition. Beastmen believed that they were the descendants of humans and magic beasts. Therefore, they called magic beasts with similar abilities as their own beastkin. These water-spraying pigs were the big-bellied pig tribe's beastkin. This was because these pigs were like the big-bellied pig tribe's beastkin. They could drink a lot of water, and during battle, they could spray water out of their stomachs to injure the enemy. However, the water they could spray out was much farther than the big-bellied pig tribe's beastkin, reaching about 50 meters. The big-bellied pig tribe's beastkin could spray out 5 times in a row, while the water-spraying pigs could spray out 10 times. Because they were still very close to Spear's camp, Zhao Hai didn't put the water-spraying pigs, prairie mastiffs, and argali into the space. In any case, it wouldn't make much of a difference. The two piglets were placed inside the carriage, while the prairie mastiffs and argali followed beside the carriage. The carriage behind them was filled with blankets and carpets. Laura looked at the 10 blankets and smiled at Zhao Hai. "This time, we really earned a lot. Not to mention the argali and the water-spraying pigs, just the blankets alone are worth a lot of money. You must know that the handmade blankets and carpets of the beastmen are very popular among humans." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's precisely because of this that I want to help Spear. With the Jackal tribe active in the vicinity, it would be too dangerous for Spear." Laura nodded. "Good, then let's do it. In any case, this matter is also good for us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and issued an order to the Blood Hawks. At this time, Nier said, "Young master, let me raise those 2 piglets, okay? They're too cute." Hearing Nier's words, Zhao Hai was speechless for a while. The 2 piglets were really cute. Their fur was black and white. One of them had a black mark over its left eye, while the other had a black mark over its right eye. It was as if they had been beaten black and blue. They looked very funny and cute. No wonder Nier liked them so much. End of chapter 237. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.